A milky white liquid was injected into the vein, followed by a sharp sting. Qing Li's mind went blank as fragments of her life flashed before her eyes. Have you had enough of this? Qing Li, can't you see? Man is crying. Schumann, clutching her arm, wept heartbreakingly, her eyes and cheeks flushed with distress, evoking deep sympathy. Beside her, Qin Li tenderly held her in his embrace. When he turned to glare at Qing Li, his eyes were filled with a fierce anger, as if he wished to slay her, his voice laced with fury. Stop pretending. If it weren't for you, Man wouldn't be like this. She's bleeding. This marked the 43rd time within a year that Schumann had threatened to take her own life. Each incident occurred in the same location, but this time, the two had fallen together into a pile of discarded construction materials, injuring their arms in the process. Qing Li found herself devoid of anger. She couldn't fathom why she felt so indifferent. Perhaps it was because she had never harbored any expectations for this person or this marriage. After over 40 similar occurrences, Qin Li still chose to trust Schumann, which only served to illustrate his lack of intellect. Her suicide threats have nothing to do with me. Qin Li, are you blind? I fell too. I'm bleeding as well. Qin Li placed her in the front passenger seat and turned to Qing Li, his voice cold and reproachful. Qing Li, you are being utterly unreasonable. You can walk back on your own. Consider this a punishment for you. Qing Li took a step forward, blocking his path. Qin Li, if you leave me here in this desolate place, then forget about our engagement next week. The Duan and Qin families were bound by a marriage alliance. She had no choice, nor did she wish to choose. Whether she married or not was never within her purview. An alliance was merely the worst. It would result in an open marriage. Qin Li scoffed, his tongue briefly touching his cheek in mockery. Fine, just don't regret it. Watching the car disappear into the night, Qing Li hugged her arms against the biting cold of the winter wind. In such a desolate spot, not even a taxi would dare venture, let alone a ghost. She pulled out her phone and checked her location. It would take her about 3 hours to walk back. She would freeze to death. Though her phone had signal, it would take an hour for anyone to come, so even surviving was a challenge. Thus, in times of trouble, one should seek the police. She opted to call for help. Trembling, Qing Li pressed 3 digits, and soon, a sleek black car sped towards her, the cold wind sending shivers through her body. What though the last word had yet to escape her lips when the car door slowly opened. A man in a black suit stepped out, his polished black shoes neatly placed on the ground, followed by his tall and upright figure. His lean, handsome face exuded an air of elegance intertwined with an elusive wildness. His striking phoenix eyes shone with a deep, unutterable loneliness. Qing Li cautiously tilted her head back. He must be nearly 6 feet tall, with long legs, a narrow waist, and broad shoulders. He was undeniably handsome. Yet, this face seemed somewhat familiar, wasn't he, uncle? You and Qin Li haven't registered your marriage yet, so you can address each other as you please. The man's voice was deep and melodious, imbued with a seductive charm that seemed to transform him into an enchanting spirit, appearing suddenly in this desolate wilderness. Wasn't this the formidable Qin Dalao, rumored to be a powerhouse, who had been raised abroad? Vivid memories surfaced of an evening banquet at the Qin residence where she had glimpsed this man, seated among the elders, his silence rendering them strangers. Qing Li found herself momentarily lost in thought until a large coat was draped over her shoulders, the cool scent of sandalwood enveloping her senses, mingling with the warmth of the man's body. Get in the car. No, Mr. Qin, I don't want to trouble you. Although the wilderness was somewhat intimidating, it was still far preferable to the infamous reputation of Qin Yunshen. She truly wished to sever any ties with the Qin family. The man gestured toward the foreboding darkness of the forest behind them, his steady voice playfully mimicking a wolf's howl. There are wolves here. Woo! A shiver ran down Qing Li's spine as she glanced back at the ominous woods, the night wind howling, and she thought she truly heard a wolf's cry. Hastily, she entered the vehicle, where the warmth of the air conditioning soon flushed her cheeks. Just drop me off somewhere I can hail a cab. To the hospital, Qin Yunshen replied, his tone resolute. The driver nodded in agreement. Understood, sir. When the man turned his gaze to her feet, a frown briefly creased his brow. In the dead of winter, out here in the wilderness, and you're dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold? You might end up losing a limb. Qing Li could hardly fathom that this man, known for his stoic demeanor and scarce words, possessed such a sharp tongue. Thank you for your concern, uncle, but you probably won't see the day I grow old. Qin Yunshen chuckled softly, turning to gaze out the window. As the youngest son of the Qin family, he had been sent abroad shortly after his birth due to the chaos following his parents' demise. His grandparents, fearing for his survival, had raised him far from home, which meant he might indeed witness his niece-in-law's aging. I'm only 28 this year, just 5 years older than Qing Li, Qing Li remarked, turning to look at him incredulously. Despite the hints of gray at his temples, he hardly seemed 28. Yet his youthful face bore no wrinkles, the skin so flawless that one could scarcely detect a pore, evoking a twinge of envy. Seemingly aware of her scrutiny, Qin Yunshen instinctively ran a hand through his hair. This is karma, I'll dye it soon. Miss Duan, what color do you prefer? I'm open to anything. Noticing her silence, he turned to her, his dark eyes revealing an inscrutable expression. What are you pondering? Nothing. Qing Li awkwardly adjusted her hair, flustered. It's nothing. Qin Yunshen's tone was mild, more teasing than reproachful. Peeking without honesty is rather impolite, you know. Qing Li scoffed, turning to gaze directly at him, her slender fingers raised to point at his ear. Is it polite to speak to someone while wearing headphones? Qin Yunshen slightly bowed his head in apology, his voice low as he explained, I'm afraid this is a hearing aid. In that instant, Qing Li's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, her embarrassment so profound that she wished she could leap from the vehicle. I am sorry. Qin Yunshen's smile was nonchalant, and he appeared quite gentle while offering comfort. It's nothing, one simply ages and inevitably acquires a few ailments. The driver slammed on the brakes. Sir, this is the nearest hospital, though it is rather small. Is that acceptable? Qin Yunshen nodded. Her arm was still bleeding, and stopping the hemorrhage was paramount. Everything else was secondary. In the emergency room, the first to arrive, Qing Li cradled the sobbing Schumann, patiently soothing her. You won't scar, don't worry, it's all right. Doctor, could you please attend to this patient? She's bleeding from her arm, Qing Li said. Upon hearing the voice, he turned abruptly, staring incredulously at Qin Yunshen. Uncle, how did you end up here? Qin Yunshen appeared to ignore him, casting a glance at the driver. The driver understood immediately and approached the doctor, explaining, please tend to this patient's wounds. Qin Li instantly grew anxious. Uncle, there should be an order to these matters. Moreover, Qing Li is my fiancé. You cannot meddle in my family affairs simply because you are my uncle. Before Qin Yunshen could respond, Qing Li interjected, have you forgotten my previous words? I will withdraw from the Qin family. We are no longer connected. The doctor examined the injury, noting that Qing Li's wound was bleeding profusely and required immediate attention. Unexpectedly, Qin Li became furious, seizing the doctor's arm and declaring vehemently, attend to her first, she's fine. She is my fiancée, and I will take responsibility if anything happens. As the doctor was caught in a dilemma, a hand gripped Qin Li's collar, delivering a fierce blow to his face. The man stumbled and fell to the ground. Qin Yunshen addressed the doctor, first attend to this lady, then the other two. Qin Yunshen. Qin Li spat in anger, turning to glare at him with a menacing intensity that seemed capable of devouring him whole. Qin Yunshen stepped forward, causing Qin Li to retreat, while Schumann, perched silently on a nearby chair, seemed oblivious to her brother being struck. This wound needs suturing, the doctor remarked, pulling Qin Yunshen back to reality. The man hurried over, leaning down to scrutinize her arm. The wound is indeed considerable. It will likely require 2 stitches. Please use the best anesthetic and be gentle. With that, he turned, positioning himself a meter away from the doctor, anxiously rubbing his hands together, beads of fine sweat forming on his forehead, as the driver kept a watchful eye on the doctor's stitching that in this modest hospital. With only one doctor on duty, Qin Li, seemingly unwilling to accept the situation, pointed accusingly at Qin Yunshen. You are abusing your power. The man nodded, as if it were a matter of course. Indeed, what can you do about it? You. Qin Li's face flushed with anger, his fists clenched tightly. Yet, as Qin Yunshen aptly stated, he truly was powerless. Ever since Qin Yunshen's return, his already precarious position within the Qin family had become even more unstable. Sir, everything has been handled. The driver murmured quietly. Qin Yunshen turned, glanced at her arm, and nodded in gratitude to the doctor. Thank you. You are welcome. But the patient has fallen, and I recommend a day's observation in hospital. If you find our facility inadequate, there is a private hospital half an hour away with a pleasant environment. Qing Li hastily declined. It's nothing, just a minor injury. She was well aware of that hospital. Even a simple appendectomy would cost no less than 100,000 yuan. Although she was the daughter of the Duan family, she was far less favored than the illegitimate daughter, Duan Shuman. She could not squander her funds on such trivial matters. Qin Yunshen turned to leave and, noticing her intent to hail a taxi, promptly intercepted her. Miss Duan, where do you think you're going? Have you seen the news? Someone who seemed unscathed after a minor accident ended up dead the next day. What does that imply? It implies one should be cautious with their words. Qing Li retorted, exasperated. Her mind was already in disarray, and she had no desire to engage with him further. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for today's assistance. I am aware of my own condition. I don't require a checkup. I could take a taxi home. Qin Yunshen refrained from persuading her further and shifted the topic instead. Didn't you express a desire to annul the engagement? The Qin and Duan families are allied through marriage, and an illegitimate daughter cannot enter the Qin household. So it must be you. How do you plan to explain this to your family? He was correct. If her father learned of her intention to withdraw from the engagement, he might very well break her legs. This matter was indeed beyond her solitary capacity. Mr. Qin, what do you mean by that? Come with me to the hospital. I shall explain how to resolve this matter appropriately. With a determined gesture, he opened the car door, as if he had just picked her up from the roadside, confident that she would indeed enter the vehicle. Inside the hospital, the doctor, holding various reports, adjusted his glasses. There are no significant issues. Most injuries are mere abrasions, though the one on your arm is somewhat severe. You'll be fine after the stitches are removed in a week. In the hospital room, Qing Li rapidly replied to messages. Rest assured, it's nothing serious. Can you really send messages with one hand? Qin Yunshen stood at the doorway, lightly knocking on the already ajar door. The tall man, poised like a model captured in a moment on the runway, exuded an imposing and noble aura. He opened a thermos and offered it to her. The water is at a perfect 45 degrees, and the cup is freshly purchased and has been washed. Qing Li was taken aback as she received the cup of water from him. This was the reputedly aloof and mature heir of the Qin family, personally pouring her water and washing the cup. Had she perhaps saved his life in a past existence? The steam rising from the thermos made her eyes sting, and she coughed lightly to mask her embarrassment. By the way, Mr. Qin, you mentioned you have a way to assist me. I am curious as to why you are willing to help. Qin Yunshen's expression held a hint of surprise, perhaps not anticipating such a question from her. The man gradually settled into his seat, intertwining his fingers before him, and sincerely explained, enunciating each word. I also require a marriage alliance with the Duan family. As you know, Duan family's great-grandfather and my grandfather were comrades in arms. In my grandfather's eyes, marrying a lady from the Duan family is the prerequisite for becoming the heir. Qing Li felt numb. If the solution to escaping from a scoundrel was to leap into another abyss, why was she? Her thoughts were interrupted by Qin Yunshen's movements as he slowly removed his outer jacket, his hands clasped behind his back, his chest slightly heaving. He draped the jacket over her lap, his long, defined fingers loosening his tie and unbuttoning 2 buttons of his shirt. The veins on his neck stood out, and with the slightest movement, his chest muscles became faintly visible. Qing Li couldn't help but swallow hard if this was indeed another abyss. She found herself oddly tempted to discover just how deep it truly was. Chapter 3. A Wedding Snatch? Miss Duan, if you are willing, I could marry you. I would be a far better choice than Qin Li. I shall offer you half of everything the Qin family possesses, and all of my future earnings as well. Most importantly, in the future, Qin Li will have to address you as Annie. Qing Li awkwardly tugged at the corners of her lips. The terms were indeed tempting. Yet she feared she might not live long enough to enjoy them. I will consider it. Knock, knock, knock. A woman in white appeared at the door, breathless yet anxious, peering inside. Ungvid, Jingran, I'm here. Qing Li waved at her. Jingran hurried in, wrapping her arms around Qing Li, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. What happened? Will you be disabled? Will this affect your future dice rolling? Qing Li swiftly covered her mouth, shooting her a warning glare. Then, turning to Qin Yunshen, she spoke gently, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for today. My friend will take care of me. You may head back now." Qin Yunshen cast a fleeting glance at Jingran, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. "All right, but remember to contact me." He took out his phone, opened the QR code, and presented it to Qing Li. "Please scan this for the medical expenses transfer." Qing Li was momentarily speechless. She quickly retrieved her phone and, after scanning, noticed a green avatar. Isn't this the file transfer assistant? Has Qin Daolao lost his mind, or has his assistant tricked him? She clicked to add him as a friend, and he approved within a second. Uncertain of the amount needed, she reluctantly transferred 10,000 yuan. And Qin Yunshen did not respond, merely pocketing his phone quietly. "Rest well. If you need anything, message me. I live nearby and can arrive promptly." Once everyone had departed, Jingran finally processed the situation. That man is rather handsome. "So, you considered breaking off the engagement because of him? You cheated. Qing Li. I knew I was right about you. Well done. That scoundrel deserves to be cheated on." In the midst of her exclamation, Jingran shed her outer coat and nestled into Qing Li's hospital bed. "What about that Mr. Chiao? Can you still remember where he is?" Qing Li pressed her lips together and shook her head. "I can't recall. Perhaps there never was a Mr. Chiao. Otherwise, how could I completely forget? My thoughts may be in disarray." Over the course of a year, Qing Li underwent 2 mistreat treatments, leaving her with fragmented memories, unable to form coherent images, only fleeting snippets. Yet, deep within, she felt as though she had once loved someone profoundly, perhaps from past life. As dawn broke, Qing Li's phone buzzed 3 times. Groggily, she answered, only to be jolted awake by a furious voice on the other end. "I tell you, Qing Li, you had better obediently go to the Qin family today, or do not blame me for disowning you as my daughter." Jingran hastily buried her head under the blanket, fearing she would be implicated. "It's your father waking you up? Don't take it out on me." She and Qing Li had grown up together, and she was well aware that this person could be lethal simply due to a bad mood. Although Qing Li had gone abroad after high school, it was unlikely that such habits would change. I could hardly muster any indignation. It was time for me to rise. Had it not been for my father's phone call, I would have completely forgotten that today marked the birthday of Qin Li's mother. Originally, their engagement was slated for this week, but Qin Li's mother deemed it inappropriate to have both occasions coincide, thus postponing the engagement by 2 days. Since the engagement had not been called off, I felt compelled to attend, as it would not bode well with my father otherwise. The Qin family estate, still exuding opulence to the utmost degree, was a 5-minute drive from the main villa. Upon alighting from the car, the butler greeted me courteously. Yet I did not catch sight of Qin Li. Habitually, I made my way inside, carrying the congratulatory gift that my father had prepared earlier. Qin Li's father, Qin Jingshan, was the head of the Qin family, overseeing all affairs, a role he had maintained until Qin Yunshen's return to the country. Inside the villa, a considerable number of guests had already gathered. However, when they spotted Qing Li, their gazes lingered on her for a few moments. As Qing Li ascended to the 2nd floor, she encountered Qin Li's mother, who was accompanied by Qin Li himself. "Happy birthday, Aunt Qin," she said, extending the bag in her hand. Madame Qin glanced at it briefly and gestured for a nearby servant to take it, clearly indifferent to gifts from lesser households. "Qing Li, why don't you rest in the room for a bit? There's no rush to go out. When the banquet starts, I'll have someone come to fetch you." "Oh, the stylist has arrived too. You should go change into your outfit." Qing Li assessed her own attire. While it wasn't from a high-end luxury brand, at least it was a modestly elegant little dress. Nonetheless, Madame Qin's disdainful gaze stung her somewhat. As the doors swung open, the voice of Schumann filled the air. "Yes, I want this one. It's just a dress. You go tell Jolie, and he will get it for me." The stylist, exasperated, explained that's not possible. "This was specially coordinated with Mr. Qin. It's meant for the future Mrs. Qin. You should choose something else." Upon turning, Schumann's eyes fell upon Qing Li, surveying her with a look of contempt. "Sister, I have my eye on this dress. You've already taken a man. Surely it's not too much to let me have this dress?" Qing Li shrugged nonchalantly, as she had no intention of changing. She believed that as long as she felt comfortable and looked presentable, others' opinions mattered little to her. If you like it, you can have it. Clothes are like people. They're just trash, after all. Do you really think they're treasures? Yunshen was left speechless by the retort. Whether she wore that dress or not, it would still be distasteful to her. Qing Li stood up indifferently and moved to the adjacent room to rest. Perhaps due to fatigue, she leaned back on the sofa and dozed off. It was not until the sound of a piano began to resonate that she jolted awake, only to realize that the music was not loud enough to warrant such a sudden awakening. After sipping some water, she stepped outside and discovered that the banquet had already commenced for quite some time. Madame Qin, upon seeing her emerge, exaggeratedly expressed her apologies. My sincerest apologies, Qing Li. I completely forgot to call for you. Despite her words, there was not the slightest hint of regret upon her countenance. The onlookers inevitably began to murmur, for the Duan family, amidst the plethora of affluent households, remained rather inconspicuous. One could only surmise that Qing Li's life after marrying into the family would not be a pleasant one. Who allowed you to play the piano? A deep, resonant voice abruptly filled the air, plunging the room into silence. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow and clad in traditional Tang attire, strode towards the crowd. Qin Yunshen hastily approached him. Grandfather, you have returned. Why did you not inform us sooner? I would have come to fetch you. The old man snorted dismissively, casting an admonishing glare at him. I merely went to the back mountain to fish. Did you think I required your assistance? Tell me, who permitted you to set up a piano in the Qin household? Attend to it at once. If Xiao Wu sees it, I shall not spare you. Chapter 4. Qing Li. I am willing to be your antidote. Qin Yunshen hastily ordered the removal of the piano, allowing the old man's anger to subside significantly. However, upon seeing Qing Li, there remained a flicker of guilt in his eyes. He always believed that Qin Li was unworthy of such a fine young woman. Yet, bound by the camaraderie of his comrades, he felt compelled to honor his promise. Unable to tolerate the commotion any longer, the old man retreated to his study. Qing Li pondered how to initiate an annulment of their engagement without jeopardizing the relationship between their families. Mrs. Qin, observing the old man's expression, quickly took it upon herself to engage in toasting with the guests. By the end of her rounds, Qing Li found herself somewhat inebriated, resting on the sofa. A glass of water was presented to her, and she initially assumed it was offered by a server. It was only after she had taken a sip that she realized it was Qin Li. Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should rest in your room for a while. What happened yesterday was my fault, and I shall be more cautious in the future. Yet, you must understand that Man's actions were ultimately for your sake. You should show her some leniency. I am trying to atone for my mistakes on your behalf. A year prior, upon her return to the country, Qing Li had been undergoing treatment for her illness. Just a day after her initial discharge, she and Yunshen visited a CAF on the outskirts of the city. On their way back, they encountered a group of ruffians. In a bid to protect Qing Li, Yunshen faced their indignities. At the time, Qing Li, still in the throes of treatment, had a fragmented memory of the events, only later learning from Yunshen during a hospital visit what had transpired. In her distress, she had threatened to end her life, forbidding anyone from calling for help, and insisting that Qin Li remain by her side. Even now, she could not recall that day fully nor comprehend why Yunshen had adamantly refused to involve the authorities. Feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her, she was reluctant to engage in conversation with Qin Li. She would eventually call off the engagement. There was little left to discuss. A servant approached to assist her, guiding her to an upper room. Suddenly, a surge of heat enveloped her, compelling her to seek something cool to drink. Sitting on the sofa with a bottle in hand, she found herself unable to twist the cap off. An outstretched hand reached for the bottle, effortlessly opening it before handing it back to her. Thank you. As she took a sip, a sense of disquiet washed over her. Turning her head, she was met with a familiar handsome face. A subtle flush crept on her cheeks, her heart racing like a war drum. Unconsciously, her hand found its way to the man's solid chest. His well-defined physique was impressive. She wondered about the tapering of his waist. Qin Yunshen grasped her wrist, guiding her hand to his waist, and explained in a low voice, "Only the waist is slim." Duan Qing Li's eyes shimmered with a delicate hue of crimson, her breath becoming erratic. Without granting Qin Yunshen the opportunity to speak, she leaned in and kissed him. The man instinctively responded, his usual composure shattering in that moment, akin to a famished wolf, voraciously claiming every inch of her. They appeared as the most suited lovers in existence, as if they had navigated this terrain effortlessly in a past life. Ultimately, Qin Yunshen was compelled to pinch himself, striving to rein in the burgeoning impulse. His hands settled on Duan Qing Li's shoulders, their hurried breaths gradually finding a semblance of calm. "Duan Qing Li, I am willing to be your antidote, but now is not the appropriate time. You have been drugged. Comply with me, and let us proceed to the hospital." A series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. Startled, Duan Qing Li glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Her attire was disheveled, her cheeks tinged with an indescribable crimson hue, and the remnants of her lipstick revealed the turmoil she had just endured. Should anyone witness her in such a state, no amount of explanations could suffice. "Get up. Do not utter a word." She pulled Qin Yunshen up and unceremoniously pushed him into another room. Just as she closed the door, it was forcefully swung open from the outside. Duan Shuman appeared at the threshold, accompanied by Qin Li and a host of Qin family members. Upon seeing Duan Qing Li's disheveled appearance, Duan Shuman smirked with a blend of triumph and disdain. "Sister, what on earth are you doing? Who is the illicit lover in this room? This is the Qin household. How dare you behave so recklessly?" Qin Li approached, disbelief etched on his face. As he caught sight of the bruise on Duan Qing Li's neck, he raised his hand menacingly. With a resounding slap, Duan Qing Li struck Qin Li across the face, leaving 5 distinct marks in her wake. "You dare strike me? Duan Qing Li, are you courting death?" Qin Li pointed at her, his hand poised to retaliate, but Duan Shuman had already dashed to the bedroom door. She pounded on it, shouting, "Who dares to hide inside? You have the audacity to betray the Qin family." At the mention of betrayal, Madame Qin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing to expel Duan Qing Li from the household immediately. With your family background, to have even aspired to the Qin family is already a stroke of luck. Now look at this chaos you've caused. Duan Qing Li, I never held you in high regard. Thankfully, my son has yet to be engaged to you. Duan Qing Li felt a surge of joy. Could such words herald the cancellation of the engagement? Though her reputation might suffer, she was indifferent, for remaining unmarried throughout her life seemed a fine prospect. A few onlookers outside chuckled at Qin Li's expense. Ah, the upper class plays a most vulgar game. Love is but a light, turning green with discomfort. Qin Li had never before encountered such humiliation. In a fit of rage, he swung his hand toward Duan Qing Li's face. Expecting a resounding slap, he instead received a fierce punch. The moment the door swung open, Qin Yunshen seized Qin Li's wrist and delivered a powerful blow to his face. Qin Li collapsed to the ground, his left cheek swelling instantly. He turned his head and spat blood, a tooth barely visible amidst the crimson. "Uncle, what are you doing up here?" Qin Yunshen, unfazed, retrieved his phone from his pocket, casually explaining as he navigated the screen. "I came to celebrate my sister-in-law's birthday, but I stumbled upon this foolishness." Madame Qin, witnessing her son being struck, swiftly abandoned concerns regarding the 5th household standing. She helped Qin Li to his feet, tenderly caressing his face, and directed a pointed remark at Qin Yunshen. "It is not within the purview of my uncle to discipline my son. Moreover, what does it imply that you and my sister-in-law are in the same room?" Qin Yunshen, displaying no courtesy, activated his mobile phone and turned the volume to its maximum. "Just wait in that room. When Duan Qing Li arrives, you must succeed. Rest assured, I have arranged everything for you. Merely state that you are Duan Qing Li's lover, and do not concern yourself with anything else." The voice was unmistakably that of Miss Duan Shuman. Qin Yunshen set down his phone and spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Unfortunately, I overheard a phone call from Miss Duan Shuman just now. By chance, I recorded it, and by coincidence, I also caught that man." The sound of police sirens echoed at the entrance. Qin Yunshen faintly curved his lips. What a coincidence! After returning to the country for so long, I have just learned how to dial the police, and now I am putting it to use. Chapter 5. Unfortunately, you didn't keep a watchful eye. Now she's my wife. The police arrived at the scene, taking Duan Shuman away, prompting Qing Li to accompany them out of excessive concern. Qin Yunshen draped his coat over Duan Qingli's shoulders, supporting her as they exchanged a few words with the officers before getting into the vehicle. Let us first head to the hospital, then we will proceed to the police station to give our statements. Do not be afraid. I will remain by your side. Everything will be all right. The two were in close proximity, and the faint woody fragrance emanating from Qin Yunshen felt oddly familiar. Unlike Qing Li, his demeanor carried a certain fierceness, with a rebellious glint in his eyes. Yet when he looked at Duan Qingli, a softer warmth enveloped his gaze. Gradually, a hint of dazed longing appeared in the woman's eyes, her pupils revealing an undeniable desire. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Qin Yunshen, gently placing a kiss on the corner of his lips. His breathing grew heavier, and the tips of his ears flushed a noticeable crimson. Mr. Qin, weren't you eager to be the antidote? Why then must we go to the hospital? Since she could not escape the Qin family, and if she was destined to step into the fire, then Duan Qingli resolved to take the most significant leap. With each inch, she pressed her lips against his, guiding his arm around her waist, watching as his Adam's apple bobbed slightly, the concealed yearning in his deep-set eyes stirring her heart. She relished this dynamic, seemingly restrained, yet irresistibly enticing. Who could possibly resist a man so strikingly handsome and charming? Qin Yunshen raised his hand, his fingers deftly loosening his tie and unbuttoning two of his shirt buttons, revealing a glimpse of his solid chest. With utmost eagerness, he grasped her waist, pulling her onto his lap as the vehicle gradually came to a halt beside a secluded grove. The driver, displaying keen awareness, stepped out for a smoke. His lips, warm and ardent, left an indelible mark on every inch of Duan Qingli's skin, igniting a burning desire that spiraled into a frenzy, consuming all reason. The fervent invasion intensified, transforming him from a mere remedy into an audacious conqueror, meticulously claiming every part of her. Qin Yunshen tenderly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, gently wiping the beads of sweat from her cheek. He opened a bottle of water, bringing it to her lips, encouraging her to sip slowly. Are you feeling better? If I have not satisfied you, I shall strive harder next time. His damp hair fell across his forehead, and his dark eyes, still heavy with unspent desire, carried a hint of guilt. Duan Qingli could not fathom why. In such circumstances, she and this man, whom she had scarcely met, seemed to be in perfect harmony. He appeared to know her every preference, each of his actions making her feel utterly at ease. The gradual teasing now seemed almost intentional in retrospect. Duan Qingli nodded provocatively. Yes, do continue to improve next time. Qin Yunshen, unfazed, quietly adjusted her clothing, ensuring she looked no different than usual before dialing the driver. On the roadside, the driver skillfully tossed a pack of cigarette butts into the trash, then jogged back to the vehicle. As Duan Qingli arrived at the entrance of the police station and was about to disembark, a man grasped her wrist. That, just now right? His stammering left Duan Qingli perplexed. What do you wish to convey? Qin Yunshen cautiously inquired, pointing to a purplish bruise on his neck. When shall we obtain the certificate? Now that you've acted this way, you wouldn't be irresponsible, would you? Each word he uttered was precisely what Duan Qingli intended to express, yet the roles had reversed, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. An uncomfortable itch began to spread throughout her body, and upon inspection, she discovered her rebellious nature had resurfaced. Enough. With those two words, Duan Qingli gracefully exited the vehicle, though her steps toward the police station were somewhat awkward. The driver in front had not anticipated overhearing such a conversation, leading him to wonder if his boss had been abandoned. Was the rumored Qin big shot being toyed with? It seemed the earlier exchange had been quite intense, as the young lady appeared dissatisfied. Upon entering, Qin Yunshen was greeted by a middle-aged man hastening towards him. Hello, Mr. Qin. The Municipal Bureau has already been notified of this case and will resolve it promptly, so rest assured, a voice beside him introduced. This is Director Lu Ming from our Municipal Bureau. Qin Yunshen shook his hand and cast a glance towards the inquiry room. Please expedite the victim's questioning. She is unwell. Give her this, he said, handing a thermos to Director Lu. The assistant reached out to take it, but was met with a stern glance from Liu. Rest assured, I will personally deliver it to the young lady. She will be out soon. The forensic expert had drawn her blood for expedited testing. It would undoubtedly reveal the presence of drugs. Once confirmed, coupled with her testimony, it would constitute a complete chain of evidence. As Qing Li emerged, she coincidentally encountered Qin Li, who was exiting from the adjacent room. Without a glance, she strode towards the exit. Qin Li swiftly approached her, his voice low and serious. Qing Li, can we let this matter rest? Man did not act with intention. She is struggling with psychological issues. Why must you hold so much against her? You are unharmed, after all. Qing Li was taken aback, laughing in disbelief. Qin Li, did you purchase your undergraduate degree? Is this truly a matter for me to be concerned about? She has committed a crime, drugging, attempted rape. Who knows how many years she might face? Perhaps you should hire her a competent lawyer. Qing Li, dare you speak so? Will your father approve? Will the Duan family let you off so easily? Qin Li's words rang true. Although Duan Shuman was ostensibly adopted by the Duan family, it was widely known that she was the child born from her father's affair. It was said that the woman was the father's first love, who had parted ways due to disdain for his poverty. Later, as her father accumulated wealth through his father-in-law, the woman returned, resuming her role as his mistress. Eventually, when that woman passed away, the child was brought back to be raised, as her father felt a deep compassion for her having grown up without a mother. Having lost his mother at a tender age, Qing Li and his elder brother were compelled to leave the country under the duress of Duan Shuman. Despite their plight, their father never uttered a word of reproach. Qin Li seized Qing Li's arm, his voice cold and menacing. Dare to lay a finger on her, and I shall not let you off easily. Remove your claws. The man seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, gradually lifted his gaze. Noticing Qin Li's immobility, he stood up, his hand grasping Qin Li's forearm. With a slight exertion, Qin Li winced in pain, instinctively cradling his arm and releasing his grip. Uncle, what brings you here? You needn't concern yourself with my wife's affairs, Qin Yunshen remarked, peering inside with a quizzical expression. Your wife? Which one? Oh, the one who has run afoul of the law. Qin Li's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with precision. My wife is Qing Li. Qin Yunshen pointedly gestured to his own neck, smugly clarifying, unfortunately for you, you failed to keep her in check. She is now my wife. Chapter 6. She disdains the small upon catching sight of the kiss mark. Qin Li realized that Qing Li's attire was disheveled. So, they had shared a kiss at the Qin residence? Qing Li, do you not intend to provide me with an explanation? Qing Li found the situation laughable, and curiously, she felt no guilt. Did I sell myself to you? We are not even engaged yet. What is there to explain? Qin Li, since you are so fond of Duan Shuman, why not approach the Duan family and request a change? I only have eyes for you, Qin Li asserted. Yet, Qing Li understood that the Qin family would never accept a child born out of wedlock, had it not been for the old man's insistence. Qin Li would likely not consider marrying her at all. Qin Yunshen clenched his fists. He had endured Qin Li's wrath before. Particularly, as this uncle was the old man's cherished heir, no one dared to offend him, and he could only watch helplessly as Qin Li took Qing Li away. He resolutely stated to Qing Li, I await your apology upon your return. Once in the car, Qin Yunshen glanced at the time, instinctively adjusting his hearing aid. It was still early. Why don't we go and obtain our marriage certificate? My dear wife, you must grant me an identity. Wife. Qing Li's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. How could he start calling her that when they hadn't even begun their journey together? Mr. Qin Yu. Her words trailed off as she turned her head to find Qin Yunshen's dark eyes filled with a shattered vulnerability, the corners slightly reddened as if he had been wronged. Please, don't look at me like that. What are you planning to do? Obtain the certificate. Qin Yunshen's lips twitched slightly as he unhesitatingly loosened his collar. This is all you're doing. If you refuse to acknowledge me, I shall report you to the authorities. I will weep at the Duan family's doorstep. I will even place an announcement in the newspaper. He spoke the most shameless things in the most pitiful tone, almost choking back tears, resembling a wronged little bride. I shall treat you well. I keep my promises. Should there come a day when I fail to meet your expectations or commit a fault, you are entirely free to seek a divorce. I shall not cling to you. With such a declaration, how could Qing Li refuse? After all, he was a member of the Qin family. This could be deemed a union of sorts. Very well, but I have matters to attend to today. Qin Yunshen promptly interjected. Then let be tomorrow. I shall either pick you up or wait for you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Do remember to bring your household registration book and identification. Qing Li nodded in agreement, requesting Qin Yunshen to take her to the small apartment she had purchased. Watching as his car disappeared from sight, she then turned and entered her own vehicle, accelerating towards a bar named Night Color, illuminated by a myriad of neon lights. Upon reaching the third floor, she pushed open the office door, where Jing Ran was intently focused on the computer. Upon noticing her arrival, he beckoned her over mysteriously. Kulme, I have something intriguing to show you. The two individuals on the screen were all too familiar to Qing Li. Jing Ran pointed at the iron door, insisting fervently. Qing Li, I swear, if Qin Li is not a scoundrel, I would swallow this door hole. Qing Li rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the screen where a pair of lovers clung to each other, seemingly unwilling to part. If it weren't for the fact that the man was her fiancé, whom she was soon to marry, she would have certainly expressed her outrage at the heartless soul who dared to disrupt this unfortunate couple's bond. On the screen, the woman wept, her eyes swollen and red, frail and delicate as she leaned against Qin Li. Li, please don't concern yourself with me. I was being unreasonable earlier. I promise I won't resort to drastic measures, she pleaded. Qin Li took a deep breath, slightly tilting his head back before enveloping her in his arms. Man, this is my fault. But rest assured, I will give her nothing but the title of Mrs. Qin. I have vowed to take responsibility for your entire life. Schumann rose on her toes and kissed Qin Li's lips, but he instinctively recoiled, his expression darkening. Li, did you not say that until the final moment? You would indulge me? The woman, tears glistening in her eyes, shut them and kissed him once more. Qin Li's initial resistance gradually melted into acceptance, his hands tangling in her hair as he fervently returned the kiss. Qing Li hastily retrieved her phone, but before she could capture the moment, Jing Ran snatched it away. What use is recording a video now? You know better than to let such a scene slip by, she exclaimed. I'll send it to your phone later. What video? Qing Li inquired, recognizing the villa in the background, which Schumann had flaunted on social media more than once. Jing Ran shrugged. It's from an enthusiastic netizen. Qing Li rolled her eyes as she noticed Jing Ran opening an email from none other than enthusiastic netizen. Jing Ran forwarded the email to her inbox. All right, let me know if you need anything. By the way, your little admirer is back. You should go have a look. The bar they co-owned had gained a modicum of fame in the city, not due to opulence, but rather because of the abundance of handsome men within. Qing Li sighed in resignation and stepped into the changing room, slipping into a fitted dress and donning black high heels. As her long, fair legs emerged before Jing Ran, she couldn't help but admire them. Look at these gorgeous legs. I can't blame those foolish men for being enchanted. Qing Li found herself in agreement. Indeed, I must confess, I too am rather fond of them. In the lobby, a man stood atop a sofa, boasting and hurling insults, his voice lost in the loud music. No one could decipher his tirade, mistaking it for a dance. The staff and security huddled together, hesitant to intervene. Qing Li approached and gave him a swift kick, sending him staggering back onto the sofa. Upon recognizing her, his face lit up with joy as he followed her outside. Qing Li, where have you been? I've been waiting ages. I have something to tell you. As they reached the entrance, Qing Li abruptly halted. Qin Lang, if you continue to cause a ruckus here, I will inform your brother. He is not my brother. What is he, really? Sister, since you are destined for a union, I too am a member of the Qin family. Though we of the fourth branch are not favored, we are still part of the Qin lineage, are we not? Marry me. As he spoke, he sank to his knees and retrieved a diamond ring, the size of a pigeon's egg, from his pocket, presenting it before Qing Li. Qing Li, will you marry me? Whether in wealth or greater wealth, in health or even better health, you shall remain steadfast by my side. The security personnel behind him crossed their arms, watching the spectacle unfold. How many times has it been this month? One asked. Our boss Duan has been in a good mood this month. This is the 6th time, and he hasn't resorted to violence, came the reply. Last month saw only 3 attempts, each resulting in a 10-day hospital stay. Before Duan, Qing Li could respond, her slender fingers delicately grasped the ring, her disdain evident. Small, she declared. She does not favor the small. Chapter 7. This chaotic ethical relationship. You're so young. Your entire family is young. Qin Lang cussed fiercely, rising in a display of bravado, his fist swinging directly toward the man's face. Halfway through the motion, upon recognizing the man's features, he swiftly dodged, only to feel a twinge of pain in his arm. Rubbing his arm, Qin Lang, with a furrowed brow, inquired, Uncle, what brings you here? Why are you ruining my good fortune? Qin Yunshen tossed the ring back at him and turned to Duan Qing Li. Having been apart for such a brief moment, it appears one cannot be too cautious. Qin Lang was momentarily bewildered. How could his recently returned uncle be entangled with his sister-in-law? This chaotic, ethical relationship. Goodness. What is your relationship? No, uncle. Qin Yunshen glanced at his watch. Oh, it's late, and you, a student, are at a bar? I should call your mother. Qin Lang hurriedly pleaded, his voice tinged with grievance. Oh no, uncle, I'm already in college, an adult now, and you're not much older than me. Why do you always act like a guardian? Though he was 19, he still exuded the air of a high school student, clad in flamboyant attire that seemed like a furtive attempt to don adult clothing. Nonetheless, there was a semblance of Qin Yunshen in his features, albeit with a touch more youthful vigor, his demeanor far from Qin Yunshen's somber and icy presence, instead radiating a lively and clever spirit. With a firm grip, Qin Yunshen seized his collar and shoved him into the car, instructing the driver, take him home, and inform fourth brother that his son is about to wreak havoc at the bar. No, uncle, little uncle. I was just joking around. Qin Lang's voice faded with the departure of the vehicle. Only then did Duan, Qing Li, remember to ask, what brings you here? It can't be a mere coincidence that you ran into Qin Yunshen at the bar. Qin Yunshen's expression momentarily darkened with a hint of grievance as he stood before Duan Qing Li, head bowed, speaking in a subdued tone. The driver has left, and I have no car. Although tomorrow you will be my wife, today I shall still adhere to the rules. I will walk to the Civil Affairs Bureau. You need not accommodate me. Duan Qing Li sensed a hint of intentionality in his words, and she caught a whiff of a pretentious demeanor. Yet, he was undoubtedly the most favored member of the Qin family. Having returned, the old gentleman immediately bestowed upon him all his shares, effectively handing the company and the entire Qin family over to Qin Yunshen. What reason could such a person have to act insincerely towards her? I came to keep an eye on you. I fear you might have second thoughts. I fear you may not take responsibility for me. His voice rose a couple of octaves, causing those nearby to clearly hear his declaration. Qin Yunshen produced a box from his pocket, opening the lid to reveal a ring adorned with a green gemstone, its size comparable to the one Qin Lang had earlier, yet its worth far surpassing it. Wear this, and I shall say no more. Qin Yunshen, without a word, seized Duan Qing Li's hand and firmly slipped the ring onto her ring finger. After they parted, he returned home to retrieve the ring, intending to present it to her the following day. Yet, he found himself unable to contain an overwhelming desire to see her immediately. Thus, he became a believer in intuition. Had he not come, that very finger might now be adorned with another's ring. Shall I escort you home? Duan Qing Li genuinely appreciated his assistance in alleviating her predicament, as that young master would indeed have been difficult to dismiss without his support. How embarrassing that would have been. Qin Yunshen smiled as he glanced around. Where did you park your car? Allow me to drive. I feel it would be improper for you to chauffeur me. Duan Qing Li was momentarily speechless. He did exhibit a hint of embarrassment, yet his smile was quite charming. A stark contrast to his usual demeanor that suggested a perpetual debt of 2 million owed to him by everyone. She retrieved her car keys from her bag, instinctively tightening her grip as she handed them over. Can you drive? Qin Yunshen's smile abruptly faltered, his thick eyelashes fluttering twice as he let out a self-deprecating sigh. I can drive, but is it because you find me unworthy since I am disabled? I have only one ear that cannot hear. But I plan to undergo surgery abroad once I am finished with my current commitments. Qing Li quickly thrust the keys into his hand. No, no, that is not what I meant. Why are you so sensitive? It's merely a matter of hearing. With a hearing aid, you would be just fine. There's no reason for you to feel that way. She was bewildered by her own emotions. Upon witnessing Qin Yunshen's expression, a wave of inexplicable pity washed over her. After feeling that pang of sympathy, she found herself grappling with confusion. They were hardly acquainted, although they had developed a slight rapport. They were both adults. What was there to fret about? Qing Li pointed to the red sports car at the entrance. That one, you could drive it back. I have other vehicles here, so I won't be accompanying you. Qin Yunshen felt he had miscalculated, but realized he could not press too hard, so he relented. All right, I shall drive it to our home. After we obtain our marriage certificate tomorrow, we can return together. Jingran, who had been observing from the entrance, finally recognized that this handsome man was indeed Qin Yunshen. It appeared that Qing Li had a genuine connection with the Qin family, which meant her brother had little hope. Li Zi, please do not entangle yourself with him. I have heard he has some issues. Moreover, consider this. After so many years abroad, why has he returned so suddenly? The Qin family is complicated. Be cautious. Qing Li was aware of Qin Yunshen's existence, but she was familiar with most people in a vague sense, often forgetting the specifics of their interactions. Therefore, upon Jingran's remarks, her curiosity was piqued. You know him? Jingran nodded, pulling out her phone as she walked. She entered Qin Yunshen into the browser, where his information appeared immediately. He is a pianist of considerable renown abroad, reputed to be on par with Richard Clayderman, and possesses perfect pitch. After a year of disappearance, he re-emerged, having returned to his homeland. Jingran sensed that something significant must have transpired in his life. A pianist donning a hearing aid signifies that he can no longer play. He is a musical prodigy, yet his reputation is far from stellar, described as a ruthless and deranged individual, solitary and defiant. You may employ any unfavorable descriptors you can conceive to characterize him. The more she spoke, the more Qing Li felt a sense of familiarity regarding this person, though he could not recall where he had heard of him. Nevertheless, Qin Yun exuded a palpable sense of loneliness that deterred others from approaching, yet simultaneously drew them in. I believe he does not embody such a persona. He is rather endearing. Chapter 8. The Civil Affairs Bureau truly delivers a husband. I advise you not to harbor any thoughts about him. And I have heard he has a girlfriend abroad. You would T1 end up like the one domestically. Although Jingran does not fully comprehend these matters. The circle is quite small, and the gossip surrounding the Qin family is perpetually at the forefront, especially concerning such a prominent figure as Qin Yunshen. Upon his birth, the Qin family was embroiled in significant turmoil. Just a month after his arrival, his parents met with a tragic accident when their car suffered a brake failure and plunged into a river. Fearing he would be neglected, the elder of the Qin family sent him abroad to be raised by his aunt, and thereafter, little is known. It is said he began piano lessons at a young age and has held concerts at illustrious venues such as the Golden Hall in Vienna, the Berlin Philharmonic, and the Kennedy Center in Washington. For Jingran, who has also studied piano, Qin Yunshen is undoubtedly a virtuoso of the highest caliber. Thus, one cannot help but wonder why someone of his stature would return, seemingly forsaking a resplendent life to wade through the murky waters of the Qin family. If Jingran had not mentioned it, Qing Li would not have considered this aspect. Hence, a conversation with Qin Yunshen is indeed warranted. There is no issue with a marriage alliance, nor with an open marriage, provided that the rules are adhered to, and matters outside must not be allowed to become disgraceful. They left the bar at 3 in the morning and returned to the apartment, tidying up briefly before retiring to their rooms. Jingran, disinclined to return home, had been allocated a room in the apartment Qing Li purchased upon her return. When she finally awoke, it was already afternoon. Groggily, Qing Li reached for the water cup on her bedside table and drank deeply. Sitting up, she felt a vague sense of having neglected something important. Her phone on the table lit up once more. Numerous missed calls appeared, some from her father, others from Qing Li. Qing Li lacked the inclination to return any calls. Unsure of how to respond, Schumann's incident would certainly be communicated to the family, and her father would undoubtedly insist she provide a letter of understanding to help Schumann. However, she was reluctant, as Duan Schumann had already made enough concessions. Time for dinner. Pears. If you don't come out, I'll come in. Jingran's voice echoed from outside the door. Duan Qingli quickly replied, and upon stepping out, she was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food. Whose takeout is this? Eating takeout all the time isn't healthy. Next time, I'll cook for you. Jingran paused in disbelief as she unwrapped the chopsticks, staring at Duan Qingli. Surely you can't have forgotten again, Duan Qingli. Takeout may be unhealthy, but your cooking is lethal. 6 months prior, Duan Qingli had attempted to cook, preparing 4 dishes that appeared unproblematic, yet resulted in both of them requiring an ambulance and a stomach pumping. 3 months ago, when she made noodles, they both suffered from severe gastrointestinal distress and were hospitalized for 3 days. Jingran swore she would never again allow Duan Qingli the opportunity to poison them. That was mere bias. Those were accidents. Just wait until I have the time. I will cook for you splendidly. Jingran chose not to pursue this line of conversation further and instead posed a question she had pondered throughout the night. Pear, your family is unlikely to agree to your annulment. How do you intend to handle this matter? Moreover, regarding the banquet at the Qin residence this evening, how will you explain your situation? It suddenly dawned on Duan Qingli that she had promised Qin Yunshen to register their marriage today. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon, and he hadn't sent her any messages. He probably hadn't shown up. If it comes to that, have a word with old Master Qin. Your grandfather has long passed, so perhaps this marriage can be set aside. The Duan family is eager to climb the social ladder, if necessary. I can have Jing Xiao find a way. He possesses wealth. Wealth is merely a trifle. Rest assured, how could I, Duan Qingli, possibly fail to marry? Hurry and eat. I shall change my clothes, and you will escort me to the Civil Affairs Bureau later. Jingran scoffed derisively. Oh, I was unaware that the Civil Affairs Bureau is now distributing husbands. What do you think? Should I arrange for you a broad-shouldered, slender-waisted, long-legged, wealthy, devoted, an alluring male model? Whether devoted or not, Duan Qingli was acutely aware of the long legs and allure. Regardless of the circumstances, marrying Qin Yunshen was not a loss. Jingran abruptly slammed on the brakes, halting at the roadside, a smug expression on her face as she tilted her chin towards Duan Qingli, mocking her in an exaggerated tone. Off you go. We've arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. You have half an hour before closing. If you delay further, no one will be there to bestow you a husband. Duan Qingli hastily grabbed her bag and, as she exited the car, she reminded her, you head back first. I'll message you tonight. Jingran responded nonchalantly. All right, if no one marries you, I suppose you could settle for Jing Xiao. I wouldn't mind you being my sister-in-law. Duan Qingli turned with flair, waving goodbye as she approached the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, where she spotted a man dressed in a thin suit, standing motionless on the steps. His cheeks and ears were flushed from the cold, and the vibrant red roses in his hand seemed even more vivid. Upon seeing Duan Qingli, his eyes brimmed with unshed tears, a mixture of indignation and excitement. He hurriedly approached her, offering the hand warmer from his pocket, the chill enveloping him, evidencing how long he had been waiting. Take this. We still have half an hour before they close. Their rest time. Duan Qingli felt a pang of guilt. I'm so sorry. You must have waited a long time. I was delayed. Why didn't you send me a message? Qin Yunshen shook his head, the corners of his mouth stiffly attempting a smile. I just arrived not long ago. There was no rush. Why would I urge you? He pulled out the documents from the folder, his pale fingers turning pink from the cold, trembling slightly as he held the items. Everything is here. Your Zhou. Duan Qingli quickly rummaged through her bag and retrieved her identification, handing it to him. I brought everything. Duan Qingli stood still, hesitating for a few moments before finally speaking. Mr. Qin, would this be considered an open marriage? If either party is dissatisfied, we may divorce at any time. Of course, during the marriage, I shall cooperate with you in all matters concerning the Qin family. Qin Yunshen nodded without hesitation. Yes, I shall abide by your wishes. Let us proceed. I'm freezing and trembling. As the two entered, the staff greeted them with playful banter. Ah, young man, at last, you have managed to wait for your wife. I spotted you here waiting since I started my shift this morning. It hasn't been easy, has it? Qin Yunshen smiled awkwardly, his hands frozen and stiff, causing his handwriting to appear crooked and uneven. He feared that Qing Li might find it unsatisfactory, so he shielded his writing with his hand. Just before the Civil Affairs Bureau closed, they successfully obtained their marriage certificate. Qin Yunshen took a white veil from his assistant and gently placed it atop Qing Li's head. Blushing as he explained, "I noticed that all the others have one." Chapter 9. The outside world is filled with passers-by. But I am home. He stood at the entrance, observing for an entire day. Although it was not a particularly special occasion, over a dozen couples were obtaining their marriage certificates, most of the brides adorned in white veils. Thus, he hastily instructed his assistant to procure one as well. Initially intending to go by himself, he hesitated, fearing that Qing Li might arrive before he left. "Thank you." Qing Li extended her hand, presenting him with a marriage certificate. Yet Qin Yunshen feigned ignorance. After all, they were destined to return home together. He might as well hold it and spare his wife the burden. He believed this would conclude their affairs, but unexpectedly, Qin Yunshen lingered, pointing to a nearby platform, whispering, they have already taken photos and made their vows." Qing Li was taken aback. Was this truly the rumored domineering CEO? Did every task necessitate a procedure, even if it was merely a transactional marriage? When she remained silent, Qin Yunshen quickly clarified, "If you dislike it, then forget it. It's fine, it's acceptable." Qing Li replied, walking ahead, her expression brightening as she stood on the platform, watching him with a smile. The assistant efficiently captured numerous photographs, which were subsequently sent to Qin Yunshen's phone. As soon as they entered the vehicle, Qin Yunshen wrapped himself in his coat. The air conditioning was set quite high, and he soon began to feel warm. Qing Li couldn't help but chuckle at him. "Mr. Qin, you waited all day and didn't think to wait in the car? Nor did you consider wearing a coat? I feared you wouldn't see me." And wearing formal attire seemed rather serious. Qin Yunshen turned to her, his eyes harboring an emotion that Qing Li could not decipher. The woman stammered slightly in her explanation. "Mr. Qin, as you mentioned, our marriage is merely a mutual arrangement, common within this circle." So Qin Yunshen nodded slightly, his voice soft. "I understand. Whatever you wish to pursue, I will not interfere. However, I shall remain faithful to our marriage. That is my choice." What did he mean by that? Was he denying their agreement of an open marriage? Hadn't they just reached a mutual understanding at the entrance? Qin Yunshen, with a look of confusion, nodded his head. "I am not denying it. You can be open. I can quietly wait for you at home. I do not mind if you have others outside. They are but fleeting visitors. I am the one who represents home. As long as you return, I can accept it all." Qing Li studied him for a moment. This man, with his striking features and an aura of gallantry, was undeniably handsome, yet perhaps not the sharpest. Was that a flaw or a virtue? Qin Yunshen gazed out the window, his eyes filled with hurt, quietly lamenting, "You were the one who made the vow, promising to love me forever and remain loyal to our marriage. Now, you wish to be open? I can endure it all." Qing Li, feeling awkward, attempted to clarify. "That was not my intention, Mr. Qin. I heard you have a girlfriend abroad." So Qin Yunshen turned his head, his enchanting eyes gleaming with disbelief. "I do not. You're the only one for me. I gave you my first time, both body and kiss. They belong to you. I speak earnestly. A lie, even if it consists of a single word, invites divine retribution. This vehicle is on the verge of overturning." Qing Li hastily covered his mouth. "If you are to perish, must you drag me down with you?" The driver in front shared the same trepidation. Qing Li promptly shifted the conversation. "Should you require assistance next time, do not simply wait idly. Give me a call." Qin Yunshen retrieved his phone, opened it, and with a hint of grievance, lowered his gaze. "I do not have my wife's phone number." It dawned on her that they had only exchanged WeChat contacts, and, moreover, he had never accepted the transfer. She swiftly entered her number into Qin Yunshen's phone. The man immediately dialed it and added a note. "Darling, beloved wife." Qing Li's phone vibrated, prompting her to check it. Qin Yunshen leaned over to sneak a glance, tapping the screen twice to label it as husband 2.0, all in one fluid motion. "Why? What does this mean?" Qing Li was perplexed by his annotation. Qin Yunshen smiled with pursed lips, softly explaining, "Because I am now the upgraded version." Qing Li slapped her forehead, her heart plummeting. Oh no, what a fool I found. Regret comes too late now. The vehicle gradually approached a moderately sized estate, and upon entering, they beheld a standalone villa, resplendent in Baroque style, classical and grand. Unlike the Qin residence, this place seemed devoid of life. No servants, nor butlers were in sight. Upon disembarking, the villa's grand door swung open to reveal a humanoid robot emerging from within. This contraption, surely it cannot be legally purchased at present, can it? Qing Li was aware that humanoid robots were prohibited in her country. Qin Yunshen nodded. It is indeed illegal, but this is our own independent development. It cannot be classified as a sale, merely a trial phase, and it possesses the necessary documentation to be deemed legal. The robotic butler greeted Qing Li with effusive warmth. Hello, beautiful lady. You are the only girl my master has ever brought home. Qing Li found a phrase somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it before. Hello, you are also the first such speaking butler I have encountered. As they walked further inside, the robot butler continued to chatter. It has been ages since I have seen the young master smile. He has never shown such concern for a woman before. Qing Li was at a loss for words, while Qin Yunshen's expression faltered. Is it possible that the learning function you programmed includes a novel titled The Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with Me? In that moment, Qin Yunshen felt all dignity stripped away. He had merely wished to showcase the robotic butler to Qing Li, knowing her fondness for technological marvels, unaware that the programmer had indeed integrated a butler system. The selection of materials was rather ostentatious. This, it learned on its own. I am not aware of it, and it bears no connection to me. Qing Li thought to herself that while this matter might not pertain to him, the embarrassment was indeed tied to him. In an effort to salvage his reputation, Qin Yunshen promptly summoned the young butler they had engaged from the agency. At the grand entrance, a young butler clad in a black suit and pristine white gloves, appearing to be in his early 20s, yet exuding an air of maturity and poise, greeted, Sir, you have returned. He offered a slight bow to Qin Yunshen, his every gesture radiating elegance. Then, as if just noticing Qing Li standing nearby, he exclaimed in surprise, This is the first time you have brought a woman home, sir. Qing Li's palm was nearly punctured from her grip, her upturned lips betraying a struggle to contain her laughter. Qin Yunshen's expression turned utterly mortified. He gritted his teeth and snapped at the butler. You were taught to speak like a robot, weren't you? The butler replied in a calm, measured tone, Indeed, sir. It is my duty. In silence, Qin Yunshen retrieved his phone and informed his assistant to dismiss the butler, deciding to gift the robotic butler to him as well. Chapter 10. Should we close the door? He began introducing the villa to Qing Li, starting from the first floor. The entire structure was modest in size, with 3 floors above and 2 below, adorned in a rather simplistic style. The decor aligned perfectly with Qing Li's aesthetic, predominantly featuring monochromatic tones of black, white, and gray. Notably, the study, with its white undertones, exuded an air of cool elegance. Our cloakroom is on the first floor, and everything inside is prepared. If you find anything lacking, feel free to mention it, Qin Yunshen stated as he opened the cloakroom door. Inside, seasonal garments hung neatly, most devoid of labels, rendering their brands unidentifiable. If it weren't for the array of limited edition bags adorning the opposite cabinet, she might have assumed these clothes were mere placeholders. However, high-end clothing typically requires measurements. How had Qin Yunshen managed this? The opposite cabinet displayed an assortment of shoes, predominantly athletic footwear, including a dozen pairs of Hamilton racing shoes, clearly in Qing Li's size. How do you know my size? She inquired, her mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Your purchase history, he replied, but she sensed the falsehood. She had never bought such expensive clothing and shoes, so where could such records exist for Qin Yunshen to peruse? This man seemed to harbor some secrets, which she found perplexing, perhaps something she had simply forgotten. The room in the center of the second floor is the master bedroom. You shall reside there. My room is adjacent. Feel free to come to me at any time. Qin Yunshen continued his tour. The third floor housed a cinema, a gym, a library, and a wind dynamics laboratory, with the top floor featuring a temperature-controlled swimming pool and a small garden. He recounted the essentials, then activated the villa's smart system using his phone. The basement is the parking area and all the sports cars there are for you. The transfer paperwork will be completed within a few days. I've also constructed a modification area for your vehicles in the backyard. Let me know if you need anything else. Qing Li felt a bit overwhelmed. This meant Qin Yunshen had gifted her numerous sports cars and allowed her the freedom to modify them. Isn't that too extravagant? Such things are quite costly, she replied. Currently, she owned only one modified sports car, which had cost her over $3 million, an expenditure that had significantly drained her savings and caused her considerable regret for over a month. Qin Yunshen averted his gaze slightly, offering an awkward explanation. Racing is your passion, isn't it? When you have something you love, you must pursue it earnestly. Everything should be of the finest quality. You are my wife. If I cannot provide you with the best, it reflects poorly on me. If you do not want it, I would feel utterly inadequate. At that moment, Qing Li found these matters inconsequential. She was on the verge of marrying Qing Li, yet here she was, not only failing to secure that engagement, but instead obtaining a marriage certificate with his uncle. This situation was indeed difficult to explain. Qin Yunshen seemed to perceive her apprehensions and spoke candidly. Leave everything to me. Tomorrow night, you will accompany me to the Qin family for the engagement banquet. Qing Li was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing to comprehend his words. It took her a while to process the implications. Wait a moment. Whose engagement banquet is this? Ah, it turns out to be yours and Qin Li's, but now it is mine and yours. Whether it is an engagement or a marriage, this matter must be addressed, must it not? Qin Yunshen opened a nearby box, revealing a delicate apricot white dress adorned with azure gemstones at the waist, charming yet elegant. Wear this. I believe you shall appreciate this style. Trust me, my dear. With me around, no one will dare to trouble you. The thought of being troubled. As Qing Li recalled the various criticisms and discontent from Qin Li's mother during this period, a sense of frustration welled up within her. Qin Li merely stated, "She is my mother. What can I do? It is not easy for her. You must be filial." To alleviate her discomfort, Qin Yunshen encouraged her to explore freely while he himself headed to the kitchen. Adhering to Qing Li's dietary preferences, he prepared a light meal for the day, as she could feel satisfied with mere greens, yet insisted on meat for the evening. Qin Yunshen seared a steak, made a simple red vegetable soup, swapped the salad for a fruit platter, and baked small pieces of bread. However, as he laid everything on the table, he felt something was still lacking. He turned to the wine cabinet, retrieved a bottle of red wine, let it breathe for a moment, and poured 2 glasses on the dining table. Then, he made his way toward the study. Upon entering, he noticed a slight crack in the door of the hidden chamber behind the cabinet and smiled subtly. "Let us dine." Qing Li appeared somewhat uneasy. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the hidden chamber in the study. Just as she contemplated stepping inside to explore, Qin Yunshen arrived. What secrets lie within that hidden room? Or rather, why does Qin Yunshen's home possess such a chamber? Surely it cannot be the fabled dark room. The steak was cooked to perfection, a flavor she adored, especially with just the right amount of rosemary. Yet, the problem was that Qin Yunshen did not take a single bite, merely grasping his wine glass, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed her eat. "Aren't you going to eat?" "I'm not very hungry yet. I had lunch." "You enjoy your meal. How is the taste? If anything is amiss, I will adjust it." Had he not mentioned it, Qing Li would not have realized that there was no chef in the house, meaning it was indeed Qin Yunshen who had prepared the meal. He could cook, and quite well, at that. "It's delightful. I truly enjoy it. I shall cook for you someday." This statement left Qin Yunshen at a loss for words, uncertain how to respond. As night deepened, after washing up, Qing Li suddenly felt a sense of disquiet. They had indeed registered their marriage, yet Qin Yunshen chose to sleep in a separate room. It was not as though he were unattractive, with such a handsome man beside her. If he were to deny her even the slightest touch, this marriage would indeed feel futile. Lost in thought, a knock resounded at the door. Swiftly, she rose from the bed. Upon opening the door, she beheld the man clad in a nearly transparent white shirt, a faint blush visible on his chest, delicate as the tender buds emerging on a plum branch, the red plum against the snow. A single crystal droplet of water cascaded down his sleek, dark hair, landing perfectly on the prominent vein of his neck. Qing Li could distinctly hear the frantic pounding of her heart, akin to the relentless beat of a war drum. She felt as if she were a rogue, yearning to strip the person before her bare, and then, yet, she resolved to uphold her moral integrity and feign calmness as she inquired, "Is there something?" Qin Yunshen nodded slightly, his tone gentle as he asked, "There's a signed photograph of Horner in the study. Would you like to take a look?" "Really?" Qing Li responded, her excitement palpable. This was her favorite driver, who, after becoming the team principal, had scarcely been seen racing again. However, it seemed that Qin Yunshen was setting a trap for her, as if deliberately luring her into the study. "Shall we go to the small dark room?" Qing Li nodded, her hands tucked into her pockets as she maneuvered around Qin Yunshen's figure, making her way toward the first floor. Chapter 11. The First Night of Marriage. The face disappeared. The study remained unchanged from the afternoon, except for the slightly ajar door behind the bookshelf. Qin Yunshen gestured towards the door, speaking softly. "It's right inside. Let me show you." He led the way, with Qing Li following closely behind. As soon as they entered, the door creaked shut. The room was dimly lit, requiring a moment for the surroundings to come into focus. It bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary bedroom, save for a row of dazzling metallic and leather items adorning the walls. The man stood with his back to her, his deep voice laced with an eerie undertone. "Darling, do you like it here? If you do." A sudden jolt of electricity surged through Qin Yunshen, rendering him momentarily blind. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a rosy light and a woman half lying on him. He attempted to move his restrained arms, only to discover that his wrists were shackled to the headboard. "Wife, what are you doing?" Qing Li raised the miniature electric baton in her hand, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. "Aren't we here to have some fun? Which one do you fancy?" She stepped back slightly, encouraging Qin Yunshen to examine the items on the wall. He had anticipated that he would be filled with indignation, yet to her surprise, he genuinely made a choice. "Second row, middle, last row, first on the left." What? Qing Li had envisioned countless scenarios, convinced that Qin Yunshen must be a perverse maniac, considering the leverage she had over him with the photos she took, and if all else failed, she would hastily seek a divorce. However, she was utterly unprepared for him to comply earnestly, to truly make a selection. "Weren't you the one who asked me to choose what I like?" A faint blush tinted the man's cheeks, revealing his true intentions. Even without the electric baton, he would have acted in the same manner. With a hint of skepticism, Qing Li picked up the item he had chosen, her movements somewhat stiff, while Qin Yunshen willingly opened his mouth. An overwhelming sense of pressure brought an unusual satisfaction within him. Had it not been for Qing Li's departure in the past, he might never have embraced such experiences in his lifetime. The room contained no means of telling time, and when Qing Li awoke, she felt her body restrained. She struggled slightly, instinctively tightening her arms around her. "Don't go, please, don't leave." Qin Yunshen mumbled drowsily, his voice fragmented and tinged with a hint of tears. Fleeting fragments of memories began to emerge in Qing Li's mind, conjuring the image of a man in a black suit, his expression cold yet strikingly reminiscent of Qin Yunshen. Therefore, they were not mere acquaintances, they seemed familiar, sharing moments over meals, and perhaps even more. "You're awake?" Qin Yunshen's voice interrupted her thoughts. His eyes were bloodshot, and faint streaks of crimson marked the corners of his mouth. He glanced at his left wrist, still shackled, where the edges had begun to show signs of blood. "The heart of my wife is indeed unyielding. She still won't release me, and the pain is excruciating." Qing Li was immediately engulfed by guilt, hastily rising to search for the keys, but to no avail. I forgot where I placed them. What should we do?" After much contemplation, she remained clueless on how to open this contraption. It was no mere imitation, but solid metal, impervious even to a knife's edge. After a prolonged examination, the two concluded that it was indeed irretrievable. "Is there no spare key?" Qin Yunshen shook his head in resignation. "No," in an effort to appear sincere. "I entrusted it all to you. Who could have foreseen that you would misplace it? Besides, it was already like this when I regained consciousness." He had not witnessed Qing Li's placement of the keys, yet he was indifferent. He would willingly endure this for a lifetime. Qing Li scoured the surroundings for tools, but ultimately found nothing effective. As the afternoon waned, she realized she was out of options. Perhaps we should call the firefighters. I'm so sorry, It's quite all right. Qin Yunshen raised his hand, gently ruffling her hair, offering her soft comfort. My dear, let us be more cautious next time to avoid troubling the firefighters. This was merely an accident. No one wished for it, right? Qing Li was taken aback to discover that Qin Yunshen did not seem angry. This man was not only handsome, but also remarkably composed, a rarity indeed. She quickly stood up, grasping the remnants of the white shirt she had torn apart the previous day, her smile abruptly faltering. However, the red marks adorning the man's chest certainly needed to be concealed, otherwise. It's fine, I can cover it with a blanket. Honestly, I don't mind at all. I just fear the firefighters might envy me. Surprisingly, the firefighters remained stoic in the face of such a scene, their professionalism unwavering. Their large clippers proved effective. After placing a towel around Qin Yunshen's wrist, they swiftly released the handcuffs. All right, let us refrain from such reckless antics in the future. It's quite perilous. If you wish to play, purchase a toy, not something so authentic. Meanwhile, the other two diligently inspected the walls for any prohibited or hazardous items. Qing Li stood off to the side like a chastised kitten, her head bowed in shame as she nodded repeatedly. Her face burned as if she had smeared it with the hottest of peppers. On her first day of marriage, she felt utterly embarrassed. Qin Yunshen donned his shirt and embraced Qing Li, cradling her head against his chest before apologizing to the firefighters. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to the authorities. These items were my preparations. Being newlyweds, it can be understood, right? Of course, we understand. The fire chief was unfazed. He had witnessed far more outrageous incidents in his 10 years of service, enough material to fill a book. In the restaurant, observing Qing Li's despondent demeanor, Qin Yunshen felt a pang of sorrow. He pulled a chair closer to her and extended his hand. If you're upset, feel free to hit me. Weren't we quite happy last night? Don't feel embarrassed. Behind closed doors, who isn't a little eccentric. Qing Li found herself at a loss for words. Her previously uplifted spirits plummeted once more into despair. You truly possess a remarkable talent for consolation. Qin Yunshen mistakenly took this as a compliment, awkwardly pressing his lips together in modesty. Indeed, I am making an effort. As long as you are not unhappy, that suffices. He adjusted the plate to draw it closer to Qing Li and lifted the glass of juice to her lips. Have a sip, it will soothe your throat. Speaking of soothing the throat, Qing Li mused that perhaps Qin Yunshen was in greater need of it. She grasped the straw in her cup and brought it to his lips. You should drink some. Your voice is louder than anyone else's. The man was momentarily taken aback. Though hesitant, he eventually lowered his head and took a sip. Chapter 12. Unable to restrain tears during this meal, Qin Yunshen remained untouched by food, merely gazing at her, which perplexed Qing Li even further. It was inconceivable for anyone to survive without nourishment, and given Qin Yunshen's height, though slender, his caloric needs must far exceed hers. How could he possibly abstain from eating entirely? Just as she contemplated inquiring, a boisterous male voice echoed from the living room. Qin Yunshen, where have you been? You're not at home, my little darling. As Qin Yunshen rose, Qing Li instinctively followed him outside. A man stood in the living room, towering at approximately 186 meters. Perhaps due to his robust build, he appeared even taller than Qin Yunshen. His features bore an aggressive demeanor, exuding a sense of displeasure towards everyone, resembling a rogue. Upon seeing Qin Yunshen emerge, he paused momentarily, but upon noticing Qing Li trailing behind him, his astonishment grew, mouth agape. Wow, what is going on with you two? Big shot, is this your wife? Qin Yunshen shot him a glare, prompting him to immediately seal his lips, adopting a serious demeanor. Baby, this is Luo Wenxian, the second son of the Luo Yuan Group, a rather useless rogue businessman. Luo Wenxian was not pleased with this introduction, promptly correcting her. I attended the same university as Qin Yunshen, both of us majoring in finance. You could say I am his sole friend, the rumored doctor friend every domineering CEO possesses. I feel like I know you, Qing Li uttered vaguely, causing an abrupt silence between the two men. Qin Yunshen visibly tensed, his fists clenching instinctively. his entire being seemingly trembling. However, Luo Wenxian responded quickly, patting his chest and speaking with a hint of pride. Of course, I was quite wealthy back then, driving a luxury car worth over 10 million and being handsome. It's no surprise I was well known in the international student circle. You're also an international student, right? I'm acquainted with Jing Xiao. This made sense in context. My apologies, I underwent some treatment this past year and have forgotten many things. So I worry it's impolite if I fail to recognize you, Duan Qing Li remarked, oblivious to the tension in the room. As she spoke, Qin Yunshen's jaw tightened, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Luo Wenxian grasped his arm, pulling him into a nearby medical room. Without allowing Qin Yunshen to speak, he began to unfasten his sleeve and measure various data while questioning him. Does she truly not remember you at all? MECT treatment only temporarily erases memories. She will recall eventually. No, with just a slight stimulus, she will remember quickly. Qin Yunshen, deceiving her like this if she remembers, what will you do? Qin Yunshen tilted his head slightly, a tear cascading down his cheek as he murmured in despair. I pleaded and changed, did I not? Yet she still preferred to forget me, Luo Wenxian. I cannot continue living. Do you not understand? I have given her everything she once desired, providing her with a stable life. Even in death, I could die in peace. Luo Wenxian retrieved a vial of nutrient solution from the refrigerator, pressed it with a firm yet resigned sigh, and mixed it before placing it on the shelf. What she truly wanted was nothing more than your sincerity. Qin Yunshen was well aware of this. Yet now, even if he were to lay his heart bare and present it to Duan Qing Li, she would likely disdain the bloodied offering as too filthy. Be mindful of your words. Do not let her remember too soon, for once she does, she will run away again. Indeed, Luo Wenxian grasped his hand, uttering harsh words, though his touch remained gentle. Do not speak carelessly. You clearly love her dearly. Yet here you are, nearly at death's door, and she has forgotten you. He could not comprehend why a simple relationship could not unfold smoothly, why it had to escalate into turmoil. Were it not for his deep concern that Qin Yunshen might perish, he might never have returned to his homeland. A knock echoed on the door, and the two exchanged glances. Without waiting for Qin Yunshen to refuse, Luo Wenxian opened the door directly. Duan Qing Li gazed at the liquid hanging on the shelf, then looked at the two men. What is happening here? Following her gaze, Luo Wenxian explained. He does not eat, so he survives solely on nutrient injections. I am not a professional doctor, but my family has practiced traditional Chinese medicine for generations. Administering in 4 is simple. Even a blind person could manage it. The Luo family had been practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine since ancient times. It was rumored that one of their ancestors was a renowned imperial physician, yet by the time of his grandfather, they had shifted to the herbal medicine business, achieving prosperity within a decade. However, the elder did not forget their roots. All children in the family were required to learn traditional medicine, regardless of whether they pursued it as a profession. Duan Qing Li slowly approached, having noticed yesterday that Qin Yunshen's right arm bore severe scars, and he appeared quite emaciated. Now, she observed the numerous needle marks on the back of his hand, evidence of prolonged injections. Does it hurt? Qin Yunshen lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. He dared not lift his gaze, afraid his trembling voice would betray him to Duan Qing Li. He feared her disdain and did not wish to appear vulnerable. Yet upon hearing her concern, he could no longer contain his emotions. Duan Qing Li stepped closer and gently embraced him, tenderly running her fingers through his hair. I do not know what has happened to you, but you will recover, will you not? Why do you not eat? Food is delightful. I will cook for you in the future. Yes, I will be fine. As long as my dear one does not leave, I will strive to improve. I will gradually attempt to eat. I will be all right. She could not fathom why she felt such compassion for someone she hardly knew, perhaps because Qin Yunshen had performed so remarkably yesterday that she now felt utterly exhausted, as if her body had fallen apart. Though she knew she ought not to think this way, Qin Yunshen was already quite a handful without eating. One could only imagine the chaos if he were well fed. Would that not spell the end of tranquil days? It was not that Qin Yunshen abstained from food entirely. Rather, he would consume it only to regurgitate shortly thereafter, finding it a nuisance and consequently opting for complete abstinence. This was especially true with the medications prescribed by the doctor, which exacerbated his vomiting. Luo Wenxian, seated in discontent, observed the two of them for a moment before rising. I'm leaving. I refuse to be fed dog food. Sit down. Qin Yunshen gestured with a slight lift of his chin, relishing the moment. Unfazed, Luo Wenxian turned and walked away. You should go get your medicine. Make haste. Qing Li was uncertain whether she should inquire further. Having only known each other for 2 or 3 days before obtaining their marriage certificate, she now began to worry that her husband might not have long to live. Chapter 13. A glimpse into marriage certificates, a husband who is not only handsome and well-built, but also emotionally stable and affluent, yet tragically short-lived. Qing Li found herself in a quandary, unsure whether to feel joy or despair. However, upon witnessing Qin Yunshen's agonized expression, an inexplicable pang of sorrow gripped her heart. The injection lasted 3 hours, and it seemed that Qin Yunshen was in considerable pain, occasionally rubbing his foreign-fused arm. Perhaps to alleviate her worries, he continuously reassured her. It's all right, with modern medical advancements, one can survive without food for a considerable time. I will strive to live longer. He wished to keep everything within the Qin family firmly in his grasp, ensuring that Qing Li had no concerns. He could not afford to leave this world just yet. His beloved was far too innocent to contend with malevolent adversaries. I am uncertain of your condition, but should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall do my utmost to assist you. As dusk fell, Qing Li changed clothes in the dressing room. The moment she removed her undergarments, a metallic clatter echoed as her keys fell to the floor. Oh no, how could I leave the keys here? Qin Yunshen would surely be furious. Feeling guilty, she hastily tucked the keys into the vanity and donned a lovely little dress. Upon stepping out, she found Qin Yunshen gazing at her intently, utterly captivated. You look stunning. My wife is exquisite in anything she wears. How is it that I am so fortunate? It must incite envy in others. With utmost gallantry, he gestured for her to proceed, taking her hand as they exited the villa. The car journey led them to the Qin estate, which remained as grand and opulent as ever. The butler approached and opened the car door. Upon seeing Qing Li emerge from Qin Yunshen's vehicle, he exhibited a momentary surprise, quickly masking his emotions. Miss Duan has arrived. The elders of the family are already here. A vehicle approached from behind, and before it had even come to a halt, a man leapt out, striding toward Qing Li and pointing an accusatory finger at her. Qing Li, have you lost your mind? Man is still at the police station. You must come with me to rescue her. As he reached to grasp her wrist, she retaliated with a sharp slap to his face. What does Schumann's predicament have to do with you? Qin Li was momentarily taken aback. This was the second time Qing Li had struck him. What had gotten into her these past few days? Hadn't she been fine before? If you continue to make a scene, I shall cancel our engagement. Aside from myself, the only other male in the Qin family is the underage Qin Lang. Prepare yourself to face your father's wrath. He was certain that Qing Li would apologize, for the marriage was something she was determined to pursue. Who says so? My dear nephew, have you perhaps forgotten? Your uncle is still unmarried. Qin Yunshen circled the vehicle and approached Qing Li, gently grasping her wrist and bringing it to his lips to blow softly. Wife, next time you decide to strike someone, do inform me first. Does your hand hurt? Allow me to take care of it. I possess strength. Qing Li nodded in approval. Indeed, he was strong. Qin Li was utterly bewildered. He presumed it must be due to Schumann being detained at the police station, causing him to become flustered and suffer a lapse in hearing. The engagement banquet for the Qin family was initially intended to be a grand affair. However, the patriarch opposed this notion, insisting that the two families simply share a meal to mark the engagement, reserving the lavish celebration for the wedding itself. Amidst Qin Li's astonished gaze, Qin Yunshen entered, holding hands with Qing Li. The hall, previously filled with chatter, fell silent as Qing Li's father and uncle arrived. Upon witnessing Qin Yunshen grasping her hand, everyone was taken aback, save for the elder Qin, who discreetly gave Qin Yunshen a thumbs up. Qin Li's mother, unable to maintain her composure, sarcastically remarked to Qing Li's father, Qing Yu, your family certainly embodies good upbringing. Duan Qingyu, equally flustered, could not fathom his daughter engaging in such behavior. He sternly approached Duan Qing Li without uttering a word, raising his hand to strike. Qin Yunshen calmly uttered 2 words. You dare? Duan Qingyu's hand, suspended in mid-air, gradually descended. What do you mean by this? What does your Qin family intend to do? Qin Yunshen stood at the center, addressing the assembly. The Qin and Duan families are bound by marriage. Now that Qing Li has strayed, he is unworthy of Duan Qing Li. I remain unmarried, and I shall marry her. She consents. If you have objections, voice them. If not, offer your blessings or remain silent. Qing Li, incensed by the interruption of his impending marriage, protested vehemently. What do you mean? Well, have I strayed? Qing Li and I are perfectly fine. Your unwarranted interference is unacceptable. He attempted to grasp Duan Qing Li's arm. Come here, Qing Li. Let us conduct this engagement banquet properly today. I will not hold you accountable for man-s affairs. Qin Yunshen retrieved several sheets of paper from his pocket and handed them to an assistant. Distribute these, please. The papers were copies of his marriage certificate with Duan Qing Li, which he had duplicated in abundance for this occasion. At his behest, the butler activated the hall's projector, displaying a video of Qin Li and Duan Shumen's conversation, as well as footage of their intimate moments. It was at this moment that Duan Qing Li finally grasped that the well-meaning citizen was none other than Qin Yunshen. Qin Li, aware of his moral failing, still refused to concede that his affections had shifted. No, that's impossible. It's merely that Man was feeling unwell. She endured all this because of Qing Li, and I must compensate her. Qin Yunshen gestured for the assistant to pass him an envelope containing Duan Shumen's own testimony, alongside the account of the man involved. Last year, Duan Shumen had bribed him to orchestrate a similar incident, but the victim was none other than Duan Shumen herself. She had manipulated Duan Qing Li during her treatment, feigning amnesia to exploit her, pretending to be a victim of assault to elicit sympathy and guilt from others. Fool! You have been deceived. Impossible. No way. Qin Li and Duan Qingyu exclaimed in unison, both incredulous that such a seemingly gentle and delicate girl as Duan Shumen could commit such an act. However, the testimony of the police is undeniably truthful. Qin Yunshen, Qin Li shouted at him in fury, accusing him of usurping power as an outsider and bringing disgrace upon the Qin family. The elderly gentleman coughed and approached. Qin Jingshan, who had remained silent, hurried over to assist him. Grandfather, this matter requires your serious attention. Xiao Wu has gone too far. Qin Yunshen also approached, slightly lowering his head, and spoke in a solemn tone. Grandfather, you see. The old gentleman cast a glance at Duan Qing Li, unable to conceal his fondness. Young lady from the Duan family, do you wish to call me grandfather or great-grandfather? Duan Qing Li, slightly bowing her head, answered obediently, grandfather. The old gentleman nodded with satisfaction and turned to Qin Li. What do you understand? Have you not heard that only the unloved is the true third party? Chapter 14. The regretful apology of a cad. As Qin Li witnessed the situation approaching a definitive conclusion, he could not help but express his frustration with reckless abandon. Great-grandfather, you can't be so biased. With a resounding slap, Qin Jingshan struck him across the face, his finger pointing furiously as he rebuked. Who granted you permission to speak to your elders in such a manner? Return and reflect upon your actions. Originally, it was the engagement banquet of Qin Li and Duan Qing Li. However, not only had the main characters changed, but the marriage certificate had also been procured. Had the old patriarch not been present, it is likely that the Qin family would have descended into chaos. The banquet continued, though an unsettling silence enveloped the gathering, with no one knowing what to say, particularly the members of the Duan family. Duan Qingyu, suppressing his anger, inquired of Duan Qing Li, when exactly did you undertake this action? Duan Qing Li? Given the circumstances, I shall refrain from further comment. You must handle the matter concerning Man. Thus, at this juncture, the father's primary concern remained with Duan Shumen. Even as his daughter had inexplicably wed, he could not muster the energy to inquire about the reasons, fixated solely on how to rescue his daughter. Qin Yundang observed the disappointment in her eyes, a pang of sorrow welling within him. He gently grasped Duan Qing Li's hand and posed a retort to Duan Qingyu. Are you suggesting that Qing Li should break the law? Is your youngest daughter guilty of a crime that compels you to send your eldest daughter to break her out? Duan Qingyu opened his mouth, yet found himself so taken aback that he could muster no reply. Never before had the Qin family dining table been so enveloped in silence. The oppressive atmosphere was undoubtedly detrimental. Qin Yunshen encouraged Duan Qingli to wander the surroundings, stating that he had matters to address with the others. With nowhere else to go, Duan Qingli settled in the small garden of the backyard, where the winter chill was palpable, the biting wind serving to sharpen her senses. Pouring himself a glass of wine, Qin Yunshen, with his pale fingers delicately cradling the stem of the glass, opened his mouth, drawing the collective gaze of the assembly toward him. I confess, my marriage to Duan Qingli was a calculated endeavor. However, she is now my wife, and shall remain so for all eternity. Should anyone harbor dissent or idle gossip, let be directed at me. If I discover that even a whisper of slander reaches Qingli's ears, then that individual shall speak no more. Old Master Qin continued to eat in silence, tacitly endorsing Qin Yunshen's proclamation. The Qin family was well aware of the old man's fondness for Qin Yunshen, yet they had not anticipated that he would acquiesce to such an extent. Meanwhile, a fluffy little creature approached Duan Qingli's feet. She glanced down to find an adorable kitten. "May I hold you?" she ventured, and the absence of a response was taken as consent. Without waiting for an answer, she scooped the kitten into her arms, cradling it against her for warmth. "How delightful! How did you end up here? And who is your caretaker?" "Qing Li." Qing Li hurried over from a distance, standing before Duan Qingli, tightly clutching a crumpled piece of paper. He remained incredulous. How could Duan Qingli have so abruptly registered her marriage with another? This cannot be real, can it? Tell me this is not true. How could you possibly be with Qin Yunshen? He is not suitable for you. Did you know that he has a girlfriend abroad? He has even maintained a mistress, and now he requires a hearing aid, which makes him, quite frankly, a disabled person. Qin Li grew increasingly agitated, inexplicably feeling as though he was on the verge of losing Duan Qingli. Throughout the year, Duan Qingli had been somewhat disoriented, particularly regarding her emotions and her reactions to others' feelings. At that moment, Qin Li's furious outburst appeared ludicrous to her, akin to watching a mindless romantic drama. You discriminate against the disabled. Wearing a hearing aid merely signifies poor hearing. Yet you profess your love for me while being flirtatious with another woman, embracing and kissing her. Qin Yunshen may have hearing difficulties, but your character is flawed. Being a scoundrel is one thing, but lying is another. Qin Li, if you were a woman, whom would you choose? She contemplated. I certainly cannot choose Qin Lang, but upon further reflection, Qin Lang is vastly superior to Qin Li, despite his youth rendering her hesitant. Qin Li was rendered speechless. He acknowledged that he had indeed kissed Duan Shuman, but one kiss did not signify a change of heart. It was merely a momentary comfort. "I am sorry, Qing Li. It was my mistake, and I promise not to repeat it. Will you grant me another chance? Let's start anew. I do not mind your affairs with Qin Yunshen. If the marriage is genuine, simply end it. All right?" Duan Qingli picked up the cat and stood up, feeling the chill of the small garden. She wished to avoid further entanglement with Qin Li. Fatigue washed over her, and she longed to return home. As she turned around, a fleeting figure by the back door seemed familiar. Duan Qingli hurried towards it, finding Qin Yunshen standing straight against the wall, his head slightly bowed, remaining still as she approached. "What are you doing here? Were you not at the restaurant?" Qin Yunshen's breath was somewhat ragged, his lashes trembling slightly, and as he spoke, his voice quivered with emotion. "Please do not regret this. I know, I am deaf and unworthy of you, but I will treat you well in other ways. Do not believe his deceitful words. He will betray you. I will not. If I were to touch another woman, I would sever my hand. I will not stray, I promise." He had arrived earlier and had overheard their entire conversation. Yet he lacked the courage to step forward, fearing that Duan Qingli might have second thoughts. After all, everything had transpired so quickly. He had taken advantage of her unawareness to obtain their marriage certificate. However, even if Duan Qingli regretted it now, he would not let go. If it came to a lawsuit, he could at least delay for 2 years. Perhaps he was uncertain whether he could endure even that long. Qing Li gently grasped his hand, her voice soft and tender. I am tired. I want to go home. Qin Yunshen discerned her genuine fatigue. All right, I shall carry you. Sleep against me. He lifted her into his arms, noticing her reluctance to part with the little cat. He wrapped his coat around it as well. It is quiet. Do not speak. Let us stealthily take the cat with us. Due to Qin Yunshen's recent remarks, coupled with his typically aloof and unapproachable demeanor, he carried the person outside, while everyone else feigned ignorance. Once in the car, he quietly instructed the passenger in the front seat, Li Xiang, please purchase some supplies for the cat shortly. As the assistant turned around, a fluffy little head emerged from Qing Li's embrace. Qin Yunshen swiftly extracted the cat and handed it to the assistant, anxious to prevent it from disturbing Qing Li's slumber. Fortunately, Qing Li possessed a sleep quality that remained unshaken even by earthquakes. In the past, this did not particularly concern him, but now Qin Yunshen found himself envious, as he could scarcely recall the last time he had enjoyed an uninterrupted night as sleep. Chapter 15, It seems I really know him when Qing Li awoke. The day had already dawned. Groggy, she sat up and noticed Qin Yunshen nestled on the single sofa beside her, his tall frame curled up, appearing somewhat pitiable. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she approached and placed her hand gently on his head. Startled, Qin Yunshen jolted awake, and upon seeing her, instinctively grasped her hand. Baby, are you back? I'm so sorry. I missed you so much. Please touch me. I can hardly hold on any longer. His plea, tinged with a sobbing tone, left Qing Li bewildered, yet she embraced him nonetheless. Who could resist such a handsome, well-built man weeping in their arms? It would be even more exhilarating if he could shed tears. Was this a dream? The rumored formidable Qin seemed more like a little crybaby. Her words gradually restored Qin Yunshen's composure, leading to an awkwardness between them. Yet being held by Qing Li warmed his heart, filling him with an indescribable comfort. I dreamt. I said something hurtful that made you sad, and then you left me. What should I do? It terrified me. His drawn-out words, spoken in a low tone, sounded oddly endearing. That won't happen. Even if it were true, it was just a mistake. If I were angry, I would just scold you back, and if I were really mad, I would hit you back. I wouldn't abandon you. Why was he so cautious? Qin Li had unabashedly kissed other women without ever behaving like this. What did I say wrong? Qing Li's mind began to unravel fragments of memories she had never encountered before, like exploring a house where each open door revealed a disconnected scene, unable to form a coherent narrative. You promised me, if I did something wrong, you would punish me, but you mustn't abandon me. As long as you don't leave, I can accept anything. He tilted his head back, tugging playfully at the tip of her ear. They say that people with small ears are clever, quick-witted, but also hold grudges. My baby has such small ears. If I tug on them, will they grow a bit larger? His dreamy tone and the pitiful gaze left Qing Li at a loss for how to respond. Fortunately, Qin Yunshen quickly gathered his thoughts, prepared his toiletries, and headed downstairs. His assistant had been waiting for some time, as the cat from yesterday had been incessantly clinging to him. Mr. Qin, today let us make dumplings. Qin Yunshen abruptly interrupted, turning to enter the kitchen. He opened a bag of flour and began kneading the dough. Li Xiang watched wide-eyed as he poured flour into a basin, added water, stirred it with chopsticks, and then started to knead. He rubbed his eyes and glanced back at Qin Yunshen. Mr. Qin, don't you usually not eat? Perhaps I could find you a chef? If that is not feasible, we could have a restaurant deliver. That one tea do. Dumplings are a taste of the new year. They must be made by hand to capture the essence. Besides, do you know what fillings my wife loves? At this juncture, he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Li Xiang. This is for you. You have accompanied me for a year, and I have little to offer in return. Li Xiang's heart surged with joy as he contemplated the possibilities. Perhaps it was a check, or a voucher for some antique treasure, or even stocks. He had already begun to devise plans to sell his house and purchase a grand villa, envisioning a future with a wife who would indulge in shopping and beauty treatments daily. Trembling, he unfolded the paper, only to discover a scanned copy of a marriage certificate. The expression on Li Xiang's face froze, while Qin Yunshen observed with an understanding smile. Are you feeling envious? Don't wear that grim visage. My wife's mood is at stake. Fear not. Many will wed. Just put in a bit more effort. Li Xiang sighed, pressing his hand to his chest, overwhelmed by a wave of palpitations. I shall go feed the cat. Please be swift. A client is arriving this afternoon, and I cannot afford any delays. I won't be going. I must accompany my wife this afternoon. Let Qin Li handle it. He had taken someone else's wife. It was only fair to offer him a work-related compensation. Mr. Qin, there are issues with that project. The client is coming for compensation regarding this matter. Qin Yunshen was well aware, which is precisely why he had entrusted Qin Li with the task. When Qing Li descended, the dumplings had just finished cooking, and she suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar aroma. Seated at the dining table, she noticed once more that there was only a plate of dumplings, but 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. I cannot eat, but I can keep you company. That counts as sharing a meal, doesn't it? You should see a doctor. This cannot continue. Although Qing Li may not have harbored profound affection for him, there existed a bond forged through shared nights. She found herself somewhat reluctant to part with Qin Yunshen, yet there lingered a curiosity about how he would appear once satiated. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed several times, striving to suppress her wandering thoughts. Qing Li, what are you doing, a girl like you in the early morning, engaging in such frivolities? Have you lost your mind? How can you be so reckless? How can you covet someone so exceptional? Indeed, he was remarkable in every conceivable way. Qing Li internally clicked her tongue, discreetly swallowing. In a small bowl lay a hint of ketchup. She glanced at Qin Yunshen before picking up a dumpling and taking a bite. Dumplings filled with tomato and egg, dipped in ketchup. Such a peculiar combination, likely known to no one else but her. Jing had often remarked that this culinary choice was devilish, even forbidding her from indulging in it. Yet how did Qin Yunshen come to know of her peculiar preferences? You seem to understand me well, Qin Yunshen. Did we know each other previously? The man nodded, responding softly, Yes, we did. You simply do not remember me. Qing Li pondered carefully. It appeared she did indeed recognize Qin Yunshen, yet the specifics of their past eluded her. Perhaps during her school years, she had attended one of his piano performances. I apologize. I truly cannot recall, but it's all right. If you mention it, I might remember a bit. Recalling everything is not a problem. In the early stages of her treatment, she had forgotten all events from the past 2 years. Fortunately, she had Jing Ran and her brother by her side, who constantly reminded her of her past, and gradually, she began to recall nearly everyone she had encountered. My brother is returning to the country today. I must go and fetch him. Qin Yunshen sighed deeply. The mere thought of Qingchuan caused him a headache. There was no escaping this time, but it was of little consequence, as things had already unfolded in this manner. Darling, you need only rest at home. There is no need to pick him up. He won't be returning home. He will undoubtedly head straight to the company. Qing Li nodded, having consumed 7 or 8 dumplings before she set down her chopsticks. I'm full. I'll go upstairs to fetch my phone. After she departed, Qin Yunshen gazed at the half-eaten dumpling left in her bowl, and almost unconsciously, he reached out, took it, and popped it into his mouth. Chapter 16. Mr. Qin endures a beating. The assistant at the door was left utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend how anyone could consume dumplings filled with tomato and egg. No, wait. Can such a peculiar concoction even be deemed suitable for dumplings? Is it sweet and sour or savory? No, that doesn't seem right. It suddenly dawned on Li Xiang that Mr. Qin could not possibly eat. Each time he ingested food, within 3 minutes, he would rush to the restroom to expel it entirely. At times, even listening to this made Li Xiang feel a pang of sympathy, leading him to suspect that Qin Yunshen could vomit bile. Perhaps his deep, resonant voice was a result of this incessant purging. This time, not only was Li Xiang taken aback, but Qin Yunshen also appeared astonished. He remained seated for a full 5 minutes, devoid of any urge to vomit. It was only when he stood up and ventured outside, catching sight of Qing Li descending the stairs, that he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Wife, where are you headed? Do you require my assistance? Shall I drive you? He trailed after Qing Li into the cloakroom, showing no intention of avoiding any semblance of impropriety. Let me drive you. It's not safe for a girl to be behind the wheel. Qing Li pointed to a large photograph on the wall, depicting her triumph at the Kenny Op rally. She had never questioned how Qin Yunshen was aware of this, Such information was readily available online. Although she no longer raced, acquiring knowledge was hardly a challenge. Qin Yunshen felt a surge of panic. That is not what I meant. I don't believe women shouldn't drive. I respect all your passions. You drive exceptionally well. I simply wish to do what I can. Qing Li remained silent. Yet Qin Yunshen's evident anxiety made her ponder whether he had wronged her in the past. Otherwise, why would he be so fearful? I'm not one to misunderstand you so easily. You carry on with your affairs. I need to make a trip to Jingran. A new batch of equipment is arriving at the bar, and I must inspect it. Qing Li departed in her own car. In truth, it had been some time since she last drove. While the mech treatment did not impede her ability to drive, she still harbored concerns about zoning out and losing focus while behind the wheel. Qin Yunshen returned to the dining area, curious to ascertain whether his aversion to food had subsided. The dumplings on the plate remained warm, the tomato and egg-filling savory. For reasons unknown, his throat felt parched, and a subtle bitterness lingered in his heart. As he swallowed a dumpling, within a minute, he dashed into the restroom, violently retching into the toilet. He vomited until his eyes were bloodshot and his complexion pale, his stomach almost entirely empty before he collapsed to the floor in exhaustion. At the door, Li Xiang was horrified. It had been ages since he had witnessed Qin Yunshen consume anything, yet there was not the slightest sign of improvement. He fetched some water and offered it to Qin Yunshen. Mr. Qin, should we consider a visit to the hospital? Qin Yunshen accepted the water, gesturing for him to leave. The restroom fell into a profound silence, so quiet that he could hear the rhythmic pounding of his own heart and the faintest whisper of his breath, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of suffocation and impending doom. It turned out that he was still unwell. The doctor warned that if things continued this way, he would inevitably succumb. However, the gradually awakening gaze of Qing Li instilled a sense of dread within him, as if the specter of death loomed ever closer. In a fit of despair, he hurled the cup in his hand to the ground, grabbing a shard of glass at random. Leaning against the wall, he slightly tilted his head back, the sharp edge of the glass severing the fabric of his trousers, causing crimson blood to flow from his thigh. The suffocating sensation began to dissipate as Qin Yunshen took slow, measured breaths, gradually becoming aware of the oxygen surrounding him. Upon exiting, he found that Li Xiang had already departed from the villa. In the cloakroom, a pair of identical trousers was neatly arranged at the front of the rack. In the car, Li Xiang glanced back at him cautiously, inquiring, President Duan, we have arrived at the company, shall we head back? Qin Yunshen reclined his head against the seat, closing his eyes to rest. His voice was hoarse, and he appeared somewhat fatigued as he pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled softly. At the pinnacle of the Four Seas Group, the highest building in the city, Qin Yunshen pushed open the door to his office, only to be met with utter chaos. Everything within was shattered beyond recognition. An enraged man stormed toward him, his clenched fist aimed squarely at Qin Yunshen's face. Blow after blow landed mercilessly, causing blood to seep from the corner of Qin Yunshen's mouth, and his hearing aid fell to the floor. Li Xiang rushed forward, desperate to intervene. President Duan, you cannot retaliate. I have called security. Qin Yunshen raised a hand to stop him, teetering unsteadily for a moment. It's fine, let him vent, as long as he leaves me a sliver of life. Who the hell are you to call him brother? Qin Yunshen, you scoundrel! How dare you scheme against my sister? Qin shouted, preparing to strike again. Qin Yunshen turned his head aside, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the floor. Li Xiang, terrified, felt his legs weaken. President Duan, you truly must not fight. President Qin's health is poor. You are trained in combat. You might kill him. Qin was taken aback. How could such a towering figure as Qin Yunshen possibly be unable to withstand a few punches? It seemed impossible for him to be spitting blood. Qin Yunshen clutched his abdomen, forcing himself to stand, brushing his fingers across the blood on his lips as he managed a faint smile at Qin. Continue. Strike until you feel relieved. Just leave me one breath. Qin ceased his assault, slumping into a chair, his hands gripping his hair in despair. He was merely a year older than Qing Li, with little memory of their mother, but he had raised her, nurturing her like both a brother and a father for over 20 years. Later, when he studied abroad, he learned that Qing Li had fallen for a man, and upon hearing of her heartbreak, he returned to bring her back. Listening to her recount those 2 years, he understood the sacrifices she had made for that man and realized she would never return to him. Stricken by the thought of her suffering, he took her to a friend's hospital for mistreat treatment, hoping against hope that she could forget those 2 years and find happiness once more. Last month, he received that project and was ecstatic, believing that his company finally had a glimmer of hope and that he could finally provide support for his sister. However, he now comprehends that the project was merely a cog in Qin Yunshen's elaborate scheme. Once Qin Yunshen confirmed that he would no longer engage, he dragged his injured body to sit across from him. "Brother, I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this matter, but consider this. Can you truly influence the marriage between the Duan and Qin families? Does Qing Li have any choice in the matter?" The Duan family's company has always been modest, and in recent years, they have relied heavily on the Qin family. Without this marriage, the Qin family would have no reason to extend their assistance, and Duan Qingyu would naturally refuse. So, do you wish for her to marry Qing Li? He has an affection for the illegitimate daughter of his father-in-law, which must surely feel like an affront to Qing Li, does it not? Chapter 17. Qin Yunshen. "She has abandoned you." Duan Qingchuan appeared nearly convinced. Had he not been aware of the past between Duan Qing Li and Qin Yunshen, he would undoubtedly regard Qin Yunshen as a trustworthy man worthy of his sister's affection. Yet, at this moment, he found it impossible to view the situation with foresight. "Qin Yunshen, I am aware that my words may seem harsh, but you have been in a relationship with my sister for 2 years, treating her merely as a lover while refusing to marry her. Now that she has finally extricated herself and chosen to forget you, if I were in your position, I would refrain from re-entering her life." Qin Yunshen retorted, "And then what? Should I merely watch as she marries Qing Li? If he were a suitable match, I would willingly withdraw. Clearly, he is not." Duan Qingchuan found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter this argument. He had not matured to the point of defying his father's decisions, and he could not abandon everything to leave with Duan Qing Li. Qin Yunshen continued to beseech him earnestly. "I love her. I have made mistakes in the past, and I deserve punishment. Brother, grant me one chance. I do not seek her forgiveness. I merely wish to compensate her for what I owe." "Compensate?" Duan Qingchuan scoffed, shaking his head. "Do not speak of compensation. It is merely a fade. Even if I were to intervene slightly, there are far more memories she will forget, and this is merely a matter of time. Within a month, she will remember everything." "What then?" Duan Qingchuan rose, stretching his sore wrist, gazing down at Qin Yunshen. In truth, he had known Qin Yunshen for quite some time, though their interactions had been limited. This was the first occasion he observed such a palpable sense of helplessness and defeat in this man. "Qin Yunshen, she has relinquished you. She has not only abandoned you, but also the love she once held so dearly." 3 years prior, following a competition, the organizers invited Qin Yunshen to present an award, marking the first time Duan Qing Li laid eyes on him. For a girl awakening to love, the impulse to pursue was irresistible. Ignoring the counsel of those around her, she orchestrated numerous chance encounters and, within a month, managed to capture the attention of the perpetually aloof Qin Yunshen, who seemed indifferent to all. She moved into Qin Yunshen's residence, tending to his every need, striving to be the considerate and charming girlfriend he desired. When he expressed his distaste for traffic, she abandoned her long-held dreams, wholly focused on the anticipation of proposing to him upon her graduation. However, on the very day she intended to propose, she was informed that Qin Yunshen's first love had returned, and she braced herself for abandonment. When she confronted Qin Yunshen, he countered with, "On what grounds do you ask this? Was it not all your choice?" Duan Qing Li raised her voice in anger, but in a fit of rage, Qin Yunshen shouted, "Get out of my house." Duan Qing Li left. She truly departed. She waited in a hotel for 3 days, hoping Qin Yunshen would come to console her, yearning for even a simple apology to grant her forgiveness. However, what she received was news that the concert she was meant to attend had replaced her as the lead. Upon seeing Qin Yunshen with another woman on his arm, she uprooted him from her heart entirely. The office remained enveloped in silence for a full 5 minutes before Qin Yunshen finally spoke. "I understand. She no longer loves me. I am unworthy of her affection. and I am filled with regret. I should not have been harsh with her or deliberately provoked her. I have acted foolishly and squandered my chances. Yet even in death, I wish to leave her with a stable life. He had never witnessed the intricacies of marriage, nor had anyone imparted wisdom about love to him. His only relative was his aunt, who only inflicted pain upon him, compelling him to practice the piano relentlessly, solely to transform herself into a person of worth, hoping to make her estranged husband regret his abandonment. From childhood, he was condemned to sit at the piano for 16 hours a day. If he faltered in any way or failed to meet his aunt's expectations, he would face punishment, confinement, or worse, until Qing Li's appearance illuminated his otherwise drab existence, infusing his life with color. However, upon learning of Qing Li's intention to propose, he was seized by panic. He lacked the knowledge to nurture a marriage, to understand the dynamics between spouses. He confessed that he had never envisioned providing Qing Li with a home. He merely wished to maintain their current relationship. The man seated in the chair suddenly gripped his own hair, pounding his fists against his head, his throat emitting muffled sobs. Qin was taken aback by this scene, stepping back in confusion. I haven't said anything wrong, have I? What are you doing, Qin Yunshen? Stop pretending with me. With a loud bang, the office door swung open, and Luo Wenxian rushed in, hastily approaching Qin Yunshen. He firmly grasped his arm and retrieved a syringe from his pocket, administering the substance into his body. Qin Yunshen remained still, offering no resistance, and within 5 seconds, he collapsed onto the table. Luo Wenxian and Li Xiang assisted him into the inner lounge, where they encountered a visibly apologetic yet somewhat reluctant Qin. Mr. Duan, I understand your intentions for your sister's well-being. The situation between Qin Yunshen and Qing Li is intricate, not something that can be resolved with a few words. Allow them to handle it themselves. Handle it themselves? How? Take advantage of my sister's amnesia to trick her into marriage? Rest assured, the Duan family is not naive. I will ensure she remembers. Qin rose to leave, but was seized by Luo Wenxian's grip on his arm. And then what? Once she recalls, will she not suffer? I am aware that I am Qin Yunshen's friend, and my words may seem biased. However, it was Qing Li who pursued him, fully aware of his ignorance regarding love. He was in the wrong, causing her pain. Yet he has no past relationships. He cannot tolerate being wrongfully accused. In a fit of anger, he spoke harshly. Luo Wenxian, seemingly anxious to prevent his departure, circled to stand before Qin, blocking his path before continuing. He has already paid a significant price for this. Why can't he be granted another chance? Qin forcefully shook him off. A chance? It has been a year, Mr. Luo. A whole year. If he truly understood his mistakes, why did he not act sooner? He is aware that Qing Li has departed and intends to return to his homeland to seek her. However, he is unable to do so due to his lack of domestic identification. You remain oblivious to the myriad trials he has endured over the past year, and even more so to the sacrifices he has made in his pursuit of returning to Qing Li. In any case, I shall not permit you to engage in any actions detrimental to Qin Yunshen. Unlike him, I shall not show leniency towards the Duan family. Qin regarded him with disdain, his gaze brimming with contempt. What can you do? The Duan family is of no concern to me. Perhaps you should eliminate Qingyu. I would gladly celebrate with a few firecrackers afterward. Luo Wenxian, unfazed, casually replied, Do you not care for your father, nor the company left by your mother, nor the original team your sister belonged to? Chapter 18, Do Not Wail. Mother's Company. Luo Wenxian was right. He could forsake the company left by their mother for his sister, yet he could not abandon the racing team. It represented Qing Li's hope, her very existence. Presently, Qing Li found joy only when grasping the steering wheel and pressing the accelerator. She had already sacrificed for Qin Yunshen in the last race. If she were to relinquish this opportunity as well, despair would engulf her. With only a year remaining until the competition, which occurred once every 5 years, he fervently wished for no complications to arise. Granting him a chance did not equate to Qing Li offering him one. This was something he could choose to overlook. But if Qin Yunshen dared to cause his sister further heartache, I will eliminate him for you. Luo Wenxian interrupted him directly, his tone resolute enough to leave Qin without doubt. Thank you, General Manager Duan. I express my gratitude on his behalf. He shall not wrong Qing Li again. This is my promise, a commitment from the Luo family. Luo Wenxian felt genuine gratitude towards him. Such matters would be intolerable for anyone, and he understood, well, who Duan Qingchuan was acting for. Yet, he had to meet this obligation to honor Duan Qingchuan's trust. As soon as Duan Qingchuan departed, he called his brother, signed that batch of logistics agreements for Duan Qingchuan. The man on the other end of the line spoke in a hoarse voice, tinged with fatigue. Xiao Qian, this matter is not as simple as a mere sentence. It requires the board's consent. Our logistics involve significant sums. We also need to consider the other company's qualifications. Luo Wenxian could not afford to dwell on such details. He was genuinely concerned that Duan Qingchuan might spiral into troubling thoughts if left idle. I said to give it. Do you not understand, brother? If you refuse, I shall leave. It was you who summoned me back to the country. There was a brief hesitation on the other end before he ultimately acquiesced. Fine, I agree. I will have someone coordinate this. Is that satisfactory? With that, Luo Wenxian ended the call. He sat in a lounge chair, observing Qin Yunshen, who lay asleep, breathing steadily. It had been an eternity since he had seen such a peaceful Qin Yunshen, so long that he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Is he still taking injections? Li Xiang, who stood behind him, was taken aback. How did you know I was here? Do you have eyes on your back? After his surprise, he remembered to respond to the inquiry. Once a week. Without the injections, President Qin cannot sleep, even if he dozes off. It lasts no more than 10 minutes before he awakens. Perhaps you should check the data on his hearing aid? Luo Wenxian had forcibly installed a sleep monitor and a positioning system on Qin Yunshen's hearing aid. However, he never peeked at the data. It was merely a precaution against Qin Yunshen's potential disappearance or self-destructive behavior. As he glanced at the data chart on the tablet, he felt a profound stirring within. Qin Yunshen's daily sleep amounted to merely 2 hours, primarily light slumber. He experienced deep sleep only once a week, lasting up to 6 hours, a result of the sedative injections. 6 months prior, he had been taking sleeping pills, but their efficacy had diminished, causing nausea, prompting him to cease their use. What about the other medications? Is he still taking them? While consuming his medication, I vigilantly observed Mr. Qin's daily intake. Dr. Lin emphasized that discontinuation was unequivocally forbidden, as it could lead him to contemplate suicide. Li Xiang remarked, pulling up another record of Qin Yunshen's medication regimen, which clearly detailed the names, types, and dosages of the prescribed drugs. This assistant demonstrated commendable diligence, befitting the selection by the elder Qin. Excellent work, but you must remain vigilant. Should there be even the slightest hint of irregularity, notify me immediately. Remember, I am available 24 hours a day. Do not hesitate to call if anything arises. When Qin Yunshen awoke, the sun had already set. He opened his eyes to darkness enveloping the room, instinctively reaching into his pocket. Upon retrieving 2 red books, a sense of relief washed over him. His hands gently caressed the photographs on the covers, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes, soaking into the pillow and vanishing. He resembled an abandoned puppy, curling up in a pitiful and helpless manner, emitting muted, stifled whimpers from his throat. His suppressed sorrow evoked a profound sense of compassion in anyone witnessing him. Stop wailing. No one has died, so why the lamentations? Startled, Qin Yunshen sprang upright from the bed, momentarily disoriented upon noticing Luo Wenxian seated on the single couch behind him. What are you doing here? Luo Wenxian, with a sardonic smile, replied exasperatedly. I came to rescue you. I feared your uncle might blow up the Sihai group. Clearly, he had not targeted your company, but had instead wreaked havoc in your office and given you a beating. Qin Yunshen touched his face, slightly swollen, yet not particularly painful. Did Duan Qingchuan inform Qing Li? What did she say? Is she considering divorce? Qin Yunshen hung his head like a defeated rooster, his back slumped on the bed. The overwhelming sense of despair prompting Luo Wenxian to reveal the truth. No, I reconciled with him. He agreed to refrain from informing Duan Qing Li for the time being. But he will not prevent her from recollecting on her own. She has already declined the next MECT treatment, expressing her desire to participate in next year's Kenny Paula rally. This indicated that with a little provocation, should Qing Li choose to remember, she would swiftly recall Qin Yunshen, along with all that had transpired between them. Thus, Qin Yunshen could no longer conceal the truth. He had to take the initiative to confess, lest it devolve into deception. A knock echoed at the lounge door, and Li Xiang stood at the entrance, his gaze somewhat peculiar. "Madam has arrived, Mr. Qin Yu." Qin Yunshen nearly leaped from the bed, without a moment's pause, pacing twice around the room before approaching the mirror by the door to scrutinize his reflection. Aside from the visible bruises on his face and slightly reddened eyes, he appeared relatively unchanged. He tucked the marriage certificate back into his pocket and exited the lounge. Upon encountering Qing Li, he felt a wave of grievance wash over him. "Baby." Qing Li was already aware of his altercation. Qin had informed her immediately after the incident. "Let me see, does it hurt?" Qin did not hold back, did he? "Did he damage you?" She tenderly rubbed Qin Yunshen's bruised cheek, her heart aching for him. With such striking good looks and handsome features, how unfortunate it would be if any part of him were to be marred. Such a rare beauty must be preserved. "Let me see where else it hurts. Why did he strike you? I shall avenge you, and we will retaliate." Although her words were meant to console, they brought a sense of joy to Qin Yunshen, even as he grappled with the truth of his deceptions. "It was because I deceived you. It was my brother's anger that led him to strike me. I deserve this, my dear, for I am the one who should be punished." Chapter 19. Calling the ex-girlfriend, "Annie, did you deceive me?" Qing Li gazed incredulously at the seemingly obedient man before her. He had consistently demonstrated compliance, yielding to her every whim, aligning perfectly with her desires. Yet what had he done? What exactly did you deceive me about? Can you enlighten me? Qin Yunshen nodded slightly, inhaling deeply twice before casting a glance at the visibly anxious Luo Wenxian, and then continued, "I am your ex-boyfriend. I have wronged you. You no longer want me in this marriage. I sought after it, and in a sense, I orchestrated it." Qing Li pondered for a moment, but could not fathom the implications of his words. So, he couldn't possibly regret marrying me and resorting to such a clumsy excuse to seek a divorce, could he? It would indeed be a pity to part with such an extraordinary and handsome man after merely 2 encounters. "Did you cheat?" she inquired. Qin Yunshen shook his head vehemently. "No, how could that be? It is impossible in this lifetime. I'd rather die. We had an argument and I said some hurtful things." Before Qing Li could respond, Qin Yunshen knelt down suddenly, the sound echoing as if the very floor beneath her trembled. "I am sorry. I was wrong. I shall never utter hurtful words again. Can we start anew? I will pursue you endlessly. Please do not leave me. As long as you stay, I will do anything." Behind them, Li Xiang was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped, yet Luo Wenxian displayed no unusual reaction. Qing Li took a step back, feeling a twinge of fear. Until this moment, she had merely regarded Qin Yunshen as somewhat pitiable, handsome, affluent, an ideal choice in every regard. However, she recalled that men who kneel when they err must surely be flawed, either unfaithful or abusive. Qin Yunshen was taken aback by her reaction, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Regret washed over him. Had he known she would react this way, he would have kept the truth hidden until she remembered on her own. Qing Li tentatively asked, "If I do not forgive you, will you resort to self-harm? Will you strike me next time? Do not underestimate my fragility. I can retaliate, and I assure you, it will hurt." Qin Yunshen seemed to grasp her thoughts. She had not recalled, only felt fear. Suddenly, he laughed, tears streaming down his face. "How could I dare? How could I bear to? My dear, I would only punish myself. I could never utter such words. If I ever raise my voice at you, would you abandon me without hesitation? I would never plead for you again." His words struck a familiar chord within Qing Li, reminiscent of past experiences. She had forgotten many things, yet reminders could swiftly resurrect memories. However, this time, the recollections were blurred, leaving her uncertain as to whether they had ever truly occurred. However, the only certainty she possessed was that she seemed to have developed a fondness for Qin Yunshen. It was indeed challenging to remain completely indifferent to a man like him. Furthermore, it appeared as though she had abandoned him, whether due to his illness or perhaps his hearing impairment. Why did she feel so much like a heartless woman? Qing Li exhaled softly, replying earnestly, Qin Yunshen, as long as you have not strayed, have not engaged in domestic violence, and there are no moral or legal issues at play, you may rise. Regardless of what transpired in the past, I can temporarily set it aside until I am ready to address it. Qin Yunshen contemplated seriously, realizing that he had not, but, my dear, regarding the moral aspect, does this mean I have manipulated our marriage? If so, would you like to give me a good thrashing? His dark eyes sparkled with a faint glimmer, resembling an anxious little puppy, adorably fluffy. Qing Li ruffled his hair, deciding to observe him first. If he exhibited even the slightest inclination towards violence, she would make a hasty exit. Get up, are you foolish? Behind them, Luo Wenxian sighed in relief, grateful that Qing Li's reactions from the treatment were slower than those of an average person. Otherwise, she would surely have pondered why she had insisted on the breakup in the first place. Qin Yunshen's emotions gradually stabilized as he wiped the tears from his face with the back of his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he hung his head low. At this moment, Li Xiang finally dared to inform him, Mr. Qin, young Master Qin, has been waiting for you in the conference room for quite some time. The Qin family operated a family business, and although most members worked in subsidiaries, the main branch was employed at the C-High Group. Qing Li was in charge of the venture capital department, but he lacked the authority to access the president's office floor. Qin Yunshen nodded and instructed Li Xiang, please bring him up. I will accompany you as I have some matters to attend to. Luo Wenxian followed Li Xiang out. Qin Yunshen took Qing Li's hand, guiding her to sit in a chair. Although the remnants of the destruction caused by Qing Chuan had been cleared away, the traces of the chaos were still evident. I apologize, my brother. It's fine, just some belongings. He even hit me, yet I said nothing. Your family is my family. They can strike me if they wish. Qin Yunshen squatted beside her, holding her hand against his head. Wife, please massage it for me. Your touch will alleviate the pain. Look, I've cried from the pain. Can you please feel a little pity for me? You act just like a big puppy. Qing Li found it amusing as she caressed his soft hair, her previous doubts dissipating. Indeed, it was not just men. Women, too, could be dazzled by physical allure. Qing Li had always admitted that she was someone who was easily swayed by appearances, captivated by Qin Yunshen's beauty and physique, not to mention his abilities and their chemistry. As Qin Li entered, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Qing Li, what are you doing here? Qin Yun reluctantly rose, yet his hand remained firmly clasped around Qing Li's. He cast a languid glance at Qin Li, his gaze tinged with a hint of disdain. What do you call her? Is it customary for the children of my elder brother's household to exhibit such rudeness? Perhaps I should inquire of grandfather how you ought to address my wife. In the Qin family, none dared to defy the elder, particularly Qin Li, who would shrink back and hold his breath in the presence of their great-grandfather. He approached with a purpose, having sought assistance, and thus had no intention of engaging in any dispute. Uncle, I came to discuss something with you. Do you have a moment? Qin Yun resolutely dismissed the notion of dialogue. Alone, I am certainly short on time. As a manager in the venture capital department, you ought to report matters through the proper channels. Qin Li instantly grew anxious. Uncle, I truly have something important to discuss. Can we speak privately? Very well. But what do you call her? Qin Yun released his grip, wrapping his arm around Qing Li's shoulder, and smiled amiably at him. Chapter 20. I am usually quite well-behaved and not at all fierce. Qin Li wore an expression of enduring humiliation, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, his face flushed. Yet, deep within, he could only urge himself that all of this was for Man-Man. All right, dear aunt. Qin Yunshen lowered his head, gazing at Qing Li. And before she could speak, he could not resist kissing her lips. My dear wife, your grandnephew is calling for you. Qing Li returned the kiss, and then turned to Qin Li, saying, your grandnephew's call is indeed delightful, but at your age, I shall refrain from any monetary incentive. I shall consider it once you are married. Qin Li's expression was a tumult of emotions, and no matter how one looked at it, he appeared to be deeply aggrieved. Qin Yunshen gently patted the top of her head and inquired softly, my dear wife, do you feel a sense of relief? Just a little? Qing Li was well aware that Qin Yunshen was merely trying to vent her frustrations, Otherwise, given that Qin Li was older than her, there was no need for him to address her as aunt. In today's world, such formalities have become increasingly rare. She nodded in response. Is this sufficient, dear uncle? If you feel relieved, shall we proceed to the matter at hand? Qin Yunshen leaned forward, drawing a nearby chair closer and sitting down near Qing Li. Speak your mind. Your aunt must hear this too. She is my wife, and it would be unethical to conceal anything from her. Qin Li's fingers trembled with indignation. Had he known, he would not have addressed her as aunt at all. Fine. Very well. We have obtained a mental illness certificate for Man. Is that not enough? Qing Li cast a glance at Qin Yunshen. She had yet to find the time to inquire about Schumann's situation. Thus, the plan devised by the Duan family and Qin Li was to procure a certificate of mental illness, which would ostensibly allow for medical parole. But did this not confirm that Schumann was mentally ill? Would this not complicate her future employment? Yet, it seemed plausible if she were to marry Qin Li. No, the Qin family would never permit a child born out of wedlock to wed Qin Li. But what, after all, had Qin Yunshen done? Noticing Qin Yunshen's prolonged silence, Qin Li redirected his words toward Qing Li. It's you, isn't it? Qing Li, I have told you time and again. There is nothing between Man and me. Why do you refuse to believe me? My heart holds space for you. I shall reserve the position of Mrs. Qin for you. Must you conspire with your uncle to send your own sister to prison? Look. Qin Yunshen could not help but applaud. What a splendidly virtuous flower you are. You portray a criminal as an innocent victim. My dear grandnephew, thank goodness you have not participated in drafting our nation's laws. Otherwise, how many innocent souls would be wrongfully condemned? In recent days, Qing Li had experienced Qin Yunshen's sharp tongue more than once. Yet she had not anticipated that his biting remarks could also be rather endearing. After all, they were family. Uncle, I do not seek your assistance in resolving this matter. I implore you not to impede the process. This situation primarily stems from Qing Li's wrongdoing. After all, Man once came to her aid. Had it not been for Man allowing her to escape, the purity of Qing Li's character would undoubtedly be in question. With a resounding crash, Qin Yunshen seized a crystal ornament from the table and hurled it at Qin Li's head. In an instant, a stream of crimson blood trickled down Qin Li's forehead, causing him to stagger and grasp the nearby table for support. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he was silenced by the fierce intensity of Qin Yunshen's gaze. Upon witnessing the blood on his face, Qin Yunshen raised his hand to shield Qing Li's eyes. I have made the circumstances abundantly clear. It was Schumann who orchestrated this scheme against my wife. Do you truly believe I would overlook such an affront? Investigations are underway, and Qin Li, consider yourself fortunate that no harm has come my wife thus far. Should she sustain even the slightest injury, believe me, I would ensure Schumann meets a grim fate, and you may very well accompany her. Qin Yunshen's tone was eerily calm, each word laced with a chilling intensity that sent shivers down the spine. Qin Li swallowed hard, perhaps dazed from the blow. Li Xiang hurried over to support his arm, guiding him away. Young Master Qin, let us attend to your wounds. There is no need to rush. Everything will be all right. Li Xian, Qin Yunshen called, halting both their steps. Li Xiang turned, awaiting his superior's directive. From now on, within the company, no one is permitted to refer to Qin Li as young Master Qin. Issue a memorandum. Anyone who violates this rule shall face a month of overtime. Qin Yunshen himself was uncertain as to why he was so affected by this title. Yet, whenever he heard young Master Qin, it invariably reminded him of Mrs. Qin, a designation he found distasteful. Once he released his grip, Qin Yunshen embraced Qing Li, settling her upon his lap, his thumb gently caressing her cheek. Did I frighten you? My dear wife, I am usually quite gentle, not all fierce. He has overstepped his bounds. It is all his fault. His tender demeanor was a stark contrast to the earlier display of rage, almost as if he were an entirely different person. Qing Li felt her senses clouded. Yet it was the earlier incarnation of Qin Yunshen that felt more familiar to her. Oh dear, my wife has drifted off again. No one pays me any mind. I'm so lonely, so feeble, so pitiable. Qing Li raised her hand to cover his mouth. It is not your fault, but what exactly did you do? Why, despite their mental health certifications, were they unable to secure medical parole. Qin Yunshen gestured for her to remove her hand from his mouth, and she quickly complied. Forgive me for forgetting. Please continue. Their certification was never authentic. Is it so difficult to prove a false document as fraudulent? I have contacted the physician who issued the certificate and persuaded him to confess. Though the explanation was somewhat convoluted, Qing Li grasped its essence. So, what do you plan to do about this? I am a law-abiding citizen. Everything shall be conducted in accordance with the law. Qin Yunshen gently wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his head on Qing Li's shoulder as he continued in a soft voice. Just wait for the court to pass judgment. All those who have wronged you shall ultimately face the consequences. During Shumen's treatment, she had been unable to recall the events clearly, which led to her unjustly being framed and living in self-reproach for nearly a year. While Qing Li, a paragon of virtue, could afford to overlook such grievances, Qin Yunshen could not. He wished fervently for the court to impose the harshest penalties on Shumen, wishing she could be sentenced to death for her transgressions. This individual must not be allowed to roam free. If she were to be released, chaos would inevitably ensue. As for her charges, I believe she deserves at least a 3-year sentence. My dear, after 3 years, you will emerge as a formidable individual, capable of safeguarding yourself. Chapter 21. Finding a male model is one thing, but this is quite excessive. By the way, dear, what made you come to the company? Are you here to pick me up after work? Or perhaps to keep an eye on me? Qin Yunshen cast a quick glance at the computer screen, feeling a twinge of guilt. I haven't flaunted our marriage to anyone. I know you would prefer it that way. You wouldn't change your mind, right? I won't mention it again. Qing Li, however, was indifferent to the matter. What difference does it make whether he speaks of it or not? The world outside claims she is to marry Qing Li. Isn't she indifferent to that as well? It was Luo Wenxian who informed me that you were feeling unwell and hoped I could come to see you. Coincidentally, I had just finished my tasks, so I came over. At this point, she suddenly remembered. The newly arrived equipment has been calibrated, and tonight will be its inaugural use. The sound system is exceptionally expensive. I wonder if it lives up to its price. Would you join me to check it out tonight? Without hesitation, Qin Yunshen agreed. Although he still had a meeting to attend since he had worked all day and had several matters to address. He retrieved some snacks from the break room and kindly offered his computer to Qing Li, thoughtfully providing her with a pair of slippers before taking a seat nearby to tackle the urgent tasks for the day. The computer screen displayed a light-hearted romantic drama, while Qing Li munched on potato chips, crumbs scattering across the desk. Just as she intended to tidy up, she noticed a hand stealthily reaching over to pick up the fallen chips. Sorry, I'll be more careful, she said, returning her gaze to the screen. The display was dim, but in the reflection, she could clearly see Qin Yunshen glancing at the chip crumbs before popping them into his mouth. Qing Li felt her heart nearly stop. What was wrong with him? Do wealthy individuals truly despise wastefulness to this extent? It is often said that 9 out of 10 domineering CEOs are perfectionists. Could it be that Qin Yunshen is the exception? She set down the chip bag and quickly searched for this phrase on her phone. The screen boldly displayed, 9 out of 10 domineering CEOs are perfectionists. The remaining one must be an obsessive-compulsive lunatic. She was so startled that her phone fell to the ground, and Qin Yunshen chuckled as he picked it up, handing it back with the screen facing down. Regarding his frequent yet seemingly forced smiles, Qing Li felt a sense of confusion. In truth, you need not constantly force yourself to smile. I understand your intentions are kind-hearted. Qin Yunshen's expression immediately shifted. He rubbed his face and hastily opened the drawer to retrieve a small mirror, forcing a more cheerful smile at his own reflection. How about this? Does it still appear forced? Qing Li shook her head with a wry smile. Well, that has too much. Forget it. If he cannot comprehend, then so be it. Her phone vibrated twice, and upon glancing at it, she instinctively knew it was a reminder from Jingran. Don't forget to come by tonight. Room 206 is reserved for you. Qin Yunshen discreetly cast furtive glances at Qing Li's phone, stretching his neck as if he believed she remained oblivious to his subtle actions. Qing Li, however, found this seemingly cold man to possess an unexpectedly endearing charm at times. She beckoned him with a playful finger, and without hesitation, Qin Yunshen leaned in, resting his head upon her shoulder while his gaze fixated on the screen of her phone. He was aware that such behavior was morally questionable, yet curiosity gnawed at him whenever her phone vibrated. He wondered who was reaching out to his wife and if someone else had taken an interest in her. "Look, it's Jing Ran. She reminded me to come by tonight." Qin Yunshen promptly retrieved his own phone, guiding Duan Qing Li's finger onto the screen. "I'll set up a fingerprint for my wife, so you can access my phone anytime. The password is 1234. He clumsily navigated the device while earnestly explaining. This was the first time Duan Qing Li had encountered someone with such an uncomplicated password, leaving her to ponder the necessity of such a setup. "I don't like prying into others' affairs. That's your privacy." "Absolutely not." Qin Yunshen immediately countered her assertion. "Wife, I want to invade yours. I respect your privacy. If you wish to share, I will listen, and if not, I shall refrain from asking. However, I desire transparency. I want you to monitor me and have unrestricted access to all aspects of my life. A man who keeps secrets from his wife is a bad man." The old Qin Yunshen did not, and the present one is determined to do even better. "If you choose not to look, I will print everything out and post on the bedroom wall for you to see." Catching sight of a particular phrase on her screen, Qin Yunshen propped his chin in contemplation. "I've heard. There are many handsome men amidst the night, attracting numerous affluent women. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Duan Qing Li brimmed with pride, confident in her discerning eye for choosing appealing companions. Not only had she enjoyed drinks with dashing individuals, but even the waitstaff were impeccably handsome. Yet, she hesitated to share this with Qin Yunshen, fearing it might provoke tears of frustration from him. "I wouldn't know. Those are Jing Ran's selections. I rarely attend such outings. You know I'm a professional race car driver, spending most of my time on the training grounds, unable to indulge in alcohol. What purpose would I serve in a bar? I merely hold a minor stake in Nightshade." Visible relief washed over Qin Yunshen. He managed to compress a 2-hour meeting into a mere half-hour, and as the meeting concluded, he rose promptly, offering apologies to all present. "Excuse me, I must take my leave. My wife is here to pick me up from work. I cannot keep her waiting. You all continue at your pace. There's no rush." Li Xiang inhaled sharply, particularly noting the murderous glares from several single supervisors in the technical department. He sensed that if Qin Yunshen continued to flaunt his good fortune, he might find himself the target of a covert assassination. Meanwhile, executives in the marketing department grumbled quietly in discontent. "He flaunts as he pleases. What does it matter to us, the single souls? It is merely a matter of his wife picking something up. What is there to envy?" The car rolled up to the threshold of the night, and Qin Yunshen, eager to showcase his prowess, opted to drive himself. However, his skills were limited, and fearing embarrassment, he realized he could not maneuver into the parking space. Reluctantly, he allowed Duan Qing Li to enter first. Once assured she had gone inside, he hastily summoned a designated driver. This young driver, encountering such a reverse parking request for the first time, couldn't help but stifle his laughter, even after receiving a tip from the client. As the door to box 206 swung open, a dozen young men greeted Duan Qing Li in unison. "Sister Li, we haven't seen you in days. What have you been up to? Come over quickly. I've learned a new dance. I'll perform it for you." "Sister Li, I've learned a beautiful new song. Let me sing it for you." Duan Qing Li froze, yet was swiftly pulled onto the sofa by these enthusiastic young boys. The moment she sat down, her gaze caught sight of the entrance, where Qin Yunshen stood, fists clenched, his expression shrouded in shadows. Chapter 22 Reflection. Not only did she see it, but the young boys in the room also noticed. One particularly lively boy stood up and walked over to Qin Yunshen, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "You're not exactly a child anymore, are you? A newcomer, I presume? Sister Li prefers younger brothers. At your age, you could easily be an uncle." Veins throbbed on Qin Yunshen's forehead, and his fists, hanging by his sides, clenched tightly, as if he could obliterate the loquacious boy with a single blow. Yet, when he met Duan Qing Li's gaze, he suppressed his fury and asked her, "Is this what you meant by not often coming here, being unfamiliar, and not knowing?" Duan Qing Li covered her face, rubbing it vigorously, feeling as though she had lost all her dignity in these few days. She looked helplessly distressed as she extended her hand towards Qin Yunshen. This is an accident. Dear husband, you must believe me. Husband? Husband? Did you just call me husband? Am I imagining things out of anger? Am I hallucinating again? Or is it just auditory hallucination? But I've taken my medication. What did you just call me? He stammered, his face flushed and his gaze darting awkwardly around. Qing Li seemed to have realized that despite his cold demeanor and aloofness, he was rather unaccustomed to being teased. Husband, is it not acceptable to call you that? We are legally married. Is it strange to call you husband? Not strange at all. Qin Yunshen hurriedly replied, then quickly approached her, taking her hand and obediently squatting at her feet, gently kissing her fingertips. The room fell into a sudden silence. They had only been apart for a few days. Yet Qing Li had already gotten married, leaving the young boys exchanging bewildered glances. Qin Yunshen scanned the room, raising an eyebrow triumphantly at them. Since Qing Li had called him husband and had sincerely apologized, acknowledging him as her spouse, this matter could be put to rest. She had merely sought to enjoy some drinks with these young boys, nothing more. The desire for beauty is universal and understandable. Moreover, after their marriage, Qing Li had not gone out at night anymore. She had changed and remained devoted. Therefore, this incident should not be blamed on her. Besides, if he weren't so lacking in youth, she wouldn't have looked at other men. Thus, I too bear some responsibility. It cannot solely be blamed on her. It is entirely my fault. I must go. Apply a facial mask. My dear, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. I can drink with you too. My tolerance is exceptional. Whatever you like, I can do it. Singing, dancing. I can learn. Oh my goodness. Jing was taken aback, having appeared at the door without realizing it, shocked by Qin Yunshen's declarations, almost reaching out to catch her own eyes. She had previously forgotten. But now it dawned on her that this was indeed Qin Yunshen, the esteemed figure rumored to wield immense power over the Qin family upon his return. At this moment, he squatted on the ground, as obedient as a golden retriever begging for its master's affection. Was he truly going to devour Qing Li? Upon the arrival of Jingran, Qing Li found herself at a loss regarding how to introduce her. Jingran extended her hand directly, her tone decidedly ungracious as she introduced herself. Hello, I am Jingran, a friend of Qing Li. Jing Xiao is my brother, and we have met previously. Her words were unmistakably a show of support for Qing Li, subtly conveying to Qin Yunshen that she had the backing of the Jing family, particularly that of Jing Xiao. Although Jing Xiao was not particularly remarkable or astute, he held a modest reputation within their circles. His audacious demeanor, which even invited reproach from his own father, coupled with his flamboyant behavior, made even the most decorous individuals wish to distance themselves from him, fearing even the slightest association. You are Jing Xiao's sister? I actually have quite an admiration for your brother. I presume his sister is equally commendable, Qin Yunshen remarked, though the compliment rang hollow and somewhat grating. Jingran, pouting as she pinched Qing Li's cheeks, lamented, Li Zi, why couldn't you choose a more ordinary person to marry? If not, why not pick Jing Xiao? He adores you and would surely not dare to mistreat you. Qin Yunshen extended his arm protectively around Qing Li, tenderly caressing her pinched cheeks, his brows furrowing as he shot a fierce glance at Jingran. Why don't you choose a decent person as well? Is it a trait of the Jing family to lack decorum? There is no need for physicality in conversation. You've nearly damaged my wife's face. Qing Li quickly intervened. It's not painful. Let us drop this subject. We're here to test the sound system, aren't we? Let us proceed to the hall. Jingran had intended to say more, but the chaos caused her to forget her thoughts. Let us go then. I thought you were coming alone, yet you brought your brothers along. Instead, you brought a man. Jingran teased. Husband, Qin Yunshen interjected, pointing to himself. Bringing my husband is no issue. I can drink, sing, and even dance with him. The younger brothers can join in too. If you don't believe me, I can have Li Zi demonstrate for you. Jingran raised an eyebrow in a provocative manner, adding a biting remark. The quality of the Qin family seems quite average as well, speaking to others while wearing headphones. Qin Yunshen clarified once more, this is a hearing aid, and besides, she cannot touch others. Jingran halted, staring at him in disbelief, then glanced at Qing Li, who nodded with her eyes closed. Her face flushed instantaneously, and she bowed in apology. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't know. This device looks far too similar. I apologize. Qin Yunshen chuckled nonchalantly. Many people misunderstand. It's all right. Just refrain from introducing my wife to any more younger brothers. No more introductions. Absolutely not. You are infinitely superior to those younger brothers. You are mature, composed, responsible, and rather handsome. Jing Ran flattered insincerely, finally managing to divert Qin Yunshen's attention back to their path. She frowned at Qing Li, her expression one of exaggerated sorrow. I truly speak without thinking. Do you think he feels troubled? How could I comment on such personal matters? The feelings she experiences, Qing Li had encountered when she first met Qin Yunshen, thus she could empathize. It's all right. He seems rather indifferent to it. Moreover, Qin Yunshen has only one ear that does not hear well, yet he mentioned that it can be treated. Why is that? Did he return to the country because he can no longer play the piano due to his hearing? It is only natural that Qing Li does not comprehend, yet Jing Ran, who has studied piano, can grasp the immense blow that deafness poses to a pianist, especially for someone like Qin Yunshen, who possesses absolute pitch. Your husband harbors secrets. Be cautious, Lizzie. Chapter 23. If she doesn't listen, she won't leave Miss Jing. I have poor hearing, not deafness, Qin Yunshen reminded the two individuals behind him. Without turning around, it is best to discuss others discreetly. At the very least, one should show some respect for those being discussed. Jing Ran was beyond embarrassment, feeling more astonished than anything else. She was shocked that Qing Li had indeed obtained a marriage certificate with Qin Yunshen, and even more surprised that Qin Yunshen appeared to be quite different from the rumors, seemingly harboring a fondness for Qing Li. Regardless of whom Qing Li married from the Qin family, as long as the person treated her sincerely, Jing Ran felt that everything else was inconsequential. The most unreliable thing in this world is love. If possible, it would be best for Qin Yunshen to provide Qing Li with ample financial support. As long as he was generous, there would be nothing unacceptable. In the hall, the newly installed sound system was exceptional, and Qing Li unconsciously swayed her head to the music. However, the volume was significantly louder than before, making it necessary to speak very closely. She shouted into Qin Yunshen's ear, "How does it feel? Quite impressive, isn't it? This batch of equipment is quite expensive." Qin Yunshen nodded with a smile. He could hear the music, but due to his hearing aid, one ear received a distorted version of the sound that required adjustment for clarity. It was not quite the same as what a normal ear would perceive. At that moment, he felt a dull ache in his ear, as if his heart were also uncomfortable. Yet seeing Qing Li so joyful made him happy, rendering his slight discomfort trivial. Upon returning to the private room, most of the boys had departed, leaving only one, who sat silently in the corner, gazing at his phone. Qing Li followed his gaze, prompting him to lift his head. "Have we met somewhere? You look so familiar." He was dressed casually, exuding a simple charm, his chestnut-colored hair slightly curled, yet his eyes emitted a faint, cold glimmer, presenting an unexpected maturity for his age. The young man approached her and retrieved his old student ID from his phone's album, showing it to her. "Bien Cheng. You are Bien Cheng. How was it possible?" Once, Qing Li had seen a report about sponsoring several underprivileged students, one of whom was named Bien Cheng, who should have graduated by now. However, he attended a prestigious university. How could he be here, engaged in this work? Sensing her anger, Bien Cheng softly explained, "An accident occurred back then, and I had to leave before graduation. The funds you provided have been deposited into my account regularly each month. I have been searching for you, and now it's time to repay you." "Thank you, Sister Duan." Qin Yunshen felt an inexplicable sense of hostility emanating from this individual, prompting him to firmly grasp Qing Li's arm. "No need to repay. When I sponsored you, my wife had no expectation of any return. Living well is your repayment to her." Bien Cheng seemed to want to say more, but then noticed Qin Yunshen staggering slightly, leaning against the wall while clutching his ear, his expression reflecting pain. What happened? Qing Li hurriedly approached, uncertain of where his pain lay, hesitant to touch him recklessly. "Darling, where does it hurt? Your head or your ear? Should I call an ambulance?" Qin Yunshen shook his head vigorously, leaning heavily against Qing Li. His towering figure seemed to collapse into her, and she felt as though she might not be able to support him much longer. "Wife, my ear hurts. I can't bear loud sounds with the hearing aid. Let us go home. A quieter environment will suffice." Qing Li wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, whispering softly by his ear, "All right, let us go home." As they stepped outside, Sheng rushed after them anxiously. "Sister Duan, please leave me your contact information." Without looking back, Qing Li called out, "Next time." Once in the car, Qin Yunshen immediately removed his hearing aid, shrinking into the seat and clutching a nearby pillow to his chest. Gazing out the window, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I'm jealous. I'm so jealous. Why does everyone revolve around you? They all adore you. They are young, handsome, full of life, qualities I cannot compete with. I feel like I'm losing." Burying his face in the pillow, he concealed his tears from Qing Li. "Don't be like this. What is wrong?" "Just now," she began, but abruptly realized that with his hearing aid removed, he likely couldn't hear her words. Was he truly in pain, or did he simply wish to leave the bar? Why remove the hearing aid? Qing Li held her tongue, gently rubbing his head for a while. When Qin Yunshen's body finally ceased trembling, she cautiously placed the hearing aid back on him. "Let us put the little ear back on. This way, you can hear your wife's explanation, right?" Qin Yunshen obediently adjusted the hearing aid, and before Qing Li could speak, he interjected, "If you wish to scold me, that's fine. Even a hit me is acceptable. Just please don't leave me. No, no, I beg you, don't abandon me. I'm not jealous at all, not even a bit." As he finished speaking, his hand rested on the hearing aid, seemingly preparing to remove it should her words be displeasing. "I'm not angry, and I want to leave you." Qing Li first clarified her stance, then took his hand, placing it gently on her lap and massaging it tenderly. "What happened today was my fault. In the past, I wouldn't constantly seek out those young men for drinks. Most of the time, I merely hosted them to accompany others. Do you understand this?" Qin Yunshen nodded. "I understand. Even if they accompany you for drinks or fun, it's acceptable as long as you return home afterward. If you ever want someone to accompany you, just call me. I can learn whatever they can do. I'll master it quickly. I'll train hard to appear younger and want to embarrass you." Qin Yunshen awkwardly touched his temples, aware of the gray hairs that had begun to sprout. Qing Li had noticed this before, and indeed, it did make him seem somewhat aged. "I plan to dye my hair tomorrow, and I'm not yet 30, so I am not considered old. There is no need for dyeing. Do you have a few gray strands?" "I have observed that the members of the Qin family seem to be fine, as it appears that only the grandfather has white hair, while Qin Jingshan's hair shows no signs of gray." Qing Li gently touched his hair. There were not many white strands, and they were so inconspicuous that one might not notice them unless paying close attention. Most of the gray was concentrated on the sides, rendering it less noticeable. Qin Yun let out a deep sigh. "It is not merely a few gray strands. It has occurred suddenly, and I have not sought treatment, so I am uncertain about the cause." "My dear, who is Sheng? If you prefer not to disclose, that is perfectly fine. I am simply inquiring to see if there is any way I might assist." Chapter 24. How do the wealthy perceive affection? Noticing the evident evasion in his gaze, Qing Li could not resist pinching his cheek. Only after doing so did she realize that the one she had pinched was Qin Yunshen. What if he got angry? A flicker of fear surfaced, only to be eclipsed by Qin Yunshen's unexpected response. The man presented the other side of his face. "Darling, please do it again. I have a bit of an obsessive-compulsive tendency." Qing Li forced a smile, her lips curving awkwardly. With him waiting expectantly, what could she do but comply? After pinching him once more, Qin Yunshen appeared thoroughly satisfied, his eyes narrowing in pleasure. Meanwhile, Qing Li felt a swell of unease. She had always sensed a hint of peculiarity in Qin Yunshen, especially with the myriad of items adorning the walls of his dimly lit room, all of which screamed that this gentleman possessed a rather unconventional disposition. Yet now, she began to entertain the notion that perhaps Qin Yunshen was not the user of those items. If that were the case, they might actually be quite compatible. As she found herself drawn to him, "Darling, if you keep pulling my skin, it will come off." Qin Yunshen feigned a pained expression, his features contorted from her pinch. Qing Li quickly released him. "I'm so sorry, does it hurt?" She felt a pang of remorse. Rubbing the spot where she had pinched him, her thoughts wandering in a disorganized manner, causing her to momentarily forget her grip on him. Ever since undergoing that treatment, she felt as though her mind was insufficiently sharp, often drifting into reverie. Cradling Qin Yunshen's face, she gently kissed the spot she had just pinched. He froze momentarily, blinking a couple of times as if piecing together a revelation. Raising his hand, he gave the other side of his face a hard pinch, which instantly turned his cheek a vivid crimson. "What are you doing?" Qing Li quickly covered both sides of his face, watching as he appeared momentarily confused before realizing the situation. "Do you want a kiss?" Qin Yunshen nodded vigorously, his tousled bangs bouncing with the movement, his beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Yes, if I pinch it red, I get a kiss, right? This side is red too. I need my wife to kiss it to make it better." Qing Li playfully slapped his forehead. "If you keep acting foolishly, I might just hit you again." She dared not kiss him again. If she did, who knew what astonishing antics Qin Yunshen might undertake next? After receiving a playful blow, Qin Yunshen retreated into his seat, leaning against the car window with a soft sigh, his voice trailing off in complaint. "Who is Biancheng?" All right, I'll tell you. Biancheng is a student I sponsored many years ago when he was in poverty. There were about 7 or 8 students in total, and he was one of them. I have no idea how he ended up here." In Qing Li's memory, Biancheng was an exemplary student. She had chosen to support him after seeing the indomitable spirit reflected in his eyes. You must feel sorry for him, right? A remarkable young man like that has fallen so low. Does it tug at your heartstrings? Qin Yunshen's hand slowly reached out toward her, and just when Qing Li thought he might be feeling jealous, he turned to her and spoke softly. "The person you admire must be truly exceptional. If their current path is a result of encountering difficulties, we ought to assist them in correcting their course. They are young, just beginning their journey in life, and there is still ample time for everything." Qing Li experienced the allure of mature men for the first time. They do not behave like immature boys, consumed by jealousy and childish antics. Instead, they astutely observe your thoughts, offering the most candid advice, articulating precisely what resides in your heart. Engaging with such individuals is undeniably effortless. "Thank you," she began, but Qin Yunshen interrupted her. "No need for thanks, it is my duty. However, that does not prevent me from feeling a twinge of jealousy. My heart still feels a bit sour and prickly." He grasped Qing Li's hand, shedding his earlier composure, adopting a more delicate demeanor, attentively gauging her expressions while playfully seeking affection. "It hurts. I need a massage. Although a massage may not necessarily alleviate the pain, I can afford to be less jealous now that you have comforted me. Thank you, my dear wife. I love you. You are truly wonderful." He breathed these words in one continuous flow, allowing his body to slide down the chair, resting his head on Qing Li's shoulder. Upon arriving home, he instinctively knelt on the floor to help her change into slippers. "I can manage on my own, you needn't," she began. "It's just that I find it somewhat inconvenient to squat. My legs are not in the best condition. Kneeling isn't such a bother. I've done it before." His explanation was casual, yet Qing Li couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. She ascended to the bathroom for a shower, while Qin Yunshen headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. In recent days, several servants had joined their household, yet a housekeeper was still absent. Qin Yunshen had selected candidates from an agency abroad, but had yet to find one suitable. In the kitchen, he did not require a chef's assistance, personally attending to all tasks. The chef, bewildered, found himself merely washing vegetables and tidying up, a rather undemanding role for the salary he was receiving. Dinner was simple, featuring Qing Li's favorite grouper noodles paired with 2 refreshing side dishes and 8 strawberries, which he washed with a chuckle. You wouldn't believe this, but during a previous argument, she insisted on having 8 strawberries. I went to wash them, but forgot to count, and when I returned, she threw them right in my face. Isn't she adorable? The assistants behind him were left speechless. So, is this how the wealthy perceive cuteness? He glanced at the stack of documents in his hands, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Perhaps I should throw something at him as well. Not receiving a response, Qin Yunshen appeared somewhat displeased, casting a warning glance over his shoulder. Li Xian really robia, adorable. How can someone be so cute, immensely cute? Only then did Qin Yunshen seem satisfied. though a hint of wariness began to creep into his mind. You would do well to look in the mirror. Qing Li has high standards and only appreciates those who are handsome. The icy tone of his voice sent a jolt of fear through Li Xiang, who felt he might be in grave danger. President, I assure you, I prefer men. I swear. He extended 3 fingers with a solemn promise, then cautiously pushed the document bag towards Qin Yunshen. This contains all the information regarding the man from the border town. Please take a look, boss. Qin Yunshen was startled by his tone and instinctively glanced towards the living room, relieved to find that Qing Li had not yet emerged. Today, he inexplicably felt that the man named Border Town was regarding Qing Li with an unsettling gaze, one that could either be that of a lover or an adversary. Certainly not indicative of anything good. Mind your words in the future. If the madam hears something she shouldn't, I won't hesitate to send you to Africa to cheer on the great animal migration. Li Xiang twitched his lips, already envisioning himself being eviscerated by an African lion at the sight of the president's wife standing behind him. Chapter 25. Kneeling twice in one day, Qing Li stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the door frame, quietly observing the two before her. Li Xian inalat sharply, reaching into his pocket, uncertain if it was too late to book a flight now. Before Qing Li could speak, Qin Yunshen, still gripping the spatula in his hand, knelt straight down onto the floor. The assistant was taken aback, his eyes wide as saucers. Goodness, is President Qin so frightened that his legs have gone weak? Should I offer him a hand? Witnessing the great Qin kneel twice in one day, would I be silenced? And if silenced, would the insurance company compensate me? Trembling, Qin Yunshen extended his hand, gently tugging at Qing Li's clothing. I was wrong. Please don't be angry. If you're already angry, feel free to give me a beating, or you may bite me. He offered the spatula to Qing Li, holding it with both hands to demonstrate his sincerity. Qing Li had just come downstairs and had overheard their conversation, choosing not to engage. Now, seeing him so submissive, she found him rather endearing. Pinching his chin, she coldly teased, I didn't realize our esteemed President Qin was so adept at appeasement. What grave mistake have you committed? Where's the gold that lies beneath a man's knee? There is no gold. Beneath my knee lies only a sincere apology to my wife. I am uncertain if you heard me, but I acknowledge my wrongdoing. He took the document pouch from Li Xiang and handed it to Qing Li. I felt jealous, but more so, I worried about that man named Bian Cheng, suspecting he might be problematic. I had instructed my assistant to investigate him, but before I could act, my wife caught me. Qing Li took the document pouch, while Qin Yunshen, with palms facing upward, squinted his beautiful phoenix-like eyes, as if in fear of punishment. Qing Li playfully tapped the pouch on his hands. Rise. I harbor no ill will towards you. What is this behavior? Do you kneel to your ex-girlfriends so easily? If only I had known how to do this back then. I was never good at consolation. Qin Yunshen rose, sighing deeply. The memories of the past filled him with a bitter ache. Now he might know how to comfort, yet he remained unable to grasp it, and it was too late. As Qing Li took the documents, Li Xiang cleverly sent Qin Yunshen an electronic version. Upon leaving, he could feel Qin Yunshen's cautious tone, as if he were diffusing a bomb. It was as if he were living in a drama. Which CEO is this afraid of his wife? Surely, there must be a reason for such fear. It's not as if he is unwilling to marry anyone but Qing Li. It's mutual affection. Upon seeing the steward at the entrance, he felt as though his mind had rebooted. Steward, did I not dismiss you? And this? Wasn't this given to you? He pointed incredulously at the robot steward, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The steward smiled and nodded. Indeed, assistantly dismissed me. Yet President Luo summoned me back to work, stating that there was currently no housekeeper at home and I should continue my duties. Previously, all household matters were managed by Luo Wenxian. Thusly did not perceive any issue with this decision. Even Qin Yunshen found no fault upon seeing the housekeeper return. He exhibited no reaction whatsoever. After finishing her meal, Qing Li retreated to the living room, engaging in television while perusing her phone, occasionally sampling the fruit that Qin Yunshen had sliced for her. The fish noodles were delectable, aligning with her palate, though her appetite was modest, leading her to consume only half. Qin Yunshen stood hesitantly in the kitchen, cradling a bowl. Previously, he had consumed the dumplings that Qing Li had left behind without adverse effects. After consulting a physician regarding this occurrence, he concluded that it might have been a mere coincidence or perhaps due to the fact that it was Qing Li. He resolved to experiment once more, directly utilizing her chopsticks to finish the remaining half bowl of noodles, as if he had not savored food in ages, indulging in it ravenously. After lingering by the sink for a while, he realized he felt no urge to vomit. Upon turning around, he encountered Qing Li standing at the doorway with an empty plate, her expression enigmatic. I merely thought it best not to waste food. I'm not feeling unwell, I apologize. Did I frighten you? Qing Li shook her head, revealing the plate she held. I was hoping to find strawberries, so I came to see if there were any. There are. Qin Yunshen promptly took the plate from her, setting it aside, and retrieved another from the refrigerator. As he spoke, he made his way to the living room. I washed them earlier. Since you enjoy chilled fruits, I placed them in the fridge. Come to the living room. I shall feed you. Qing Li nestled into the sofa, gazing at the incomplete plate of strawberries, suddenly reflecting on the distinct manner in which the affluent prepare their fruit. Why is there only half? Because the other half lacks sweetness. Unripe strawberries are discarded, just as unsweet men are cast aside. Suddenly, Qin Yunshen leaned closer to her, their proximity palpable. The slightly elevated temperature of the air conditioning allowed the woody fragrance of his cologne to invade Qing Li's senses, his warm breath brushing against her neck, evoking a subtle itch. Unripe men are discarded too, my dear. Do taste and see if I am sweet. His long, defined fingers rested against the leather sofa's back. As he lowered himself to kiss Qing Li's lips, which held the essence of strawberries, gentle and lingering, the sweetness of the fruit paled in comparison to hers. Unconsciously, Qing Li's hand wandered to his chest, trailing down to his waist. As her fingers grazed his abdomen, he could not suppress a gasp. The faint blue veins in his neck becoming pronounced, exuding an irresistible allure. My husband is so sweet. Let me. Before Qing Li could finish her thought, Qin Yunshen restrained her hand. Although he was impulsive, he understood that they could not proceed further. He knew Qing Li well. She relished the thrill of the chase. And at that moment, she was merely captivated by her own reflection, unaware of the true joy of the hunt. With time, her enthusiasm would inevitably wane. There are countless men of striking appearance and commendable physique, yet only he truly comprehends Qing Li. I beg to differ. Men should also exercise restraint and govern their desires. In that instant, Qing Li experienced a sensation akin to a duck slipping from her grasp, propelling her to rise abruptly. With one hand, she seized Qin Yunshen's tie, tugging him toward the study. Wife, no, I cannot agree. You must not coerce me. Disagree? Then brace yourself for the consequences. Qing Li felt an overwhelming rush of blood to her head. At this juncture, she was oblivious to whether Qin Yunshen's resistance would yield any sweetness, but would undoubtedly quench her thirst. As the concealed door swung open, she forcefully pushed him onto the bed, swiftly retrieving the object she had previously used and thrusting it into Qin Yunshen's mouth. With a firm grip, she secured it behind his head. If words cannot be uttered, then dissent shall be rendered moot, will it not? Chapter 26. She only liked defiant men. The man's black suit was drenched in sweat beneath his white shirt, his eyes tinged with crimson and clouded with mist. The more he exhibited his defiance and resistance, the more Qing Li felt compelled to have him. She grasped Qin Yunshen's chin and bit down on his neck. The man let out a muffled groan of pain, tilting his head back as the top two buttons of his shirt popped open, revealing glimpses of his solid chest muscles. He attempted to cover himself, but the feeling of helplessness overcame him as his hands were bound. Do you wish to speak? Qing Li teased, her fingers resting at the back of his head. Although she posed the question, there was no intention of releasing him. Qin Yunshen's gaze drifted to a black object hanging on the wall, his eyes filled with yearning. Qing Li raised an eyebrow, silently inquiring if she could proceed. The man squinted slightly, retreating a bit before turning to lie on the bed. In the deep of night, Qin Yunshen knelt before the bathtub, carefully applying foam to Qing Li's body. His long fingers, imbued with gentle strength, massaged her muscles from thigh to calf, providing her with relaxation. "I'm sorry, my dear. It was my fault. I am a scoundrel. I never intended to, but the moment you beckoned, cough, cough, the moment you touched me, I couldn't withstand it." Qing Li responded with an annoyed kick. "Why do I always feel so uneasy, as if I've been ensnared? Qin Yunshen, you wretched man, is this intentional?" A sudden realization struck her as she perceived the seemingly delicate man before her as a cunning predator, always appearing soft and resistant, yet transforming into a frenzied beast when provoked, relentless until exhaustion. Qin Yunshen inched closer, pointing to the corner of his mouth where a noticeable red mark lingered. He shed his shirt, revealing countless red welts on his back, a testament to Qing Li's earlier aggression. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she awkwardly tucked her hair behind her ear. How did I allow myself to reduce him to this state? It has been ages, and he still hasn't healed. Is he not in excruciating pain? My grip was neither gentle nor light. This is intolerable. Before her apology could escape her lips, Qin Yunshen captured her mouth with a kiss, one that was starkly different from the previous one, filled with passion and near madness. This kiss was tender yet lingering, whispering the depths of Qin Yunshen's affection. As the kiss concluded, his fingers gently caressed her lips, now flushed from their embrace. "No apologies are necessary. Everything you adore is cherished by me as well. See how harmonious we are? The heavens crafted me solely to be by your side, to cater to your desires. From now on, I shall strive to be better. Share with me everything you love, for I am willing, most willingly." Qing Li tugged at his shirt, pointing at the broken button at the top of his shirt with utmost seriousness. "Only this version is for my eyes. My dear husband, you have no idea how wicked women outside can be. Had been one of them, you would have experienced far more pain. Therefore, the buttons must be fastened here. Do you understand? Remember, my body is solely for my wife." Qin Yunshen tightly grasped his collar, presenting it to her. "From now on, I will wear clothes like this. Never again donning V-neck garments. At home, I will wear what my wife likes, and I will purchase even more." Qing Li's heart screamed in excitement. She truly did not expect Qin Yunshen to be so obedient, so easily swayed. Then, Qin Yunshen hesitated, gently resting his head on her shoulder, softly countering. "My wife's earlier appearance is only for my eyes, all right? And please refrain from wearing short skirts outside. In the frigid winter, it could lead to chronic leg pain. When you grow old, I'll have to push your wheelchair. I have promised you, so please promise me in return, all right?" Although his words were slightly awkward, they held a degree of truth, as it was indeed her request initially. "All right. However, the matter of short skirts is a bit difficult to agree to. You must respect my freedom in dressing." As she recalled her earlier statements, she quickly retracted that comment and amended it to, "I will try my best. I want tea with them in winter, and we can discuss summer later." Qin Yunshen bathed her, gently extracting her from the water, drying her hair, tenderly applying moisturizer and body lotion, before cradling her into the comfort of the blankets. He stood by the bed, contemplating for a moment, then picked up his small pillow, holding it close. After a long period of hesitation, he still did not dare to ask if he could stay, even if it meant sleeping on the floor. Get some rest early. He clutched the small pillow as he turned to leave, glancing back 3 times, his reluctance nearly spilling over. His dark eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Qing Li was puzzled as to why he would not share a room with her, yet appeared so unwilling to part. When he lingered at the door handle for 3 minutes without having the heart to press it down, she finally spoke up. "How about, you sleep here with me?" Before her words could fade, Qin Yunshen instantly returned to her side, obediently placing the pillow on the floor and lying down. Qing Li. To be honest, she was bewildered. With a bed available, why would he choose to sleep on the floor? She suddenly recalled the first time they slept in this room. Qin Yunshen had curled up in that single armchair. So why? What? Aren't you sleeping in the bed? Upon hearing her inquire, Qin Yunshen sat up, rubbed his eyes, and explained with a hint of guilt because, previously, "I made a mistake. You forbade me from sharing a room with you. After every encounter, I had to return to my own room. You may not remember now, but I must adhere to the rules, lest you become upset." Although she had begun to recall some of the events with Qin Yunshen over the past few days, She genuinely had not realized they had progressed to such an intimate level. Therefore, was her mect treatment related to Qin Yunshen? Yet her brother had clearly stated it was due to the harm inflicted by evildoers, and she needed to forget those painful memories. Could it be that in her attempt to forget, she also inadvertently let go of Qin Yunshen, leading to his profound sense of insecurity? Darling, please don't dwell on it. Your expression frightens me. Qin Yunshen was genuinely concerned that she might recall too soon. It had already been 3 months since Qing Li underwent treatment, and he knew that day was fast approaching. Qing Li patted the bed, urging him to join her, who allows their husband to sleep on the floor. Besides, perhaps I still require treatment. I might forget you again, and I doubt I will remember the past. Please don't do this. Qin Yunshen lay beside her, gently enveloping her in his embrace. He understood that Qing Li would eventually remember and leave him, but that treatment would cost her dearly, diminishing her memories and potentially impairing her reactions. You're set to participate in the rally and must undergo a psychological evaluation. My dear, let me accompany you to see a psychologist in the coming days. Even if she were to remember everything completely, Qin Yunshen would willingly devote himself to cherishing Qing Li once more. Chapter 27. The sensation of a husband in the early morning in a state of drowsiness. Qing Li gasped for breath, while Qin Yun released his embrace once more. Throughout the night, he lost count of how many times he had stirred. For each time he held Qing Li close, her warmth would soon become overwhelming. To prolong their embrace, he had to let her cool off before resuming their tender closeness. Fortunately, his troubled sleep made it difficult for him to doze off without medication. He needed no rest as long as he did not disturb his wife. He could continue to indulge in their intimacy. What time is it? Why haven't you gone to work? Li, the assistant, will start complaining, Qing Li murmured, still half asleep. Her voice laced with slumber, which stirred a tender affection in Qin Yun's heart. He gently reassured her, I am on my way to work, but I must wait for my wife to awaken. I need to prepare breakfast for her before I leave. Only a scoundrel would vanish without a word. He added with a hint of indignation, and scoundrel women too, those heartless beings who are utterly oblivious to the pain of others, who leave their partners to suffer without a backward glance. Qing Li, however, detected not a tone of complaint in his voice, but rather an undercurrent of sorrow. What was troubling him? What did his words truly signify? Oh well, Qin Yun sighed softly, murmuring to himself, it's all because of those wicked men who have caused such hurt. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. It's still the fault of men. Scoundrels. After mentally chastising himself several times, he reluctantly pressed a kiss to Qing Li's forehead before rising to wash up. With her hair tousled from sleep, she chuckled at the sight of him. You look so adorable, like a ruffled rooster. She joined him in the bathroom, where he said, I'll take a shower. You can brush your teeth and wash your face first. As he spoke, he handed her a toothbrush with toothpaste already applied. Listening to the soothing sound of water in the bathroom, Qing Li's thoughts were filled with visions of Qin Yun, his muscular chest, defined abdomen, the alluring lines of his physique, and his long, straight legs. If only the bathroom were transparent, she mused. How delightful it would be to admire such a handsome man while washing up. Upon descending the stairs, she found that Qin Yun had prepared breakfast. Clad in black loungewear and a white apron adorned with lace, he exuded an air of husbandly charm, almost reminiscent of a devoted servant. My dear wife, please enjoy your breakfast. Do let me know if it meets your satisfaction. I can always make adjustments, he offered, gesturing to the warm offerings on the table. Silky century egg and lean pork congee, a basket of steamed dumplings, a portion of golden cake, a small vegetable salad, and a glass of pear juice. Though Qing Li was not particularly fond of pears, she enjoyed the juice. Qin Yun had always found her peculiar yet endearing habits to be charming. It's delightful. Aren't you eating? She inquired, taking small bites as she observed him. He rarely dined, needing nutritional injections every few days, yet his complexion appeared remarkably healthy. The physique does not seem undesirable, so how do you maintain this muscular build while dining? Through intravenous infusion. As long as I consume sufficient protein combined with exercise, I can sustain my figure. Although I may appear somewhat slender, My wife prefers men with a narrower waist, does she not? Anticipating that Qing Li would undoubtedly inquire how he knew this, Qin Yunshen promptly explained himself. Each time, always grasp my waist and pat my. Enough, Qing Li interjected, extending her hand to halt his forthcoming remarks. Discussing such matters early in the morning is truly detrimental to one's mental well-being. After finishing her meal, she retreated to the bedroom, having only slept 4 or 5 hours the previous night, still feeling quite fatigued. Qin Yunshen consumed the remnants of her congee before changing clothes and heading out to the car. Mr. Qin, Mr. Luo mentioned he would come by at noon, requesting you to wait for him in the office for the infusion. Without lifting his gaze from the documents on his phone, Qin Yunshen replied solemnly, "Tell him not to come. I am gradually resuming my diet and may not require the infusion. I will get tested again later." The car arrived at the base of an office building, and Qin Yunshen ascended without anyone obstructing his path. Upon seeing him, the receptionist was momentarily taken aback, blushing as she inquired, "Do you have an appointment?" "Yes. Where's Qingchuan's office?" The young lady even forgot to ask for his name, directly escorting him to Qingchuan's office. Qingchuan was momentarily stunned, putting down the phone, incredulously asking the receptionist, "Did you not inquire who it was before allowing him in?" The receptionist, feeling awkward and flustered, replied, "Mr. Duan. He said he had an appointment. And he doesn't seem like a bad person, does he?" Whether someone is a bad person is not determined by their appearance. Bad individuals do not have "I am a villain" written on their faces. "Who brought you in? Have HR come here immediately." Qingchuan retorted sharply. Before he could even suggest letting someone in, Qin Yunshen had already taken a seat across from him. "Brother, please do not be angry. I deceived them into believing I had an appointment. Since you refused to see me, I could hardly create a scene at your company's entrance. I have serious matters to discuss with you regarding my wife." Qin Yunshen explained in one breath, then sheepishly amended, "About your sister." Qingchuan gestured for the receptionist to exit. Only then did Qin Yunshen rise to pour a glass of water for Qingchuan. Despite having lived for over 20 years with a generally expressionless demeanor, now wore a face full of affability towards him. "Stop the small talk and get to the point," Qingchuan impatiently urged. Qin Yunshen then pushed the document pouch forward. The team that Qing Li was part of was previously on the verge of disbandment due to a lack of investment and exorbitant compensation. I have provided the funds to cover that loss, and I will negotiate with the team members to have them return. However, we need a receiving party, and your company possesses the qualifications. Qingchuan took the pouch, opened it, and glanced at the contents. The team had been signed by a rival company, and the initial dissolution had been quite contentious, with that company refusing to grant them any opportunities to participate in competitions. A team of individuals can only receive the minimum guarantee while they are engaged in tasks such as repairing vehicles and cleaning. Despite his utmost efforts, he merely facilitated the departure procedures for Qing Li, which still incurred considerable expenses. The entirety of this process, coupled with the compensation, is likely to amount to millions. Moreover, one must ponder how he managed to negotiate this, given the company's notoriously difficult demeanor. If you have undertaken this responsibility, why not continue? If Qing Li were to learn your actions, she would undoubtedly express her gratitude, thereby elevating your significance in her eyes. What he truly meant to convey was, why not leverage this situation to dissuade Qing Li from departing? Qin Yin shook his head firmly. "I do not seek her gratitude. All my actions are taken willingly. Furthermore, by entrusting her to her biological brother, she would have no reservations, and thus she would not hesitate to leave me simply because the team is under my control." Chapter 28. She just wants to forget me. Qingchuan found himself somewhat perplexed by the implications of his words. "Do you mean you want Qing Li to leave you?" Qin Yunshen replied candidly. "To be honest, ever since Qing Li returned, I've delved into quite a bit of your affairs. If you truly wish for her to depart, why did you come back?" Qin Yunshen found himself unable to articulate his feelings, particularly the fear of his own mortality. Yet, this time, he genuinely wished to grant Qing Li her freedom. The struggle lay within himself, unrelated to Qing Li at all. "I do not wish for her to leave, but I desire her happiness and clarity. I will provide her with everything I am capable of offering. If she can forgive me and grant me another chance, that would be splendid. If not, I shall not impose. Therefore, I kindly ask you to assist me once more by accepting this convoy, and please do not disclose my involvement." Duan Qingxuan was troubled, uncertain of how to procure the funds necessary to facilitate the convoy's affairs. The opportunity presented itself unexpectedly, and he found no justification to refuse it. However, he was reluctant to accept something without offering something in return, especially not a trivial sum. "Let me do something in return. Shall we negotiate terms?" Rather than adopting a morally upright stance and declining, Qin Yunshen was forthright in his request. "I require your assistance. Do not meddle in my relationship with Qing Li. Refrain from speaking ill of me behind my back, and you must agree to call me brother." Duan Qingxuan interlaced his fingers atop the table, gazing intently at Qin Yunshen, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He was not naive. He recognized that the project recently acquired from the Luo Yuan Group was undoubtedly facilitated by Qin Yunshen's connections with Luo Wenxian. He also understood that the mysterious benefactor who had aided him during the company's crisis was none other than Qin Yunshen himself. Yet, he remained perplexed. Why go to such lengths for merely one woman? Is it truly impossible for you, Qin Yunshen, to find another? Why did you not publicly acknowledge her as your girlfriend from the outset? When she was incensed, why did you choose to provoke her instead of soothing her? You are aware, aren't you, that she disembarked from the plane in tears? Qin Yunshen felt as though an invisible hand had seized his heart, squeezing it painfully, rendering him momentarily breathless. How could he possibly be unaware of the profound hurt he had inflicted upon the deeply enamored Duan Qing Li? Thus he returned, determined to endure 1,000-fold of her pain to earn the right to remain by her side. "Brother, I regret my past treatment of her. I did not comprehend how to cherish her properly. By the time I realized that my feelings constituted love, it was too late. This is something I have never confided in anyone. I know I have wronged her. Allow me the chance to make amends." He clasped the cup tightly, the steam causing his eyes to water. "I must inquire, what affliction does she suffer from? Is it depression? How severe is it?" Duan Qingxuan shook his head. Although he harbored resentment towards Qin Yunshen, witnessing the toll that merely a year had taken on him made him feel a tinge of pity. "She is not ill. If anything, it is merely anxiety. Through mistreat treatment, she simply seeks to forget you, for she loves you profoundly, fearing the uncontrollable desire to think of you, and even more so, the loss of her dignity through love. Therefore, she wishes to forget and to restart her life anew. She simply wishes to forget me. She ardently desires to erase me from her memory." Qin Yunshen murmured, his voice low and haunting, resembling a soul lost. His eyes frighteningly red as he repeated those words over and over. "She no longer wants me. She has uprooted me from her heart. How cruel she is. Does she not feel any pain?" Duan Qingxuan felt a twinge of fear. Would this person, in a fit of emotion, leap from the window? Instinctively, he glanced towards the window, relieved to find they were on a high floor, the windows sealed shut, the rooftop locked. "Do not lose your sanity, Qin Yunshen. If you wish for her to return to the team, you must understand that she cannot participate in the next MECT, which means she will soon begin to recall you. Perhaps she cannot fully remember the past, but you had better pray that her memories do not include the times when you wronged her." After calming his emotions, Qin Yunshen left Duan Qingxuan's company and headed straight to the driving practice ground. Everything here had been refurbished. In his urgency, his assistant had enlisted 3 construction teams, and at long last, the renovations were completed within a month. "Mr. Qin, is there anything else you would like to modify or add? The venue is satisfactory. The office is acceptable, but the modified areas seem somewhat cramped. Of course, the utmost priority is safety. Have you arranged the personnel for the team?" Qin Yunshen perused the documents in his hand, noting that most had already been signed and returned. Nothing else mattered. Xiaowu had returned, Feifei had come back, but Sheng Rang had not returned. He had been expelled without even seeing him. Li Xiong was correct. Others were insignificant, but Sheng Rang was different. He was Duan Qing Li's observer, and the two had always worked in perfect harmony. However, since Duan Qing Li had stopped driving, Sheng Rang had scarcely touched a vehicle. He harbored resentment towards Duan Qing Li. Had it not been for Qing Li's departure, perhaps the team would not have fallen into its current state. I will discuss this myself. Find out where he is. Inside the CAF's private room, the man across from him, clad in sports attire, lounged against the sofa, fingers dancing furiously over his phone, his furrowed brow betraying his impatience. Despite his somewhat imposing demeanor and unapproachable countenance, one could discern a soft heart beneath his tough exterior. Qin Yunshen remained unhurried, gently stirring his now-cold coffee with a spoon. However, Sheng Rang could not sit still. He tossed his phone onto the table and impatiently inquired, "What do you mean? Qing Li gave up the team for you? Her judgment seems rather poor. You're not young anymore, are you? Your face doesn't show age. Have you had a facelift or taken placenta injections? What does she see in you? Your age? Your lack of hygiene? I am 28 years old, and I bathe twice a day, Mr. Sheng." The team has returned to General Manager Duan's side. "I trust you're aware of my intent. I would like to invite you back to the team." Qin Yunshen responded earnestly, sliding the documents before him. "Do not misunderstand. This is my sincere intention. Your father's company has been falsely accused of environmental issues. The necessary procedures have been completed, and approval has been granted for the factory to resume construction." Sheng Rang, incredulous, glanced down. His family's factory had been slandered by a rival company, and despite numerous appeals, they had been unsuccessful, even having their production license revoked. Now, with a single statement from Qin Yunshen, everything had been resolved. No wonder his father insisted he be present today. "Is this a condition?" Sheng Han retorted. Qin Yunshen shook his head. "This is sincerity. In the past, Qing Li acted for my sake. I did not want her to engage in such perilous endeavors. So I confiscated her passport, forcing her to relinquish her aspirations. Now I have come to realize she should pursue her passions. In light of past events, I find it necessary to extend my apologies to you and your team. I am truly sorry, Mr. Sheng." Chapter 29 Public Apology. The laughter of Sheng Rang brimmed with mockery. "So, you were displeased, and she withdrew. Now that you've come to your senses, she returns. Mr. Qin, I find myself perplexed by the realm of the affluent, yet you resemble someone who has consumed a toxic mushroom, prone to bouts of madness." Qin Yunshen had long since shed his once fiery temper. In the face of Sheng Rang's derision, the only sentiment he harbored was sympathy for Qing Li. He spoke the truth. His erratic behavior had compelled Qing Li to relinquish many cherished aspirations. Now that he had regained his composure, expecting her to reclaim what she had once forsaken with great reluctance felt rather unscrupulous. "Mr. Sheng, Qing Li wishes to return to the racing team. In her understanding, your team separated merely due to being sidelined. She fell ill and has forgotten many things." "What illness?" "You took her away and then failed to care for her properly. Now that she is ill, you regret it?" How absurd. Although Sheng Rang continued to mock, he sat up straight, visibly tense. Noticing that Qin Yunshen was silent, he grew impatient. "Can you not speak? If you cannot articulate, then leave. It was merely a matter of wanting to forget my illness, which is not too harmful to my health. I have already recovered. I will take her to assess her cognitive abilities, enabling her to regain her former level of performance." Qin Yunshen lowered his head, unable to meet Sheng Rang's gaze as he spoke. He could discern Sheng Rang's concern. He was aware that Qing Li's observer had feelings for her. 2 years prior, Qing Li had wished to return for a competition, but he had confiscated her passport to prevent her return. Since then, her connection with the racing team had ceased entirely. Protecting her from danger was paramount, partly due to the fact that her observer was Sheng Rang. Sheng Rang nodded, adopting a casual tone. "If you wish for my return, Mr. Qin, you ought to know that while my family may be humble, we are not devoid of wealth. The methods you employ to bribe others will not work with me. As for my father's company, we have no issues regarding environmental compliance. Resolving it is merely a matter of time. Therefore, make your request, whatever it may be, and I shall acquiesce." Throughout, Qin Yunshen had always been adept at avoiding risks and understanding the balance of gain and loss. It was unprecedented for him to agree to something before the other party had even articulated their demands. Sheng Rang was taken aback, but intended to challenge Qin Yunshen, unwilling to let him off so easily. Why should a mere word from him compel others to forsake their dreams? And why should another word necessitate their return? Did he truly believe himself a master of creation, wielding control over the lives of others? Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, in the square before the Sheng Group's office building, Mr. Qin will publicly bow an apology to our racing team. There must be over 30 journalists present. If you agree, I shall do so. If you, I agree. Qin Yunshen abruptly interrupted him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Is that all? Then it is settled at 9. Before Sheng Rang could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Yunshen stood up, gave him a slight nod, and turned to leave the private room. Sheng blinked, harboring some doubt about whether this individual was indeed the Qin Yunshen he had heard about. He was not a masterful pianist, nor the heir of the Qin family. Was he not the one who valued his reputation above all? To publicly bow and apologize, he had surprisingly consented without hesitation. Could this person be an imposter? By the time Qin Yunshen arrived at the company, it was nearly time to close up. He was fixated on his phone screen. Li Xiang leaned in for a glance, revealing a chat interface labeled Baby. Qin Yunshen presented his phone screen for him to see. What does this avatar signify? It was unchanged this morning, and now it's transformed into a cloud. Does she wish to float away? Surely, I haven't done anything wrong? You're overthinking it. Changing avatars is quite normal. Li Xiang replied with an awkward smile. He had set Qin Yunshen's avatar to file transfer assistant, a fact unknown to Qin Yunshen until later, which had resulted in a deduction from his bonus. He dared not speak recklessly now. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yunshen retrieved 2 red books from his pocket and placed them on the table, snapping a photo and setting it as his avatar. Li Xiang's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Do you carry these with you? It's been days, yet you still have them? He had lost count of how many times he had witnessed Qin Yunshen produce his marriage certificate from his pocket, but this time it was different. The certificate was encased in a plastic cover that only his grandmother would use. Qin Yunshen gazed at his phone, nodding with satisfaction. This looks much better. Regardless of what avatar Baby chooses, it aligns with mine as a couple. This way, everyone will know I'm married. Do you think they will feel envious? If they do, might they engage in actions detrimental to me? Will they try to steal my wife? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Li Xiang with suspicion, but then he reconsidered. Since Li Xiang claimed to prefer men, that was for the best. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, everyone is aware that the lady is your wife. With your reputation, no one would dare to overstep. Once he finished, he recalled, by the way, the Wang office has responded regarding the Duan Schumann case. It's practically confirmed and has already been reviewed. The process will conclude this month. The individual is currently in detention, awaiting sentencing. Qing Li has not returned to work since the last incident. The elder instructed you to return home tonight. If I go back, who will cook for Qing Li? No. Please ask her if she has time to accompany me. Qin Yunshen handed his phone to him, indicating that he should call Duan Qing Li. Li Xiang felt somewhat conflicted. Although he was not particularly socially anxious, it seemed inappropriate for him to call the lady when the boss could do so himself. Why don't you call her yourself? Qin Yunshen lowered his voice, as if Duan Qing Li were standing at the door, and a slightly raised tone would be overheard. I'm too afraid. What if she scolds me? It's your phone. Even if the lady is displeased, I want to be the one receiving the reprimand. Li Xiang's words prompted Qin Yunshen to nod repeatedly, hastily reclaiming his phone. Duan Qing Li updated her social media with a promotional post for her bar. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yun decided to replicate the content on his own timeline, adding a caption, "Support my wife's establishment, everyone." Within 3 minutes, Duan Qing Li's call came through, and his hand trembled as he hesitantly answered. My dear, allow me to explain. I merely sought to promote your business. With the holiday approaching, your events are truly commendable. Am I to be reprimanded? Chapter 30. A harmonious encounter. Listening to his cautious and somewhat guilty voice, even without seeing him, Duan Qing Li could easily envision his expression. Ha, darling, what's the matter? I would be absolutely delighted if you were to promote me. I called to check if you're working late today. If not, I can come pick you up. Qin Yunshen, momentarily taken aback, touched his forehead in disbelief and sought confirmation from Duan Qing Li. Are you saying you're coming to pick me up after work? Is it inconvenient? I apologize. I was just thinking. Inconvenient? Not at all. It's particularly convenient. After all, it's our own company. Of course I want to come. I'll head straight to the main entrance and await my wife's arrival, and I'll gather everyone to welcome you. Qin Yunshen was so exhilarated that he stumbled over his words, feeling an overwhelming urge to announce to everyone that his wife was coming to fetch him from work. Qing Li couldn't help but chuckle again. Stop with the banter. I'll be over shortly. You continue with your tasks. After hanging up, Qin Yunshen found it difficult to calm the excitement bubbling within him. He circled around his desk 3 times before glancing at the clock. You didn't schedule any meetings for me? Why is there not a single conference today? Here's what we'll do. Summon all the executives to the large conference room on the 38th floor. We shall hold an encouragement meeting. Li Xiang was puzzled by his intentions, but felt an unsettling premonition. President Qin, if you're planning a meeting, you only need to make a brief address. There is no need for you to preside over it. Qin Yunshen had no intention of presiding. He believed his motives were quite simple. He was merely seeking a diversion. Li Xiang continued to advise him. If you merely wish to show off, you can easily go to the first floor to greet her. Everyone will be passing through the lobby as it's almost time to leave. Do you truly think I'm the sort to show off? Are you suggesting I have too little work to do? Qin Yunshen shot him a glare before turning to change into a lake blue suit, a color Li Xiang had never seen him wear before. Where are you going? To pick up my wife. Qin Yunshen hurriedly entered the elevator, unable to wait for Li Xiang, and pressed the closed door button. Watching the elevator doors slowly shut, Li Xiang wore a professional smile, though he felt an overwhelming sense of futility within. As he made his way to the first floor, he encountered the head of the secretarial department, who jokingly remarked, "Oh, Assistant Li, once again rejected by the president? Well, if it weren't for the generous pay, I would have long ceased to serve." Complaints were permissible, but the work still needed to be done. Upon reaching the first floor, he found Qin Yunshen standing at the entrance, having taken over the duties of the security personnel. During the peak hour of departure, ever since Qin Yunshen took over the responsibilities from the elder Mr. Qin, the C-High Group had rarely required employees to work overtime, resulting in a bustling crowd. However, upon seeing Qin Yunshen at the door, most people instinctively averted their gaze, with some even turning back to continue their work. Noticing this, Qin Yunshen quickly called out to everyone, "You all carry on. My wife is here to pick me up, and I'll wait for her for a moment. Madam has arranged for everyone to receive a portion of fruit. Each person should come forward to collect their share." On the adjacent table lie freshly delivered Australian cherries, large strawberries that appear rather extravagant. Li Xiang hastily approached to flatter her, even though he was aware that these delights were ordered by him, having no connection to Madam whatsoever. Nevertheless, Madam was generous. "This box must weigh at least 3 pounds, and its size is such that I usually cannot bring myself to indulge." As Qing Li stepped out of the car, she was greeted by the exuberant figure of Qin Yunshen, who resembled a flamboyant peacock. His demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual mature and composed nature, as if he had been spirited away by Jing Shao. "Wife." Long before she reached him, Qin Yunshen was already waving and running towards her, exclaiming, "I miss you so much. You're working so hard, yet you still come pick me up. Your love for me is overwhelming." The once tranquil hall fell utterly silent, so much so that even the sound of footsteps vanished. Yet, Qing Li remained at the entrance, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere. Upon noticing that she was holding a box, Qin Yunshen hurriedly took it from her, saying, "Is this a gift from me, my dear wife? I am deeply touched." As he spoke, he turned and walked inside, eagerly unboxing the contents. Qing Li felt a cold sweat break out in panic. "Don't open it. You mustn't." Her words could not keep pace with Qin Yunshen's swift hands, and with a loud clatter, a metallic object fell to the floor, revealing a fluffy white tail. Almost immediately, a small black whip, half a meter long, also tumbled out of the box. Qin Yunshen quickly picked it up and peered inside again. "A drawstring? I didn't expect this. No wonder you bought it, as we didn't have one at home." Qing Li felt so embarrassed that she wished to vanish into a crack in the ground. Yet Qin Yunshen appeared completely unperturbed. He chuckled as he placed everything back into the box and affectionately ruffled her hair, offering reassurance. "Why are you embarrassed? This is all for my use." "I'm not embarrassed at all. Besides, we are legally married, with a certificate to prove it. As long as I consent, there's no wrongdoing." Although comforted, the impact was minimal. Qing Li regretted her decision to come, and, more so, her impulsiveness in bringing the items down. I didn't intend to bring them. It's just that my mind always seems to falter. I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. There is no trouble at all. I'm quite pleased. Qin Yunshen replied proudly, completely unfazed by the situation. If anyone were to witness the earlier scene, it would only signify the strong bond and harmony in his relationship with Madam. By the way, Grandpa asked me to return home tonight. If you're free, dear wife, would you accompany me? Rest assured, no one would dare to bully you, not even my elder sister. The thought that she had once called her auntie and now had to refer to her as elder sister struck Qing Li as amusingly absurd, yet intriguing. Under Qin Yunshen's eager gaze, she nodded in agreement. In the car, Qin Yunshen was engrossed in examining the items within the box. Some were unfamiliar to him, but that was of no concern, for he was a diligent and eager learner. Are all these mine? Don't you have any? I do. I'll put it away. I'll wear it for you tonight. Qing Li playfully patted the bag she was carrying, raising an eyebrow at him with a hint of mystery. Qin Yunshen's pupils noticeably widened, as if lost in thought, his ears flushed crimson. As they made their way to the Qin residence, his heart raced in a disconcerting manner. He felt as though the sunset lingered far too long, wishing for night to fall sooner. The butler opened the car door and greeted them politely. Good evening, master, madam. The old master is waiting for you both in the study. Qin Yunshen extended his arm towards Qing Li, inviting her to link hers with his as they entered together. How did grandfather know Qing Li would come? The butler chuckled softly, replying nonchalantly. The old master remarked that your endurance can only last 6 hours without seeing your wife. Chapter 31. The scoundrel awaits the sewing machine, sighing deeply. Qin Yunshen lamented, I have never lived with him, so how can the old man know me so well? Can I endure for 6.5 hours? In truth, he had left in the morning and had not seen Qing Li for even 5 hours. Yet he was already consumed with anxiety, unable to accomplish anything. This state of mind was decidedly inappropriate, and Qin Yunshen intended to regain control. However, before he could formulate a plan, his intentions were laid bare, leaving him momentarily at a loss. On the first floor, Qin Jingshan and his wife sat on the sofa, engaged in a conversation, while Qin Li was absent. Qing Li had expected Qin Yunshen to at least greet them, but to her surprise, he grasped her wrist and rapped on the study door, entering without hesitation. The old man, clad in a long robe, stood before the table, holding a brush and intently examining his calligraphy. Grandfather, I'm back. How have you been lately? Qin Yunshen said as he led Qing Li to the table. From the outside, Qing Li had prepared a myriad of compliments for his grandfather's calligraphy, but all her words were stifled in her throat. On the Xian paper before the old man, the words a bunch of nuisances were rendered in the elegant slender gold script. Qin Yunshen, unfazed, offered praise. It's beautifully written. It echoes my sentiments. The old man furrowed his brow and inquired, what do you think about Jolie's situation? He has been causing quite a stir these past couple of days, and I am at my wit's end. Due to Qing Li's cancellation of her engagement, Qin Li had even more reason to pursue Schumann. However, she was currently detained, and thanks to Qin Yunshen's intervention, her release was delayed. Qin Li, feeling helpless, resorted to troubling the old man. The old man had not had a moment's peace these past few days, unable to express his frustration directly across 2 generations. He sought Qin Yunshen to address the matter. Yet, upon seeing Qing Li, a rare smile graced his face. He picked up a wooden box from the table and handed it to her. This was left by Yunshen's grandmother. It was part of her dowry. She asked me to pass it on to her daughter-in-law when she departed. Regrettably, I forgot about it until now, so it is now given to my granddaughter-in-law. Qing Li accepted the box with both hands, and upon opening it, she discovered a pair of flawless jade bracelets, their vibrant green hue indicating great value. Thank you, grandfather, but isn't this too precious? She protested. The true worth of an item lies in its sentiment, not its price. This is your grandfather's acknowledgement of you as his granddaughter-in-law, so you must accept it. Be obedient, the old man insisted. He glanced once more at the bracelets, recalling how, during a crisis, his wife had secretly sold her dowry to support him. Though he had been unable to reclaim all of it, he was grateful that these significant bracelets had returned. Qin Yunshen closed the lid and nudged the box towards Qing Li. You must accept it. You are my wife. And only you can receive this. Qin Yunshen is the beloved grandchild of the old lady, being the child of her favorite youngest son, and naturally her most cherished grandson. After many years of anticipation, the old gentleman finally welcomed his granddaughter-in-law. Qin Yunshen assured his grandfather, "Rest assured, I will treat Qing Li well. The matters of the company were mishandled by me, but I will arrange everything properly." As for Zhili, the old man waved his hand, issuing a direct command. He declared that if one did not wish to attend the company, there was no need to do so, as he deemed that individual of little worth. Moreover, the illegitimate daughter of the Duan family must never cross the threshold of the Qin household. To allow that would be a betrayal to his old comrade in arms. The old gentleman had never held a fondness for the eldest son, and this disdain extended to Qin Li as well. When Qin Yunshen returned, he expressed a desire for Qing Li, requesting the old gentleman's cooperation. Initially, he expected a lengthy discourse, but to his surprise, the old man acquiesced immediately. "Stay for dinner today and make yourself at home. It has been long since you last stayed here," the old gentleman stated, directing his gaze toward Qing Li. His intentions unmistakably clear. He understood that it was not solely in Qin Yunshen's hands. Hence he sought Qing Li's consent. "All right," Qing Li responded with a smile, feeling indifferent, though concerned that Qin Yunshen might feel awkward. Upon exiting, Qin Jingshan approached them directly, prompting Qin Yunshen to instinctively hold Qing Li close. "Xiao Wu, if you have no pressing matters, come over here. I have some things to discuss with you," Qin Jingshan said, his demeanor surprisingly amicable. He cast a fleeting glance at Qing Li, but said nothing further. Qin Yunshen nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. I will first escort Qing Li to her room to rest. You can wait for me in the study." The bedroom on the 5th floor, centrally located, belonged to Qin Yunshen and was the largest, the decor reflecting a monotonous simplicity similar to that of his own home. He guided her to the sofa and helped her change into slippers, gently massaging her slightly swollen calves. "Dear, rest for a while. If you feel tired, lie down. I will return to give you a bath. Later, we can go down for dinner. Grandpa eats later than usual." After speaking, he fetched a fresh blanket to cover her legs and brought over a charger. Contemplating for a moment before pouring her a glass of warm water, finally leaving with a sense of reassurance. In the study, Qin Jingshan had been waiting for a while. While Qin Li sat on the nearby sofa, his expression one of discontent, revealing visible injuries on his cheek upon closer inspection. "Elder brother, did you need something?" Before Qin Jingshan could speak, Qin Li began to voice his grievances. "Uncle, you shouldn't be so excessive. I have long stated that the matter with Duan Shuman had nothing to do with her. It was entirely my fault. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Why can't you just—" "Indeed," Qin Yunshen interrupted him, weary of his incessant complaints. "So you wish to take the blame, do you? Just wait and see." With that, he placed a folder in his hand on the table, signaling Qin Jingshan to take a look. Realizing something was amiss, Qin Jingshan quickly opened the folder for a glance. Within this document lies the record of Qin Li's professional endeavors over the years. He has encountered numerous issues across several projects under his purview, and there are alarming instances of kickbacks, with the amounts involved exceeding tens of millions. When calculated against the project budgets, the figures could easily reach into the billions. This is not all. There are several incidents, including a case from Qin Li's school days where he inflicted severe injuries on another, resulting in lasting disabilities, as well as a case involving a girl who is incapable of self-care, both of which have been effectively suppressed by Qin Jingshan and his wife. "Qin Yunshen, what do you mean by this? Are you truly intent on bringing ruin to Qin Li? He is your nephew, after all. How can you proceed with such intentions without considering how to explain this to the elder?" Qin Yunshen replied in a tone of casual inquiry. "A nephew, though not a blood relative, is he not? Brother, was it not he who urged me to confront him?" Chapter 32. The sensation of unwrapping a gift with the evidence in Qin Yunshen's possession, it was sufficient to sentence Qin Li for a decade. The magnitude of the financial implications could undoubtedly devastate their family. Qin Jingshan trembled with rage, his face flushed with an alarming hue. Clutching his chest, as if struggling to breathe. Startled, Qing Li hurriedly rummaged for medication. Dad, what's wrong? What happened? Should I call a doctor? Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Qin Yunshen struck him across the face, pointing angrily, his words laced with venom. You ungrateful wretch! Have I not provided for you? Has the company not compensated you? How dare you? Qin Yunshen observed the dramatic display with a cold gaze. In their eyes, economic crimes held far greater severity than intentional harm. Truly, they were businessmen at heart, disregarding the sting of the slap and the loss of dignity. Qin Li frantically sifted through the scattered documents on the table. It's impossible, it can't be. This has always been the case. I'm not the only one. How did you find out? How on earth did you know? Qin Yunshen shrugged indifferently and stated, You should reflect on your actions. Who told you to bully my wife? I have a long memory for such grievances. As he turned to leave, Qin Yunshen rushed forward, seizing his arm, his tone dropping to a pleading whisper. Xiaowu, we are family. If you have demands, voice them. My elder brother is not incapable of providing. Speak up. He is my only son. If something were to happen to him, how would your sister-in-law survive? Had he not recognized the futility of the situation, Qin Yunshen would have maintained his lofty demeanor. Yet, faced with such dire circumstances, he found himself compelled to bow his head. At his age, the prospect of his son's incarceration raised the question of whether he would ever see him again, especially since Qin Yunshen had no intention of letting the matter rest. With the combination of economic crimes and grievous bodily harm, Qin Li was destined to languish in prison for life. He could not bear to witness Qin Yunshen's restraint, which suggested there might be a glimmer of hope for negotiation. Turning back, Qin Yunshen delivered a fierce kick to Qin Li's leg. Kneel, beg your uncle for mercy, plead with him, agree to whatever he desires, hurry. Qin Yunshen rarely spoke to him with such severity, and Qin Li understood that his situation was indeed dire. Whether out of obedience or sheer terror, he knelt, his voice quavering with fear. Uncle, I did not mean to cause this. You have a magnanimous heart. Spare me this once. Whatever you desire, I shall comply. I will no longer provoke Qing Li. I swear to sever all ties with her. No, I'm an aunt. Qin Yunshen scrutinized Qin Yunshen's expression, a mask of inscrutability that made it impossible to discern his true intentions or desired resolution. Qin Li, get out. This matter requires a private discussion with your uncle. He pushed the chair aside, awaiting Qin Yunshen to take his seat. Qin Yunshen silently presented his phone for Qin Yunshen to view, displaying a share transfer agreement. Qin Yunshen's expression darkened as he gazed at him. Your greed knows no bounds. Qin Yunshen, you have already acquired the old man's shares, effectively gaining control. What is your intention now? As he pondered this, he realized that within the company, the old man held the largest stake, followed by himself, along with the shares originally designated for the fifth branch. Qin Yunshen aimed for absolute control. What were his ulterior motives for the company? Does the old man know of your actions? Brother, you do not need this. What you truly require is clarity on what holds greater significance, your son or the company. I will send you the contract. If I do not receive your reply by noon tomorrow, all documents will be in the hands of the authorities. With that, Qin Yunshen exited. During dinner, Qin Yunshen's family did not make an appearance. Only Qin Yunshen and Qing Li dined with the old man. However, the old man seemed quite pleased, showing Qing Li something on his phone. Look, is this your bar? Qing Li smiled awkwardly, aware that the esteemed Qin family likely looked down upon someone of her humble background, especially since she merely operated a small bar. She feared that the old man might consider her a disgrace to the family. It's mine. Grandfather, She hesitated, wanting to reveal that she was a race car driver, though it hardly seemed appropriate to mention. The old man thumped the table, nodding enthusiastically. Arrange a private booth for grandfather. I called, and they said they were fully booked today. What a hassle. I want to treat friends to drinks and show off a bit. Qing Li was taken aback, speechless, and upon pinching her thigh, she heard Qin Yunshen's grunt, which jolted her back to reality. The old man scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful. Am I being too demanding? Not at all. How could that be difficult? I'll ensure grandfather gets the finest booth, V01. She quickly retrieved her phone and messaged Jingran, only to notice that Jingran had messaged her half an hour prior. Pair, your husband is a walking advertisement. How much does he charge for advertising space in his circle? Is it still available? Could you send me a blind date opportunity? Since Qin Yunshen had posted on his social media, the Nightshade Bar had begun to attract a queue, many eager to curry favor with him. In a mere 3 hours, their revenue surpassed what they earned in an entire year. Say V01 for me. The old man from the Qin family will be coming shortly. Serve the finest drinks. Putting down her phone, she smiled reassuringly at the old man. It's all set. You may proceed without worry. Qin Yunshen, rubbing his thigh, reminded, Grandfather, you must exercise moderation while staying up late at your age. The old man waved his hand, engrossed in messaging friends on his phone. I'll want to stay up late. I'll rest after this, an early rise. After returning to her room, Qin Yunshen could not resist rummaging through Qing Li's bag. Though this might appear somewhat intrusive, he was exceedingly curious about what kind of outfit she had planned. Qing Li swiftly snatched the bag away, playfully forbidding him from looking. I'm going to change. You stay put for a moment. Make sure to clean up and lay everything out on the bed, and patiently wait for your sister. Qin Yun deeply embraced her waist, his fervent lips gently pecking at the tip of her ear. Sister, you must hurry. I await you with a mind prone to wandering, unable to bear the anticipation. And I may call out in bed. Qin Yun retrieved the box that Qing Li had given him earlier that day. After taking a shower, he exerted considerable effort to adorn himself with the seemingly alluring yet scanty garment. He wrapped himself snugly in a bathrobe and examined his reflection in the mirror. Surely, this would evoke a sense of unwrapping a gift for Qing Li. With her whimsical spirit, she would undoubtedly delight in it. Just as he entered the bedroom, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found his grandfather standing there, and before he could utter a word, the door to the cloakroom slowly creaked open, revealing a leg. Chapter 33. It is not about moderation, but rather this leg. It is undeniably beautiful, yet it is heavily tinted with the essence of Qin Yunshen and Qing Li. A furry green leg brushed against the doorframe a couple of times, and then a person clad in a green dinosaur costume emerged from the cloakroom. With their back turned to Qin Yunshen, they swayed their hips, one hand raised high, trailing along the leg. Suddenly, they turned around, and Qing Li was momentarily taken aback. At the entrance, Qin Yunshen wore a suppressed smile, while across from him stood the stern-faced elder Qin. Ah! She covered her face and dashed back into the cloakroom, feeling as though she had lost all dignity in that moment. The elder sighed, his expression somber, brows furrowed as he addressed Qin Yunshen. You, go to the study in a moment. I shall wait for you. Qin Yunshen swiftly acknowledged, then turned and rushed into the cloakroom, gently coaxing the little dinosaur hidden within the sofa. It's all right. It's merely a costume. Let me see. Whose adorable baby is this? Oh, it's mine. Qin Yunshen cupped her blushing cheeks and planted a soft kiss, then earnestly reassured her. It's nothing to worry about. Grandpa will understand. It was just a joke. Don't feel upset. If you're unhappy, I will be too. After a considerable time of comforting, Qing Li's emotions finally settled. However, when she attempted to remove the dinosaur costume, Qin Yunshen gently refused. Darling, wait here for a moment. Grandpa has called me to the study. I will help you out of it when I return. Then go quickly. It's inappropriate to keep Grandpa waiting while we chat. Qing Li urged him out of the room, sinking into the sofa, lost in thought. The business was particularly thriving tonight. Jingran was overwhelmed with work. Under normal circumstances, he would have called Qing Li for assistance. But since the success of the evening was due to her presence, he felt hesitant to ask, opting instead to call Jing Xiao for help. Upon hearing that Qing Li and Qin Yunshen had registered their marriage, Jing Xiao could hardly contain himself, making 6 calls within half an hour. Qing Li hurriedly returned his call, and after a lengthy wait, he finally answered. What is the matter, Xiao Ge? Have you been roped into helping Jingran? Qing Li, have you truly registered your marriage with Qin Yunshen? Jing Xiao's voice boomed on the other end, loud enough to leave her ears ringing. Yes, what of it? Is there a problem? Qing Li was perplexed, unsure of the reason behind Jing Xiao's dramatic reaction. There was a loud crash, as if something had shattered. You, find time to come see me soon, not in a few days, but tomorrow. I have something very important to discuss with you. Don't tell Qin Yunshen that I called. and don't mention it to your brother. Meanwhile, in the study, Elder Qin glared sternly, slamming a file folder down before Qin Yunshen. I expected you to resolve matters, not to turn against your own family. Qin Yunshen, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. Grandfather, since you are already aware, I shall not conceal my intentions. I desire this company, and it is imperative. You know I lack neither wealth nor social standing. My sole aspiration is to provide Qing Li with a secure life. You are well aware of the treacherous nature of the Qin family, are you not? Qin Yunshen articulated the unspoken fears of the Qin lineage with ruthless candor, a topic that had long tormented the elder. He wished to fulfill his promise, to see the heir of the Qin family wed to a daughter of the Duan family. However, the reality is that entry into the Qin family is fraught with challenges, and establishing a foothold is even more daunting. Though Duan Qing Li is not of a timid disposition, without support, her life will remain a struggle. Now, as Qin Yunshen seeks to seize control, his motives are, to some extent, understandable. Grandfather, did you not also act in a similar manner? I shall not wrong anyone, yet I have my limits. If Qin Li had not committed those acts, do you believe my threats would hold any weight? He has, and the Qin family as protection does not absolve him of his wrongdoings. What if one day, a more formidable adversary than the Qin family emerges? If at that moment, Qin Li is beyond control, his misdeeds will be laid bare, and the Qin family's reputation will be irreparably tarnished. The elder, who had devoted his life to lawful conduct and propriety in business, would not allow himself at this advanced age to resolve such troublesome matters for the younger generation. Very well, I have but one request. Let us not escalate this situation into a public spectacle, he urged. Qin Yunshen nodded in agreement. Rest assured, my elder brother would not dare. He has only one son and cannot afford the risk. As the elder gazed into Qin Yunshen's resolute eyes, he was reminded of the youthful spirit of the past, both in his grandson and in his late wife. You resemble your grandmother, and your father as well, but do not inherit their obstinacy. Life should be lived joyfully. Avoid being overly dogmatic. Qin Yunshen understood his grandfather's sentiments, yet regrettably, that stubbornness had indeed been passed down to him. Recalling the earlier scene in the bedroom, the elder felt compelled to offer a reminder. Moreover, I can understand the impulses of youth, but do exercise caution. Do you understand? A hint of a smile graced Qin Yunshen's lips at the thought of Duan Qing Li. She was simply adorable. Do not worry, grandfather. I shall maintain my restraint. The elder sighed, adding, what I meant was to pay attention to aesthetics. Qin Yunshen then returned to the bedroom. On the sofa, a small green dinosaur sat in a daze, huddled in the corner, looking both cute and helpless. Qin Yunshen approached, seated himself beside her, gently squeezing the back of her neck and placing a tender kiss upon her lips. Was my little dinosaur pondering? Your serious expression is utterly charming. Duan Qing Li did not waver in her gaze. Even as she was kissed, her attention remained fixed on the outside world, observing the dancing shadows of trees through the curtains. I'm contemplating what you are wearing underneath, she mused. Qin Yunshen, taken aback, followed her gaze discreetly, slipping her hand beneath the fabric of her robe. The smooth metallic surface, warm against the skin, mirrored the heat radiating from Duan Qing Li's cheeks. Qin Yunshen's deep breaths brushed against her ear, a tantalizing sensation that compelled her gaze to return. Qin Yunshen, how do you manage to be so shameless? This level of cooperation is truly impressive. The woman's tone was light, laced with a hint of provocation. Yet, Qin Yunshen displayed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he found satisfaction in the desire reflected in her eyes. As long as my wife is happy, there is nothing I cannot do. Everything she enjoys is what I cherish. Your joy brings me even greater delight. Is there any problem with that? Bring it on. Let it flow freely. My room is particularly well soundproof. Chapter 34. Let's leave it at that in the morning. Duan Qing Li gently caressed the crimson marks on the man's body. He furrowed his brow, and though he was still lost in slumber, he seemed to feel a twinge of pain. Qin Yunshen had deceived her, claiming that his pain receptors were dulled. Guilt gnawed at Duan Qing Li as she nestled against his chest, softly kneading. Wife, the man, just awakening, spoke with a sleepy timbre that tugged at the heartstrings. Qin Yunshen roused quickly, and upon discerning the morning light filtering through the window, he was fully alert. "Thank you, my dear wife. I haven't slept so soundly in ages. It feels so wonderful." He had enjoyed a full 6 hours of sleep, a luxury he had scarcely dared to dream of over the past year. And remarkably, he had not experienced any dreams. In the past, he had felt satisfied with a mere 2 hours of rest, albeit haunted by dreams where Qing Li abandoned him, or wept alone in a dark room, and most frequently, dreams of her marrying another, resolutely declaring that she would never return. "Does it hurt? It's my fault. I want to be so impulsive again, my husband. I'm so sorry." Qing Li's voice trembled, revealing a hint of tears. At the sound, Qin Yunshen became anxious and quickly tilted his head to look at her. "What is wrong, darling?" Upon seeing the marks on his chest and arms, Qin Yunshen understood. He deliberately pulled back the covers to reveal his back to her. "You should pity me. Look at how cruel this is. But, my dear wife, is there something wrong with me? Why do I so delight in your treatment of me?" His words gradually dissolved Qing Li's guilt, instead fostering a sense that they were indeed meant for one another. "You are perfectly fine," she said, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on his neck. "Believe in yourself, my love. You are normal." As they descended the stairs, they encountered the elder at the entrance. Qin Yunshen immediately sensed something amiss. "You just returned, didn't you?" The elder nodded, stifling a yawn. "Yes. You two enjoy your breakfast. Don't mind me. I'm exhausted and need to sleep." Qing Li grimaced slightly. "Isn't that lifestyle unhealthy? What grandfather goes to a bar? Doesn't he find it noisy?" Qin Yunshen found her logic compelling. "I suppose I don't like it. Perhaps he never indulged in such pleasures when he was younger and now wishes to make up for lost time. But doesn't matter. His happiness is what counts." Since Jing Xiao had instructed Qing Li not to inform Qin Yunshen about their meeting, she directed him to park outside Qing Chuan's company. Once Qin Yunshen had departed, she swiftly ascended, retrieved her car keys, and drove to Jing Xiao's office. Upon arriving at the Shengshe Group's building, Qin Yunshen noticed a throng of reporters gathering in the plaza. Li Xiang hurried over to him as soon as he arrived. "President Qin, everything is arranged. The reporters are here, and the convoy has just arrived. What do you intend to do?" In the center of the plaza, several chairs were arranged, occupied by individuals whom Qin Yunshen recognized. Yet he did not see the person expected to arrive. "Where is Sheng Rang? He asked me to come, yet he is absent." Behind, a man sauntered over casually in sportswear. Several individuals in the square concurrently approached Qin Yunshen. Leading them was a girl with short hair, standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in black leather and adorned with extravagant metallic jewelry. Her purple lipstick lent her an air of icy aloofness. "Sheng, why did you summon us?" she called out. Sheng Rang waved back, responding loudly. "Qin, he claims it was he who let Li Zi go, and he has come to apologize for the injustices you've endured over the past 2 years." Sheng Rang draped his arm over the girl's shoulder and tilted his chin towards Qin Yunshen. "Do you know this person? This is Fei Fei. She is responsible for modifications and repairs in our racing team. I am merely a mechanic. I hardly deserve an apology from the esteemed Qin," Fei Fei retorted. "I have already received your payment, and I have promised to return to the team. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." She glanced back at Xiao Wu, who remained silent, evidently having received his share as well. Qin Yunshen formally apologized first. "Everyone, I sincerely apologize. I am aware of my wrongdoings. As for the money you received, it was not directly from me. It was compensation. Had I not intervened, your team would have thrived, and your worth would have escalated. The financial restitution can only partially mend the grievances and injustices you have suffered, which I cannot fully rectify." Qin Yunshen's demeanor was exceptionally earnest, causing not only the others, but even Sheng Rang to waver momentarily. He then surveyed the gathering journalists. "Sheng Rang, the 30 reporters you requested? There are more than 30 here. I am willing to publicly apologize under any pretext, but do not place blame on Qing Li. The fault lies with me. I accept full responsibility, even if it means enduring physical confrontation today." With that, he stepped into the center and addressed the journalists. "I have come to apologize to Mr. Sheng Rang and the Guangzhou racing team. Initially, I obstructed their leading driver from participating in competitions, which cost them numerous opportunities. Today, I stand here. Before he could finish, Sheng Rang grasped his arm and quickly interjected for the reporters. This is regarding a contract. We are here to sign with a new company. Qin Yunshen understood the implication but remained true to his promise, bowing in apology to Sheng Rang and the team members. I am sorry. Sheng Rang pulled him up, his brow furrowed. Although he appeared somewhat vexed, his tone had softened considerably. Enough. I cannot bear an apology from you, the esteemed Qin. Let's consider this settled. Please allow Li Zi to return to the team. We will not speak ill of her, as we never held her at fault. Qin Yunshen's formal apology, which risked his family's reputation and the interests of the Sihai group, left Sheng Rang speechless in admiration. Fei Fei simply waved her hand in silence, signifying her forgiveness. They had never blamed Qing Li and firmly believed that her choices were justified. Now that she expressed her willingness to return, a sense of joy blossomed within a few of them, and the only lingering discomfort dissipated with Qin Yunshen's sincere apology. Li Xiang was so taken aback that he was rendered speechless. If this news were to leak, it would impact the stocks, the finances, everything. Have you lost your mind, President Qin? If you expect me to contact the press for this, I absolutely refuse to comply. Meanwhile, Qing Li sat in Jing Shao's office, instantly countering him without a second thought. Impossible. If my brother knew, how could he not tell me? Are you really basing this on what he said? Why can't I recall this matter? Though Jing Shao was reluctant, he felt compelled to respond. Peter is a friend of Duan Qingchuan. If you doubt it, go ask your brother yourself. Chapter 35. A decision made by herself, Duan Qingchuan huddled in the corner by the floor-to-ceiling window, arms wrapped around himself, trembling as he gazed at his sister, who stood before him wielding a baseball bat. I was wrong. Li Zi, you really ought to tell your brother where I went astray, right? Is it necessary to just come in and start hitting me? Look at my battered face. With a resounding thud, Qing Li discarded the baseball bat and sank into a chair, crossing her arms defiantly, gesturing for Duan Qingchuan to inspect the situation himself. The paper on the table was a diagnosis certificate from earlier, clearly indicating that her issue was anxiety disorder. Duan Qingchuan grasped the situation but was baffled as to how Qing Li had discovered this. It was a secret known only to him, and Qin Yunshen would never divulge such information. Thus, it must have been Jing Shao who had informed her. That scoundrel Jing Shao. I ought to take care of him. Upon finishing that thought, he forced a smile at Qing Li. This isn't as you perceive it. You seem to have forgotten many things. Listen to your brother. He recounted everything that had transpired since her return, explaining that it was Qing Li who had insisted on this course of action, even for the 3 treatments. She had personally signed off on each one before proceeding. Only the 3rd treatment remained, and in terms of timing, it was indeed due. It's not that I want this. You, Qing Li, were the one who said you wanted to forget the past, to erase the memory of that man, Qin Yunshen, your former lover. That can't be right. I seem to recall that the man I loved had the surname Xiao. I couldn't have been unfaithful, could I? Previously, Qing Li had not thought much of it, but ever since her relationship with Qin Yunshen began, she had harbored a lingering suspicion that she might be someone who would betray love. Duan Qingchuan noted that she was beginning to remember, albeit incompletely, and he felt a temporary relief. However, as he witnessed Qing Li reach for the baseball bat once more, he sensed that his relief had come too soon. All right. Qing Li, please don't lose your mind. It was you who wept and lamented about being hurt enough. The mect treatment was my idea, and I procured the medication. Yet, the one who agreed to it was truly you. I even have the video to prove it. Duan Qingchuan pointed toward the corner where an atrociously ugly painting hung. Go take a look. Their essay's safe behind that painting. The code is the day you went abroad. We share the same mother. How could I possibly deceive you? The video was recorded at Qing Li's request. She was acutely aware that Qin Yunshen would not let her go easily, and she feared that one day she might unjustly blame Duan Qingchuan for the situation, all the while still struggling to recall the complete truth. As it appeared, she had a reasonable grasp of herself, and, thankfully, there was that video. Li Zi, what are your thoughts on this? Qin Yunshen, Duan Qingchuan hesitated to inquire, uncertain why he felt that Qin Yunshen's feelings for Qing Li were genuine. He knew little of their past, only that his sister was heartbroken. But he remained oblivious to the specifics of what Qin Yunshen had done, whether he had truly betrayed her or not. Qing Li has never been one to embrace a life of confusion. Yet even she finds herself echoing the sentiment from the video. If you truly forget, then forget entirely. Do not allow those insignificant individuals to linger in your thoughts. Brother, I do not wish to forget. I refuse to live in ignorance. Inquire with Peter if there exists a method to help me recall what has transpired. If Qin Yunshen has indeed betrayed me, if he has committed an unforgivable act, I shall not grant him forgiveness. Qin had foreseen this outcome. There is a way. Once you are prepared, I will arrange for Peter. We must undergo another session of therapy. He possesses the means to restore your memories, provided you are resolute in your decision. The implication of his words was crystal clear. For Qing Li to recover her memories would entail further pain and sorrow, a prospect she wished to evade. Yet she remained willing to honor Qing Li's wishes. Today, Qing Li did not attend the office, but returned home directly. In a dimly lit study, the decor bore witness to the time she had spent with Qin Yunshen, who had always seemed to relish the stimulating encounters. Why then? Had these moments failed to rekindle her lost memories? Her phone vibrated. It was a message from Jingran. Jingxiao has been injured and is in the hospital. It's not serious. But I cannot make it to the bar today. Could you keep an eye on things? The preceding message was a link from the afternoon, which she had initially dismissed as irrelevant, but recognizing the text, now revealed its significance. Shock. The CEO of the Sihai Group publicly bowed in apology at the entrance of the Shengshi, suspected to be related to the dissolution of the Guangsu team. She clicked on the link, only to find that the content had already been removed. Qing Li swiftly replied to Jingran. I'll head to the bar shortly. What happened to Jingxiao? Did Qing hit him? I don't know. He hasn't spoken about it, and he seems quite downcast. I didn't dare to inquire further. As Qing Li put away her phone and stepped out of the study, she encountered the hurried footsteps of Qin Yunshen. The man rushed towards her, and before he could steady himself, he enveloped her in his embrace. My dear, are you upset? Have I done something wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? Or was my behavior yesterday unsatisfactory? I have reflected upon it, and I believe I have erred. He spoke in a single breath, and though reluctant, he released her, kneeling upon the floor to offer a sincere apology. I am sorry. If I have committed any wrongs, I shall amend them. My dear, I rectify my mistakes swiftly. Please do not abandon me. Just say the word, and I will change immediately. If you are angry, feel free to strike me, even with a golf club. His reaction left Qing Li momentarily speechless. The words she had intended to voice now stifled within her. What are you afraid of? What is the matter? I have not even uttered a word. Yet here you are, apologizing incessantly? Qin Yunshen retrieved his phone to show her, earnestly explaining. It must be my fault. You did not come to pick me up after work today, nor did you message me or express any desires for dinner. I reached out to you, but you did not reply, which signifies your anger. You are upset. Rise up, for I am not angry. It is merely that a great deal has transpired today. I sought out Jingxiao. Qing Li spoke as he helped the individual rise from the ground. Upon hearing Jingxiao's name, Qin Yunshen immediately comprehended the situation. He must have spoken ill of me, he mused, given the close bond he shares with Qin. They are practically inseparable. Surely, Jingxiao has urged you to distance yourself from me, darling. Please, do not waver. I may have been flawed in the past, yet I have changed. Look at how well-behaved I am now. I am utterly devoted. Qing Li was momentarily taken aback and retorted, Were you unfaithful before? Chapter 36. If there is betrayal, you are no longer mine. Her question rendered Qin Yunshen momentarily speechless, and in that instant, his averted gaze almost led Qing Li to a profound understanding. Perhaps Qin Yunshen indeed harbored a lover abroad, and she had come to realize this, prompting her decision to part ways with him. Had he once been unfaithful? Qing Li pressed further, with a sudden weakness in his knees. Qin Yunshen nearly sank to the ground, but Qing Li rebuffed him. Do not kneel before me. If this is true, I shall not forgive you. If I did not love you, it would matter not. But if I once cherished you and you betrayed me, then my forgiveness is unattainable. I did not. His explanations faltered, lacking conviction, as he knelt, his left hand instinctively resting upon his right forearm. Another woman had been intertwined with his arm. Qin Yunshen's voice trembled with a hint of tears, his body shaking as the weight of his deception bore down on him. He recognized that he could no longer conceal the truth. He had never intended to hide it. Yet it felt too soon to reveal everything. After all the effort to reach this point, he could not bear the thought of losing her now. Qing Li felt her mind clouding with confusion. Another woman had been entwined with his arm. What then? In bed as well? No. Qin Yunshen hurriedly clarified. There was no such relationship. My body, my heart, they belong solely to you. Only you. However, I feel that this constitutes betrayal. I'm not a good person. The moment I glanced at another, I felt unworthy of you. You do not understand. Qing Li indeed did not comprehend. The Qing dynasty had fallen many years ago. Considering Qin Yunshen's looks and status, it was reasonable for him to have had numerous past relationships. Darling, grant me a little more time. I have a contract to sign, a collaboration to negotiate, and one more crucial matter that I will resolve swiftly. Once I have handled everything, I shall accompany you to see the doctor. Qing Li remained silent, for Qing Chuan was already preparing everything. She did not require Qin Yunshen's company. She could manage on her own. Stand up. Drive me to the bar. Jingran is not around today, and I must keep watch there. The thought of driving filled Qin Yunshen with trepidation. His skills had never been remarkable, and having previously driven a right-hand vehicle, he felt disoriented navigating the roads here. Most importantly, he found the parking spaces to be absurdly small. Who could park without scraping against something or another? Very well. Today, your chauffeur, Xiao Qin, is at your service. He gestured with a flourish, having initially intended to prepare dinner. However, he now believed it swifter to take Qing Li out for a meal. Darling, did my brother discuss the racing team matters with you today? As he sliced the steak for her, a hint of unease crept into his voice. He did, but I must undergo a psychological evaluation to determine if I can return to the team. If I cannot, they can still utilize the second driver and his observer, which would not affect the team. Qing Li spoke with apparent ease. It was clear she felt anxious and fearful. The identity of a race car driver is her utmost favorite, as she revels in the exhilarating sensation of speeding along the racetrack. She cannot fathom why she initially relinquished racing. Perhaps it was due to the influence of a curse cast upon her by Qing Li. My dear, you surely have nothing to worry about. Believe in yourself. I will come to watch your race and cheer for you. Qing Li leaned against the table, her gaze bright and smiling as she envisioned Qin Yunshen clad in cheerleader attire, swaying her hips and waving a floral wreath in encouragement. You must go. I want to see. From the glimmer in her eyes, Qin Yunshen discerned that her desire was not merely casual. Darling, whatever you wish to see, just indulge yourself. If the collection at home is insufficient, purchase more, or you can find images and I shall emulate them. Qin Yunshen spoke as if discussing the most ordinary of matters, devoid of any embarrassment. Qing Li found it perplexing how he could appear so serious like a professor when silent, yet transform into a beastly figure upon speaking. However, recalling her own instances of treating Qin Yunshen in a similarly beastly manner, she felt it was rather inconsequential. My dear, Qin Yunshen pushed his phone towards her, displaying a folder of short videos featuring Qing Li. The grid showcased various men, each adorned in diverse attire. Choose one to you? His demeanor suggested earnestness rather than anger. Since marrying Qin Yunshen, Qing Li's sense of modesty had vanished. She had never expected her collection to be visible to another. Her fascination with young men was her only hobby, yet now she felt inclined to abandon it. While death is an inevitable fate, one should not experience social demise. Qing Li resolutely declared, I am willing. The man's deep voice, laced with temptation, resonated alluringly under the warm glow of the light. He squinted at Qing Li, resembling a languid feline. I simply do not know which type you prefer, or if you like them all. If I could be like that, would you watch me? I shall record videos for you, countless of them. Qing Li could hardly envision how Qin Yunshen would present himself in such a manner, yet she found herself somewhat anticipating it. Throughout their meal, Qin Yunshen continued to abstain from eating. Undaunted, Qing Li speared a piece of steak from her plate and offered it to him. Qin Yunshen accepted it, his eyes alight with surprise. And he did not spit it out. There was no sensation of nausea whatsoever. Look, isn't this splendid? Why did Luo Wenxian claim you couldn't eat? Do you occasionally feel nauseous and refrain from eating if you feel unwell? Qin Yunshen shook his head, acknowledging his peculiar condition. I can only consume what is on your plate. I have experimented numerous times, and anything else will certainly induce vomiting. However, it matters not. This is of little consequence to me. I do not have a taste for food. Surviving is sufficient. Qing Li cast a contemplative glance at her plate. Believing she was doubtful of him, Qin Yunshen was now wary of leading Qing Li to think he might deceive her. He hurriedly seized a dessert from the side and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment he swallowed, he found himself unable to rush to the sink in time. Fortunately, he had reserved the entire restaurant, leaving only a few waitstaff and a solitary violinist. The restaurant manager was utterly taken aback, bowing profusely in apology. I am so sorry. I am terribly sorry, Mr. Qin. There may have been an issue with the food. Please do not panic. I will call an ambulance immediately and report this for testing. Qin Yunshen was at a loss for words, violently retching, as he had consumed little, resulting in little more than water being expelled. The veins in his neck bulged, his face transitioning from crimson to a ghastly pallor. He clutched a towel to his face, fearful that Qing Li might witness his distress. Qing Li gently patted his back, hesitant to offer solace in that moment. It was only when she felt his body tremble and heard his muffled sobs that she quickly inquired, "Are you feeling unwell? Why are you being so foolish? I never said I didn't believe you. Shall we go to the hospital?" He pressed his hands firmly against his face, his voice hoarse and strained. "Wife, please don't look at me. I must appear dreadful. This is too ghastly. I am sorry." Chapter 37. Perhaps poison, fear not. It is nothing, merely a discomfort, and I have already recovered. Qing Li embraced him from behind, her warm palm gently massaging Qin Yunshen's abdomen. She could sense the rigidity in his body, the tension in his muscles. "Nonsense, my husband is still as handsome as ever. Let's take our time. There is no need for haste. I shall remain by your side. If you do not object, I could feed you from now on. How does that sound?" Suddenly, she felt that her words resembled those of someone nurturing a young pet, which struck her as somewhat amusing. Upon hearing Qing Li's soft laughter, Qin Yunshen's emotions gradually settled. He compelled himself internally to refrain from any extreme reactions, to maintain his composure, so as not to instill fear in his wife. "I am fine now. Well, that was a statement from my wife, you know. If you're to feed me, my intake shall be quite minimal. Just one bite each day from you would suffice. Indeed, it feels more like a little pet now. Turn around and let me see. What are you resembling?" Qing Li slowly rose, taking his arm as they faced each other. Qin Yunshen's gaze faltered, though he was reluctant to part from her. "Like a little dog, perhaps. My wife adores loyal companions. I am your devoted pet." The restaurant manager was utterly flabbergasted and rushed to the kitchen. "Are there mushrooms in the dish today? What kind of mushrooms? They are not poisonous, are they? Surely not lethal." Although he had only encountered Qin Yunshen a few times, he had heard tales of his prowess and reputation. The entire Qin family, save for the eldest branch, had been nearly ousted by him. Many had even sought refuge abroad, while those within the company who were once defiant had gradually begun to follow his lead. Even rival companies were fading from view. A remarkable turn of events that had unfolded in just 2 short months. If they were to poison this esteemed figure in their establishment today, losing their jobs would be the least of their worries. The chef was equally dazed. He hurriedly opened the system to check the menu. "Does black truffle count? That is not poisonous. What symptoms are you experiencing? Please elaborate. I shall analyze." The manager replied with utmost seriousness, "What nonsense is this? What poison are we discussing?" At that moment, Qing Li grasped Qin Yunshen's arm and dashed outside, both panting heavily. Upon reaching the car, they exchanged glances and could no longer contain their laughter, collapsing into fits of giggles. Just the thought of fleeing amidst the astonished gazes of the waitstaff and manager filled Qing Li with delight. "Ha ha, Qin Yunshen, could you have ever imagined such an experience in your lifetime? Wasn't it exhilarating? Exhilarating?" Qin Yunshen's smile remained, Yet Qing Li's words rendered him speechless. Exhilarating. Everything my wife provides is delightful. In an inexplicable fit of spontaneity, he drove her to the bar. Despite his desire to stay and concern for Qing Li's safety, he knew he had other matters to attend to. The complexities of the company demanded his attention, and he needed to resolve everything appropriately. I shall come to collect you. Should anything arise, feel free to call me at any time. I remain vigilant, glancing at my phone, to ensure that he does not miss any messages from Qing Li. Qin Yunshen has taken to wearing an electronic watch, leaving everyone bewildered by his recent transformation. Li Xiang watched as Qing Li entered the bar before stealthily exiting the vehicle and sprinting towards Qin Yunshen's side. Mr. Qin, shall we depart now? Curiosity piqued within Qin Yunshen as he tossed the car keys to Li Xiang, gesturing towards the not-so-spacious parking spot behind them. You may park it there. If you cannot manage, it is not my fault, but rather the designer's. Li Xiang was somewhat perplexed, but surmised that Qin Yunshen likely intended to remain. He swiftly parked the car, only to be met with Qin Yunshen's sullen expression upon his exit. Drive out. Qin Yunshen frowned, impatiently urging him, hurry. Li Xiang, taken aback by the abruptness, maintained a professional smile and deftly maneuvered the vehicle out. Seated in the back, Qin Yunshen perused his phone, contemplating how to hone his driving skills. His wife was an outstanding driver, and he could not bear to be outdone, especially when reversing into a parking space seemed a challenge. However, as he opened certain websites, he fell into a deep introspection. What have I been doing? Surely these are not legal. What did you say? Li Xiang glanced back, confused by his murmurs. Qin Yunshen turned his gaze to the window, muttering to himself, I approach this with a learning attitude. I am a good person, and I have not wronged my wife. Lately, Qin Yunshen's anxious demeanor prompted Li Xiang to consider consulting a fortune-teller for him. Upon arriving at the private room door, the lively chatter within was unmistakable. As Qin Yunshen stepped inside, he immediately offered an explanation. I sincerely apologize for the delay. I was taking my wife to work and lost track of time. I shall self-punish with 3 cups. He accurately found his spot and poured himself a drink. Someone nearby remarked sarcastically, well, Mr. Qin's presence is commendable. There's no such thing as tardiness when you grace us with your company. Luo Wenxian kicked his chair, warning him with a scowl, having self-punished with 3 cups, perhaps Mr. O should deliver a punch. What a little delay to you. Ouyang, lounging nonchalantly in his chair, despised tardiness, and even more so when the latecomer was Qin Yunshen. No matter, I am magnanimous. I shan't hold it against you. Qin Yunshen downed 3 cups of baijiu in one breath and poured himself another, respectfully addressing the person at the head of the table. Many thanks to Uncle Song for your assistance. This approval process has left me utterly frazzled, and I owe it to you. Uncle Song waved him off, indicating he should sit. Given my long-standing relationship with Sihai, there is no need for such formalities. How has he been lately? It has been months since I last saw him. My father is well, though he has become increasingly rebellious, staying up late, and claims it is merely an early rise. Qin Yunshen shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling utterly helpless against the old man. Turning to him, he remarked on his advanced age, recalling how he had been so earnest in his youth, yet now, in his twilight years, he had accumulated a plethora of undesirable habits. Uncle Song raised his glass, and the only others present in the room, besides the drinking companion Luo Wenxian, were the newly appointed president of Ochuang, Ouyang, and a rather unassuming individual seated beside him, who rarely spoke. Qin Yunshen's gaze followed. Mr. Luo, may I inquire who this gentleman is? He asked. Luo Wenxian turned to Ouyang. This is your guest. Should you not introduce him? Chapter 38. The burden of life on his shoulders, Ouyang raised his arm and lightly rested it on the shoulder of the individual before him. A smile laced with a hint of pride as he introduced her to the group. This is Ms. Lin Yuqing, the sister of Lin Wei from Guiyuan Group. We still require a qualification in new energy, and fortuitously, they possess it. Noticing that Qin Yunshen remained non-committal, he pressed further. Is there an issue, Mr. Qin? Do you have reservations about collaborating with a woman, or? Qin Yunshen harbored no particular bias against women. In his view, gender was irrelevant. His primary concern was the unexpected addition of another party, which had surpassed his anticipations. However, time was of the essence, and the project needed to be initiated without delay. That is not my intention. Since everyone is in agreement, I have no objections. Let the legal team draft the contract. Within the next few days, you should all convene to sign the tripartite agreement. Luo Wenxian had no dissenting opinions on the matter. Ouyang had briefed him on this before his arrival, and he had intended to consult Qin Yunshen, but it appeared that Qin was even more anxious than he was. Lin Yuqing stood, poured herself a glass of wine, and approached Qin Yunshen, her graceful figure swaying with every step, exuding femininity. She gathered her hair and smiled, revealing 2 delicate dimples. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for choosing Guiyuan Group. Although our company may not be as illustrious as Ochuang or Luo Yuan, we have garnered a commendable reputation in the industry. I believe our collaboration will not leave you disappointed. Qin Yunshen raised his glass, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Just as Lin Yuqing prepared to speak, phone in hand, he interjected, I will have someone liaise with Ms. Lin's team regarding subsequent matters. I appreciate your efforts. Lin Yuqing, understanding the implications, reluctantly withdrew her phone. They were all shrewd individuals. It was clear to her that this was a polite refusal. Very well, she acquiesced, before probing further. I hadn't heard that Mr. Qin was married. May I inquire about your wife? At the mention of Duan Qing Li, Qin Yunshen transformed, his words tumbling forth in a lively stream. My wife is a renowned race car driver, named Duan Qing Li. We were destined to marry from a young age. She is exceptionally kind to me, beautiful, and particularly endearing. Though she tends to neglect her own care, I must personally escort her. Only then can I rest assured. In fact, I must go pick her up shortly. At that moment, Uncle Song, who had just picked up his chopsticks, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, little Wu-S family. You truly resemble your grandfather. Ha. Qin Yunshen was perplexed by his amusement, as he had merely spoken the truth. Indeed, my wife is remarkable. You cannot fathom it until you meet her. I will bring her to visit you. He then recalled that the old gentleman had been divorced for some time. Mentioning his wife might evoke painful memories. Additionally, at the table, Luo Wenxian was single, Ouyang was single, and he was uncertain about the woman present, leaving him as the sole married man. A sense of pride welled within him, causing Qin Yunshen to sit up straighter. Lin Yuqing smiled, her fingers tracing the rim of her wine glass. Mr. Qin truly cherishes your wife. Why hasn't a wedding been arranged? When you do, be sure to invite us. A wedding? My wife is rather low-key. As long as she loves me, I do not require any formal acknowledgement. Qin Yundong failed to comprehend that it was his responsibility to propose this matter and to offer a wedding. He merely felt unworthy, and obtaining a marriage certificate remained his greatest aspiration. With that certificate, even in death, he would possess a legitimate claim. Ouyang, naturally, would not let this pass, clinking his wine vessel against Qin Yundong's. Mr. Qin, such a momentous occasion, and yet I have heard nothing from you. What has happened? Did you abandon that foreigner? I've heard your overseas girlfriend is quite lovely. If you no longer desire her, why not introduce her to Luo Wenxian? He wouldn't mind. Are you seeking death? Luo Wenxian's fist collided with his face, and as he prepared for a second blow, Qin Yundong intervened. We are conducting business. What is the purpose of this quarrel? These matters belong to the past, and discussing them is futile. Furthermore, Ouyang, I have never had anyone abroad. It has always been my wife. Even when she was overseas, she merely returned home. Years ago, had it not been for Luo Wenxian's brazen interference, Ouyang's child could very well have been preparing for adulthood, which fueled Ouyang's resentment towards him, extending that animosity towards Qin Yundong, who had been close to Luo Wenxian. Once dinner had drawn to a close, and Uncle Song had consumed enough wine, Qin Yundong instructed the driver to take him home, originally intending to depart himself. However, he was halted by Ouyang. With most guests having left, I am curious as to why Mr. Qin is so eager to pursue the Tianyu project. Are you gambling on something, or have you received some early news? We are brothers. If you possess information, why not share it? Lin Yuqing quickly interjected, Mr. Ouyang, you've had too much to drink. Allow me to escort you home. Ouyang shrugged off her arm. Though reeking of alcohol, he did not appear excessively inebriated. Get lost. You came here on your own. I have indulged you now. You would do well to remain silent. Qin Yunshen, having consumed a fair amount, was beginning to feel disoriented. He understood that Ouyang's grievances extended far beyond this incident. The events of the past. Surely, I cannot be blamed for that. It was an accident. I had no knowledge that Liang Zhixiao would act in such a manner. Of course, the most critical point remains. Even if I had known, I could have declined in a different way. Am I not a person? Do I not have the right to refuse? Upon entering, Luo Wenxian was immediately met with the sounds of argument and hastened to mediate. Enough. This is a matter from years ago. It was Liang Zhixia who insisted on pursuing Qin Yunshen. Old Qin also stated he would not accept her. He does not harbor feelings for Liang Zhixia. He cannot be blamed. Ouyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted furiously at him. Who should be blamed? Me? You? Must he reject so harshly? Regardless, Qin Yunshen carries a life on his conscience. He shall never forget, and he must live eternally in guilt. Although these individuals did not attend the same school, they were all part of the same study abroad circle. In the past, Luo Wenxian and Ouyang both held affections for Liang Zhixia, yet her heart belonged to Qin Yunshen. Ultimately, she acquiesced to Ouyang's pursuit, but within a mere fortnight, she chose to part ways and rekindled her relationship with Luo Wenxian. Upon discovering that her actions were intended to provoke Qin Yunshen, Luo Wenzhou also opted for separation. Following Liang Zhixia's 10th confession to Qin Yunshen, which ended in rejection, she succumbed to despair, driving recklessly while intoxicated, resulting in a tragic fatal accident. In the aftermath, Ouyang abruptly vanished from sight, and the next time he reappeared was in news reports announcing that the Ochuang group had been taken over by the president's son. This collaboration, which he initiated by approaching Luo Wenxian, was initially perceived as a potential reconciliation, yet unexpectedly escalated into a confrontation. Chapter 39. A tinge of jealousy, Ouyang gritted his teeth and nodded, stubbornly convinced that if it weren't for Qin Yunshen's rejection, Liang Zhixiao would never have resorted to reckless driving or indulge in alcohol. This matter would linger in his heart, perhaps haunting him for a lifetime. Very well, Qin Yunshen. You possess your rights and can refuse, yet why do you show no remorse? Not even a hint. He seized the wine decanter from the table and offered it to Qin Yunshen. No worries. I shall ensure you realize your mistake. Old friends meeting, let us drink. He cannot drink. His stomach cannot tolerate such liquor. Allow me. Luo Wenxian reached for the decanter, but was preempted by Qin Yunshen. Fine, I shall drink. Ouyang, if you truly believe this is my fault, direct your wrath towards me. Once I finish this month of busyness, I will not care about anything else. With that, he tilted his head back and drained the entire decanter of white liquor in one go. Having consumed little food and a considerable amount of alcohol that night, he was unable to withstand it any longer, rushing to the restroom to vomit uncontrollably. Luo Wenxian, gritting his teeth, pointed an accusing finger at Ouyang. You have no idea what Qin Yunshen has endured. The one who will truly regret this is you. Ask yourself honestly, is this his fault? Luo Wenxian entered the restroom with a bottle of water, leaving Ouyang alone, dazed in his chair. He filled his own decanter and drank it in one breath. Watching as Luo Wenxian supported Qin Yunshen out, he sighed and joined in to help. Get away. Luo Wenxian scolded him curtly. Ouyang stared at the seemingly lifeless Qin Yunshen, bewildered, and was further stunned upon noticing the hearing aid in his ear. He used to have a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, and now, what has happened to his ear? Initially, he attributed it to Qin Yunshen's weight loss, but now it was evident that these past 2 years had not treated him kindly. After assisting Qin Yunshen into the car, he stepped back and softly told Luo Wenxian, I will go. Professional matters are separate from personal feelings. Luo Wenxian abruptly pulled him aside, took a seat in the car, and shouted at the driver, Drive. Are we waiting for the new year? Qin Yunshen seemed startled by the outburst, straightening in his seat to address Luo Wenxian. To the bar. What time is it, brother, and you still want to drink? After speaking, he felt his mind suddenly clouded. Forget it. You're picking up your wife, right? Qin Yunshen nodded drowsily, gazing out the window. This was not the place he had known since childhood. Everything about this city, even this country, felt foreign to him. The only familiar presence was Qing Li. In his drunken stupor, he found himself missing her. Just like before, Whenever he was inebriated, Qing Li would scold him while offering him hangover remedies and honey water. Such a wonderful Qing Li would no longer be his. I yearn for honey water and crave hangover remedies. Luo Wenxian was bewildered by his own madness. Yet during the 6 months of caring for Qin Yunshen, he gleaned an essential truth. Whatever he desires must be granted, for otherwise, he would resort to any means necessary, stealing, snatching, or risking everything to acquire it. Pulling into a pharmacy, he hurried to procure the hangover remedy and honey. Upon the driver's return with the items, Luo Wenxian haphazardly fed Qin Yunshen some, allowing him to finally settle down. Their journey led them to the Nightshade Bar, where Qin Yunshen appeared considerably revived. Upon entering, he spotted Qing Li engaged in conversation with a man who handed her a drink, causing her to beam with delight. Luo Wenxian nudged Qin Yunshen's arm. "Aren't you going over? Your wife is right there, and there's a man beside her." Before he could finish, Qing Li seemed to sense something and turned her gaze towards the entrance. Qin Yunshen was taken aback, swiftly retreating behind the wall. He could not allow Qing Li to see him at that moment. The identity of the man was inconsequential. He was the husband, the legitimate one. Perhaps he was merely a customer, a patron of the bar. Luo Wenxian remained silent, gazing at him with a sense of resignation. Witnessing a man brought to such a pitiful state made him somewhat comprehend Qin Yunshen's sentiment that death would bring an end to the pain. "Quit hiding. I see you." Qing Li approached them, her face lighting up upon seeing Luo Wenxian. "Mr. Luo, what a surprise to see you here. Is my husband pestering you?" As she stood before Qin Yunshen, he grasped her arm, enveloping her in his embrace, tightening his hold as if wishing to meld her into his very being. "Wife, I missed you. What should I do? Just a brief separation and I feel anguish. Please, hold me. Would you show me some affection?" His voice trembled slightly, low and tinged with a hint of sorrow, evoking sympathy in anyone who heard him. "Of course. If you miss me, come find me. Once you're done, come over. I truly like you. Don't worry, everything will be all right." Her soothing words were a balm to Qin Yunshen, seeing her alleviated all his troubles. Turning to notice Luo Wenxian still present, he incredulously asked, "Are you envious? Why are you still here, watching this couple's affection?" Luo Wenxian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Well, I sent it a bit premature to discard the donkey while it's still grinding." He turned to leave, but Qin Yunshen blocked him. "Don't go." Luo Wenxian nodded in understanding. "I told you, you cannot." Qin Yunshen glanced inside. "Wife, find him a private booth and order the finest wine. He'll cover the bill." Turning to Luo Wenxian, he flashed a feigned smile. "Since you're here, let us support my wife's business." Luo Wenxian felt utterly drained of the energy to scold him. Struggling to fathom how Qin Yunshen could prioritize romance over friendship to such an extent. Did such a person truly exist? The man who had just been drinking with Qing Li staggered towards them, and as he drew nearer, it became evident that he was Sheng Rang. "What is Mr. Sheng doing here?" Qin Yunshen felt a twinge of apprehension that Sheng Rang might expose him. If Qing Li were to discover that he was the one behind it, she would likely be infuriated. Sheng Rang wrapped an arm around Qing Li's shoulders, pulling her away from Qin Yunshen's embrace. "Why are you watching her so closely? President Qin? We're not going to devour her. Shall we join together for a drink?" Qin Yunshen glared at him, his heart brimming with jealousy, akin to a tipped-over jar of vinegar, leaving a sharp, bitter sensation within. He could no longer contain himself and placed his hand firmly on Sheng Rang's arm. The two of them were locked in a struggle of strength. Qin Yunshen's distinctly knuckled fingers exerted a forceful grip, and Sheng Rang, unable to withstand it, reluctantly released his hold with a wince. "Let us go then. Weren't you eager for a drink? I shall accompany you, Mr. Sheng." Chapter 40. Are you afraid of getting hit? As Sheng Rang strode ahead, Qin Yunshen followed closely behind. Just as Qing Li was about to intervene, she spotted Li Xiang sprinting from the entrance. She immediately waved, "Li Xiang, hurry up, your president is about to go drinking with someone. You should persuade him." Li Xiang suddenly felt that this was not a bar she had come to, but rather a crematorium, and she was destined to accompany the president to his demise. "Madam, Your words carry more weight than my endless pleas. President Qin cannot drink anymore. He's been vomiting all night and hasn't eaten a thing, having consumed at least a bottle of liquor. Qin Yunshen's demeanor did not reflect someone who had indulged so heavily. Qing Li hesitated for a moment before dashing towards Sheng Rang and his party. Upon her arrival, she found Qin Yunshen and Sheng Rang facing each other, both pouring a bottle of fine liquor down their throats, neither willing to concede an inch. Qing Li snatched the bottle from Qin Yunshen's grasp. Qin Yunshen, are you looking for a beating? Go wait for me in the office. Qin Yunshen raised an eyebrow at Sheng Rang, draping an arm over Qing Li's shoulder. My wife is the one who came to advise me. Sheng Rang, refusing to lose momentum, mirrored the gesture and reminded him. Your wife is about to give you a beating. Qin Yunshen chuckled nonchalantly. He knew his wife well enough to recognize that she was merely trying to intimidate him. The playful banter between spouses was something Sheng Rang could not comprehend, for he was the one who had secured such a wonderful wife in marriage. Qin Yunshen. Qing Li glared at him, her voice laced with a threat that instantly silenced him. He obediently turned and followed the waiter. Once he was gone, Qing Li turned to comfort Sheng Rang. My husband is always like this. I don't know what is wrong with him. He always seems insecure and lacks confidence in our marriage. Sheng Rang, I'm glad you've returned to the team. Although I haven't seen the news, I heard from someone about today's events. Sheng Rang sat down, feeling somewhat guilty, and rubbed his nose. When he turned to see Fei, she wore a provocative expression. You should explain why you let Qin Yunshen apologize to you like that. You're everywhere. Just shut up and drink. Sheng Hang retorted. He was puzzled by his own feelings, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. Even the slightest provocation could leave him wounded. Seeing Qing Li protect Qin Yunshen filled him with regret. He shouldn't have agreed to return to the team. Watching those two display their affection daily was more than he could bear. Once Sheng Rang's emotions settled, Qing Li raised her glass and addressed everyone. I've forgotten why I had to leave the team in the first place, but I truly regret it. This time, if I can pass the evaluation, I hope you will grant me another chance. I apologize. I will not disappoint you again. Xiao Wu immediately stood up, wrapping an arm around Qing Li's shoulders and clinking glasses with her. What are you apologizing for? Who blames you? Whether you return or not is your choice. You didn't sell out the team. We are glad to have you back. Besides, we now have the best resources, and with you as the finest driver, any competition will be a piece of cake. He has always been a lively and carefree individual, a fact that Qing Li is well aware of. However, Fei, this young lady, typically exudes a cold demeanor, seemingly devoid of warmth. Yet her heart is the softest of all. She clinked her wine glass against the table and took a swift gulp. Once you finish your drink, I shall forgive you. After so many years of acquaintance, it was well known that Qing Li possessed an exceptional tolerance for alcohol. Sheng Rang said nothing, merely urging her to return quickly. As Qing Li stepped into the elevator, she noticed a waiter hastily approaching her. Ms. That boss was just in the office, looking for you. Should I call security? No need. I'll check out myself. He should be behaving, Qing Li replied, somewhat perplexed by the waiter's expression. The moment the office door swung open, Qing Li was taken aback. Qin Yunshen was kneeling on the floor, holding a wooden stick in his hand. Upon seeing her enter, a tear rolled down from the corner of his reddened eyes. I'm sorry. He apologized first for his earlier recklessness. The moment he had been confined, regret washed over him. He could hardly fathom why he had harbored such animosity. I had a drink and lost my composure. Darling, please don't abandon me. Look how obedient I am. I'm waiting for you. Go ahead and do what you must. As Qing Li approached and took the wooden stick from his hand, he removed his shirt, turning his back to her. Noticing her stillness, he turned his head to ask, shall I take it on the front or somewhere else? I'm fine with either. Qing Li pointed the stick at Qin Yunshen, uncertainly inquiring, where did this come from? Our bar prohibits such weapons. Qin Yunshen gestured toward an anime figurine standing nearby, and Qing Li then realized that the figurine's knife was missing, its blade having fallen to the floor. Did you dismantle Jingran's figurine? Qin Yunshen, do you wish for my demise? Anger surged within Qing Li as she pulled him up and delivered several slaps to his rear. Qin Yunshen's face flushed instantly. his neck and ears ablaze with embarrassment. Qin Yunshen, who allowed you to drink so much? Are you aware of your own condition? If you continue this way, I swear I'll beat you senseless. Do you understand? The man nodded fervently, his pride evaporating in an instant. If anyone were to witness this, he would surely wish for oblivion. I understand. I promise not to drink like this again. Is there anything else? Despite the hint of fear in her tone, Qing Li could easily convince herself that he was expressing anticipation. Yes, when we get home, I'll give you something. Be a good boy and put your clothes back on. Today's incident is not your fault. Sheng Rang is simply that type of person. He deliberately provoked your jealousy. It would be odd if you weren't jealous. Qing Li's forgetfulness was selective. Thus, she vividly recalled Sheng Rang's past confession, which she had declined. Although he later moved on, the occurrence remained significant. For someone as insecure as Qin Yunshen, it was entirely natural to feel jealous and concerned. Qin Yunshen bent down twice before finally picking up the shirt from the ground, obediently slipping it over his frame, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. Should he wear it? What would happen when he returned home? Qing Li intentionally sought to frighten him. You will. Just wait until we get home. I shall give you a thorough beating, one that could very well be fatal. Are you afraid? The man's hands faltered momentarily as he bit down hard on his lip, tears cascading down his cheeks. His thick eyelashes became damp, clumping together, exuding an air of both grievance and vulnerability. Have I truly frightened you to tears? Am I really that fearsome? He reassured, his intentions far from sinister. Qing Li, flustered, hurriedly wiped away his tears, finding it rather endearing how the usually aloof individual transformed into someone both timid and charming after a few drinks. Chapter 41. Madam, farewell. The president did not mean at once in the car. He sat up straight, his hands resting on his knees, gazing ahead. After some time, Qin Yunshen turned to look at Qing Li, but before he could speak, he was already choked with emotion. Wife, could you please not kill me? I cannot bear it. There are still many things I wish to accomplish. At the very least, could I secure this project? Qing Li was genuinely surprised. He realized he was serious, and he truly believed that she would harm him. Yet, even in this moment of gravity, his thoughts remained entangled in work. Indeed, the influence of genetics was formidable. All right. It was just a jest. How could I possibly bring myself to harm you? You are my husband. If you were gone, I would be a widow. Besides, you are so remarkable, handsome, and with a physique to boast of. How could I ever bear to lose you? Qin Yunshen visibly exhaled, one hand grasping Qing Li's, while the other pulled at his shirt. Feel this. I take great care of myself, exercising daily, all for the pleasure of my wife. The moment her fingers grazed his abdominal muscles, Qing Li noticed Qin Yunshen's body tense up. The sight of his flushed ears inevitably sparked her imagination. However, she chided him. You wouldn't be so reckless as to let others touch you, would you? If you dare, I truly will harm you. This time, Qin Yunshen did not flinch at her words. Instead, he earnestly assured her, to allow any woman other than my wife to touch me would be an act of betrayal. If I, Qin Yunshen, were to be unfaithful, I would rather not live. A filthy man is unwanted, and my wife would not want me. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if he believed he would truly be cast aside. Qing Li was at a loss as to who had instilled such thoughts in him. While his awareness was commendable, the gravity of his sentiments was excessive. Upon returning home, Qin Yunshen insisted on never leaving Qing Li's side, even demanding her presence while he bathed. This time, Qing Li fulfilled her previous desire to watch a handsome man bathe. Submerged in the water, Qin Yunshen's face flushed from intoxication, his toned arms splashing playfully against the surface, sending waves of water cascading. Stop fooling around, she admonished, moving closer to restrain his arm. As she leaned down, her gaze fell upon his thighs, which were riddled with scars, new and old, narrow and seemingly deep, as if caused by a blade. Instinctively, Qing Li reached toward the bathtub, and upon touching those scars, her heart clenched painfully, causing her breath to hitch. What happened? How could this be? Qin Yunshen's gaze was misty, his dark eyes glistening with moisture. Upon seeing her concern, he smiled sheepishly. I'm sorry, he turned, pulling her tightly into his embrace, causing water to surge from the bathtub, soaking Qin Li's clothes. She slowly exhaled, pinching his waist lightly. Ouch, he yelped, instinctively shielding the spot she had grasped and quickly retreating back into the water. Wife, why do you always hit me? It doesn't hurt. Not all. Observe my attire, Qin Yunshen. You truly deserve a reprimand. I have just emerged from my bath, so hasten your pace, for I am utterly exhausted. Qing Li scolded him with irritation, prompting Qin Yunshen to comply promptly. As he emerged from the bathtub, he slipped momentarily, instinctively grasping the wall for support while casting a furtive glance at Qing Li. To his surprise, he received no rebuke, not even a glare. How wonderful it is to have a wife. After being tucked back into bed, he remained restless, showing no signs of improvement despite having taken the hangover remedy. Like an octopus, he sprawled across Qing Li, fervently showering her body with affection. Wife, my dear wife, how delightful you are. I adore you. He continued this fervent display for a full half-hour without succumbing to slumber. Unable to endure any longer, Qing Li rose, threw off the covers, and pinned him down on the bed, demanding, "Can we not sleep? Can you not behave? Do you wish to be reprimanded again?" "I am behaving," Qin Yunshen retorted, curling his neck and remaining perfectly still. He lost track of when he fell asleep, but upon waking, he felt as though he had not rested this well in ages. Although he had occasionally drifted off after drinking before, this time felt particularly serene. Yet, he could not fathom why he awoke with soreness in his body. As he rubbed his waist and his hand wandered downward, he noticed that his posterior seemed more pronounced and slightly numb. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself alone. Qin Yunshen propped himself up, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. His memories halted at the moment he encountered Sheng Rang, leaving him to wonder if impulsiveness had led him astray. Had his wife become angry? Had she left? What had Sheng Rang disclosed to her? He flung off the covers, hastily donned his slippers, and dashed downstairs. Upon encountering Li Xiang in the foyer, he urgently commanded, "Track the madam's phone location and summon the driver. She has fled." Li Xiang approached him cautiously. "President Qin." Qin Yunshen erupted in fury, bellowing at Li Xiang, "What do you want? I ordered you to find her. She no longer desires me. She is abandoning me. I cannot allow her to leave. I must confine her." The veins in his neck bulged, and an overwhelming aura of agitation enveloped him, revealing his disarray. Li Xiang's complexion drained of color as he timidly gestured behind him. Qin Yunshen's fists clenched tightly. On the verge of losing control, Li Xiang feared for his life, wishing he had procured a burial plot in advance. "Qin Yunshen, what madness has overcome you?" A familiar voice pierced through his turmoil, and he turned sharply to see Qing Li standing behind him, arms crossed. In an instant, all his rage dissipated, and he knelt obediently, resting his head gently against her, resembling a weary stray dog seeking solace from its master. "You frightened me. I was merely startled, my dear wife." However, Qing Li did not offer him comfort. Instead, she pressed him about his earlier words. "You wish to confine me? Qin Yunshen, is that secret chamber of yours designed specifically for me? Do those items within it intend to be used on me?" Qin Yunshen was acutely aware of her temperament. Should he speak the truth, Qing Li would inevitably lose interest in him. She thrived on opposition and relished defiance. "Huh?" Qing Li's hand slowly glided to the man's cheek, gently caressing it. In the moment he appeared utterly enraptured, she abruptly pinched his ear and dragged him toward the study. Behind them, Li Xiang hurriedly interceded, "Madam. Please, madam." The president did not mean it. Qin Yunshen cast a cold and piercing glare at him. "Get lost. What do you know? Go to work yourself. I shall not be able to go today." Chapter 42. Speaking ill behind one's back is unwise. Upon exiting the study, it was already noon. Noticing Li Xiang still present, Qin Yunshen felt a palpable awkwardness. Yet considering the study's excellent soundproofing, he concluded it was of little consequence. "If you're in pain, then..." Qing Li's words trailed off abruptly as she spotted Li Xiang standing in the living room, leaving her unable to continue. Qin Yunshen turned and approached her, placing her wrist against his waist. "If it hurts, dear wife, shall I give a rub? You've been rather forceful. Perhaps a gentle touch would yield better results." Qing Li's face flushed with a mix of colors, rendering her speechless, while Li Xiang eagerly interjected on her behalf. It's quite impressive. It could support a bottle of soda, she exclaimed. President Qin, we need to hurry. We can't be late for the signing ceremony this afternoon. President Luo has already begun calling to check in. She presented her phone to Qin Yunshen. In the past, Luo Wenxian never pressured him regarding work matters. But times had changed. Qin Yunshen appeared somewhat neglectful of his duties. All right, off I go, he replied reluctantly, embracing Qing Li and planting soft kisses along her neck. My dear, I'll find you as soon as I finish. If you have no plans, perhaps let your brother accompany you to scout the venue. I worry when you drive alone. Qing Li consented, and he left, glancing back multiple times as he exited. The moment he settled into the car, he inhaled sharply. Is something wrong? Li Xiang asked, turning with concern to inspect beneath Qin Yunshen. He waved her off. No issue, just adjusting to being lightly chastised by my wife. I'll acclimate soon enough. Oh. Li Xiang turned back, stifling a laugh, her lips curling upwards. She contemplated teasing Qin Yunshen, pondering whether her smile was more pronounced than his discomfort. Yet the thought was too risque to voice. Upon entering the conference room, they were greeted by Lin Yuqing's voice. The atmosphere is quite grand. We must wait for lunch, and the contract signing is also delayed. President Ouyang's acquaintances are indeed something extraordinary. Having just endured ridicule from his teammates after a game loss, Ouyang was already in a foul mood. Lin Yuqing's remarks only exacerbated his irritation, and he tossed his phone aside, retorting, if you dislike waiting, then leave. Who has forcing you? Such a mediocre firm. If not for Qin Yunshen's urgency, would you even be considered? My apologies, Qin Yunshen interjected from the forefront, glancing at his watch and inquiring in a measured tone. ISNT our appointment at 2 o'clock? If you're unfamiliar with the schedule, I can arrange for my assistant to deliver a clock. Lin Yuqing felt her face heat with embarrassment as she fidgeted with her hair. I was merely jesting. How could someone as handsome as President Qin be so stingy? Why would you bicker with a mere girl like me? Initially, Qin Yunshen had not paid her much mind, but her words drew his attention. A girl, indeed. Ah, yes, for women, age is but a number. My wife has mentioned such sentiments. I came here today without preparing lunch for her, so let us commence swiftly. I must return to cook for her. Qin Yunshen sat at the forefront, picking up the documents in hand and glancing at the head of the legal department beside him. Let us commence. Nearly an hour later, the contract was finalized. Qin Yunshen entrusted the remaining matters to Luo Wenxian and, upon exiting, his footsteps were so swift they could almost be described as a run. Lin Yuqing hurriedly pursued him for a couple of steps, calling out loudly, Mr. Qin, shall we dine together this evening? I will make the reservations. As soon as her words escaped her lips, Qin Yunshen had already entered the elevator. Ouyang, standing behind, turned to her with a tone laced with mockery. Didn't he secure an appointment, did you? He already has a wife. What are you up to, Miss Lin? You might as well invite me. I'm much easier to arrange. Forget it. Lin Yuqing shot him a disdainful glance. With a wife, one might still have a chance with some effort, but I dare not try with a deceased first love. Haven't you heard? The living can never compete with the dead. Ouyang's eyes momentarily reflected confusion, but his emotions swiftly settled. Such sentiments were not new to him after all these years. From initial anger to his current calmness, he felt he had nearly transcended to a divine state, indifferent to it all. Our company is responsible for the preliminary phase. Hence, this matter needs to be coordinated with General Manager Luo. General Manager Luo, could you please clarify who will be in charge from your end? Luo Wenxian waved his hand, and a person approached from behind, addressing Ouyang. Hello, General Ouyang. I am Sun Miaoran from the project department. You can call me Xiao Sunday. Upon seeing her, Ouyang was momentarily taken aback. Haven't we met somewhere before? Sun Miaoran was also momentarily stunned, but it was Luo Wenxian who came to her rescue. General Ouyang, ISNT your approach a tad, Clichd. If you continue like this, I will have to assign a gentleman to liaise with you. Upon returning home, Qin Yunshen did not even have time to acknowledge the butler's greeting before he headed straight for the kitchen. How are today's dishes? Did my wife mention anything she wanted to eat? I wonder if she has had dinner at this hour. Not a call nor message. It's as if I do not exist. He mumbled to himself while cooking, as the chef had already cleaned and prepared all the ingredients, waiting for him to handle them. As time was running late, Qin Yunshen only sauteed 3 dishes, pan-fried a piece of beef, cut it into portions, and placed everything in a meal box before driving to the venue. Qing Li, who had yet to undergo a psychological evaluation, merely observed, offering technical guidance to the second driver while discussing vehicle modifications with Fei. Qing yawned while watching them, puzzled as to why they chose to engage in such perilous activities when everything was perfectly fine. Qing Li, why don't you stop driving and join your brother at work? I can teach you the business. Teach you? Fei retorted. Oh, who's the husband of Pear? That is Qin Yunshen. Sheng Rang scoffed from aside. What can Qin Yunshen do? Without the Qin family, he is nothing. If it weren't for the old man granting him shares, would he have attained his current status? Just a pianist, and moreover, he is deaf. Sheng hung. Qing Li spoke sternly, urging the other to adopt a more courteous tone. He is merely unwell. I am well aware of my husband as capabilities, and he has never spoken ill of you. Sheng Rang, equally unyielding, continued his biting sarcasm. Qing Li, your reasoning appears to be rather deficient. Have you not contemplated the underlying causes? If Qin Yunshen truly valued you, would you wish to forget everything? Furthermore, why have you not yet undergone the psychological assessment? Are you waiting for the second driver to participate in the competition? His words served as a reminder to Qing Li that someone was obstructing her from pursuing the assessment. Yet she remained steadfast in her trust towards Qin Yunshen, who had assured her that there was no rush for the time being. Speaking ill of me behind my back. Mr. Sheng lacks integrity, she thought. At that moment, Qin Yunshen, clad in a black suit and carrying a thermos, strode purposefully towards them. Chapter 43. My wife is the strongest, why are you here? Sheng Rang inquired, feigning ignorance as he observed him raising the gleaming thermos. I'm delivering lunch to my wife. She didn't eat this morning or at noon. Qin Yunshen's sentence trailed off, as he felt that certain matters were best left unspoken in the presence of others. With a faint, polite smile, he placed the thermos on the table and deftly opened it. He retrieved a box of rice and approached Qing Li. Open your mouth and taste the rice. I prepared steak and your favorite asparagus. It's all right if you've forgotten your promise, but do remember to take care of yourself. Qing Li awkwardly accepted the chopsticks. I can manage myself. There's no need to fuss. Qin Yunshen gently assisted her, ensuring she sat comfortably to eat, while he called Qing to the side to review the data on the large screen. Qing handed him a can of cola. You need something from me, right? I can't make sense of this data. Not interested, it's junk food. Qin Yunshen declined, then elaborated, Brother, I know the psychologist you found, Peter. He is quite professional and employs various methods. Since Qing Li wishes to maintain a clear mind, please schedule an appointment for her. I want her to undergo recovery therapy as soon as possible and to have a psychological assessment. Qing pondered Qin Yunshen's words, though he remained hesitant. You've invested so much already with the signing of this team and the venue, at least several tens of millions. What if the outcome is unfavorable? Unfavorable. A pang of pain surged through Qin Yunshen's chest. He too understood that the outcome might indeed be grim. After all, his wife was someone who held grudges. He was acutely aware of this, yet he still found a way to hurt her. If the outcome is unfavorable, she would have more to lose. She deserves a better life, regardless of who accompanies her to the end. I hope you could take good care of her and prevent her from encountering someone like me again. Qin Yunshen smiled, a bittersweet curve gracing his lips. Upon noticing that Qing Li had nearly consumed everything he had brought, leaving only a few bites of rice, he pouted, gesturing to his mouth. You promised. You didn't feed me. Qing Li had forgotten this detail, glancing awkwardly at the bowl in her hands, now containing barely 2 bites of rice. There isn't enough for you. Can you go back? I can manage another meal. Qin Yunshen persistently remained before her, opening his mouth expectantly. As Qing Li fed him, he maintained a feigned pout until she gently kissed the corner of his lips. Instantly, his irritation dissipated. Delicious. Today's rice is so sweet. Honestly, I've had enough. I just need a bite to get by. He boasted, directing his voice toward Sheng Rang, elongating his words. The rice my wife feeds me is so sweet. And her kisses are sweet too. How wonderful it is to have a wife. Childish, Sheng Rang retorted, extending his middle finger in defiance. At that moment, a sports car sped by, coming to a screeching halt beside Sheng Rang. Sheng Rang extended his thumb in a perfunctory gesture of praise, his expression devoid of genuine enthusiasm. Not bad. He cast a glance back at Qin Yunshen, who was still playfully teasing Qing Li, and a surge of irritation welled up within him. Oh, why not take a ride in my car? Afraid? Your wife is a race car driver. Don't embarrass her. Fine. Without hesitation, Qin Yunshen stood up, adjusted his attire, and took a couple of steps forward before being halted by Qing Li. You can't go. The navigator's driving skills are mediocre. If you want to ride, I will drive. Qing Li retrieved her car keys, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the group, particularly affecting Sheng Rang. Never mind. Let us see how it goes after your assessment. In truth, they were all apprehensive, as both the outcome of this race and the future of the team rested on Qing Li's performance. If her trial run yielded poor results, it would likely undermine everyone's confidence. Their reactions only served to amplify Qing Li's self-doubt. Just as she was about to relinquish the keys, Qin Yunshen grasped her hand and led her towards the car. Drive. I believe in you. My wife is incredibly talented. Even after such a long hiatus, she will surely perform splendidly. If not, it's merely for fun. Qin Yunshen did not allow Sheng Rang to occupy the passenger seat. Although he knew he wasn't qualified to be a navigator, a trial drive did not necessitate one. He fastened his seatbelt and gave Qing Li a thumbs up. Trust yourself. You are accustomed to driving. Don't place too much pressure on yourself. Qing Li nodded, and as her hands rested on the steering wheel, memories began to resurface, along with a growing sense of confidence. Following the rules, after completing 3 laps, she came to a sudden stop at the finish line, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her breathing heavy with tension. Qin Yunshen silently held her hand, awaiting the announcement over the intercom. 13 minutes and 26 seconds. Qing Li, you are still amazing. Sheng Rang's voice was filled with exuberance as several people rushed over, enthusiastically tapping on Qing Li's car window. She turned to glance at the passenger beside her. The setting sun bathed his pale face in a soft glow, rendering him decidedly gentler in appearance. My wife is the greatest. Qin Yunshen's voice was somewhat hoarse, filled with tender admiration as he gazed at her. The moment Qing Li exited the car, she was immediately surrounded by the others. Her results were akin to those she had achieved previously, despite her long absence from competition and lack of professional training, which sent everyone into a frenzy of excitement. After chatting for a while, Qing Li suddenly realized that she had not seen Qin Yunshen since stepping out of the car. She turned to look for him. Sheng Rang pointed towards the nearby restroom. You want to throw up? I told you that most people can't handle your passenger seat. When Qing Li reached the restroom, Qin Yunshen was already washing his face. Upon seeing her, his eyes grew red with a hint of grievance. Did I embarrass you? I tried to hold it in, but I couldn't. I drove too fast. Don't ride in my car again if it makes you feel unwell. Qing Li gently patted his back and handed him a couple of tissues to wipe his face. To demonstrate her ability to ride in Qing Li's car, Qin Yunshen insisted that she drive on their way home. Fortunately, even Qing Li had to adhere to traffic regulations within the city, so her speed was not excessive. Upon arriving home, Qin Yunshen took her hand and, as they walked towards the villa, playfully teased her. Dear, why aren't you driving faster? I'm starting to feel drowsy just sitting here. You must try harder next time. How audacious of you. Qin Yunshen, just make sure you don't throw up next time. I'm worried someone at the training ground might catch it on camera and post it online, claiming that the esteemed CEO of Sihai Group is expecting. Qin Yunshen touched his stomach, his brow furrowing in seriousness. Ah, indeed. My dear must take responsibility for me now. I'm in a delicate condition. It's all you're doing, stemming for what transpired earlier today. Chapter 44. Not scaring the disobedient? Can you have some decorum? Qing Li was taken aback by his exaggerated demeanor, yet she found herself unable to restrain her hand from reaching toward Qin Yunshen's abdomen. Or perhaps you could enlighten me on how it was done. Qin Yunshen bent down, whispering vividly into her ear. Tie them up, hands bound, then. Stop. Qing Li spun around and fled, but before she could take a single step, her body was ensnared. Qin Yunshen embraced her from behind, his tone soothing as he said, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have made my wife feel embarrassed. You mentioned that once we were out of bed, it shouldn't be brought up again. I won't do it next time. Please don't feel shy. Proper couples are like this." Yet, Qing Li believed it was the improper couples who behaved in such a manner. "I am genuinely curious about the circumstances under which we met." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yunshen replied whimsically, "At a raid. You were the client." "And you?" Qing Li turned her head, her face a portrait of unspoken disdain. "I am your canary. In this lifetime, I have but one employer, my wife. If you no longer want me, I shall starve myself in this cage." He knelt gracefully on one knee, his forehead gently resting against her fingertips, surrendering at her feet. A sight that stirred Qing Li's heart time and again. "My dear wife, I have something to discuss with you. Shall we go to the study?" "The study." Qing Li raised an eyebrow, and in an instant, Qin Yunshen discerned her thoughts. "No, it is a serious matter." He opened the safe and retrieved several document folders. These contain the key projects that Sihai will undertake over the next 3 years. And this, Blueprint Capital, is a venture between Luo Wenxian and me. Bidding will commence next quarter. And most of these projects can collaborate with Qingchuan. At this point, Qing Li grasped his intention, though she remained somewhat perplexed. "Darling, are you planning to involve my brother in making money? To help his company grow?" Qin Yunshen nodded, deliberately addressing the matter head-on. He recognized that Qing Li was astute. Deceit would not serve his purpose. "My dear wife, do not judge me for being preoccupied with wealth. I have never expected anyone in this world to treat me unconditionally well. Thus, I must create my own circumstances." He acknowledged that both Luo Wenxian and Qingchuan were part of his strategy. By bringing them into the fold, sharing Sihai's projects, he ensured their mutual dependence while maintaining a delicate balance. Should the three of them join forces, even in the event of Qin Yunshen's absence in the future, should Qing Li take over, this collaboration would endure. Moreover, even if it were to serve their own interests, they would still be compelled to assist Qing Li. "I don't understand." Qing Li shook her head, still unclear about his intentions. "You need not comprehend it all. I am merely informing you of the events that will unfold over the next 3 years, including the IPO of Qingchuan's company, and Luo Wenxian's impending departure from the Luo Yuan Group. My dear wife, remember all I have said today, and commit to memory the names of all the projects listed on this paper." Qin Yunshen held a pen and paper, carefully highlighting the crucial points, one by one explaining them to her, urging her to memorize them. Qing Li despised rote memorization, especially for information that seemed utterly irrelevant to her. Thus, she was entirely uncooperative, distractedly playing on her phone and causing chaos. With patience and tenderness, Qin Yunshen coaxed her, using himself as bait to encourage her to remember. "Be good, remember these things. You alone possess this knowledge in the entire world. Once you've memorized it, my dear, you can have your way with me tonight." Qing Li's eyes sparkled momentarily, and Qin Yunshen realized that this cunning wife could only be swayed by temptation. Yet, witnessing her noticeably diminished memory, he found himself choked with emotion, struggling to speak. It was once so effortless for her to remember with just a glance. Yet now, after half an hour of effort, she still could not retain the information. Qing Li's spirits were evidently low. She slumped back in her chair, her head drooping in sorrow. "Am I really that foolish? I can't even remember these things. You are so remarkable, a renowned piano maestro, the CEO of a listed company, and your wife is nothing." "Wife, I won't allow you to speak like that." Qin Yunshen could no longer contain his feelings, tightly embracing her. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have insisted on you memorizing these things. You had such a sharp memory before. Truly, it is I who am unworthy of you. Brother has already scheduled rehabilitation therapy. You will recover in no time, I promise." His voice was unsteady, tinged with a tremor, as he fought to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. He comforted Qing Li until her mood improved significantly, before carrying her back to the bedroom. As he gazed at the woman peacefully asleep on the bed, Qin Yunshen felt a profound turmoil within. He believed he had acted foolishly today and deserved punishment. Yet he could not bear to leave Qing Li, for moments like this were exceedingly rare. After much contemplation, he rose and made his way to the study, retrieving a small box from the drawer. Inside, neatly arranged, lay a dagger, a bottle of iodine, and some gauze. The sharp blade pierced his skin, and as the blood flowed, his taut nerves gradually relaxed. No more foolishness, no more causing her distress. Time was slipping away, opportunities were fleeting. A sleepless night ensued. Like a thief, Qin Yunshen stealthily kissed Qing Li countless times until dawn broke. Just as he planted yet another kiss on her shoulder, she suddenly slapped him on the backside. Ouch! Startled, Qin Yunshen quickly covered his mouth, cautiously glancing at Qing Li, uncertainly inquiring, "Are you awake? Or are you sleepwalking? How many times have you kissed me? Qin Yunshen, are you asking for a beating?" Qing Li rolled over, pinning him to the bed. Her groggy yet fierce tone sent a shiver down his spine. He flipped over, throwing back the covers and leaning closer to her. "If a slap means a kiss, then go ahead and hit me. As long as there are sweet dates, it's all good." Qing Li swiftly turned and straddled his back, pressing down on his waist and delivering a flurry of playful smacks. Qin Yunshen silently endured, his thin lips tightly pressed, his ears flushed with embarrassment. He waited for his sweet dates until Qing Li departed. It was evident that she had no intention of granting him that indulgence. Following closely behind her, he persisted in his complaints. "Hurry up. You can't go back on your word. I might just throw a tantrum. Do you believe I would sit down and cry? I'm going to make a scene downstairs. The butler is here, and so is Li Xiang. He must have arrived as well. If you're not afraid of losing face." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Qing Li raising her hand to extract the belt from his trousers. Instantly, he obediently fell silent, took a toothbrush, squeezed some toothpaste onto it, and with both hands presented it to Qing Li. Chapter 45. A question that should not be asked as the two descended the staircase together. The ground floor exuded an unusual tranquility. Seated on the sofa was the venerable Qin patriarch, his expression dark and brooding, while opposite him sat Qin Jingshan, his countenance even more somber. Before Qing Li could arrive, she offered greeting. "Grandfather, elder brother, good morning." Qin Yunshen gently took her hand, affectionately ruffling her hair. "I mentioned it before, aside from grandfather, there is no need for others to greet. You should head to the dining room and wait for me. Breakfast will be ready shortly." Qin Yunshen was perplexed by Qin Jingshan's latest antics. If bringing the old man over could resolve their issues, why the unnecessary fuss? The elder waved his hand, yawning wearily as he spoke. Don't leave. We had a chance encounter. I came to find Qing Li for a matter, and then I'll head home to sleep. I am utterly exhausted." Naturally, Qin Yunshen would not allow Qing Li to meet with anyone from the Qin family alone, not even the grandfather. Even if the old man had no ill intentions, he might inadvertently stir up the usual pressures concerning offspring. He wrapped an arm around Qing Li's shoulders and firmly stated, "Then you shall speak here, and no sneaking behind my back." The old man had no intention of sneaking around, but shot him a disdainful glare nonetheless. "I bet you will definitely become a henpecked husband, Qin Yunshen. I shall watch and wait for your folly." With that, he turned to Qing Li, his wrinkled face betraying a hint of mirth. "Qing Li, I don't quite understand these customs. Last night, while playing cards with my friends, they mentioned that when a girl visits for the first time, she must receive a token of welcome. I shall make amends. Do not dismiss it, for this is my heartfelt gesture. Accept it well, and do not let that scoundrel take it." As he spoke, he rummaged through his pocket, and before Qing Li could refuse, he pressed a playing card, an ace of spades, into her hand. Her lips twitched in embarrassment, leaving her at a loss for words. The old man quickly retrieved the card, replacing it with a bank card instead. "Mistakenly took the wrong one. I didn't prepare much in haste. They say a rare find is worth a fortune, so I've prepared 10 million for you." He then produced a coin from his pocket and placed it alongside the card in Qing Li's hand, turning to Qin Yunshen with a frosty demeanor. "Take what belongs to you." Qin Yunshen's fingers quietly reached for the bank card, playfully eager to gauge the old man's reaction. Upon noticing the elder's clenched fists, he wisely opted to take only the coin. "I know it was not I who chose my wife, Rather, it was she who chose me. The old man scoffed. Then her taste must be quite lacking. You two continue your discussion. I am weary and shall return home to rest. Qin Yunshen tucked the coin away and followed his grandfather towards the exit. All right, just refrain from playing all night next time, and no more cheating at cards, or those old men will come complaining to me again. The elder refused to concede, his annoyance with his grandson apparent. Hey, your grandfather possesses skill. Where's the cheating in that? Qin Yunshen silently slipped the ace of spades into his pocket and addressed the driver at the door. Take it slow. My grandfather has a sharp ace in his pocket. Don't let it prick him. The old man, unable to maintain his composure, delivered a swift kick to his leg and shot him a piercing glance. Enough of your nonsense. Return home for dinner in a couple of days. If you choose not to return, let Qing Li go back. I have no desire to see you. You are utterly annoying. Qin Yunshen nodded slightly, and without waiting for the car to depart, he turned and dashed into the house. As he made his way to the kitchen, he conversed with Qing Li. Soon. Is my wife already hungry? Qing Li remained silent. The atmosphere on the sofa had turned as cold as ice, with Qin Jingshan's expression dark enough to drip ink. It was only then that Qin Yunshen noticed him. Brother, you ought to head to the office. If there is nothing urgent, please refrain from coming to my home. My wife dislikes having outsiders around. Since the old man had arrived, it was evident he was already aware of the matters between Qin Yunshen and Qin Jingshan, and he tacitly approved. Initially, Qin Jingshan had hoped the old man would assist him, but instead, he merely delivered money and departed without a kind word. Yesterday, I went to the company as per your request. Xiao Wu, aren't you being a tad excessive? I didn't see your shadow all day. Do you think I relish coming to your home? Had he not been concerned that Qin Yunshen might suddenly act out and submit the evidence to the police, he would have been disinclined to visit in person. It appeared that Qin Yunshen had only just recalled this incident. Oh, yesterday I didn't rise that early, and later I went to deliver food to my wife. How about this? You head to the office first. I currently have no time as my wife is still hungry. If this continues, I might just refuse to sign. It was not that he was particularly confident, but rather that Qin Jingshan was exceedingly anxious. Aware that Qin Yunshen was intentionally humiliating him, he had no choice but to endure. As he stormed away, Qin Jingshan lacked the courage to even cast a glance at Qing Li. The daughter-in-law he had once held in contempt had now become his younger brother's wife. And to his dismay, she was witnessing his embarrassment. While washing vegetables, Qin Yunshen turned his head away and asked Qing Li, "Darling, don't you wish to know what he was talking about? I've secured the shares from the first house by threatening him with Qing Li. What do you think? Are you displeased, or do you find it satisfying?" As Qing Li glanced around, Qin Yunshen understood. He examined the situation and handed her the newly purchased rolling pin, then placed his hands on the countertop. "You certainly have a sense of propriety," Qing Li remarked, half amused by her own irritation. "Of course, this indicates you are upset. Your anger signifies that you do not care for Qing Li. You're vexed about my issue, which delights me even more." However, this meant that Qin Yunshen would need to pause his cooking. The sound of the housekeeper's footsteps echoed at the kitchen entrance, startling Qin Yunshen. By the time he turned around, it was too late. The housekeeper had witnessed him with red eyes and a slouched posture. Fortunately, being a professional, the housekeeper remained unfazed and acted as if he had not seen anything. Qing Li gave him a gentle nudge. "Get up. What if he saw you? How embarrassing." Qin Yunshen recalled yesterday's words, indignantly reclaiming the rolling pin and muttering under his breath, "I'm not embarrassed. I'm carrying your baby. And it's you who ought to be ashamed. Domestic violence from a woman. Although it may seem somewhat presumptuous, the stark contrast between the aloof demeanor he presents in public and the obedient, affectionate nature he exhibits at home is precisely what captivates Qing Li. After enjoying breakfast, she accompanied her entire team to her brother's company for a signing ceremony, as the team required a touch of recognition. Qing draped his arm around her shoulders and introduced her to a dapper gentleman in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. "This is my sister, Qing Li, the #1 driver of the Lightspeed team." He then turned to Qing Li, saying, "This is Mr. Bayuchuan, a distinguished elite and an overseas returnee. He has a keen interest in our team." The man adjusted his glasses, his sharp, almond-shaped eyes exuding both intelligence and competence. He extended his hand to Qing Li, his voice deep and magnetic. "Long time no see, Qing Li." Chapter 46. For your wife? Do we know each other? Qing Li gazed at him in bewilderment. This man appeared somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall where she had encountered him. Bai Yuchuan offered an awkward smile, though a hint of bitterness was skillfully concealed within his astute gaze. "You still refuse to forgive me, don't you?" "I apologize. I was momentarily bewitched, and I regret it deeply afterward." In that instant, Qing Li felt a reluctance to continue listening. "Afterward? What does that even mean?" "Wait a moment. Don't explain just yet. I simply wish to inquire if we ever shared a relationship that transcended the ordinary bounds between men and women." Bai Yuchuan discerned that she seemed not to be angry, but rather genuinely did not recall him. As he turned to look at Qing, he found Qing regarding him with a similar expression. "My sister is asking you. Do explain the situation. Why are you apologizing to her?" Bai Yuchuan hastily shook his head. No. We are merely friends from the same circle of international students. I once pursued Lizi, but she did not acquiesce." Qing exhaled in relief. "Oh, I see. That's quite normal. My sister tends to disregard anyone she finds unappealing, despite Mr. Bai's commendable qualities." A rapid clattering of high heels echoed on the floor, followed by the appearance of a cheerful assistant, who inquired, "Zong, are we ready to begin? The conference room is prepared. Let us start." At that moment, Qin Yunshen was also in the conference room, accompanied by the legal team from Sihai Group and all the shareholders. Without hesitation, Qin Yunshen signed the document, selling all his shares to Qin Yunshen at a price below market value. Although this action raised suspicions, it was not the first time Qin Yunshen had engaged in such dealings. Presently, he wielded absolute control and managerial authority over Sihai Group, employing far more ruthless tactics than his late father had. The shareholders present shrank back, silent and wary, fearful of being ensnared in any repercussions. Once the meeting concluded, Qin Yunshen rose and departed, followed closely by Qin Jingshan to his office. "Xiao Wu, I have given you everything due. Now what about what I am owed?" Qin Yunshen nodded and retrieved a bag of documents from his drawer, tossing it onto the table before him. "Take your belongings. Instruct your son to behave himself. Should he dare to act out again, and I catch wind of it, you will find yourself devoid of any means for redemption." Qin Jingshan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of animosity crossing his gaze as he unfastened the document bag, meticulously verifying each paper for authenticity. "You truly possess a knack, Xiao Wu, even gaining the old man as assistance. But do not forget, we are still family. Pressing too hard is unwise. A cornered rabbit will bite. And the Qin family is certainly no rabbit." Qin Yunshen shrugged nonchalantly. "If I were afraid of your brood of rabbits, I would not have returned. Brother, you would do well to ponder this. Should you question my methods, feel free to consult the second branch." The second branch of the Qin family had been the first to oppose Qin Yunshen when he returned to take over his father's shares, ultimately losing not only their own equity, but also their standing in the industry, leaving them with no allies. No one knows what Qin Yunshen has done. In any case, everyone from the second branch has left the country within a month and ceased all contact with the Qin family. Qin Jingshan warned him that the domestic environment is not the same as abroad, and one must act in accordance with the law. Indeed, otherwise, how would I have obtained leverage over Qin Li? Qin Yunshen regarded him with a mocking glance. The more this family spiraled into madness, the more exhilarated he felt. Qin Jingshan slammed the documents onto the table, rising while ensuring he organized the disarrayed papers and placed them into a bag. He strode towards the door when a chilling warning echoed behind him. "Don't think I'm unaware of your affairs, elder brother. This is merely the beginning." Qin Jingshan was momentarily taken aback, turning in disbelief to meet Qin Yunshen's gaze, his murky eyes locking onto his. Has he discovered the truth? How could he possibly know? He was just an infant at the time. The old master must have learned. No, it's impossible. If the old master knew, he would never tolerate them. "Right this way, please." Li Xiang's voice interrupted Qin Jingshan's thoughts. Noticing that Qin Yunshen had no intention of continuing, he turned and departed. In the elevator, he happened upon Luo Wenxian, and they exchanged nods without uttering a word. Luo Wenxian entered the office without knocking and collapsed onto the sofa. "Em exhausted. You have no idea what happened last night." Upon glancing at Qin Yunshen, he noticed his pallor. "What's wrong?" Luo Wenxian inquired. Qin Yunshen set down his phone and let out a soft sigh. Bai Yuchuan has returned and even met my wife. Why is it that he is always lingering around? What kind of person is he, character-wise? Luo Wenxian straightened his posture, suddenly sensing that Qin Yunshen might be contemplating an act of betrayal. Nevertheless, he responded, "It's rumored in the industry that he is quite astute." After his return, he established a company focusing on drones, essentially starting from scratch. The prospects seem promising, and moreover, if your wife were to participate in a competition, she would indeed require drone technology support. "My wife drives. Even if she is exceptionally fast, she can't fly," Qin Yunshen replied, contemplating. "But it's fine. If Bai Yuchuan is a good person, that is acceptable. After all, he is not bad-looking, and his physique seems decent, especially. He truly treats Qing Li well." Qin Yunshen took a slow, deep breath, rising to approach Luo Wenxian, extending a pen toward him. "What is the meaning of this? What am I to write?" Luo Wenxian flicked it, only to realize it wasn't a pen, but a USB drive. "How secretive. Is this something that shouldn't see the light of day? What is its size? Domestic or international? This contains the discrepancies surrounding my parents' car accident, along with some evidence. Luo Wenxian, safeguard this information. If one day the Qin family dares to trouble Qing Li, use this to threaten them. You are the only person in this world I trust. Do not let me down." He sat across from Luo Wenxian, hands clasped before him, an inadvertent glimmer of despair flickering in his eyes, one that Luo Wenxian found all too familiar. "Don't be like this. You're both married now. She doesn't remember. Isn't at a fresh start?" Qin Yun appeared to be at ease, unlike before when she was perpetually tense. "I have never truly embarked on a new beginning. I cannot allow her to live in confusion, nor do I intend to entangle myself further. Duan Qingchuan has already scheduled an appointment with a doctor for next week, so I must handle these matters diligently. I cannot permit her to be troubled in the future. Although the evidence is scant, it may still serve to instill a modicum of apprehension in these individuals. With some maneuvering, I do not aim to make them suffer repercussions. But at the very least, I can ensure that the Qin family finds it untenable to remain in the country." Luo Wenxian expressed his bewilderment at this. "So, you are sacrificing the investigation into your parents' case for the sake of your wife. Is that correct?" Chapter 47. Like a dog, is there anything wrong with that? I am not particularly close with my parents, am I? If I had more time, I would certainly investigate, but you know my circumstances better than anyone else. In response to Qin Yunshen's retort, Luo Wenxian felt an immediate pang of guilt. This person had never known parental love. He did not comprehend the essence of familial affection. The only guardian who raised him, his aunt, subjected him to relentless piano practice and harsh treatment, rarely engaging him in conversation. His upbringing rendered it quite challenging for him to fathom the concept of parental love. "Fine, just think it over. I believe you still have a chance. If Duan Qingli were to discover your plight, she would undoubtedly soften. Despite her tough exterior, she cares for you deeply." Qin Yunshen hung his head, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. He understood. How could he not recognize how much Duan Qingli cared for him? Yet he had squandered that love, and it would never return. "I don't wish to discuss this further. I'm off to pick up my wife. I have a reservation at a French restaurant tonight." With that, he approached the safe and retrieved a document bag, shaking it lightly in front of Luo Wenxian. "It's notarized, so do remember, don't you dare make a fuss. I have goosebumps all over." Of course, he was aware that this was Qin Yunshen's will, a document that had been amended at least 3 times, each time requiring his notification. Qin Yunshen was unfazed. "Don't people like us have such things? You don't? What if something unfortunate were to happen one day? I have no such concerns. I'm broke, or rather, I've spent it all." Luo Wenxian waved his wrist, showcasing a new watch he had purchased the previous day for over 10 million. The car keys on the table were also a recent acquisition, similarly priced. "I live for the moment. By the time I die, my wealth will likely be comparable to your little assistantess. So, a will is unnecessary." Often, Luo Wenxian found it hard to understand Qin Yunshen. Despite being exceptionally adept at making money and possessing considerable wealth, he refrained from indulging himself. After all, one cannot take it with them upon death. Tell me, if you die with unspent money, won't that bother you? Qin Yunshen shrugged off the mockery and even managed to retaliate. It's fine. I'll leave it for my wife to spend. Unlike you, who, while alive, has squandered your fortune without knowing if it pains you. Luo Wenxian shot him a sidelong glance, continuing to walk outside. Everything I buy can be sold. You're just wishing for death. French cuisine, right? Let us go together. I haven't had French food in ages. Qin Yunshen refrained from provoking him further. Those things he cherished would depreciate by 50% the moment they were in his hands. Only a fool would squander all their money on such trivialities. However, he could not bear the thought of dining alone. Singletons are always so oblivious. Sometimes I genuinely feel sorry for you, having no one to dine with. Luo Wenxian halted his steps, hands on his hips, defiantly surveying the surroundings. He then threw an arm around Li Xiang's shoulders. How about dinner tonight? French cuisine sounds great, doesn't it? Mr. Luo is treating you. On the elevator, Qin Yunshen pressed the door close button frantically, fearing that Luo Wenxian might catch up, though his expression remained composed. Li Xiang, accompany him. I permit it. He did not wish to betray his assistant, yet she had confessed her affection for men. So he decided to grant her this chance. Perhaps if these two found happiness together, it would be a virtuous deed on his part. The driver halted the vehicle at the entrance of the training ground. Qin Yunshen alighted, cradling a bouquet of red roses. As he made his way halfway, he spotted a man standing beside Qing Li. The two walked side by side, and occasionally he could see her smile. He strode forward. His voice preceded him. Wife, my dear wife, how I missed you. Are you done with your work? With so many coaches around, why must you take charge? Have you forgotten our date? Qing Li turned around, and upon seeing him, she dashed into Qin Yunshen's embrace. Not only was Bai Yuchuan taken aback, but even Qin Yunshen himself was momentarily stunned. It had been so long since he had experienced such a feeling. Qing Li had long ceased to hold him like this. The overwhelming sense of happiness filled his heart, inciting a reckless urge that even if he were to die at this moment, it would all be worth it. He even held his breath, fearful that even the slightest sound might shatter this blissful moment. Qin Yunshen? Bai Yuchuan gazed at him incredulously, then turned to Qing Li. You married Qin Yunshen? Are you out of your mind? I heard you were engaged to a member of the Qin family. Don't tell me it's him. Qing Li found herself speechless. Why was it that everyone who learned of her marriage to Qin Yunshen reacted this way? What was wrong with her marrying him? She was beautiful, had an admirable figure, graduated from a prestigious school, and was a renowned race car driver. Why shouldn't she be worthy of Qin Yunshen? After all, he was merely a pianist, an entrepreneur, slightly handsome, and well-built. Such a man was indeed a suitable match for her. Qin Yunshen cast a glance at Bai Yuchuan, his dark eyes swirling with palpable menace, as if he would not hesitate to eliminate him should he utter another word. Darling, would you kindly get in the car? The flowers are for you. While red roses may be considered kitsch, my sentiments for you are anything but. Qing Li inhaled the fragrance of the flowers. The delicate scent enveloped her senses, refreshing and pleasant. She bid farewell to Bai Yuchuan and walked directly toward the entrance. Once she departed, Bai Yuchuan scoffed and shook his head. Qing Li underwent mistreat treatment. She will forget those painful memories. So, you, Qin Yunshen, have taken advantage of her vulnerability to make her fall for you again. Haven't you? Have you considered the pain she would endure if those memories returned? You remain as selfish as ever. I care not for your intentions, Bai Yuchuan. I merely wish to provide her with a stable life and to entirely erase myself from her heart, not through pain-induced forgetfulness. Qin Yunshen stepped closer, enunciating each word. If anyone dares to thwart my plans, I would not hesitate to break the law before my last breath. Bai Yuchuan, is it so difficult to admit your defeat? In truth, Bai Yuchuan had once asked Qing Li if she would love him had Qin Yunshen not existed. Qing Li merely informed him that she was unaware. Yet Qin Yunshen remained the reason she could never love another man. Qin Yunshen, do you believe you have triumphed? You have wounded someone who deeply adores you to the extent that she is willing to forget you at all costs. Now, you find yourself cowering at her feet like a dog, desperately seeking her approval, all the while in constant trepidation that she might suddenly kick you away. How pitiable you are. Qin Yunshen's expression betrayed no emotion. He acknowledged that Bai Yuchuan's words rang true. He was indeed akin to a dog, begging for a modicum of Duan Qing Li's affection. He chuckled softly. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he struck Bai Yuchuan squarely in the face. Bai Yuchuan stumbled and fell to the ground, a crimson trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He quickly regained his footing and retaliated, aiming a blow at Qin Yunshen's face. It appeared that Qin Yunshen had no intention of sparing him. He grasped Bai Yuchuan's collar with one hand, while relentlessly pummeling his face with the other. Chapter 48. Is it a bit of tea? Bai Yuchuan stumbled and fell to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He quickly rose, retaliating with a flurry of punches aimed at Qin Yunshen's face. Qin Yunshen appeared relentless, gripping Bai Yuchuan's collar with one hand, while mercilessly pummeling him with the other, each blow intended to inflict maximum damage. Bai Yuchuan dodged suddenly, his hand striking Qin Yunshen's ear, which bore a hearing aid. The overwhelming surge of sound pierced through Qin Yunshen's eardrum, causing him excruciating pain. He yanked off the hearing aid and staggered back several steps. Sensing a figure rushing toward him from behind, he fell backward, landing heavily on the ground with a dull thud. Qin Yunshen, are you all right? What does it hurt? Why are you fighting? Let me see. Blood trickled from the corner of Qin Yunshen's mouth, and one side of his face was slightly swollen, the skin on his knuckles torn and bleeding. In contrast, Bai Yuchuan was in a far worse state. He turned his head and spat a mouthful of blood, one eye swollen to a mere slit. Li Zi, stay away from him. He is not a good person. Ask him why you two broke up. Ask him what he did. Though Qin Yunshen had only suffered hearing loss in one ear, he could still hear Bai Yuchuan's words. Yet he found himself unable to respond. Wife, I can't hear you, wife. It hurts. I'm scared. The man clutched her clothing tightly, his dark eyes glistening with unshed tears. Despite his injuries being less severe than Bai Yuchuan's, the broken hearing aid lying on the ground rendered him the true victim. He endeavored to lower his stance, to appear more pitiable, for all he sought was a shred of compassion from Duan Qing Li, even if it were merely sympathy that would signify his victory. He did not ask for much, just this one victory. With only a week remaining, he could not allow Bai Yuchuan to sabotage his meticulously crafted plans. Wife, you don't believe me, do you? It's all right. Although he insulted me first, I shouldn't have retaliated. Yes, right, I'm like a dog, lying at your feet, pleading for your affection. That much is true. What? Duan Qing Li gazed incredulously at Bai Yuchuan. Following their earlier conversation, she had recalled the man and recognized that they had once been good friends, with Bai Yuchuan having pursued her, only to be rejected, resulting in a friendship thereafter. However, she could not fathom being friends with someone like him. Bai Yuchuan opened his mouth to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Qin Yunshen, are you really that shameless? Is that what you meant? Did you say that, Bai Yuchuan? Who gave you the right to insult my husband like that? I don't know what happened between you, but I, Duan Qing Li, will not tolerate such humiliation. As she rose, Qin Yunshen grasped her wrist, tilting his head back slightly, shaking it slowly, his expression a mixture of grievance and submission. Do not reproach him. He is merely envious of my fortune in marrying you. My dear, being able to be with you, enduring a couple of punches from a rival and some harsh words is a small price to pay, as long as it brings solace to Bai. The pain is inconsequential. Duan Qing Li found it difficult to articulate the ache in her heart at that moment. She turned and pulled him up from the ground, her fingers gently caressing his cheek. Qin Yunshen gasped in pain, then quickly composed himself, smiling as he reassured her. I am not hurt. All right, let us return home. I shall tend to your wounds, and soon you will feel no discomfort. At home, I shall prepare a meal for you. We need not dine out. As Duan Qing Li grasped his hand and led him outside, Qin Yunshen paused, turning back to raise an eyebrow at Bai Yuchuan, who stood behind them, utterly astonished. Guten Ah! Even Bai Yuchuan, a man renowned for his gentlemanly demeanor, could not help but express genuine astonishment at Qin Yunshen's reaction. Duan Qingchuan, sauntering over, placed a sympathetic hand on Bai's shoulder and inquired, Are you impressed? Let me tell you, the current Qin Yunshen is a refined version. He has no shame. I told you, yet you did not believe me. I had anticipated his potential loss of modesty, but I never imagined that the esteemed Qin, a maestro of the piano, could abandon all semblance of decorum to such an extent. Bai Yuchuan rubbed his sore face, clicking his tongue in disbelief. How has he managed this? Was he not the one who valued his reputation above all else? Moreover, what did he truly mean by that? In the car, Qin Yunshen nestled in the corner, shedding tears of distress. One hand tenderly touched his bruised cheek while the other rubbed his ear. Is your little ear broken? We have another at home. Shall we return and get you a new one? Qing Li understood that without the ability to hear, he would feel vulnerable and frightened. Thus, she patiently consoled him. Qin Yunshen turned to face her, his eyes swollen and red from crying, yet he dared not utter a sound. When he finally spoke, his quivering voice tugged at the heartstrings. I do not mind loving you in such a humble manner. I can be even more modest, lowering myself to the dust. My dear, I did not intend to harm him. It was he who provoked me. You may distrust me, punish me, or strike me. But please do not cast me aside. It is not merely Qin Yunshen who would react. Even someone like Qing Li, devoid of shame, would respond if others deemed him as lowly as a dog. I do not blame you. How could this matter be attributed to you? He was indeed hurt, yet he was the one who first inflicted verbal wounds, and he even damaged your little ear. What a vile person to strike someone else's hearing aid. Qing Li, filled with compassion, enveloped him in her embrace, gently patting his back to soothe his troubled spirit. Unlike before, when he trembled in fear, his muscles tense. This time he merely wept. Upon finally reaching home, he continued to cry as Qing Li retrieved the hearing aid and placed it in his ear. The body's reactions are the most revealing, and by the time Qin Yunshen processed what was happening, it seemed Qing Li had already grasped the situation. She gazed in astonishment at the man before her, struggling to believe that his previous demeanor was a mere facade. Before she could utter her question, Qin Yunshen abruptly fell to his knees, overwhelmed by a rush of contrition. I apologize. I feigned weakness. It was I who struck Bai Yuchuan while pretending to be innocent. However, his words were not false. You may inquire with him. I was wrong. Punish me as you wish. Remarkably, there was no need for interrogation, as he readily confessed. After acknowledging his fault, Qin Yunshen took the initiative to remove his suit jacket while making his way to the study. The office, once a place of work, had transformed into a sanctuary for Qing Li since his arrival. Despite feeling somewhat weak in the knees, Qin Yunshen reveled in the moment. Chapter 49. Only through punishment can one find peace. Qing Li, trailing behind him, suddenly enveloped him from behind just as he reached for the button to the keyless entry. Qin Yunshen's body froze momentarily, a wave of anxiety washing over him, accompanied by an inexplicable fear that surged forth. His hands gripped the bookshelf tightly, the edges of his nails oozing crimson droplets. I was wrong, wasn't I? I've erred again. I dare not. My dear, do you still wish to punish me? I shall reflect earnestly. I will surely understand my mistakes and rectify them at once. His hand, previously resting on the bookshelf, gradually moved toward the pure silver dagger inlaid with turquoise. Qing Li gently caressed his abdomen before maneuvering from under Qin Yunshen's arm into his embrace, facing him directly. Why do I feel so insecure? Is it because I no longer desire you? Have I frightened you? The moment this question escaped her lips, tears welled up in Qin Yunshen's eyes, spilling forth uncontrollably. He could neither admit nor deny it, only wiping away the incessant and bothersome tears that seemed never to cease. I am not crying. I haven't cried. My dear, please do not despise me. I have changed, I assure you. Qing Li remained still, observing Qin Yunshen as if he were ensnared in a world of his own making. Approaching the table, he unfurled a whiteboard onto the floor, kneeling before it to jot down notes and sketches, as if crafting a mind map. Qing Li approached, tilting her head to glimpse his work, which depicted all that had transpired today, along with each of her words, as well as the statements made by Bai Yuchuan and Qin Yunshen himself. The man murmured softly, "This is wrong. How could I have said such things? This is a mistake that must not be repeated. I must be severely punished, never to repeat this again. I must remember. Do not think that way." Qing Li slowly crouched before him, tenderly cradling his face and planting a kiss at the corner of his lips. One cannot kiss. It is forbidden. Those who have erred must not be kissed. For there will be graver consequences, and I may lose you. Qin Yunshen trembled, his teeth chattering audibly as he spoke. Qing Li gently embraced him, rhythmically patting his back. You have done nothing wrong. It is all right. Bai Yuchuan merely suffered a silent loss. And besides, he struck you as well, did he not? He harmed our little ears, didn't he? His words were excessive. My husband's actions are not to blame. Qin Yunshen remained silent, as if seeking confirmation of the truth in Qing Li's words before responding. She held his hand, took a tissue from his side, and wiped the whiteboard clean. We need not tread so cautiously. Do not fear. I shall not leave you, nor am I angry. I simply find it rather endearing that my husband possesses a touch of mischief. Qin Yunshen nodded, his tone soft, glancing towards the keycard scanner. He inquired, Then, can you strike me? Otherwise, I cannot find peace. Hiss, is that what you desire? Is this punishment or reward? Qing Li regarded him with a curious gaze, sensing that he harbored some secret within him, one she longed to uncover. She rose from her seat, grasping Qin Yunshen's arm with one hand, forcefully pulling him onto the desk, pressing her palm firmly against his waist while her other hand gradually ventured towards his belt buckle. By the time Qin Yunshen comprehended the situation, a sharp pain had already surged forth like a bolt of lightning. His already tear-stained eyes had swollen within mere minutes. In truth, I was not angry. There was no need for such trepidation. We are husband and wife, while Bai Yuchuan is merely an acquaintance. He claims to be a friend, yet I always feel a certain unfamiliarity, a distance that renders him less than a true friend. Qin Yunshen, eyes shut, absorbed the moment, nodding earnestly in agreement. You are correct. You are indeed not well acquainted. He once held affections for you and pursued you. Although he possesses good taste, he shall forever remain my adversary. His resentful tone unmistakably indicated that he had shed his fear. With a loud clatter, Qin Yunshen's possessions were discarded onto the table, while the warmth of the woman's hand gently soothed his restless anxiety. Wife, your hand is too warm. Perhaps we should cease this. This marked the first occasion Qin Yunshen found himself reluctant to be touched by her, feeling a burning sensation not merely on his cheeks. Qing Li playfully slapped him, a resounding pop echoing through the air. Go prepare dinner. Did you truly expect me to serve you? I shall serve you, Qin Yunshen retorted, fastening his belt as he stepped outside. Serving both day and night. Any man who relies on his wife to take the initiative is a scoundrel. He deserves to be abandoned. You rest, my dear. I shall be quick. Qing Li turned towards his computer, her hand grazing the mouse, illuminating the screen. It appeared pristine, save for a few folder titles that stood out glaringly. Will 1, will revised edition 1, will 2, will final revision, will notarized version. Qing Li instinctively rummaged through the drawer, her mind racing with thoughts that Qin Yunshen must have been stricken by some terminal illness. Yet within the drawer lay only a small box containing a dagger and some antiseptic and bandaging supplies. She felt it was unethical to pry into another's computer. However, Qin Yunshen had previously declared he harbored no secrets, especially from his wife, who could freely peruse his belongings. Compelled by curiosity, Qing Li opened the will, which contained a large notarized document stating that all of Qin Yunshen's assets would belong to his wife, Qing Li, upon his demise. Wow! If I were to eliminate him now, wouldn't I become a wealthy woman? She couldn't help but exclaim, not only admiring Qin Yunshen's audacity, but also feeling a sense of reassurance about her future. There was another document detailing a trust fund Qin Yunshen had established for her. Qing Li smiled, recognizing that he understood her well. This was perhaps a safeguard against her frivolity, ensuring that she wouldn't squander their wealth and end up in destitution. With his trust fund, at least her life was secured. Additionally, there was a password-protected video file she couldn't access, but given the preceding documents, it was clear that Qin Yunshen had entrusted her with everything he possessed. What purpose could this video serve? After pondering for a while, she discovered another compressed file, still encrypted. Qing Li could not help but mutter a curse under her breath. You wretched creature. You promised there would be no secrets, yet everything is locked away in folders. Just then, her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a message from Qin Yunshen. Next Monday at 9 in the morning. Peter mentioned that you should prepare for the instrument. It would be best if you fasted a day in advance. Do remember to inform Qin Yunshen. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of unease washed over Qing Li upon reading her brother's message. She glanced at the calendar and realized it was already Friday. "All right, I will be there on time," she replied. In truth, she was less concerned about what she might recall and more focused on the necessity of regaining her reflexes in order to pass the psychological evaluation. Chapter 50. The Esteemed President Me. Early in the morning, Qin Yunshen descended the stairs to find Li Xiang standing in the living room, clutching a tablet with a face full of despair. "If you continue like this, don't bother coming in anymore. We shall terminate your labor contract." "Good morning, President Qin. What have I done wrong? I haven't urged you today, and I certainly did not divulge the matter of you facing your wife's wrath. Why would you dismiss me?" Li Xiang hurried over to him, opening the kitchen door with habitual diligence. Qin Yunshen appeared weary from another sleepless night. He perceptively retrieved a bottle of medicine from his bag and poured out a pill for Li Xiang. This was a stimulant that Qin Yunshen regularly consumed. However, Qin Yunshen did not take the pill. He was rather puzzled by Li Xiang's words. "What do you mean about me getting hit? How could I possibly be hit? I am the esteemed president. Such a formidable person could never be struck by his wife." Li Xiang presented the tablet for him to see, displaying a sensational news article. Rumor has it that QYS has been secretly married for years, and his wife is a renowned race car driver. He has kept this under wraps due to her disapproval and is said to be quite submissive, often receiving reprimands from her. Qin Yunshen, indignant, took the tablet from Li Xiang and forwarded the news with a caption. "Stop spreading such nonsense. How can my wife possibly hit me on the head? She usually just smacks my backside." In that instant, Li Xiang felt his legs weaken, reaching out to snatch the tablet back, but it was too late. Watching the likes surge uncontrollably, he was overcome with an urge to execute Qin Yunshen on the spot. "President, how would you do this? The PR department will have my head." Qin Yunshen felt helpless, suddenly sensing that the world was oblivious to him and to how dearly Qing Li cherished him. "Am I wrong? My wife has never hit me on the head. At most, she has given me a couple of slaps, which hardly counts as a head injury. She told me that my backside is well padded and cannot be hurt. She loves me dearly." Li Xiang followed closely behind, earnestly trying to reason with him. "No. Are we even discussing the same matter? President, you must consider the implications. You're not just representing yourself. There's a company at stake. I understand, but trust me, the next news will be even more sensational. The influence of Sihai Group does not rest solely on whether I'm getting hit, or if I truly am. Let me enjoy this moment, showcase it a bit. There won't be another chance." Qin Yunshen spoke lightly, as if engaged in casual conversation, while Li Xiang felt bewildered and somewhat concerned. Qing Li returned from the backyard, a bouquet of fresh flowers in hand, inhaling their fragrance while greeting them. "What are you discussing that seems so serious?" Qin Yunshen, with a downward expression, replied. "We were talking about how you said that my backside is too thick to be damaged." Qing Li recognized her own words, but was confused about how the conversation had turned in this direction. "I said that, what of it?" Just then, her phone vibrated several times. Upon glancing at the message, it was news from Jingran, several screenshots of breaking news. Although they had been deleted, many quick-fingered individuals had already captured them. Domestic violence is unacceptable, be it from men or women. "Li Zi, I must say, you indeed exhibit some peculiar tendencies." "Qin Yunshen, are you looking for trouble?" As she rolled up her sleeves, she swiftly approached him, her eyes filled with fervor. The man, gazing at her with deep affection, casually turned around, resting his hands on the platform. "Am I wrong to say this? Is it not a fact that no husband should endure 3 beatings within 12 hours? Wife, do the math. It's utterly unfair to me." Qin Yunshen tilted his head to look at her, his dark eyes shimmering with a bright light, appearing both adorable and aggrieved. Qing Li merely patted him, not truly striking him. "All right, who said they would do anything to you?" It's no wonder Li Xiang looks so tormented. He must be about to face some reprimand. Qin Yunshen was unconcerned about whether Li Xiang would be scolded. A portion of the salary he paid him was effectively a fee for taking the blame. In the morning, although the meal was light, Qing Li had little appetite. merely nibbling at her food before feeding the remnants to Qin Yunshen. After a couple of bites, his expression shifted noticeably. Qing Li was startled. Are you feeling nauseous? Is something wrong? Wazti had said that eating leftovers could help. She genuinely wanted to inquire if Qin Yunshen could see a psychologist on Monday, as she increasingly felt that his condition resembled that of anorexia. I'm sorry, Qin Yunshen lowered his head in guilt, resembling a child who had misbehaved, desperately trying to hold back, but ultimately rushed to the restroom. He was unsure why this was happening. He had been fine before, but it seemed that the previous remedy was only temporarily effective. He was once again unable to eat. Clinging to the toilet, he felt as though he was in a haze. His eyes bloodshot and swollen, his throat burning with pain. When he emerged, he appeared outwardly normal, yet his voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. Qing Li had been waiting at the door, a cup of warm water in her hand, and upon seeing him, she quickly offered it to him. "You wife, I'm fine. I will be all right. You need not worry about me." Qin Yunshen gulped down the water, though he still felt the urge to vomit. To alleviate Qing Li's concern, he continued to suppress it. My brother mentioned that he scheduled an appointment with Peter, the psychologist he took me to before. If you have time, I do. I certainly have time. My brother informed me as well. How could I possibly miss such an important matter? Rest assured, I will wrap up my remaining tasks at the company today, and I will spend Sunday with you. On Monday, we shall go, Qin Yunshen stated, pulling out his phone to show her the appointment confirmation from the evaluation center. In 10 days, you will be able to undergo the psychological assessment, and then you can resume your normal training and competitions. Are you happy? The man gazed at her, his feather-like eyelashes fluttering gently, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing Qing Li nod in agreement, he finally felt a weight lift off his heart. Although it was Saturday, he still compelled Luo Wenxian and Duan Qingchuan to accompany him to the company. Duan Qingchuan was indifferent. Those engaged in entrepreneurship seldom enjoy weekends. However, Luo Wenxian, the elder, was rather reluctant and even felt a twinge of frustration. Yet, upon noticing Qin Yunshen's pale complexion, he decided to let it go. Who knows how long this person has left to live? He could indulge in whatever whims he wished. It could be regarded as a final wish. Consider this, brother. You have signed this agreement, and from now on, all our company's business will be entrusted to you for a duration of 3 years. Should we breach this contract, there will be a penalty of tenfold compensation, with the Luo Yuan Group providing endorsement. This contract is within my authority to sign. The conditions Qin Yunshen presented felt akin to a monetary gift to Duan Qingchuan, who was somewhat incredulous. What if, after the treatment on Monday, Pear still decides against you? Qin Yunshen retorted. Do you think I'm doing this merely to be with her? Chapter 51. Making my wife happy. Yet failing to understand, Duan Qingchuan pondered whether his inquiry might be somewhat petty-minded. To his surprise, Qin Yunshen nodded in agreement. Indeed, I yearn to remain by her side. Hurry up, I miss my wife. I must go find her. The two were inexplicably summoned, signed a bewildering contract, and then inexplicably dismissed. Luo Wenxian clung to the doorframe, feigning reluctance as he complained, "Let us have a talk. I know you're busy. Just give me 10 minutes to discuss Qin Yunshen. It's been ages since we had a proper conversation since your return." Qin Yunshen grabbed his coat, tapping on his phone as he made his way outside, casually replying to Luo Wenxian, "If you have something to discuss, relay it to my assistant. He will inform me later. Right now, I cannot. I have plans to go shopping with my wife. The bags and clothes I ordered for her have arrived. This is a significant matter. Bro, your life is merely a triviality, is it?" Luo Wenxian's voice faded beyond the elevator doors, and suddenly, Qin Yunshen felt enveloped by a profound silence. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he received a call from Qing Li, startling him as he ran to answer. "Wife, the signal in the parking lot is poor. I'll be up shortly. Can you hear me clearly?" On the other end, Qing Li's voice carried a tone of grievance. "I can hear you, but have you left yet? I've arrived at the mall, but my period started, and I didn't bring anything. What should I do? I'm stuck in a restroom, and there's no phone on the door. I'll be there in a moment, my dear. Please wait just 5 minutes." Qin Yunshen hung up and accelerated the car to its utmost speed. Logically, her period was not due for another week. She had arrived early. Fortunately, He always kept sanitary napkins in his bag, and the company was not far from the mall. He drove swiftly to the mall entrance, tossing the car keys to the security guard. "We won TB parking. Just take care of it." The guard muttered something in response, which Qin Yunshen barely registered, only managing to utter, "There's cash in the car. It's your tip. Having money makes one so impressive, doesn't it?" "Nonsense," the guard grumbled. But as he opened the car door and spotted a vibrant stack of cash on the seat, his complaints ceased. For mere parking job, he would gladly clean the vehicle. Exiting the restroom, Qing Li spotted Qin Yunshen peering inside anxiously. Uncertain of her emotions, she reached out for an embrace. Qin Yunshen furrowed his brow, his heart aching at the sight. He rushed over, enveloping her in his arms, glancing around before steering her into a home goods store. The staff greeted him warmly, and he pointed decisively at a sofa. "I'll take this one." After making his selection, he helped her sit on the sofa, kneeling beside her to massage her legs. "Are you tired, my dear? Have you been feeling unwell? It's my fault for not ensuring you were prepared. We must be more attentive. This can be quite harmful to your health." "It's all right. I'm used to it. I just forgot this time, dear." "How did you arrive so quickly?" Qing Li leaned back against the sofa, gently rubbing her abdomen. The young salesgirl approached and handed a receipt to Qin Yunshen. "Cash or card?" she inquired. Qin Yunshen promptly retrieved his phone from his pocket and replied, "I'll scan. Please send it to this address." He provided the company's address, intending for the sofa to be gifted to Li Xiang as a company perk. This gesture elicited laughter from Qing Li. "You can scan? This is the first time I've seen a president who can scan. I just learned alongside learning how to call the police. It's so convenient in the country. I can go out without even carrying a wallet," Qin Yunshen quipped, aiming to cheer her up, knowing she was feeling unwell. After she rested, he hurriedly took her to the first floor. He had initially hoped that a little shopping would lift her spirits. Had he known, he would have preferred to have the items delivered to her home. Qing Li stared in disbelief at the dozen or so boxes displayed on the counter. She recognized the brand, but knew she could never afford it. "Qin Yunshen, have you lost your mind? These bags could buy me a car. What a waste." The chastised man stood with a downcast expression, nervously fiddling with the hem of his clothes, too timid to meet her gaze, only daring to steal glances. "Since I've already bought them, can you refrain from scolding me? I have a bit of money. I isn't it only right to spend it on my wife? Besides, there are points. My wife's family has points." The salesgirl quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, there are points, and you can exchange them for gifts later. Plus, no need to match the goods for the next order." Qing Li felt her temper rising, especially since she was already in a foul mood, and she didn't acknowledge him on the way home. Qin Yunshen, burdened with bags, followed closely behind her. He had intended for the servants to assist him, but Qing Li refused their help, wanting to make him carry the load himself. Wife. Qin Yunshen blocked her path, causing 2 bags to tumble from his arms. In his flustered state, he scrambled to retrieve them, appearing rather comical. "Look over there. How could you miss that? What is that to look at?" Qing Li replied irritably, turning her head just as the garage door slowly opened to reveal a globally limited edition, uniquely colored, bright pink sports car. She was momentarily stunned. She had seen this car in the news and thought about how exhilarating it would be to drive one. "It's for my wife. She deserves the best. There's only one in the world." "Wife, you." Before Qin Yunshen could finish his sentence, Qing Li dashed toward the garage. He stood still, watching her radiate joy in the sunset, a multitude of emotions flooding his heart, ultimately settling into a smile of contentment. Qing Li waved at him, her voice brimming with excitement. "Hubby, can I take it for a spin?" "Of course, it's your car. You could drive it however you like, even crash it," he said, but then reconsidered. "Well, the car can be crashed, but not the person, dear." The roar of the engine erupted, and he could see the exhilaration in Qing Li's eyes, followed by the fleeting image of her and the car disappearing in mere seconds. Qin Yunshen sighed in disappointment. "Having dashed off without taking me for a joyride, you heartless creature." The robotic butler beside me seemed to grasp my sentiment. Upon Qing Li's return to the estate, as she parked and rushed into Qin Yunshen's embrace, poised to shower him with affection, the robotic butler solemnly echoed, "Heartless creature, madam. The sir claims you are heartless." Qin Yunshen, with a swift kick, aimed at the butler, who deftly evaded the strike. My dear, I didn't say that. Please, allow me to explain. What manner of contraption is this that can even lodge complaints? The butler's abdomen opened, revealing a modest display screen that extended outward. On the screen appeared Qin Yunshen's earlier grievances, accompanied by a sorrowful and indignant expression. Qin Yunshen retreated slowly, and the moment Qing Li turned her head, his body froze, his heart racing wildly. My love, is it too late for me to apologize now? Chapter 52. Restorative Therapy. Qing Li tugged at his ear, leading him into the room, while playfully delivering a firm slap to his back. Am I heartless? Seeing you continuously heaving as if you're on the brink of vomiting. How can I not take care of you? Qin Yunshen, I perceive you are simply asking for a reprimand, and I have been rather lenient. Just wait for the right moment, and I shall give you a sound thrashing that will leave you bedridden for 3 days, and then you will behave. Qin Yunshen pondered for a moment, calculating the timing. Most of his recent obligations had been fulfilled. Just these couple of days will suffice. After all, I have nothing pressing to attend to, and I could easily lounge about, as long as I can see my wife. Qing Li was genuinely taken aback by his audacity. However, after a brief bout of frivolity, she nestled into the blankets, feeling unwell, and soon drifted into a slumber. When she awoke, the world outside had plunged into darkness. Qin Yunshen sat quietly on the sofa, shrouded in shadows, not touching his phone, but simply gazing at her in silence. Upon noticing her wakefulness, he immediately rose and poured some ginger tea from the thermos, testing its warmth before inserting a straw and bringing it to her lips. Does your stomach hurt? Are you feeling unwell, my dear? Qing Li's menstrual cycle was relatively normal, seldom causing excruciating pain. She merely experienced occasional discomfort. Unlike others, she often felt drowsy, wishing she could sleep for 20 hours and still find it insufficient. After sipping a couple of mouthfuls, Qing Li furrowed her brow. This concoction is dreadful. I refuse to drink it. Dearest, let us drink a little. It's good for circulation, isn't it? Once you feel better. It won't hinder the plans for the day after tomorrow, Qin Yunshen replied, not rising but instead kneeling on the floor. He poured half a cup of the remaining ginger tea and clinked it against another cup in his hand. Let us toast together, shall we? I wish to see just how remarkable my wife truly is. As he sipped his tea slowly, he clandestinely glanced at Qing Li while teasing her. I'm finishing mine first. I'm quicker than you. The moment Qing Li finished her last sip, he tossed back his own drink. Oh dear, still not as swift as my wife. Let me see who has such a talented little one. It's mine. The man continued his coaxing while opening another thermos containing the porridge he had prepared. It was quite bland, just enough to consume a couple of bites before returning to sleep. This weekend was initially intended for an outing, yet it transformed into a weekend spent caring for his wife during her menstrual period. Qin Yunshen found solace in this, though he lamented that all the romantic plans he had meticulously arranged would go unutilized. On Monday morning, Qing Li rolled over, sleepily snuggling into Qin Yunshen's embrace, gently pinching his abdomen. You've lost all your muscles. My husband, you're too thin. Please eat more. Qin Yunshen tightened his abdomen in response, repositioning her hand. Try again. Do you feel it now? Qing Li's hand slowly descended, pressing firmly, and she nodded. Yes, I can feel it now. Qin Yunshen inhaled sharply, biting his lip, and at that moment, as he turned his head, Qing Li caught sight of his flushed ear tips. How endearing. He is rather susceptible to teasing. For breakfast, Qin Yunshen prepared an elaborate spread, filling the entire table with his culinary creations. This was the extent of his capabilities, and he merely wished that among these dishes there would be something that Qing Li would appreciate, hoping that in the future, when she thought of him, there would be a glimmer of joy. Upon seeing the table laden with food, Qing Li was momentarily taken aback. If she were to eat this alone, it would likely last her an entire month. Darling, you enjoy your meal. I will go prepare my clothes. He fled the dining area, retreating to the cloakroom, where he slowly inhaled and exhaled, taking several deep breaths to stifle his tears. On the way, Qin Yunshen chose to drive himself rather than use a chauffeur. His driving was already slow, and now he was even more reluctant to speed. Qing Li watched helplessly as a large man on a bicycle overtook them, unable to contain her frustration any longer. Qin Yunshen, if you cannot drive, then pull over. Just look at the minimum speed limit on this road. There is no minimum speed limit. As long as I am willing, I could push the car and it would not be illegal, he retorted, yet his foot still pressed down on the accelerator. When they arrived at the clinic, Qingchuan had already been waiting and was yawning. I thought you weren't coming. Fortunately, Peter has cleared his schedule for the day. A tall man with deep-set features emerged from the office and waved at Qing Li. I knew you would come. What did I say? Think it over carefully. Before he could finish, he noticed the man standing beside her and paused. You are Qin Yunshen, right? The one who plays the piano? Qin Yunshen nodded affirmatively. This doctor must have been aware of their circumstances and likely held a poor opinion of him. The psychological clinic spanned 3 stories, with Peter's consultation room and office located on the ground floor, surrounded by a serene and elegant ambience, imbued with a faint scent of plants, not fragrant, yet soothing. Qin Yunshen and Qingchuan remained outside, where they were supposed to wait in the lounge. However, Qin Yunshen could not sit still. He lingered at the door, one hand gently resting against it. Qingchuan teased him, "Look at you, so pathetic. If you're this scared, why not just stop her from recovering any memories?" He knew full well that Qin Yunshen could not bear to do so. Yet he still wanted to twist the knife in his heart, relishing in his pain, wanting to see him suffer more than the original Qing Li ever had. With his head bowed, Qin Yunshen spoke in a barely audible whisper, "Brother, I no longer have a wife. She doesn't want me anymore. I have been cast aside once more." Qingchuan was unable to help him. No one could. Yet he still felt compelled to voice his feelings. Expressing them only deepened the ache, but perhaps through sufficient pain, his guilt-ridden heart might find some solace. Inside the consultation room, Peter briefly outlined the situation. It is not solely about instrument therapy. There is also pharmacological intervention, as I have mentioned before. If we are to proceed with recovery, medication will also be necessary. This will not affect your competition next year, as the drugs will be metabolized by the time of your physical examination. Had he not spoken, Qing Li would have had little recollection. Yet, upon hearing it, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Is it possible for me to revert to my former self? I feel that my reflexes have significantly diminished, and my memory, it truly has a profound impact. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have refrained from engaging in this wretched endeavor. Peter wished to convey that, in truth, you are aware of it. You have merely forgotten. Complete restoration may not be feasible. It will undoubtedly be far better than the present state. As for memory, how shall I articulate this? It requires time, I suppose. Each individual's circumstances vary, and so too does the duration of recovery. Some may recall everything within a month or 2, while others, like you, may take a year and still struggle to remember many things. Indeed, there are those who, without any stimuli, may never regain their memories. This is entirely normal. Chapter 53. She is not a canary. As he spoke, he adjusted the angle of the treatment bed and assisted Qing Li in lying down upon it. The medicinal fluid gradually coursed through her veins, and Qing Li seemed to recall this scene. It was a similarly bright day when she had lain on this very bed. Slowly forgetting all that troubled her. "Relax, do not fear. It is not hurt, Qing Li. You are safe here, exceedingly safe and at ease. Close your eyes and drift into a deep slumber. There is someone waiting for you in your dreams." Peter's voice was slow, gentle, and reassuring. The soothing sounds of flowing water, chirping insects, and singing birds enveloped Qing Li, making her feel as if she were nestled within a verdant forest, where even the air was imbued with freshness. It reminded her of the day she first encountered Qin Yunshen. The sky had been exceptionally clear, and the wind bore a warmth unlike any other. A spotlight illuminated the stage, casting a glow upon the elegant, aloof man at the piano. Qing Li felt fortunate that, as an intern journalist, she had the opportunity to interview someone like Qin Yunshen, who rarely granted interviews. Perhaps it was due to her assignments being related to public welfare and music. Regardless, by the end of the interview, she found herself enamored with this taciturn and enigmatic man. Qing Li took the initiative, pursuing him for half a month. only to discover that he was indeed a challenging man to court, speaking little and often delivering unflattering remarks. She ultimately relinquished this fruitless pursuit, opting to drown her sorrows in a bar with friends. In a drunken stupor, she was forcibly pulled into the corridor by a man. He pinned her against the wall and whispered reproachfully, "Will you not try to pursue me? Is it truly so easy for you to give up?" With a swift motion, Qing Li pushed him away, and in that moment of realization, she recognized him as Qin Yunshen. Refusing to concede, she boldly retorted, "I am no longer pursuing you. I have given up." In response, Qin Yunshen hoisted her over his shoulder, disregarding her protests as he exited the bar. In the car, they shared fervent kisses, and upon exiting, Qing Li wrapped her legs around his waist. With one hand supporting her, he carried her straight into the bedroom. The night unfolded in a tempest of passion, and when she awoke, the sun was already bright in the sky. Qin Yunshen rose and beckoned her to accompany him back to her rental apartment, where he proceeded to move all her belongings. In that instant, Qing Li was overcome by an illusion of having a home. The apartment was spacious, and she diligently tidied and cleaned it each day, balancing her studies and internship while investing every penny she earned into their little haven. Noticing that Qin Yunshen frequently suffered from stomach pains, she implored a friend to teach her the art of soup making. After countless attempts, she finally honed her skills. With few friends, especially since his aunt's illness, Qin Yunshen found himself at home with only Luo Wenxian visiting. Therefore, aside from work, he spent the remainder of his time with Qing Li. If life were to continue in this manner, it seemed not too objectionable. Yet, once one possesses something, the desire for more inevitably arises. As Qing Li inquired for the third time about when Qin Yunshen planned to marry her, he responded that he would present her with a gift on her birthday. With eager anticipation, she awaited a month, and on her special day, Qing Li personally prepared a sumptuous meal, cooking Qin Yunshen's favorite steak and uncorking a bottle of red wine that cost her an entire month as salary. Dressed to the nines, she sat at the dining table, waiting from dusk until darkness fell and the night deepened. Just as despair began to settle in, Qin Yunshen's assistant helped him home, somewhat intoxicated. Qing Li hurried to assist, and the assistant placed Qin Yunshen's arm over her shoulder, breathing a sigh of relief. "Deep brother, your sister-in-law is here. I'll take my leave." Qin Yunshen, in his hazy state, was displeased with this title, drowsily retorting, "Where did this sister-in-law come from?" Qing Li felt a pang of discontent. They had been together for 2 years, yet Qin Yunshen had never uttered the words "I love you." Nevertheless, he always took care of her, supporting her in studies and work. Yet whenever the subject of marriage arose, he hesitated. She placed him gently on the sofa, her amber eyes shimmering with emotion. Tentatively, she inquired, "What day is it today?" Qin Yunshen retrieved a small box from his pocket and handed it to her. With bated breath, she opened it to discover a beautiful diamond necklace. Not a ring, but a necklace. Grabbing hold of Qin Yunshen's tie, she finally mustered the courage to ask, "Have you ever considered marrying me?" The assistant, witnessing Qin Yunshen's discomfort, hurried to intervene. "Sister-in-law, deep brother has had too much to drink. I'll help him to rest. You can talk tomorrow." As he guided Qin Yunshen towards the bedroom, Qing Li faintly heard a murmur, "Why must we get married? What's so good about marriage? Isn't it enough that I provide for her?" The assistant, resigned, added, "Well, for a woman, being a canary has its advantages. For someone like deep brother to notice you, that's a stroke of luck." Qing Li stood frozen, stunned until the assistant departed. She felt the weight of disdain in his gaze, burning against her skin. To prove her genuine love for Qin Yunshen, she had never touched a single penny of his money. Even when he gifted her something, she toiled to reciprocate. Despite this, those around Qin Yunshen continued to view her as merely a canary. Did his silence and lack of explanation imply his acceptance of this unequal relationship? Qing Li spent the entire night in the living room, guarding the now-cold meal and the necklace she had no desire for. The following morning, Luo Wenxian entered hurriedly. "What time is it?" "Qin Yunshen, do you have any concept of time?" As he spoke, he sensed something was amiss. Qing Li appeared to have been crying. Her makeup smudged. "What happened? Did he bully you again? Tell me, and I'll deal with him." Qing Li forced a smile. Luo Wenxian, we have known each other for quite some time. I want to know, in your eyes, am I just a canary raised by Qin Yunshen? Luo Wenxian was unaware of what had transpired, yet he sensed it was not a favorable situation. However, how was he to articulate this? Qin Yunshen had never explicitly acknowledged that she was his girlfriend, nor had he referred to her as a canary. Regarding his evasive responses, Qing Li was already well informed. There was no need for a reply. Please convey to Qin Yunshen that I will not be returning tonight, and once I find a place, I shall move out. Can we refrain from causing a scene? As Qin Yunshen descended the stairs, he tiredly rubbed his temples and, upon noticing the untouched dishes spread before him, offered a casual apology. I'm sorry, I overindulged at yesterday's banquet. Qing Li, could you please pour me a glass of honey water? Qing Li regarded him with amusement, but remained motionless. Qin Yunshen shrugged. What's the matter? Wasn't the gift intended for you? All right, happy birthday. Chapter 54. Why must we marry Qing Li let out a cold laugh, suddenly realizing that after 2 years of playing the role of a delicate flower, she seemed to have forgotten what the fiery and unyielding Qing Li truly resembled. She rose and approached Qin Yunshen, lifting the box that contained the necklace. With a flick of her wrist, the box clattered to the ground. Qin Yunshen, go find your happiness. I am not the least bit happy. I am giving you one last chance, the graduation ball. You know what I desire. If it cannot be fulfilled, we shall part ways, and I shall never look back. With that, Qing Li turned to leave. Qin Yunshen, feeling helpless, took a few steps after her and grasped her wrist. Qing Li, don't be like this. Aren't we doing well together? Why must we marry? It is just a piece of paper. What does it prove? Qing Li understood that there were many things Qin Yunshen did not comprehend. She had noticed more than once that he was considerably slower than others when it came to matters of the heart. Moreover, he had never been in a relationship, and he had few women around him, hardly any female friends at all. For a long time, she had tolerated his obliviousness and his lack of romantic insight. Often, Qing Li felt that simply gazing upon his face was sufficient. Yet now, her desires seemed to have grown. She did not wish to remain in this uncertain status, nor did she want to be subjected to the judgment of others. She understood that this was a choice, not a compulsion. Thus, she granted Qin Yunshen the power of choice, as well as herself. Qing Li turned to face him, explaining earnestly and patiently. I want to prove that I am a wife, not a canary, nor a clandestine lover. If you are willing, we shall continue. If not, we part ways. I do have affection for you, but my affection comes with conditions. If I continually receive no response, I cannot sustain my feelings. And with that, she walked away. Qin Yunshen looked at Luo Wenxian in confusion. What have I done wrong? Why does she insist on marriage? What is the point of it? Furthermore, our marriage would be complicated. The procedures for an international union are exceedingly cumbersome. Luo Wenxian, seated at the table, surveyed the array of exquisitely prepared dishes and felt a twinge of regret. Qin Yunshen, if you never intended to marry her, you should have made that clear from the beginning. Your aversion to marriage is your own prerogative, but not everyone shares that sentiment. Qing Li desires a home, and there is nothing wrong with that. Neither of you is at fault. You simply need to contemplate whether you prefer freedom or a wife. It's merely a matter of choice. How difficult can it be? Were someone to approach him in such a manner, Luo Wenxian would gladly kneel and propose, offering a home to her. I do not wish to marry, nor do I want her to leave. I shall wait until she comes to her own conclusion. She will return. Qin Yunshen sat at the table, his heart aching slightly as Qing Li's intentions lay bare before him. Last night had indeed been a social obligation. Luo Wenxian shook his head and patted him on the shoulder. Come on, it's not just last night. You have matters tonight as well. As for Qing Li, this is not something your friends can resolve for you. Just think it through. After all this time, if the feelings have faded, part ways. Do not prolong each other's suffering. He has known Qin Yunshen for far too long and understands his character well. Qin Yunshen finds it exceedingly difficult to fall in love. He is oblivious to the essence of affection and fails to comprehend his dependency on Qing Li. One evening, Qin Yunshen returned home early, clutching a bouquet of red roses. Upon entering, he found the lights extinguished. It seemed an eternity since he had walked through the door, only to be greeted by someone rushing to embrace him, taking his bag and coat, and holding his hand while sharing the delights of the day's meals. This desolate abode instantaneously transformed from a home into merely a place of residence. He retrieved his phone and dialed Qing Li, but the ringing persisted without an answer. Qing Li, when will you return? Can we converse? Marriage is not the ultimate pursuit in life. Why this fervent obsession? His message sank into silence, akin to a stone cast into the ocean, receiving no reply, and his phone remained silent. Sitting in the living room, Qin Yunshen hesitated for half an hour before rising and driving to the bar. Indeed, there sat Qing Li in a booth, adorned in a short skirt he despised. One hand swirling a glass, while the other held a lit cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke from her crimson lips. Qin Yunshen felt a surge of anger that tightened his chest as he noticed a man attempting to engage her, persistently intruding upon her space. He strode over and delivered a punch to the man's face, and security promptly intervened to separate them. The man, recognizing his fault, fled without further contest. Gripping Qing Li's hand, Qin Yunshen pulled her along forcefully towards the exit. "Let go of me. Qin Yunshen, what do you truly want?" she exclaimed. He tightened his grasp on her wrist and shoved her into the car. "Home. Look at where you are. What kind of people surround you?" Qing Li, is your current life unsatisfactory? What more do you desire? Have I treated you poorly? Or do you believe that a marriage certificate is the only assurance of safety in our relationship? Is that so? Qing Li retorted. Do you genuinely think you treat me well? Aside from moving me from a rented apartment to your home, what else have you done? Do you truly understand me? I do not understand you. Qin Yunshen flung his coat onto her lap in frustration. I had no idea you relished visiting bars, enjoyed wearing such revealing skirts, or that you smoked. Qing Li, you continue to surprise me. He took 2 tissues and pressed them against his bleeding knuckles. Qing Li responded coldly with mockery. Next time, do not fight on my account. I cannot afford to insure every one of your precious fingers. With that, she exited the vehicle and hailed a taxi, leaving him seething as he struck the steering wheel repeatedly, still feeling unsatisfied. For 2 consecutive days, he remained alone at home, venturing nowhere and refraining from contacting Qing Li. Initially indifferent, he suddenly felt the weight of solitude. The room seemed to chill significantly. Even with the air conditioning running, his heart remained frigid. Luo Wenqian, unable to reach him for several days, entered to find the house reeking of alcohol. Have you changed careers? You need not brew the wine yourself to run a wine cellar. Qin Yunshen sat despondently on the ground, the stubble on his face accentuating his weary demeanor. His eyes were bloodshot, and upon recognizing the arrival of Luo Wenqian, he averted his gaze once more. Are you all right? Is Qing Li truly not coming back this time? You look rather unsettling, Luo Wenqian remarked, surveying the surroundings. The room appeared unchanged from the day he departed. Even the dishes on the table remained untouched. Qin Yunshen had done nothing at all. If she insists, I am willing to marry her. I merely do not wish to. You are right. She is entitled to her thoughts. That is her prerogative. Chapter 55. The graduation ball, so what are your plans? Luo Wenqian casually sat down on the floor and took the wine glass from Qin Yunshen's hand. Stop drinking. Their essay concert this week. Have you forgotten your own rules? Qin Yunshen always valued every concert, abstaining from alcohol 10 days in advance. He glanced at the time. Tomorrow is Qing Li's graduation ball. I promise to be her dance partner. I intend to propose at the ball, and I need your cooperation, Luo Wenqian. Qin Yunshen felt a twinge of doubt. Ever since he last saw Qing Li, he was uncertain whether she would still accept him. The coldness in her expression was something he had never encountered before. Yet, he felt he had to try. Qing Li had said she would wait for him at the graduation ball. This might be his last chance. I can assist you, but I don't have an invitation. Besides, they won't let anyone in alone. I lack a dance partner. Luo Wenqian pondered for a moment. He did know a few people at the school, and with his looks, rest assured, leave it to me. Finding someone to invite me won't be a problem. He quickly posted a message, and within 10 minutes, someone replied. Although this girl had pursued him for a long time, and he had never agreed, this time, for Qin Yunshen, he decided to take the plunge. They had vowed not to drink, yet somehow they both ended up intoxicated. Qin Yunshen spoke more than he ever had, each word extolling Qing Li's virtues and his determination to win her back. Then he began to lament that this girl was too ruthless. Once she made a decision, it was hard to turn back. In their drunken haze, they collapsed onto the floor and fell asleep. When they awoke the next day, the world outside remained shrouded in darkness. Luo Wenqian seemed momentarily dazed. What time is it? Wait, do we really drink that much? Qin Yunshen nearly leaped up. Glancing at the clock, only 2 hours remained. You need to go to the ball now. Remember to have someone play the music. The flowers should have arrived too. So help me with the venue while I go buy the ring. Luo Wenqian was taken aback. The ring? Brother, you're proposing, and you haven't even bought the ring yet? Qin Yunshen had no time to waste on idle chatter and hurriedly showered, striving to present himself in the best possible condition to meet Qing Li. Fortunately, there were still stores open at this hour. However, as he browsed for a ring, he suddenly realized he didn't even know Qing Li's ring size. The sales associate smiled awkwardly and asked, "Sir, are you concerned about the price? We have other styles available." "No, just this one. I want the best." He guessed the size might work, and if Qing Li didn't like it, he could always take her to choose another. With only half an hour left before the ball commenced, Luo Wenqian stood at the door, urging him on. As Qin Yunshen stepped into the car, the door was abruptly pulled open. "Hurry!" He was astonished to see the man in the passenger seat. "Ouyang, what are you doing in my car? Get out. I have urgent matters." Ouyang seized his collar, pointing angrily at him. "Why aren't you answering the phone, Qin Yunshen? Are you the one who caused Liang Zhixia's death, and now you wish to harm her sister as well? To the hospital." Qin Yunshen's mind was in disarray. He had yet to comprehend the situation when Ouyang swiftly exited the vehicle, forcefully dragging him from the driver's seat to the passenger side. Without further ado, he drove towards the hospital. "What are you doing?" "Today's the graduation ball for Qing Li. I am her partner. Jean Yu's depression has flared up. I couldn't reach you by phone. She just attempted to take her own life and is now in the hospital. If you don't go, she won't receive treatment." Ouyang turned his head, glaring at him with intensity, each word punctuated with urgency. "Are you going to stand by and watch her perish? It's merely a ball. When has it become impossible to attend? Do not forget, her sister died because of you." Qin Yunshen opened his mouth, though he had never felt much for the two sisters. Yet they continually haunted him, tied to him by Ouyang's influence. "I have said it before. I do not wish to discuss Liang Zhixia. As for Liang Jinyue, she is already in the hospital. The doctors will not let her die. If she were able to call you, she likely would not be in this predicament. I'm not going." He reached for the car door, but Ouyang beat him to it, locking the vehicle. "Please, I implore you. The last thing Zhixia was worried about was her sister. Why do you think they both fell for you? Just do me this one favor. Visit her, let Jinyue see you, and that will suffice." Before Qin Yunshen could respond, a call from Luo Wenqian interrupted him. "Big brother, are you proposing, or shall I? If you don't arrive soon, I might just take the plunge myself." Ouyang locked the car. "Luo Wenqian, please buy me some time. Do not let Qing Li become upset. I will hurry over as quickly as I can." Meanwhile, in another setting, Qing Li glanced at the clock as her classmates gradually entered the venue, the scrutinizing gazes of passers-by weighing heavily upon her. Particularly, there was that one classmate who had constantly mocked her. "Oh, weren't you supposed to have a boyfriend? What happened? Was it a fabrication? Qing Li, honestly, do we not know each other? Is there really a need for such pretense? Who are you?" Qing Li looked at her, taking a moment before dramatically covering her mouth. "Oh, it's you. With such heavy makeup, I hardly recognized you. But let me tell you, that foul stench is unmistakable." The woman raised her hand, yet before her slap could land, her wrist was forcefully seized by someone. "Who the hell are you?" Turning to face her, the man smiled faintly and pointed to the surveillance camera overhead. "If you wish to resort to violence here in a foreign land, it could end poorly for you. Should you choose to strike, know that a single slap could lead to a 3-year sentence. I dare say that trade seems a bit too advantageous." Seeing him, the woman's expression softened considerably. "Bai Yuchuan? How do you know her?" "She is merely a pretentious person who rarely shows up at school. If you continue to slander my friend, I will report you. I possess evidence of your harassment over the years. Shall we meet in court?" Bai Yuchuan draped his suit jacket over Qing Li's shoulders. Here I have come uninvited, simply wishing to behold the gown you will wear to your graduation ball. It appears that Mr. Qin may not have the time, so might I have the honor of being a backup? Should he arrive, I'm willing to yield my place. He raised his arm, awaiting Qing Li to take it. Qing Li retrieved her phone, inhaling deeply. The screen displayed 9:15, with no missed calls or messages. Thank you for your timely intervention, Bai Yuchuan. I'm truly grateful, but Bai Yuchuan smiled and nodded, understanding her sentiment. I do not wish for you to be my girlfriend. It is merely an invitation to a ball. Is that agreeable? Watching the two enter, Luo Wenxian beneath the tree felt an urgent desire to serve as Qing Li's partner. He spotted Qin Yunshen running in their direction and quickly called out, "Hurry! Can you not be any faster?" Chapter 56. Then get out of my house. As Qin Yunshen arrived, his gaze immediately fixated on the entrance. Where's Qing Li? Is she worried? I've been delayed, if it weren't for. Enough of this nonsense. Soon my wife will belong to someone else. Hurry up and leave. You want to be able to enter? I'll hold them off. Just charge in when the time comes. Luo Wenxian grasped his hand and rushed inside, feeling the sticky warmth of blood in his palm. He glanced down. Your hand is bleeding. Oh no. Qin Yunshen, will you still be able to play the piano tomorrow? This is bound to make the news. Qin Yunshen shook off the blood on his hand. It's nothing. Ouyang is persistent. If I don't fight back, I want to escape. What about Qing Li? Isn't she waiting for me? Nearby, a woman in a red dress with cascading waves of hair crossed her arms and sneered. She went in with Bai Yuchuan, didn't she? I'm not criticizing you. But if you want to propose, why not come earlier? It's too late now. If you're not going to, don't waste my time. With that, she approached and linked her arm with Luo Wenxian's. Come on, you are my dance partner. You cannot break your promise. Qin Yunshen stared in disbelief at the entrance. He was aware that Bai Yuchuan had feelings for Qing Li and had confessed, only to be rejected. He thought the matter had ended there, but now it seemed he was relentlessly pursuing her. What does she mean? Why isn't she waiting for me? I was only delayed for a moment. I need to ask her. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw Qing Li entwined with Bai Yuchuan, standing in the center, conversing with someone else. Qing Li, come out. I have something to say to you. The music inside drowned out Qin Yunshen's shouts, and disregarding the situation, he charged inside, only to be blocked by several security personnel at the door. In a moment of panic, he acted out, resulting in not entering the ball, but being taken away by the police instead. He sat despondently on a chair, tightly clutching the ring box in his hand. Meanwhile, Luo Wenxian pleaded and eventually called a lawyer, managing to get him released in the dead of night. Qin Yunshen drove to the venue, finding it shrouded in darkness, void of any light or presence. He took out his phone and dialed Qing Li's number, but it rang for a long time without being answered. Ignoring all sense of propriety, he called repeatedly, not knowing how many times until finally, the call connected. Qing Li, I'm sorry, I was delayed due to some matters, so. I'm sorry, but Qing Li has had a bit to drink and is resting now. You shouldn't keep calling like that. She is already irritated and cursing. Bai Yuchuan's voice on the other end carried a hint of smugness. Qin Yunshen paused, glancing at his phone to confirm he had dialed Qing Li. Gritting his teeth, he asked each word with precision. Where are you? I can't tell you that. Li Zi said not to disclose it. But don't worry, I will take good care of her. The moment the call ended, all rationality fled from Qin Yunshen. He initiated a trace on Qing Li's location. Meanwhile, Qing Li, in a hazy state, sat up and looked at Bai Yuchuan, who held her phone. Who called me? Bai Yuchuan, why didn't you answer my call? I dialed 15 times, yet you remained unresponsive. If I call again, your phone will run out of battery. Did you not say that you have something important tomorrow and that your phone cannot be dead? Bai Yuchuan rose, glanced at the time, and said, Now that you are awake, I shall take my leave. Rest well. If you feel unwell, do call me. I live nearby and can arrive swiftly. He placed a cup of warm water on the bedside for Qing Li and offered a few words of advice. This is honey water. I'm unsure if you're allergic to honey, but at this hour, it's the only option available. Drink less alcohol. It is detrimental to your health, except when your spirits are low. A smile broke on Bai Yuchuan's face, revealing two shallow dimples, a stark contrast to his usual cool demeanor. He draped his coat over the sofa and made his way towards the exit. Thank you. I appreciate your help this time. Qing Li expressed her gratitude. Sipping from the cup, she couldn't quite articulate her feelings. It seemed like such gestures were reserved only for Qin Yunshen. She glanced at her phone, noting the missed calls and a message from Luo Wenxian. Liang Jinyue attempted suicide, and Qin Yunshen was forcibly taken to the hospital by Ouyang, but he didn't enter. He fled upon reaching the first floor. I can't explain it to him. You know he lacks the gift of gab. Setting her phone down, Qing Li splashed water on her face to clear her mind. She concluded that this situation could not be blamed on Qin Yunshen. His absence was not due to a lack of desire, but rather circumstance. Therefore, she resolved to inquire directly about his thoughts. Qing Li left her home, hailed a taxi, and upon entering, was greeted by chaos, as if a thief had ransacked the place. She tidied up a bit, intending to call Qin Yunshen to ask where he was. Just as she dialed, the doorbell rang, and she followed the sound. Where have you been? It's nearly dawn. You're aware it's almost dawn? Qin Yunshen restrained his anger, holding by Yuchuan's coat. Are you so eager to seek companionship elsewhere? Qing Li, if you wish to marry, I am willing. I simply arrived late today. Does that give you the right to turn to another? You know where I found this coat, don't you? Qing Li, inebriated, felt that since she hadn't accepted by Yuchuan's confession, bringing her home was inappropriate. However, he was uncertain of her residence and, in his indecision, opted to take her to a hotel for rest. I'm drunk, what of it? Qin Yunshen, what do you take me for? You were the one who was late. Do you have any idea how I was mocked at the ball entrance? If it weren't for Bai Yuchuan. Enough. This was the first time Qin Yunshen had raised his voice. They had been together for 2 years, though he seldom coddled her. He had always maintained a polite and gentle demeanor, rarely losing his temper. Qing Li, I ask you, what were you doing just now? Why did you leave your home to rendezvous with another man? Qing Li's eyes were red, tears welling up as she forced a smile, a bitter expression gracing her lips. This has never been my home. I am merely the gilded canary nurtured by you, Qin Yunshen. Your assistant expresses this view. Your friends share this belief. But have you ever defended me? Or do you also hold this opinion? If you believe there is something between me and Bai Yuchuan, then so be it. Let's part ways. You claimed you would provide me with a home, yet now you assert that this is not your home? The veins on Qin Yunshen's temples throbbed, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he bellowed at Qing Li. Very well. Then you shall leave my home. Qing Li stormed out, the door slamming shut, echoing back into Qin Yunshen's consciousness. He slapped himself, then rushed after her. Chapter 57. Breakup and return. Qing Li had already departed in a taxi, leaving Qin Yunshen standing motionless for quite some time. He attempted to call Qing Li, but the line remained engaged. In the early morning, both the assistant and Luo Wenxian arrived almost simultaneously. Upon entering the room, they found Qin Yunshen lost in thought on the sofa, clutching his phone, with Qing Li's bag beside him. What happened? She returned yesterday? Qin Yunshen nodded, raising his phone, his expression dazed. Why can't I reach her? I can't even track her location. Wait, she came back and you let her go? Did you not propose? As he spoke, he noticed the coat carelessly tossed on the floor, a silver suit worn by Bai Yuchuan, adorned with a hideous rose-shaped gem brooch. It was evident that something had transpired, likely an argument between the two. Qin Yunshen, I understand that you lack experience in disputes. However, quarrels between couples are entirely normal. You need not look so despondent. Once this concert concludes, I will take you to find Qing Li, all right? Qin Yunshen slowly rose to his feet, gazing at his assistant, and solemnly declared, Qing Li is not a canary. She is my girlfriend. The assistant opened his mouth, unsure how the couple's quarrel pertained to him. I apologize, Brother Shun. It's what they all say. I'm sorry. They all say that. Qin Yunshen mused, troubled by the thought that those around him had harbored such opinions over the past 2 years. Why would they say that? What have I done, Luo Wenxian? Qin Yunshen seemed to have lost his spirit, his reactions painfully slow, leaving Luo Wenxian somewhat alarmed by his demeanor. It's fine, it's fine. Yesterday, Qing Li was also at fault. How could she allow Bai Yuchuan to upset you? It's not entirely your fault. Let's first attend to the matter at hand. Help me find her. I had promised to bring her to the interview after the concert, and she always cares deeply about these events. She will undoubtedly be there. With a mechanical gait, Qin Yunshen moved toward the exit, repeatedly reassuring himself that Qing Li was merely upset that she would not leave him, that they would never part ways. Upon entering the car, Luo Wenxian dialed Qing Li's internship supervisor, and upon hanging up, he was left dumbfounded, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Qing Li has resigned. What on earth did you two argue about? Panic began to set in for Qin Yunshen, yet he remained steadfast. It's nothing. She was just temporarily angry. Everything will be fine. I will apologize. Meanwhile, Qing Li had returned home, rummaging through her bag to confirm that her identification was intact. As she prepared to leave, she cast one last glance at the place she had inhabited for over 2 years, both familiar and alien. She resolved never to return. She tossed the coat to Bai Yuchuan in the car. I don't have time to have this cleaned for you. You can do it yourself. Bai Yuchuan opened the car door, gesturing for her to enter. Let me take you, get in. He deliberately drove to the hall where Qin Yunshen was holding a concert, which was already halfway through. Perhaps he should take a glance inside. After all, it would be a means to avoid future regrets. You see, he couldn't return to the country for the time being. He truly had no way to pursue her any longer. Qing Li let out a soft sigh and shook his head. Having made the decision to leave, there was nothing to cling to. Ultimately, he had to return home. His family had urged him countless times, and a union with the Qin family could no longer be postponed. So he resolved to depart. He had his own choices, and the fates had run their course. Bai Yuchuan started the car. Years ago, he had asked Qing Li if she believed in fate. She had replied in the negative. Yet, if one day they were forced to part ways or could find no reason to be together, she might also utter, the fates have run their course. As the concert concluded, Qin Yunshen borrowed a phone to call Qing Li, but as expected, there was no answer. Xingu, the interview is about to start, and the celebration banquet is imminent. Let us make haste. All right, Qin Yunshen nodded, then suddenly had an idea upon seeing someone approaching him. Luo Wenxian, wait a moment. Please send the photos from the event to Qing Li. Before Luo Wenxian could comprehend his intentions, a bouquet of flowers was thrust into Qin Yunshen's hands. Qin Yi, your performance was splendid. I was completely entranced. May I join you at your celebration banquet? Didn't you say you were going to take your own life? Luo Wenxian quickly stepped in front of Qin Yunshen, fearing that Liang Jingyue might encounter him. Given Qin Yunshen's temperament, being approached by another woman could lead to disastrous consequences. A throng of reporters swiftly surrounded them, the flash of cameras echoing in the air. Liang Jingyue pushed Luo Wenxian aside and linked her arm with Qin Yunshen, smiling brightly. I know you came to see me. My injuries aren't severe, so there's no need to worry. Just having you around makes me very happy. She had always harbored feelings for Qin Yunshen, perhaps even earlier than Liang Jixia. Yet everyone's attention was fixated on Liang Jixia, as if she were the true paragon of beauty. Qin Yunshen had explicitly rejected Liang Jixia, claiming he had never harbored feelings for her, yet he said nothing to Liang Jingyue. She refused to believe it. She, Liang Jingyue, was not inferior in beauty to Qing Li. Why was it that Qing Li could be his lover while she could not? It was solely because Qin Yunshen had failed to recognize her worth. Luo Wenxian, standing nearby, was taken aback. Qin Yunshen, have you lost your mind? Your actions won't provoke Qing Li. They will only strengthen her resolve to leave you. Qin Yunshen's heart jolted, and his hand instinctively withdrew. But, seeing her with another man filled him with rage. Wouldn't she feel the same way? Luo Wenxian, exasperated, pointed at him, but before he could speak further, an assistant handed him a phone. Xingu, there's a transaction record. It's a plane ticket. Qin Yunshen snatched the phone, glanced at the timestamp, and dashed toward the exit of the venue. Luo Wenxian followed closely behind, but by the time they emerged, Qin Yunshen's car had already departed. He repeatedly attempted to call Qing Li, but when he failed to reach her, he dialed Bai Yuchuan. To his surprise, Bai Yuchuan actually answered. Qing Li, are you with her? Could you let her answer my call? Bai Yuchuan remained silent, handing the phone to Qing Li. I've seen the news. Qin Yunshen, I am leaving. No, please don't go. Qin Yunshen's voice was low, tinged with a desperate plea. I have no way out, Qing Li. I acknowledge my mistakes. I admit my wrongdoings. Please grant me some time to change. Do not leave. I implore you, do not leave. I will be at the airport shortly. The call was abruptly terminated. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing towards the airport, not even pausing to steady the car before dashing inside. At the ticketing area, Qing Li stood alone, clutching a canvas bag, her slender silhouette betraying her sorrow. In that moment, Qin Yunshen felt an overwhelming sense of impending loss. Ignoring all barriers, he dashed past the fence, firmly grasping Qing Li's wrist. Chapter 58, A Long Dream Awakened. Why must you return home? Does graduating mean you must depart? Why have you never mentioned this before? Qing Li, please don't go. Let us marry. I came bearing a ring. As he produced a box from his pocket and opened it, Qing Li smiled helplessly. See for yourself. Will this ring fit me? Let it go. Qin Yunshen's fingers tightened around the ill-fitting ring, his head bowed in guilt and helplessness. Why let it go? You were the one who expressed your affection for me, who promised to stand by me for a lifetime. It cannot end like this. I have yet to agree. Qing Li, tell me what I have done wrong. We can communicate, can't we? Let us speak sensibly. He was bewildered about where he had erred. He had consented to her marriage, allowed her to attend a ball with another. Yet despite all this, she still intended to leave. Qing Li grasped his wrist and slowly removed his hand from her. She understood that Qin Yunshen was oblivious to much, so she did not press him, but earnestly and patiently sought to explain. You cannot accept this now because you are not accustomed to it. You have simply grown used to my presence. Qin Yunshen, this is not love. I have my own path to tread. Let's part ways. No. Qin Yunshen abruptly pulled her into his embrace, his arms tightening around her, his voice trembling with panic. Define love for me, and I shall love you, all right? I cannot bear to envision a life without you. Qing Li, you have won. From this moment on, I shall acquiesce to whatever you say. Qing Li slowly shook her head, her hands attempting to pry his arms away. Yet he held her even tighter. I will not let you go. I intend to keep you here. Why must you leave? Have I said something wrong? I should not have argued with you. I promise I will not quarrel again. The news. I deliberately provoked you, hoping you would confront me. I know. Qing Li interrupted. The moment I saw, I understood your intent. Qin Yunshen, you are remarkable, forever radiant, but in my heart. The instant you chose to provoke me with another, all your virtues vanished. With a determined effort, she freed herself from his grasp. Undeterred by the panic and confusion etched across his usually serene face, continuing her inquiry. What do you know about me beyond my name? My height, weight? What I enjoy eating, my allergies, my family, my circumstances? You know nothing. You likely don't even know my age. Qin Yunshen was rendered speechless by her queries. He realized just how little he comprehended Qing Li. He had greedily savored her affection and devotion, naively believing that such love would never wane. I will come to know you better. Please grant me some time. I will change. Qing Li let out a self-deprecating laugh, her mirth quickly giving way to tears that glided down her cheeks. She gently wiped them away. Change. This is my own choice. I have wholeheartedly devoted myself to you because I liked you. I have never regretted loving you. I simply no longer wish to love. Loving you has become too burdensome. Qin Yunshen clenched his hand at his side tighter and tighter, standing silently as he listened to Qing Li's criticism. His lips turned white from biting them, and he cautiously reached out to wipe away her tears, only to have her swiftly evade his touch. Don't touch me with that hand. Seeing the disdain in her eyes, Qin Yunshen felt a profound emptiness in his mind, his chest tightening until he could scarcely breathe. His expression blank. It was as if something within him shattered silently, causing a pain that rendered his breaths labored. I'm sorry. The airport announcement repeatedly called out Qing Li's name, forcing her to turn and leave immediately. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Yunshen experienced, for the first time, a tangible heartache, a pain akin to being cleaved by a knife, surging from his chest to his limbs. When Luo Wenxian arrived, he found Qin Yunshen curled up in a corner, tightly hugging himself, murmuring apologies. What's wrong, Qin Yunshen? You're a bit frightening like this. Where's Li Zi? Didn't you manage to keep her? He never expected that Qing Li would truly leave. No way. She loves you so much. She even skipped the competition for you, learned to cook despite her aversion to it, and hasn't set foot in a bar. How did you just walk away? Did you try to keep her? Qin Yunshen slowly lifted his head to meet Luo Wenshin's gaze. His bloodshot eyes filled with confusion and grievance. What is love? She never taught me what love is. Why would she use this reason to reject me? I don't understand what she wants. I just don't know. Duan Qing Li, too. What does she expect from a straightforward man like you? You can't give love, at least offer marriage or financial support. You scoundrel. Using others to provoke Duan Qing Li. Don't you realize whether your wife can endure such humiliation? Luo Wenxian felt both anger and pity. He understood Qin Yunshen better than anyone. Knowing he was simply in love without realizing it. A person who had never encountered love and thus lacked the ability to discern its essence. Qin Yunshen awakened once more 3 days later, greeted by a blinding white light that made him wish to drift back into slumber. A faint rustling sound reached Duan Qing Li's ears, delicate as falling feathers, yet she was quick to perceive it. Life seemed to unfold like a revolving lantern, replaying every moment from her childhood to the present. She felt as though she had been ensnared in an interminably long dream, her body imbued with weariness. Reluctant to awaken, but equally disinclined to remain asleep. Li Zi. Duan Qing Li, dawn has arrived. Listen, someone is calling for you. The male voice, though unfamiliar, carried an exceptionally gentle tone that enveloped her like a warm spring breeze. Slowly opening her eyes, she found herself surrounded by a soft, warm yellow light. The air was humid and comfortable, and even the breeze brushing against her seemed unhurried and exceedingly warm. Awake? Peter smiled at her, extending a cup in his hand. Duan Qing Li accepted the cup with a nod. Do you feel any discomfort? Whether emotional or physical, you can express any thoughts you have. Peter did not inquire whether she had recalled anything or to what extent. He possessed unwavering confidence in his medical skills, as well as in his analytical abilities. Duan Qing Li's gaze had shifted. It was no longer imbued with the innocence and gentleness it once held, but rather bore a trace of weathered resilience. He understood that it was inappropriate to describe a young woman in such a manner. Yet upon first encountering Duan Qing Li, those were indeed the words that came to his mind. Duan Qing Li rose, setting her cup down, and spoke in a composed tone. I feel no discomfort. Thank you, doctor. Peter, there is no need for gratitude, Peter replied with a slight smile, gently reminding her outside. The situation with that individual appears rather dire. Would you like to take a look? Chapter 59. This time I shall be your canary. Duan Qing Li stood rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed upon the door, beyond which stood the man she had loved for 2 years and desperately wished to forget. Initially, he had refused to marry her, unwilling even to acknowledge her as his girlfriend. Yet now, he had returned, deceiving her with a false marriage, transformed into a stranger she no longer recognized. Why could none of this have happened sooner? Though she had once desired him, she found herself indifferent now. With measured steps, Duan Qing Li approached the threshold, gently pushing the door open. There, Qin Yunshen knelt straight on the ground. Hearing the sound, he slowly raised his head, and upon seeing Duan Qing Li, tears streamed down his face. Wife, I have changed. I no longer need time. I will treat you well. I know you no longer love me, but this time, let me love you. I do not seek your forgiveness. May I just stay by your side? Whatever it takes, would you support me? I am willing to be your canary, your backup. I beg you. He spoke in a single breath, as if fearing that any delay would cause Duan Qing Li to lose patience and turn away. Standing before him, she glanced down, noting how much weight he had lost. In just 1 year, white strands had begun to adorn his temples, and one of his ears bore the marks of injury. He was to play the piano, a pursuit he cherished above all else. What had transpired to bring him to this state? He seemed to have been stripped of all his pride, now humbly pleading before her, a stark contrast to the Qin Yunshen of the past. Straining to ignore her indifferent gaze and the anguish swelling within him, he trembled, emitting faint whimpers as he struggled to maintain his composure. Cautiously, he extended his hand towards Duan Qing Li, yearning to grasp the hem of her garment. Yet she swiftly evaded him, her eyes fixed on his outstretched hand, her expression indescribable. Seemingly understanding her unspoken message, Qin Yunshen quickly shed his outer garment, rolled up his sleeves, and presented his forearm to her. It is clean now, dear wife, look. The flesh has healed anew, is no longer soiled. Please do not despise it. I have changed. I will not use others to provoke you. I will not act foolishly again. Will you allow me to stay? No matter the role, I am willing to accept anything. Qing Li had previously noted the severe scars marring his arm, resembling wounds from a blade. She could not fathom the trials he had endured, nor did she wish to contemplate the matter further. She acknowledged her own stubbornness. Once a decision was made, it was difficult to alter course. Had she not loved Qin Yunshen so deeply, she would not have forced herself to forget him. Yet this outcome was one she had never envisioned. What should she do? In that moment, uncertainty engulfed her. Qin Yunshen perceived her wavering resolve. With a gentle tug at her garment, he offered her a pleading smile, his voice thick with emotion. I grant you the freedom to return home every few days. While I patiently await your presence, I shall remain steadfast and unassertive. My heart and body belong solely to you. I will safeguard all that is rightfully yours, yearning only for a glance from you when you are inclined to look back, for the solitude is unbearable. It pains me deeply, Qing Li. You once cherished me so dearly. Might you not show me a sliver of that affection once more? I beseech you. He gently tugged at the hem of Qing Li's garment, reminiscent of the times he had erred, hoping that the familiar gesture would soften her heart, prompting her to ruffle his hair and dismiss his folly with a gentle, "Let it go. I won't argue with you, you fool. I am aware of your anger." Tears streamed down Qin Yunshen's cheeks, saturating his shirt, his eyes a fiery crimson, as if he might shatter into 1,000 pieces. I will endure your ire, accept your blows and scorn, allow you to inflict any torment upon me. Nothing matters as long as you remain in my life. I cannot bear to be without you. Truly, it is beyond my endurance. He was uncertain whether Qing Li would acquiesce, yet he knew that a year apart from her had reached his limits. He could no longer exist without her. She had taught him the meaning of love, the essence of necessity, only to withdraw her affection. If that were the case, he would relinquish his own existence. Qing Li remained silent, unsure how to refuse him, recognizing that Qin Yunshen's emotional state was tumultuous. Perhaps it would be best to wait until he calmed. As she turned to leave, Qin Yunshen exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at Qin, both laughing and crying. Brother, she did not reject me, did she? Qin, typically tender-hearted, felt his anger dissipate as he witnessed the man's despair and frailty. Get up quickly, otherwise, she might drive away. For as long as Qing Li had been inside, Qin Yunshen had knelt outside, his legs nearly rendered useless. Finally managing to rise, he saw her car pulling away. It's all right. She must have urgent matters. I can return home on my own. Qing Li will surely go back. She has a cat waiting for her, one she adores dearly. Qin Yunshen desperately sought every possible rationale for Qing Li's indifference, justifying her aloofness as entirely reasonable. Qin contemplated suggesting that she may have gone to fetch her cat, urging Qin Yunshen to leave before she truly departed. However, he hesitated, sensing that voicing such thoughts might provoke an uncontrollable reaction from him. He handed his car keys to Qin Yunshen. Go on, do not compel her. Qing Li is quite stubborn. If it truly cannot be, do not force her. Thank you. Without a moment's pause, Qin Yunshen snatched the keys and dashed out. Peter stood at the door, letting out a soft sigh. Lizzie is fine now, but this one may not last long. Your household is quite chaotic. Isn't it your damn fault for suggesting such a course of action? Qin retorted, his anger flaring anew. Had it not been for Peter's advice, would Lizzie have fallen for that scoundrel once more? However, that scoundrel seems to hold a greater affection for your sister. Is the mistake he made truly irredeemable? Peter shook his head. He preferred not to delve too deeply into others' emotions. Yet, merely observing, he discerned that Qin Yunshen was grappling with severe psychological issues. The physical symptoms were unmistakable. You should find time to discuss this with Lizzie. Qin Yunshen must undergo intervention, or else he may contemplate suicide. Qin turned to him, incredulous. How dare you, a mere mercenary, articulate such clarity? Aren't you the one who typically speaks in ambiguous terms? Peter questioned this characterization of being a mercenary, although he conceded the point. The symptoms were glaring, not to mention, he is your family, are we not friends? Upon arriving home, Qin Yunshen inquired, "Is my wife back?" The robotic butler, suddenly malfunctioning, stalled for an eternity without responding. Frustrated, Qin Yunshen pushed it aside, muttering, "Useless contraption, just like me." Chapter 60. Are you considering divorce? Upon lifting his gaze, Qing Li was at the entrance, changing her shoes, and upon hearing the commotion, she glanced over at him. Qin Yunshen offered an awkward smile, raising his hand to gently stroke the face of the robotic butler, even apologizing to it. Sorry. I'm sorry. Once inside, he trailed closely behind Qing Li. When he saw her heading towards the cloakroom, he stood firmly at the doorway, blocking her path. Could you please not go? I want to stay in the bedroom. I will move my things out immediately. If you prefer not to see me, I shall avoid appearing when you are present. Qing Li, grandfather adores you. Even if you choose to leave me, please allow him some time to adjust. He is elderly and cannot endure too much upheaval. As Qin Yunshen spoke, his conviction waned, and the morally coercive words felt difficult to utter, transforming into his desperate struggle. Just a few more days, please. I will clarify things with my family. I'm sorry, my wife. Do not address me in that manner. Qing Li finally spoke. Qin Yunshen, you were the one who initially rejected marriage, and now you are the one deceiving me into it. I cannot comprehend your intentions anymore. I cannot escape the marriage alliance with the Qin family, but if you propose divorce, I will sign the papers. At present, she lacked the capacity to act independently. If she dared to unilaterally divorce Qin Yunshen, her father would surely not take it lightly, and she would require her brother's assistance. However, Qin Yunshen had entangled her brother's company with the Sihai group, presenting a myriad of complications. It would be wiser to wait for him to bring it up himself. Qin Yunshen shook his head and stepped aside. I will not bring it up. Do as you wish with me. I was wrong, I apologize. Qing Li, overwhelmed by fatigue, yearned only for sleep. She felt an inexplicable weariness enveloping her, the overwhelming drowsiness almost causing her eyelids to falter. Watching Qin Yunshen hastily tidy the bedroom, clutching his small pillow as he exited, she experienced a fleeting sense of relief. She slept until dawn, waking up to hastily wash up and exit with her car, keys in hand. As the cloakroom door opened slowly, Qin Yunshen emerged, glancing at the untouched meal he had prepared in the dining room, a myriad of unexpressed emotions swirling within him. Mr. Qin, doesn't this feel a bit like an affair? Earlier, Li Xiang had been inexplicably shoved into the cloakroom, still reeling from the shock. You must not let the mistress see me. Be cautious in the future. If she decides to discard me, I will take you down with me. Qin Yunshen's voice was hoarse, and his state was beginning to falter. Li Xiang uriadli masaja Luo Banqian. Half an hour later, when Luo Wenqian arrived, he found Li Xiang standing in the living room in a daze, the two of them being the only ones present. Where is everyone? Li Xiang wore a bewildered expression, pointing towards the study door. They've been in there for a while. I was allowed to follow. Luo Wenqian knocked on the door, but received no response. Thus he pushed the door open. What is happening? Did she say anything? Qin Yunshen sat on the sofa, a blood-stained bandage discarded in the nearby trash can. Upon seeing Luo Wenqian enter, he instinctively grabbed a cushion and held it close to his chest. I am uncertain about her thoughts. Does Qing Li ever consider that perhaps it would be better if I were gone, so no one would bother her anymore? Luo Wenqian took some measurements of his physical data and administered a nutritional infusion. Were you not in a similar predicament? You never answered whether you would marry or not. And now, whether to divorce or not, they simply refrained from responding. Why torment yourself? At that moment, Qing Li sat in her office, arms crossed, coldly observing Qing Chuan. The man across from her shrank back, occasionally glancing at the golf club resting on the desk. I truly did not assist Qin Yunshen in deceiving you. Heaven knows why he chose to collaborate with me. Although I am unaware of what transpired between you two, you and my sister, have I ever betrayed you throughout our lives? This statement was rather fair, and Qing Li could not refute it. Very well. I simply wish to know, your company's partnership with Qin Yunshen is now inseparable, correct? Do you wish to divorce? Qing Chuan asked directly, only to retract his own question. But wait, what will happen to Dad if you divorce? His company entirely relies on the projects from Sihai. Otherwise, it would have gone bankrupt long ago. Years ago, Qing Li was constrained by their father, as he held her brother's future in his hands. Now, with her brother's company gradually thriving and establishing its footing, even if their father wished to intervene, his influence would likely be minimal. Do you care about Dad, brother? In his heart, he only cares for Duan Shuman. Now that Duan Shuman is involved in my affairs, I suspect he no longer wishes to acknowledge me. Duan Qingchuan was a loss for words. Their father had indeed treated Duan Qing Li poorly and placed many demands on him, yet he had raised him. To claim complete indifference would be false, for he was still their biological father. You need not compromise for anyone, whether it be the company or myself. Qing Li, had I known you intended to obtain a marriage certificate with Qin Yunshen, I would have certainly intervened. Regrettably, my concern for you has been insufficient, and I realize too late. However, if you truly cannot endure it any longer, I support your decision to divorce. It is merely a company. Even if we must start anew, I will ensure to protect my only sister this time. Brother, do not worry. There is still the racing team. I can earn money through competitions and advertisements. I will be there for you in the future. Duan Qingchuan mechanically tugged at the corner of his mouth. If he were to reveal that the racing team was also purchased by Qin Yunshen, the golf club on the desk might very well make contact with his head. Thus, it would be better to wait until Duan Qing Li discovers the truth herself. At that time, it would be Qin Yunshen who would bear the consequences. You are quite familiar with Qin Yunshen. Do you know what is wrong with his ear? Duan Qing Li did not understand why she posed this question, but she was genuinely curious if Qin Yunshen could recover, and whether he was indeed gravely ill. Duan Qingchuan furrowed his brow, his hands clasped on the table. As for this matter, it seems that only Luo Wenxian is aware. When he returned, he was accompanied by Luo Wenxian, and it is said that wherever Qin Yunshen is, one can always find Luo Wenxian. These two are inseparable, like a couple. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly came to an understanding. So, you have an affinity for pianists, and now that Qin Yun has become deaf, your interest has waned, has it not? Is this a form of discrimination against the disabled? The moment Duan Qing Li's hand reached for the golf club, Duan Qingchuan hastily changed his words. Alas, what are you doing? I harbor disdain for the mentally deficient. Duan Qing Li stood up, walking away while dialing Jingran's number. After a prolonged silence, the call was finally answered. Upon hearing that treatment had been undertaken, Jingran's anger surged instantly. So, you're implying that you are notifying me, are you? Duan Qing Li, if you continue like this, let us sever our ties. Chapter 61. Is there a sweet date after a slap? Duan Qing Li intended to express her desire to return to the apartment, but was taken aback when Jing ran abruptly into the call and blocked her. She sent him a message through a short video platform's private chat. I'll come to the bar to find you tonight. Don't be angry, darling. I have my reasons. Just as she was about to send another message, she realized she had been blocked once more. With a resigned sigh, she drove to the training ground. As soon as Sheng Rang spotted her, he approached her with a sense of urgency. Where have you been for the past few days? If you don't reply to my messages, you might as well not come to training anymore. We can manage without you. However, halfway through his admonition, he noticed that Duan Qing Li's expression was not quite right. Just as he was about to soften his tone, she unexpectedly offered an apology. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you all were still willing to be on the same team as me after everything that happened. Seeing her guilt, Sheng Rang promptly shifted the topic. Hey, we agreed not to bring that up again. Don't think that by being sentimental here, I want to hold your silence against you. I did reply. Duan Qing Li chuckled as she tossed her bag to him. Didn't you receive my telepathic message? Fei Fei, who was holding a wrench, suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Sheng Rang, she sent you another telepathic message, and you aren't going to hit her? Just wait until I annihilate her on the track. Sheng Rang flattened his hand and made a gesture as if to strike. The outcome was predictable. He was ruthlessly defeated by Duan Qing Li, who finished nearly half a minute ahead of him. Xiao Wu observed the data and shook his head with a click of his tongue. Sheng Rang, I told you there's no need for the navigator to drive. Your stats are almost on par with the second driver. You're embarrassingly Z. An apple from the second driver was hurled his way. Hey, why are you involving me? I'm also working hard. Let us settle this on the battlefield. The organizing committee had already notified Duan Qing Li to undergo a psychological evaluation, which Qin Yunshen had previously arranged for her. However, She found herself grappling with self-doubt once again. What are you thinking? A familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Qing Li turned to see Bai Yuchuan, her expression filled with confusion. Why are you still here? Are you so idle? Is being a CEO that easy? Bai Yuchuan twisted open a bottle of water and offered it to her. Observing her revert to her sharp-tongued self was oddly comforting. I have invested in the event. Is it not permissible for me to drop by to see how you're doing? I merely passed by and wanted to check in on you. Is there a problem? Sensing her unease, he spoke softly to reassure her. You will do just fine in the psychological evaluation, if that is what you're worried about. Put it out of your mind. Qing Li, you are exceptional, and I look forward to seeing your name on the track. Mr. Bai is quite the smooth talker. Did you place a bet on Li Zi? Sheng Rang grumbled as he nudged Bai Yuchuan's shoulder, plopping down at the table with a cold stare. Bai Yuchuan chuckled, adjusting his glasses. Oh, Sheng Rang, such accusations. Gambling privately is illegal, and I am a law-abiding citizen. You all continue with your training. I shall not intrude. As I watched Bai Yuchuan depart, Sheng Rang turned to Qing Li and advised, keep your distance from him. He's no better than Qin Yunshen. After leaving the training grounds, Qing Li made her way directly to the bar. In the office on the third floor, Jing Ran appeared to be oblivious to her presence, engrossed in his accounts. Qing Li retrieved a limited edition figurine from her bag and placed it on the desk. An apology. I'm truly sorry. When I left, I never anticipated this. It only dawned on me later that I should have invited you along, Jing Ran. When I awakened from that bed, I longed for someone to hold me. Jing Ran set down his pen and gently embraced her. Though you are a heartless wretch, you are still my dear friend. As long as you're well, that's what matters. Please do not let any more misfortunes befall you. This past year has been harrowing. After patting her back for some time, he finally scrutinized her expression earnestly. So what are your plans? That boyfriend abroad. It's Qin Yunshen, isn't it? How could he be so despicable? He truly is shameless to come back. Qing Li was at a loss for where to go, yet she knew it was far better than being abroad. Now, she had a brother and friends, unlike before when she had nothing. He and I are simply not meant to be, Jing Ran. I admit I love him, but loving Qin Yunshen is arduous. I am selfish and unwilling to suffer any longer, so my love ends here. Let me stay with you. I cannot face him. After residing in her previous apartment for 2 days, Qin Yunshen came knocking on the third day. Standing at the door, he raised his hand, then let it drop, hesitating to knock. Hello, who are you looking for? Jing Ran, holding a bag of takeout, stood behind him, phone in hand, ready to call for help at a moment's notice. The moment Qin Yunshen turned his head, her urge to call the police intensified. His complexion was ashen, dark circles under his eyes. Despite his apparent effort to appear presentable, he radiated exhaustion. Qin Yunshen, you wait a moment, I'll open the door. The man stepped back, glancing at the takeout in Jing Ran's possession. Qing Li, yawning, emerged from the bedroom, grumbling as she walked. Why are you back so late? Not hearing any noise, she headed towards the dining area. Upon seeing her, Qin Yunshen stood at the door, holding a thermos. Tears welled in his eyes, and a hint of red tinged the corners. You haven't returned home. I was worried you weren't eating well. Qin Yunshen pursed his lips, cautiously approaching her, and slowly knelt before her, speaking as he began to remove his clothing. Previously, a slap would always come with a sweet date. Is that still the case? During their 2 years together, whenever Qing Li was upset, she would strike him, only to feel remorse and massage him afterward, teaching him that this was how to give a sweet date after a slap. His pale fingers methodically unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a bandage soaked in crimson that clung to his chest. He took Qing Li's hand and placed it atop the wound. Dear wife, I am in pain. Please, alleviate my suffering, I implore you. Once you complete your psychological assessment, I shall comply with whatever you request. How did you injure yourself? Qing Li pulled him up from the ground, eager to inspect his wounds. Qin Yunshen pressed her hand down forcefully, blood gushing forth in crimson waves as if he were oblivious to the agony, deliberately exerting more pressure. Qin Yunshen, have you lost your mind? Qing Li withdrew her hand, indignation flaring within her as she raised her palm to strike him. Yet, upon witnessing the tears streaming down his face, her resolve crumbled. Indeed, I have lost my sanity. Unable to see you, I can only linger downstairs, and I feel on the brink of madness myself. Go ahead, I beseech you. I have endured enough pain that you might finally feel compassion. Forgive me for intruding, but once the mind falters, it becomes impossible to restrain. Chapter 62. Sound the alarm, Duan. Qing Li sighed softly, unwilling to look at him any longer, fearing that she might waver. You should return now. Qin Yunshen's deep gaze gradually dimmed, and he mechanically nodded in response, yet words failed to escape his lips. I will come back tonight. Perhaps you have forgotten, but the day after tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday. He has always treated me well, and our grandfathers are old comrades in arms. I do not wish to see him unhappy. All right. Qin Yunshen gazed at her with gratitude, nodding vigorously. I will wait for you at home. No, Qing Li, I will be at home waiting for you. He turned and dashed out, as if fearing that a moment's delay might lead Duan Qing Li to change her mind. Once he departed, Jingran emerged from the side wardrobe and opened the thermos that Qin Yunshen had brought, arranging its contents onto the table. Regretful now? Seeing him so pitiful, have you softened? She pulled Duan Qing Li down to sit and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Eat a bit. He worked hard to prepare this. You haven't eaten well these past few days, and you've lost weight. Hurry and eat. Why are you dieting here? Just indulge yourself. Only Jingran could perceive the depths of Duan Qing Li's reluctance, and only she understood that Duan Qing Li possessed a temperament that could not be swayed by even 10 oxen. Duan Qing Li gently picked up a dumpling and took a bite. When I was abroad, I often thought about wanting to eat the dumplings from home, but regrettably, I never learned to make them. I've said this for 2 years. She had never considered learning for herself. Qin Yunshen had bought her dumplings a few times, yet they never tasted quite right. The fillings were always off. Now, Qin Yunshen was learning to cook for her, engaging in tasks he had never previously undertaken. What filling is this? Jingran leaned in for a closer look, nearly spitting out the piece of fried dough she had just eaten. Duan Qing Li, are you eating dumplings filled with tomato and egg, and dipping them in tomato sauce? Duan Qing Li explained, but Jingran's expression suggested she was even more inclined to retch. Why don't you try it? It's quite tasty. Duan Qing Li offered a dumpling to her mouth. Jingran shook her head vigorously. Forget it. I still wish to live a few more days. Seriously, if you want to eat, drive to the hospital entrance. If it's truly unbearable, at least the rescue will be quicker. At noon, when Luo Wenxian arrived, he hesitated upon witnessing the scene before him. He had resolved beforehand that this time, he would definitely call the police. Although Qin Yunshen was quite affluent, wealth does not come easily and should not be swept away by ill winds. Li Xiang quietly reminded him, no one else will find out. You can rest assured, Mr. Luo. An elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese robes handed a wooden box to Qin Yunshen. Remember, this box must not be opened. It symbolizes the bond between you two. If opened, the bond will slip away. Place it in the southwest corner of your bedroom, and your wife is sure to reconsider. Qin Yunshen accepted the box with both hands, bowing deeply to the old man. Thank you, master. If this proves effective, I shall build a temple for you, ensuring a lifetime of incense offerings. After saying this, he turned to Li Xiang. Quickly prepare the offerings. Luo Wenxian whispered inquiringly, how much is this thing? Li Xiang gestured, indicating it was 100,000 for a mere box, more than one would even spend on an urn. Call the police. The moment Luo Wenxian reached for his phone, he caught sight of Qin Yunshen's menacing expression. Qin Yunshen, are you out of your mind? In your prayers and pleas for peace, you chose to act foolishly, did you not? That method better be effective. Look at this charlatan. Where did you even find him? Luo Wenxian attempted to seize the elderly man with the white beard. Yet he was far too spry, vanishing in an instant. Did you see that? If he weren't feeling guilty, could he run away as if he were on triple speed? Qin Yunshen cautiously shielded the box, as though Luo Wenxian's words could somehow be overheard by it, and quietly cautioned him, do not speak so. Sincerity brings efficacy. This is metaphysics. Having grown up in this country, have you never heard of it? It works, the master said so. It has always worked. Luo Wenxian found himself at a loss for words. In any case, Qin Yunshen was destined to become an elderly gentleman who purchases health supplements. Can you distinguish between metaphysics and charlatanism? You foolish foreigner, you've been duped. Hand that over to me and open it yourself. You will see. Qin Yunshen paid him no heed, devoutly cradling the box as he retreated into the bedroom. Li Xiang, exasperated, queried, "What should we do? Our president has gone mad. Luo, he has a wound that keeps bleeding, refuses treatment, and won't go to the hospital. It's just a bit of money. Qin Yunshen is wealthy and unafraid of a little hassle, but his health is failing. If he continues down this path, Li Xiang fears he might soon find himself unemployed." He pondered for a moment, realizing that allowing this to persist was not a solution. How could someone so intelligent, such a clever person, fall for this nonsense? No, I must install a fraud prevention app for him. Descending, he was abruptly pulled into the study by Luo Wenxian, who began tearing at his clothing without a word. Qin Yunshen defensively crossed his arms over his chest. Irritated, "What are you doing? Is that all you intend to do about your wound? If you truly wish to throw your life away, I can hardly be bothered, but do not die like this. Your father is still alive. If he were to see you in such a state, it would break his heart." Luo Wenxian pinned him to the sofa and swiftly cut open the blood-stained shirt with scissors. The wound was substantial, evidently a knife injury, and had not been treated in a timely manner. The edges were already turning white. Use a suture strip. If that fails, perhaps you should plead with Qing Li. Hurting yourself like this won't bring you any relief, and frightening her again would be counterproductive. Qin Yunshen remained motionless, allowing Luo Wenxian to tend to his injury as though he were impervious to pain. "I have pleaded, admitted my mistakes, and made promises. None of it bears any fruit. I am not seeking her forgiveness. I merely wish for her to stay with me a few more days, but it seems she has not consented." Qin Yunshen casually picked up a nearby file folder and handed it to Luo Wenxian. "I long to witness her undergo a psychological assessment, to see her radiate joy. Alas, it seems that opportunity has slipped away. Therefore, I shall prepare another meal for her, for she delights in my culinary creations." "Do not harbor such thoughts, Qin Yunshen. Trust me just this once. You claim to have been a scoundrel in the past. Could she possibly remain unperturbed?" Luo Wenxian sprinkled healing powder upon his wound and rebandaged it before continuing. "If she returns, treat her well. Do not provoke her. Allow her to pursue whatever she wishes. She will not leave. As long as Qing Li chooses to stay, Qin Yunshen will find the will to live. The person Luo Wenxian has steadfastly guarded for half a year must not be allowed to relinquish his own existence so easily." Chapter 63. Reliving her initial emotions after Luo Wenxian tended to his wounds, he proceeded directly to the Sihai group. Qin Yunshen was not in a suitable condition to work. However, there were many matters that could not be neglected, compelling him to offer his assistance. As evening fell, Qin Yunshen spent 4 hours preparing a sumptuous feast, patiently awaiting at the dining table. The restaurant's angle afforded him a clear view of the entrance. Should Qing Li return, he would be the first to see her. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloping the outside world as the courtyard lights flickered to life. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, casting dancing shadows, while his heart began to swell with unease. The food on the table grew cold, yet she remained absent. Qin Yunshen clutched his phone, repeatedly tapping the screen in vain, searching for any message. He dared not send a text. All he could do was wait in silence. As the night deepened, a noise echoed at the villa's entrance. Qin Yunshen hurriedly rushed over and found Qing Li had returned, prompting him to assist her. "You're back. Are you hungry? The food has gone cold. Let me prepare some fresh dishes," he said, kneeling at her feet, gently removing her high heels and replacing them with plush slippers. "I've eaten outside," Qing Li began, then recalled that Qin Yunshen could not eat. "Why haven't you eaten? Are you unwell?" she inquired. Qin Yunshen felt a tightness in his throat. Though no tears fell, perhaps he had shed too many in recent days. He nodded silently. "Yes, perhaps, the psychologist mentioned. Some issues, but nothing serious. Darling, have you been drinking? Shall I fetch you a remedy for that?" Qing Li waved her hand, unsteadily making her way to the bedroom, yet was drawn back by the tantalizing aroma of the food in the dining room. She approached the table and sat down, the sight of the feast suddenly reminding her of that birthday. Turning her gaze toward Qin Yunshen, her vision blurred, she picked up a cold dumpling and took a bite. "My love, let me prepare fresh ones. Please don't eat that," Qin Yunshen implored, but Qing Li set down the half-eaten dumpling, a lump forming in her throat as a tear slipped from her eye, which she did not wipe away. You haven't tasted a single bite of what I made, have you? Qin Yunshen, I loved you, and I do not wish for your intentions to be squandered. Look, it has taken me this long to realize that at that time, you did not love me. Qin Yunshen cautiously approached her, kneeling before her and placing her hand on his face. I understand, my love. I have squandered your affection, and I apologize for your love. If you're upset, please strike me. Let us go to the study. There are many things there. Please don't cry. I beg you. Qing Li tilted his chin up, her lips parting to utter a chilling word, leave. Staggering into the bedroom, Qin Yunshen rushed to the kitchen, preparing a bowl of hangover soup, which he handed to the robotic butler. Please take this to madam and inform her that it was made by me. If she does not drink the soup, she will surely have a headache upon waking. The robotic butler promptly accepted the task, ascending the elevator and knocking on Qing Li's door. At the moment the door swung open, Qin Yunshen swiftly concealed himself. Madam, good evening, the gentleman said. This is the hangover soup I prepared for you. Drink it, and you shall awaken tomorrow without a headache. Your intelligence is quite comparable to that of your husband. Qing Li disdainfully held the bowl and drained the unpleasant concoction in one go, handing the bowl back to the robotic butler. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Qin Yunshen suddenly felt a pang of regret. He should never have invested in this contraption. He had spent a considerable amount, and its intelligence was lacking. Silently, he tidied up the dining area, discarding the meal he had personally prepared. Noticing the half-eaten dumpling left by Qing Li, he furtively glanced towards the door and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. With numerous dishes to clean, he finally finished just as dawn was approaching. The butler, perplexed by his behavior, did not allow the servants to assist and refrained from intervening himself. As a professional steward, he could not rest while his employer was awake. Thus, he stood by in quiet company, which was also part of his duties. Though Qing Li had been scarce in the past few days, she returned every night, and Qin Yunshen seemed to have grown accustomed to this routine. In the afternoon, Qing Li unexpectedly appeared at the company. The moment Qin Yunshen laid eyes on her, his heart nearly stopped. What brings you here? I refuse to sign. Sign what? Qing Li set down the bag she was carrying and took a seat opposite him. Oh, your grandfather didn't call you? He called me, asking me to come home for dinner. Let us go. Qin Yunshen sighed in relief, feeling his tension dissipate. He suddenly remembered that today was the old man's birthday banquet. Gifts, right, Li Xiang? Take down that painting from the wall. We shall use it as a present. I prepared everything. Just follow my lead. Also, I can't stay tonight. I have matters to attend to. Just dinner. Qing Li glanced at the time, urging him to hurry. Qin Yunshen set down his pen and stood up. Let us go. I'm free now. The Qin family estate was particularly lively today, bustling with guests for the grandfather's birthday celebration. Upon alighting from the car, he encountered Qin Lang, who seemed to have grown taller during their time apart. He rushed over to Qing Li with a cheerful greeting. Qing Li, long time no see. My father gave me a good thrashing, forbidding me from visiting your bar again. It was all reported by my uncle. Qing Li turned to look at Qin Yunshen, who lowered his head, seemingly guilty. Qin Lang noticed the tension between them and pulled Qing Li aside, whispering, What's wrong? Qin Yunshen isn't abusing you, is he? You look so haggard and are dressed so warmly. Is it genuinely cold, or are you hurt? Qing Li patted his head, remarking, at your young age, you think of quite a lot. There's nothing amiss. Don't speak nonsense. Qin Lang then dashed back into the house. At the entrance, Qin Yunshen cautiously extended his arm, waiting for Qing Li to take it. The outcome was predictable. She ignored him and walked straight inside. Grandfather, happy birthday. Qing Li presented the box she held to the elderly gentleman. It contained a piece of Longquan's seal paste, which she thought he could use, having observed him writing recently. Indeed, it is a remarkable item. The old gentleman nodded, casting a glance at the Longquan ink, which remains solid in winter, does not exude oil in summer, and leaves marks when exposed to fire, retaining its pristine quality even after a century. Qing Li, you have truly put thought into this. Upon finishing his words, he turned his gaze towards Qin Yundong, his eyes reflecting confusion. Qin Lang just mentioned to me that you were experiencing domestic violence. I find it hard to believe. You seem too bold for that. Therefore, you are not suffering from such abuse, are you? Without allowing Qin Yundong an opportunity to explain, the old gentleman swiftly turned and made his way toward the study. Come in with me. We need to have a conversation. Chapter 64. I detest bad luck in the study. Qin Yunshen was about to explain himself when the old man abruptly interrupted him. What are your plans now, Xiaowu? Grandfather does not wish for you to do anything foolish. Your grandmother cherished your father most. Now that he is gone, I hope you can live well. Qin Yunshen was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his grandfather's words. What did he mean? Grandfather, I am not involved in domestic violence. How could I ever be that kind of person? Qing Li has not harmed me. While we may have our playful spats as a couple, it hardly amounts to domestic abuse. As he continued to explain, it finally dawned on him. You know, have you been investigating me? The old man had looked into him upon his return, and Qin Yunshen had expressed his strong discontent at the time. Only after the old man promised not to do so again did he refrain from further protest. The old man nodded, his usual indifference towards the children giving way to a hint of concern. You are unwell and refuse to speak of it. Can I show some concern? I did not dare to tell Qing Li, fearing it would upset you. Xiaowu, I ask for nothing more than this. Please make an effort, cooperate with the doctors, and do not give up. Hearing that his grandfather had not informed Duan Qing Li, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Rest assured, it is not to the point of death. You nearly scared me. If Qing Li were to find out, it would be disastrous. I do not wish to be despised. You should have this awareness already. There is no need to chase after your wife again. You deserve it. Look at how well I treated your grandmother. And we lived a good life together. Though she has left me, my love for her remains. The old man scrutinized him, his gaze filled with disdain. You are not unappealing in appearance. If I were Qing Li, I doubt I would leave you. A bit of domestic violence can be both relieving and comforting. And you're certainly easy on the eyes. It is just a shame about your health. After pondering, the old man instructed the butler to procure an array of kidney-tonifying supplements to take back with him. At the banquet, Qin Li's gaze remained fixed on Duan Qing Li, despite her not giving him a single glance. Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, she stood up, intended to check the back for any new cats. Before she could reach the backyard, Qin Li had already followed her. Qing Li, are you not doing well? You look so haggard. Is he treating you poorly? Duan Qing Li turned, picked up a nearby champagne glass, and took a delicate sip. Whether I am well or not is not for my nephew to concern himself with. It is customary to address me appropriately. This is the Qin family's rule. Have you forgotten? As long as she remained married, Qin Li had to refer to her as aunt, despite her never harboring any affection for him. She could not accept being treated in such a manner. Thus, in her heart, there was no forgiveness, nor would there ever be. Qin Li suppressed his reluctant emotions, lowering his head with a bitter smile. Are you still unwilling to forgive me? Qing Li, I have always harbored feelings for you, from beginning to end. You are the one I cherish. As for Man, that was never affection. I misinterpreted the situation between you two, although it's not entirely your fault. She schemed against you. Yet, I am genuinely atoning for my past mistakes. Can you truly not find it in your heart to forgive me? Forgive me? And then what? Should I divorce your uncle and marry you instead? Qin Li, it seems your family has monopolized all the advantages in this world. Duan Qing Li could not suppress her sarcasm. Furthermore, even if I dared to divorce, would you then take Qin Yunshen's wife for yourself? Qin Li opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. He desired to marry Duan Qing Li, even willing to go to great lengths to do so. Yet Qin Yunshen's demeanor instilled in him a sense of trepidation. It appeared that if he dared to pursue her, Qin Yunshen could very well end him. So, you have nothing to say, do you? When you possess the ability, then you may reappear. Otherwise, keep your distance from me. I find you distasteful. With that, Duan Qing Li set down her wine glass and strode toward the backyard. Qin Li relentlessly pursued her, asking, Do you feel nothing for me at all? I simply wish to know if you ever loved me. We had promised to become engaged. So why were you so quick to marry someone else? Duan Qing Li, do you even have a heart? Duan Qing Li was taken aback for the first time in her life. This man, who had entangled himself with her sister, kissed other women, and repeatedly stood her up, leaving her abandoned on the streets, now spoke of conscience. Qing Li, is your mind clouded? If you cannot see clearly, perhaps you should seek assistance. Qing Li was also bewildered. The Duan Qing Li, he remembered, was cultured and gentle. Never one to speak so coarsely or to curse. You used to be so gentle. Even when I had a slight flirtation with Man, you never scolded me. What has happened now? Has Qin Yunshen taught you to behave this way? What nonsense fills your mind? I have always possessed this character. No man has shaped me. Neither you, Qing Li, nor Qin Yunshen can dictate who I am. Duan Qing Li stepped forward, swirling the champagne glass in her hand, and splashed the remaining contents across his face. Disciplinary measures will never be imposed upon me, Duan Qing Li. If you harass me again, I shall release that video online. Dare to try and ruin your reputation. She needed no assistance from Qin Yunshen to intimidate others, for she was capable of achieving her desires independently of any man. Qin Li clenched his fists, wiped his face, and nodded through gritted teeth. Fine. This is how you choose to treat me, is it? Duan Qing Li. Do not come to regret this. A person like Qin Yunshen will eventually discard you. Do not forget, he still has his white moonlight abroad. Wife. Qin Yunshen hurriedly approached, positioning himself in front of Duan Qing Li, cautiously inspecting her hands. Are you hurt? Please, let me see if you're all right. He extended his hand, revealing a gash of at least 5 centimeters, bleeding profusely and alarming in its severity. What happened? How did you sustain such an injury? Duan Qing Li grasped his wrist and requested the medical kit from the butler. Qin Yunshen cautiously glanced at her, meticulously studying her expression, noticing no signs of impatience. He felt emboldened to respond. The steak knife was incredibly sharp. I am unsure how it ended up cutting my hand. My dear wife, it hurts, and I long to return home. Can we go home? Duan Qing Li disinfected his wound with iodine, observing that the edges were blunt, not indicative of an accidental cut, and the steak knife was far from being sharp. Was he apprehensive of being swayed by Qin Li's words? Did he believe he still wished to become involved with the Qin family? Qin Yunshen, you overthink matters. What transpires between us has never concerned anyone else. Chapter 65. The Divorce Agreement. I am truly sorry. Qin Yunshen bowed his head, obediently seated on the sofa, his eyes rimmed with red. Yet he refrained from shedding tears. He did not wish to bring embarrassment to Duan Qing Li at this moment, so he bore the burden in silence. Let's return home. Grandfather is heading to the bar shortly, and we need not linger here any longer. She had received a message from Jing Ran early that morning, informing her that the old man had reserved a table for 3, claiming there would be numerous guests, and had even ordered the finest wines, ostensibly to support his granddaughter-in-law's business. Duan Qing Li had initially asserted that she would cover the expenses, but Jing Ran countered, stating that the old man insisted his friends would treat them, encouraging them to extract more from the situation. Upon arriving home, Duan Qing Li retreated directly to her bedroom. Her brother's company was in negotiations with a foreign enterprise. Should the deal succeed, there would be no need to consider the tripartite cooperation with Sihai. As long as her brother remained unaffected, Duan Qing Li felt emboldened to propose a divorce. She opened her laptop and began drafting the divorce agreement. Fortunately, they had only recently obtained their marriage certificate, making the division of assets relatively uncomplicated. She desired nothing, save for Qin Yunshen to grant her the freedom she sought. Meanwhile, downstairs, Qin Yunshen silently entered the study, sinking into the sofa, his gaze fixated on his palm, lost in thought. The bandage on his hand was a reminder of her touch, her warmth still lingering. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he made his way into the secret room. The walls were lined with an array of items that Duan Qing Li had once used on him. He reached for the item on the farthest end of the 3rd row, bringing it to his lips, fastening it with a belt behind his head. The sudden rush of asphyxiation enveloped him, offering an unexpected sense of relief. Gradually, he sank to his knees, tilting his head back, envisioning Duan Qing Li standing before him. Half an hour later, he rose from the crumpled bedsheet and wandered into the living room, his phone displaying that the bedroom lights had been extinguished. Barefoot, he approached the bedroom door, kneeling as he had done before, his forehead resting gently against the door, as if this could bring him even slightly closer to Duan Qing Li. He spent another sleepless night, while Qing Li managed to rest reasonably well. Before dawn, she was roused by the incessant ringing of her phone. Groggily, she glanced at the screen. Is someone insane? Why on earth would you call at this hour? A young woman's voice emerged from the other end, imbued with a gentle urgency. Madam, your brother has sustained an injury. It is not severe, but he is currently at the Third People's Hospital. Would you be able to come over? Of course. I will head there immediately. Qing Li quickly threw herself out of bed, scarcely pausing to tidy up before rushing outside. As she flung the door open, Qin Yunshen, propelled by inertia, stumbled into her. Qing Li gasped in surprise, hastily reaching out to steady him, her eyes widening as she noticed the red mark on his forehead and the swelling around his eyes. His momentary confusion at her sudden appearance was palpable. What are you doing here? When did you arrive? Qin Yunshen began to explain, but was abruptly silenced by Qing Li's interjection. Do not lie. He immediately changed his tone, obediently responding, Last night, I was at your doorstep every day. I'm not insane. I just wanted to be closer to you. I miss you. His hoarse voice carried a hint of grievance. He wanted to inquire why she had risen so early today, but he hesitated. Qing Li stood up, casting a glance at him. His disheveled black hair made him appear somewhat pitiful. However, she had no time to concern herself with Qin Yunshen. Her brother at the hospital was in an uncertain state. Stay there if you wish. She hastened to the emergency room, where Qin was receiving in 4. His forehead was bandaged, and faint traces of blood were visible on his face, rendering him quite miserable. Yet, he seemed capable of making a phone call. The individual in the adjacent bed was. Bai Yuchuan, did you two fight? Did you both hit each other or someone else? Upon seeing her, Bai Yuchuan immediately lowered his head in shame. Qing wore a proud expression. I pummeled him. It was a one-sided affair. I should have knocked him out. Bai Yuchuan had trained in combat, and given his towering stature, the claim of a one-sided encounter seemed dubious. Qing Li approached to assess their injuries, which, fortunately, were not severe. Someone explain to me what happened. Bai Yuchuan silently raised his hand, yet before he could speak, Qing was ready to strike again. How dare you? Li Zi, let me tell you about this scoundrel. That new company abroad, the one that wanted to collaborate with me, he is the one who registered it. If I hadn't accidentally stumbled upon the registration information yesterday, revealing his name among the shareholders, I would have remained in the dark. Qing's anger stemmed not from the ownership of the company, but from his frustration with himself for being as inept as his father, relying on Qing Li to stabilize the business. Whether it was the Qin family or Bai Yuchuan, none approached him without ulterior motives directed at Qing Li. He thought success was within reach, believing that securing this project would place him on equal footing with Qin Yunshen, ensuring the company's stability and independence from others. Little did he realize, this was merely a transition from one den of wolves to another, leading to yet another pitfall. Bai Yuchuan, head lowered, explained as if he had erred, I'm sorry, but your company's project aligns with my expertise. I have no qualms about investing. I genuinely believe in the market prospects of mechanical engineering and your capabilities. Brother Qing's anger flared. Don't you dare call me brother. Anyone can casually call someone brother. I have only one sister, and that is not enough to share. Though he bore a wound on his head, it was self-inflicted during his fall while confronting Bai Yuchuan, who had not retaliated. Thus, Bai Yuchuan bore the brunt of the injuries. For Qing had not held back in his assault. Enough of this nonsense. What are you two thinking? Qing Li, exasperated, sat between them. Bai Yuchuan, I ask you, does this project concern me? If you lie, we can't even remain friends. Yes, I say this not for you to disbelieve. I genuinely admire you and pursue you openly and unabashedly. Is there anything wrong with that, Qing Li? You are now married. It is a marriage based on deceit by Qin Yunshen. I am willing to wait for your eventual freedom. After expressing this, he further justified his stance, stating, I am also a businessman and would not engage in unnecessary investments. Naturally, I have confidence in this venture. Therefore, please do not feel pressured. I apologize for causing you distress. At the entrance of the emergency room, 3 police officers approached them. Someone reported a fight, correct? What is the situation now? Once things settle down, we will need you to come with us to the station to give a statement. by Yuchuan, equally bewildered, gazed at Qing Li and uncertainly inquired, "Who called the police?" Chapter 66. The disappearance of Qing Li. The police officer glanced at the incident report. "Dear citizens, how are your injuries? Who struck whom? Can someone recount the events?" They had brawled outside the bar, and the scene was captured on surveillance, making deception impossible. However, given that Bai Yuchuan was not pursuing the matter, there would be little consequence. Yet, Qing Li felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it was her brother who had struck, and perhaps it was one of her bar staff who had called the authorities. As the officers departed, they mentioned that once things settled down, she could simply provide a written account and sign. At noon, Luo Wenxian arrived at the villa to find two stewards standing at the entrance. "What's the matter?" The steward slightly bowed his head, his expression devoid of emotion. "Mr. Luo, the sir is in the room. We are not permitted to enter." Luo Wenxian suspected that Qin Yunshen had done something again. He rushed inside, but found no one. Raising his gaze, he spotted the man kneeling at the doorway of the second-floor bedroom. "What are you doing? Is Qing Li inside?" Qin Yunshen turned to glance at him, having remained silent all day. His voice was hoarse. "No, she told me to kneel." His mind echoed with Qing Li's words. "If you wish to kneel, then kneel. She commanded me to." Luo Wenxian, "Do you think she will forgive me now?" Punishment signifies forgiveness, does it not? Luo Wenxian was uncertain if Qin Yunshen truly believed this, but he felt the man must have misunderstood something. "I doubt she would impose such a punishment on you. What era is this? Does anyone still punish someone by making them kneel? Please rise." Logically, Qing Li left early each day. If that were the case, he had likely been kneeling since morning. Luo Wenxian extended a hand to assist, but Qin Yunshen refused. "I cannot rise. My wife has yet to say I may. Did you come here for something? Do you know where she has gone?" "I dare not ask. She needs rest today. She has an evaluation tomorrow, which is quite taxing." Luo Wenxian considered sending him back to the mental hospital, as it seemed he was nearing that state again. "You must at least stand. Even if Qing Li has punished you, wait until she returns. Who are you kneeling for in her absence?" Suddenly, he remembered. "Qin Yunshen, have you taken your medication? You haven't neglected it for these past few days, have you?" Qin Yunshen appeared to have forgotten this matter. It was only upon Luo Wenxian's reminder that he realized he, too, felt somewhat off. "I forgot. I believe I took some the day before yesterday. Li Xiang has the records." Luo Wenxian promptly called Li Xiang and confirmed that Qin Yunshen had indeed taken his medication, but only once in 3 days. His current state was extremely poor. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Wenxian discreetly administered a sedative, dragging him to the bedroom and administering a nutritional injection along with the medication. Once everything was settled, he hurried to contact Qing Li, but her phone remained unreachable. When Qin Yunshen awoke once more, it was already midnight. Groggy, he stared at the bedroom ceiling, startled, and stumbled out, nearly falling from the bed. With a resounding bang, Luo Wenxian was jolted awake from the sofa, instinctively pressing down on Qin Yunshen's body. "Stop! Don't move! What's going on? How'd I end up in the bedroom? Did Qing Li see this?" "Luo Wenxian, do you want me dead? How could you bring me to the bedroom?" "She will be furious. She will be upset." Qin Yunshen's voice trembled with tears as he struggled towards the door, his body devoid of strength, easily restrained by Luo Wenxian. "She's not back yet. Don't panic, Luo Wenxian paused, glancing at his phone. "I couldn't find her. I don't even have the means to track her location. And if I did, your wife would kill me if she found out." That's good. It's fine if I didn't see her." Qin Yunshen sighed in relief, choosing to sit on the floor, though he still felt a wave of anxiety. He picked up his phone and noticed a message. "Qing Li is in my possession. If you wish for her safety, do as I say." Qin Yunshen's mind went blank as he stared at the words, taking a moment to regain his senses. Someone had kidnapped Qing Li. But wait, why not call? Was it a ransom? Why didn't they say anything? Luo Wenxian quickly rose, crouching beside him to read the message. "This is definitely a scam. Should we call the police?" Qin Yunshen opened his phone, revealing a location tracking app. Her car is equipped with a discrete tracking system for safety. "Let me see where she is." The system indicated that the vehicle was in motion, suggesting that Qing Li might not have been kidnapped, or that the kidnapper was in the car with her. "I'll go find her." Luo Wenxian, contact the security company immediately and have them come to my location. Remember, do not alert the police or draw too much attention. Though uncertain of the situation, Qin Yunshen understood that if something had happened to Qing Li, it was likely due to someone from the Qin family with a death wish or possibly a rival racing team attempting to create chaos. Knowing she was scheduled for a psychological evaluation tomorrow, regardless of the reason, he had to locate her today, with the tracker activated. The journey of several kilometers was not long. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, he spotted Qing Li's conspicuous sports car. Qin Yunshen trailed quietly behind, cautious not to draw attention. He sent a message to Luo Wenxian. I've spotted the car, but can't follow too closely. It should be Qing Li driving. I know her driving pattern well. Luo Wenxian replied swiftly. I'm right behind you with some people. If you just turn around, you would see us. They passed a row of townhouses, and the car turned into a high-rise residential complex. Qin Yunshen's vehicle could not enter, forcing him to exit and run after it. Luo Wenxian also got out, keeping pace beside him. Doesn't this feel less like a rescue mission and more like catching someone in the act? Brother, look around. This is a residential area. No one would choose such a place for a kidnapping, right? In such a location, the property prices are unlikely to be excessively high, yet they certainly would not be low either. When they arrived, the security guard cast several glances their way, likely due to the luxurious vehicles they drove and their affluent appearance, which prompted no further inquiries. After all, this area is hardly the optimal choice for a kidnapping. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the car came to a halt at the entrance of an apartment building. Qing Li emerged from the driver's seat, while the passenger door swung open, revealing Bai Yuchuan, who supported the door and smiled at Qing Li. Luo Wenxian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, wishing he could slap himself. This incessant chatter of his, surely it must be some sort of divine intervention to be so spot on. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. It is quite normal to escort a friend home, is it not? In the next moment, Qing Li linked arms with Bai Yuchuan, and together they entered the building. Chapter 67. The lights are out. Aye. Luo Wenxian rolled up his sleeves and charged in that direction, exclaiming, I'll bring him back. Stop. Qin Yunshen grasped his arm with one hand and covered his mouth with the other, only releasing his grip when the two figures had completely vanished. Luo Wenxian was bewildered. Why? Qin Yunshen, if you don't go now, it will be too late. It's already too late. I assent it. Qin Yunshen tilted his head, observing as one of the rooms illuminated, revealing Bai Yuchuan standing before the window, smiling as he drew the curtains shut. I'll pretend I saw nothing. She can still return home. The paper of the window was about to be pierced. All that awaited me was the divorce agreement. He spoke these words with an unsettling calmness, his expression devoid of emotion. Luo Wenxian was even more perplexed. The old Qin Yunshen would have flown into a rage if Qing Li merely glanced at someone else, yet now he could remain composed in the face of such a situation. What kind of tempest lurked beneath this calm? Fade. He pointed vehemently at the room where the curtains had just been drawn, his teeth clenched, wishing he could storm up and beat Bai Yuchuan to death inside. Qin Yunshen, you are being utterly spineless. If I were you, I would charge up there and bring her back, even if it means locking her up. She cannot be allowed to spend the night at another man's house. You saw it, didn't you? Bai Yuchuan saw you downstairs. Yes. Qin Yunshen hissed in a low voice. What do you want me to do? Rush up and hit someone. And then what? His hands, which hung by his sides, gradually clenched into fists, his entire body trembling, his head bowed as if it could no longer rise. Then, she will leave me. This is what I owe her, Luo Wenxian, what I owe her. I can endure anything. I just want her to come home, I just want her back. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out and saw the name Baby flash on the screen. He paused for a moment, then reminded Luo Wenxian to remain silent, regaining his composure before answering the call. Hello, Qing Li. The cheerful and gentle voice of Qing Li came through the line. Did you call me? My phone was dead earlier. I just charged it. Is something the matter? I saw that Luo Wenxian called as well. A faint smile crept onto Qin Yunshen's lips. Hearing her voice soothed the myriad pains within him. He spoke softly, his tone tender yet humble. Have you eaten? You need to rest well today. You have an assessment early tomorrow. You'll be just fine. I can come pick you up if you need. I'm not hungry. I can go by myself tomorrow. Let us discuss our matters when I return. You should get some rest as well. The moment the call ended, the smile on Qin Yunshen's face vanished completely. Qing Li's words, "Let us talk when I return," implied that she intended to finalize the assessment before proceeding with a divorce. Luo Wenxian, seeing that he had no intention of leaving, simply sat down on a nearby flower bed, remaining silent, for he knew that there was no reasoning with this man. Qin Yunshen tilted his head, greedily gazing at the already drawn curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window, yearning to catch a glimpse of Qing Li, even if it were just for a fleeting moment. If only he could hold her once more. Perhaps then he would have no regrets in this lifetime. Suddenly, the bright window darkened, and in an instant, Qin Yunshen's pupils dilated, the color draining from his face, his vision blurring to the point of obscurity. Luo Wenxian gritted his teeth and uttered a harsh exclamation. "Damn it. The lights are off. If you don't go in now, it will truly be too late." Qin Yunshen silently turned away, walking towards the outside of the community, his steps unsteady, like a wandering soul devoid of existence. Even if Luo Wenxian wished to grab him back, he dared not stray too far from Qin Yunshen at that moment. Thus, he followed him outside, where Qin Yunshen halted before the car, blocking his path. "Allow me a moment alone, Luo Wenxian. Remember, if the Qin family dares to mistreat Qing Li, hand over the evidence to the police and protect her for me." Qin Yunshen, "No, Yunsen." Luo Wenxian could not restrain him, watching helplessly as Qin Yunshen's car vanished. He quickly turned and ran back, but by the time he drove out, there was no sign of him. Meanwhile, in the room, Qing Li was shining a flashlight upward. "The circuit breaker must have loosened. Let me help you. It's dangerous for you to stand that high with your injured leg. I'll be fine soon. It's just one leg that's hurt, and my balance is excellent." Bai Yuchuan set down the screwdriver, gently nudging the switch, and the lights in the room flickered back to life. "I apologize. I don't usually stay here, so I wasn't aware the circuit breaker was loose." Qing Li shook her head dismissively. "It's no problem. Since it's all sorted, I'll be on my way. You'll manage on your own, right?" Bai Yuchuan's leg was injured, stitched at the knee, making it difficult for him to walk. After finishing his statement at the police station, the sky had darkened, so Qing Li had to escort him back. Bai Yuchuan smiled awkwardly, and before he could speak, his stomach rumbled audibly. "Are you hungry?" "I'm sorry, I completely forgot. You haven't eaten yet, have you? How about I order takeout for you?" As she said this, Qing Li opened the takeout app. In truth, she could have let Bai Yuchuan order for himself. Considering the hour, it was inappropriate for her to be in the home of someone who had once pursued her. Yet, whether it was to appear less concerned about the situation, or because Bai Yuchuan had not disclosed to the police that it was his brother who had assaulted him, she could not leave the injured man unattended. The takeout arrived rather quickly, and Qing Li placed it all on the table. "Go ahead and eat. It's too late. I should head home. I have important matters to attend to tomorrow. If your leg makes it difficult to finish, just leave it here. I'll arrange for a cleaner to come by tomorrow." Bai Yuchuan nodded, understanding that Qing Li was attempting to maintain her distance. Though he felt reluctant, he knew he must allow her to leave. He could not push her too hard, for she was not someone who could be easily pressured. "I'm not a child anymore. I can order for myself if need be. I just wanted you to feel less guilty. Go on, it's dark outside. Be careful on your way." Upon exiting the unit, Qing Li released a slow breath, the day's commotion having set her heart racing. She composed herself and had just taken a step when Jing Ran's call came through. "Qing Li, you must hurry. Those two little rascals have had too much to drink and are challenging each other to a drinking contest. If you don't come soon, I won't be able to manage them." Qing Li retorted instinctively. "Which two little rascals? Have you had too much to drink yourself?" As she spoke, she started the car, pressing the accelerator until she reached the bar entrance, tossing the car keys to the security personnel, dashing up to the fifth-floor private room. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with smoke, and on either side of the table lay a dozen whiskey glasses, each filled to the brim with spirits, flames flickering atop the transparent vessels. Chapter 68. Conclusion of the psychological assessment. Qing Li grasped the fire extinguisher by the door, shook it a couple of times, and unleashed a spray onto the table, as if venting her frustrations, transforming everything before her into a blinding white. The two young men exchanged glances, their heads bowed as if they had committed a grave error. "Make more noise. Go ahead." Duan Qingli bellowed, her focus on Qin Lang, who was of no concern to her. She dared not act against him, but across from her. Bien Cheng, if you are so idle, go engage in something worthwhile. I sponsor your education not for you to be a young master in a bar. I am not. Sister, I am not. Bien Cheng's eyes glistened with urgency, his dark orbs filled with confusion and grievance. I merely came to find you. I am not employed here. That day was an accident. They dragged me here without warning. But upon seeing you, I found myself unable to leave. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Jingran by the door, and he pointed. It was her. She pulled me in and forced me into the private room. I am not a staff member. Jingran opened her mouth, her heart aching at the sight within the room. My genuine leather sofa. Duan Qingli, you truly do not comprehend the value of hard-earned money, do you? And you just sprayed it like that? Duan Qingli had no time to engage with her. She turned to Qin Lang. Here we go again with the nonsense, is it? Very well. I shall call your uncle to come fetch you. Qin Lang immediately recoiled, frantically waving his hands. His uncle was indeed someone who could deliver a painful beating. No, I was wrong. I shall leave right now and will never return. As Qin Lang scurried away, Jingran wrapped her arm around Duan Qingli's shoulder, tipsily explaining, these two, whenever they meet, always inquire about you. Yet, with just a few words, one of them wants to drink and look at the state they're in, still not content. I fear they might drink themselves to death. Who knows if they are even of legal age? I am of age, Bien Cheng muttered softly as he stepped forward, addressing Duan Qingli. Sister Duan, may I speak with you privately? I am aware. You are married, but that is not my intention. I merely... Stop. Duan Qingli raised her hand to halt his words. Another day will suffice. I have too much on my plate at the moment to discuss anything. I warn you, do not cause any more trouble in the bar. If you have a job, do it diligently. If not, then seek one earnestly. Bien Cheng attempted to respond, but Duan Qingli's warning gaze silenced him. Once everyone was dismissed, Duan Qingli sank wearily into the sofa, utterly perplexed by the turmoil surrounding her. Jingran, do I appear too accommodating? Why does Qin Yunshen refuse to leave me be? By Yuchuan as well, and now even Qin Lang is causing chaos. Is this my fault? In this world, if one individual targets you, it may be their issue. However, if many conspire against you, then they must surely share connection. Jingran placed her hand on Duan Qingli's shoulder, drawing her closer in a comforting embrace. I unconditionally trust you, Li Zi. The finest quality I possess in this life is my discernment. So believe me when I say that you are an exceptionally wonderful person, aside from, perhaps being a bit ruthless. Duan Qingli understood that she was referring to her own treatment of Qin Yunshen. Indeed, it was not entirely Jingran's fault. She was right. She was indeed heartless, finding it exceedingly difficult to alter her decisions once made. When she had initially collided with the frigid wall that was Qin Yunshen, she had not looked back, even as she bled, determined to prove her love. Should she awaken to clarity, she would still not turn back. Enough of this. I shall return to sleep. Tomorrow holds important matters that cannot be delayed by my emotions. Just as she rose, Jingran grasped her wrist and looked up at her with sincere eyes. Duan Qingli, you are truly remarkable. Never doubt yourself. I am right here behind you. Regardless of the choices you make, friendship is everlasting. Do not forget me. This is your final opportunity. Duan Qingli was deeply moved, her eyes brimming with tears as she pressed her lips together. In the next moment, Jingran pouted, pointing at her own lips. Kulme, give your father a kiss. And I shall overlook the fact that you Haven T contacted me. Just as Duan Qingli reached out to slap him, Jingran swiftly evaded her. Oh, you thought you could strike your father? I had anticipated that, you know. The apartment was relatively close to the bar and not far from the assessment center either. Duan Qingli pondered for a moment. Uncertain whether Qin Yunshen had already fallen asleep, she did not wish to disturb him. Yet she left a message stating she would not be returning that night. She slept reasonably well that night, particularly awakening in the morning feeling refreshed. However, the absence of a reply from Qin Yunshen caused her a fleeting moment of doubt. Nevertheless, this doubt gradually faded with the passage of time. As the alarm rang for the third time, she hurriedly put on her shoes and dashed outside. Jingran called out from behind, "Hurry up and eat. 1 youtiao and 2 eggs, Don't eat them in the wrong order. She caught up to the elevator, stuffing breakfast into Qing Li's hands. I got up early to buy this. Eat it on the way. You must be awake, right? Get up early for no reason. I'll call you later. Let us celebrate tonight. Seeing the confident, vibrant Qing Li seemingly return to her former self, filled Jing ran with unexplainable joy. In this moment, she genuinely wished for Qing Li to divorce, hoping she would no longer suffer the pains of a misguided love. Upon seeing her name, the personnel at the assessment center first paused in surprise. Qing Li? Are you the prodigious talent Qing Li? You haven't raced in years. What brings you back? Did the team sign you for a high price? A colleague nearby reminded him not to pry into her privacy, noting, "You do realize that such a competitor's privacy could fetch a handsome sum from gossip reporters? I estimate that this tidbit alone could be worth at least 20,000. Qing Li smiled helplessly, acknowledging that it was not quite so valuable. She had merely taken a break. Is my appointment still valid? Can I participate this year? Absolutely. Two staff members spoke in unison, rising to invite her inside for a brief examination. The entire assessment consumed a considerable amount of time, with the morning devoted to various tests and questionnaires. At noon, under the guidance of the staff, Qing Li enjoyed lunch at the center. As the afternoon session commenced, the evaluation results were promptly delivered. So soon? Qing Li's hand trembled slightly as she clasped the file. Indeed, there were instructions from above to expedite your results. It was merely a matter of time. The slowest would take 3 days. The staff member responded with a smile, sincerity evident in their words. Congratulations, number 1 driver. We eagerly anticipate witnessing your car racing down the track. Upon exiting, Qing Li gazed up at the sky and exhaled deeply. Just as she was about to step forward, her phone rang. Seeing the name Luo Wenxian sent a fleeting wave of anxiety through her. The moment she answered, an urgent voice came through the line. Renfu People's Hospital. Hurry. If you arrive late, you won't get to see Qin Yunshen. Chapter 69. Suicide, what does it mean? What has happened to Qin Yunshen? Qing Li inquired as she hurried towards the car. Her call abruptly terminated, a foreboding sensation blossoming in her heart. Her grip on the steering wheel was slick with cold sweat. What did it mean that if she were late, she might never see him again? What had transpired with Qin Yunshen? At this hour, he should have been at the company. Even if he wasn't there, he ought to have been at home. Upon arriving at the hospital, she barely had time to park, exiting the vehicle hastily and handing the keys to Li Xiang, who was rushing over. On the 13th floor, outside the ICU, Luo Wenxian stood with his arms crossed, conversing with several police officers. Upon noticing Qing Li's arrival, he nodded in her direction, signaling her to approach. What happened? What is wrong with Qin Yunshen? Qing Li pressed. Luo Wenxian addressed the officers. This is the situation. Mrs. Qin was not at home yesterday. She has just arrived and is unaware of the circumstances. I will communicate with her now, and later, we can have Qin Yunshen's assistant come to provide a supplementary statement. Qing Li's gaze remained fixed on the monitor mounted on the wall. The ICU door was tightly shut, obscuring her view of the interior, yet the monitor offered a glimpse. There, on the hospital bed, a man devoid of vitality, face concealed by an oxygen mask, was Qin Yunshen. A moment of disorientation washed over her. She could not fathom how, in the span of a single night, Qin Yunshen had been relegated to this state in the ICU. What has happened to him? Luo Wenxian, speak, she implored, gripping his arm, her eyes brimming with confusion and dread. With a heavy sigh, Luo Wenxian glanced at the monitor before speaking in a grave tone. I couldn't reach him. Fearing something was amiss, I went to your home. From the surveillance footage, I discovered he went to the basement. Upon entering, I found. He hesitated, his brow furrowing as if the words caught in his throat. After several labored breaths and a long exhale, he continued. He locked himself in a large iron cage after burning charcoal in the basement, tossing the key into a corner beyond his reach, and then he cut his wrist. Each word struck Qing Li like a dagger, piercing her heart and leaving her in agonizing turmoil. Qin Yunshen had always been a resilient individual, abandoned by his aunt in his youth and thriving alone in an unfamiliar city. He seemed impervious to defeat, unafraid of anything. The thought of suicide was utterly incongruous with the essence of Qin Yunshen. Why? Why him? Luo Wenxian, what on earth has transpired? What is wrong with his ears, his hair? How did he return to the country? Luo Wenxian glanced towards the monitor, reluctantly divulging the information that Qin Yunshen had forbidden him to share. He is unwell, suffering from severe depression. It had escalated to the point where he could not breathe independently while abroad. He was resuscitated twice, but he never exhibited overt suicidal tendencies. The doctors indicated that his condition was so critical he lacked the strength to end his life. Now, he may have found the strength. Qing Li found herself at a loss to articulate the depth of her shock. She had long suspected that Qin Yunshen harbored some psychological affliction. Yet, as Peter had remarked, it seemed that in today's world, one should feel embarrassed to venture outside without a modicum of mental instability. After all, it was never severe enough to warrant medication. But severe depression? Qing Li dared not entertain such thoughts, though ultimately, it must be tied to her impending departure. What had befallen him? What did the doctors say? Her inquiry remained unvoiced as the corridor door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a white coat who approached them. Wenxian, you should take a moment to rest, he advised. You've been staring for hours. Don't overexert yourself. Qing Li turned, grasping his arm, her anxiety palpable. How is he? Was the surgery successful? The surgery itself faced no significant issues, he replied, but the patient exhibits a lack of will to survive. However, if he awakens within 72 hours, he should be fine. Following this, he glanced at Luo Wenxian and continued. What transpired? Upon entering the ward, he kept lamenting why it was so difficult to die, pleading not to be saved. Luo Wenxian let out a bitter laugh, covering his face with his hands as he rubbed vigorously. Damn it, I ultimately couldn't save him. Perhaps death is preferable. Li Shuheng, tell me honestly, can he awaken? Luo Wenxian felt his composure on the brink of collapse. While abroad, Qin Yunshen had no family or friends. Initially, he had an assistant, but that individual was later dismissed by Qin Yunshen, leaving Luo Wenxian to shoulder all responsibilities. Now that he had returned to his homeland, encountering such a crisis once again fell upon him. After all, none of Qin Yunshen's relatives wished for anything other than his demise. Dr. Li, with his hands buried in his pockets, shook his head. I cannot guarantee anything. I can merely say that, perhaps, he will be all right. We need to observe further. He is experiencing pulmonary edema and acute respiratory distress syndrome, indicative of severe carbon monoxide poisoning. His intracranial condition is also rather concerning. So, enough. Luo Wenxian interrupted him sharply. He had heard similar sentiments before. In the end, hadn't Qin Yunshen always managed to pull through? As he had stated, it seemed impossible for Qin Yunshen to die. His resilience was remarkable. Qing Li sat numbly in a chair, her gaze fixed on the monitor, unable to reconcile the reality that the frail figure in the adjacent room was indeed Qin Yunshen. Why had he attempted to take his own life? Even in the throes of depression, there must be a catalyst. Was it her decision to leave? Luo Wenxian handed her a bottle of water. Do not worry excessively. Qin Yunshen is strong. He won't perish. If he awakens and sees your distress, it will undoubtedly trouble him even more. Qing Li disregarded his attempts at comfort and pressed on with her inquiry. What happened yesterday? What did you discover him in the basement? Why did you only notify me then? Yesterday, I received a message indicating that you had been kidnapped. I tracked your location through your vehicle and followed you. I witnessed you with Bai Yuchuan hand in hand before you. Turn off the lights. Luo Wenxian spoke these words with a calm demeanor, twisting open the bottle of mineral water and handing it to her once more. I know Qin Yunshen wronged you. He treated your love with disdain and spoke to you in the most unkind manner. I am a friend of Qin Yunshen, and I readily admit that I speak in his favor. However, Qing Li, do you truly harbor no affection for him? Not even when he has sacrificed a part of himself to apologize to you? Even if he has altered everything you once detested in an extreme manner, would you still refuse him a single opportunity? What do you mean by a part of himself? Clarify your words. Luo Wenxian, seated beside her, let out a gentle sigh. You abandoned him for a year. He lost a part of himself, one ear, and forcibly changed all the things you dislike just to gather the courage to return and pursue you. Yet, this very ordeal has rendered him ill. Chapter 70. He realized his mistake. The unintentional glimmer in Luo Wenxian's gaze unsettled Qing Li, leaving her unable to articulate her emotions. She had yet to process the gravity of Qin Yunshen's suicide attempt, as he remained in the ICU, still teetering on the brink of danger. Nevertheless, an undeniable curiosity gnawed at her. She yearned to uncover the events that had transpired in Qin Yunshen's life over the past year. "Let's begin with his ears," she inquired, though she was unsure of the reason behind her question. Perhaps it was the exquisite memory of their first encounter, when his fingers danced upon the piano keys, illuminating the room with a brilliance that rendered everything else dim. Or perhaps it was because that very pursuit was Qin Yunshen's greatest pride, the pinnacle of his aspirations. Luo Wenxian struggled to find the right words, eventually starting with, "After you left, I took him back home." Qin Yunshen sat there for an entire day and night, refusing to eat or drink. "Though I worry, my work beckoned. When I returned 3 days later, I found him alone on the floor, surrounded by a sea of words. Still writing." Luo Wenxian closed his eyes, recalling the shock that washed over him when he first entered the room. He had written everything from the moment their argument began, the words spoken and the actions taken, across the floor, encircling them and continuing his thoughts on a blank space nearby, crafting an extensive mind map to analyze his missteps and errors. Qing Li chuckled softly, acknowledging that such a feat was indeed within Qin Yunshen's capabilities. Luo Wenxian couldn't help but smile at the thought. It was absurd, really, that he had to create a mind map to realize his mistakes. He had circled one particular phrase to show me, stating, "I am Qing Li's home. I invited her here." How could I utter such words as leave? Was she not devastated? The memory of Qin Yunshen's hoarse voice, his expression almost entranced, sent a shiver through Luo Wenxian. He had repeatedly dialed her number, lying on their bed, clutching her pillow, refusing to eat or drink, ignoring the mechanical voice on the other end of the line as he offered his apologies, professing his fear and his commitment to change. At that moment, Luo Wenxian was genuinely afraid to leave. For an entire week, Qin Yunshen consumed nothing and barely slept, waiting for the inevitable collapse that would send him to the hospital. Yet, it was Luo Wenxian who succumbed first. That day, "I only slept for about 3 hours, he confessed, his voice trembling with guilt as he cast his gaze downward. This was the first time he had uttered those words, though he had regretted them for an entire year. If only he had stayed awake, perhaps the tragedy could have been averted. He wiped his face, managing a bitter smile. When I awoke, he was gone. I hurried to find him and discovered him in the study, lying on the floor, curled up, his body, face, mouth, eyes, and ears all smeared with blood. He glanced at the woman beside him, unable to suppress the tremor in his voice. Qing Li had rendered himself deaf. When I inquired about it later, he remarked that if one speaks in error, one must face the consequences. To admit a mistake requires sincerity. If 100 slaps are insufficient, then one must endure 1,000 or even 10,000. Alas, there are no more sweet dates from Qing Li. At that concert, he did not extend an invitation to you, and he vowed never to touch the piano again. Retaining his hearing served no purpose, for he had refused the option of surgery. Qing Li's fingers gradually clenched, a piercing pain constricting his breath. He never anticipated that Qin Yunshen would resort to such extremities. A romantic relationship, a separation, these are the common occurrences of life. Why would he subject himself to such torment? What significance does this self-inflicted suffering hold? How regrettable it is. His ears, for he is a renowned pianist. Such a pity. Luo Wenxian wished to laugh, yet found himself unable to. Are you still concerned for his ears? Subsequently, he fell ill, unable to retain anything he consumed. Even a sip of water would be immediately expelled. The psychologist attributed this to an overwhelming sense of guilt that led to self-loathing, causing his body to reject sustenance. After multiple hospitalizations, he eventually. The memories of the days spent alongside Qin Yunshen filled Luo Wenxian with dread. He desperately wished to avoid reliving such experiences. Not only had Qin Yunshen suffered, but he himself had lost 10 pounds. After 2 suicide attempts, his mental state deteriorated severely. He had shed nearly 30 pounds in a month, refusing food and drink, even resisting injections. Each time, I had to render him unconscious to allow the doctor to administer nutritional shots. Eventually, I could no longer manage, and he was directly taken to a psychiatric hospital. Luo Wenxian enjoyed a couple of months of relative tranquility, during which Qin Yunshen exhibited an unusual calmness. Each month, he would visit him, though all of Qin Yunshen's work had ceased. He merely sat in silence, doodling on a notepad, until half a year later. On one visit, I informed him about the mect treatment and mentioned that he might become engaged. I genuinely believed he had recovered, never anticipating that he would dash out in a frenzy to find you, only to be subdued by security. Qing Li calculated the timeline, realizing that it must have been shortly after her first treatment when Qin Yunshen had already known. Luo Wenxian continued. The day he was taken to the hospital, I had other commitments and returned the following morning. Upon entering the ward, I was utterly astonished. Qing Li, do you know? That was the first time I believed in the reality of those cinematic tales of aging overnight. While his hair was not entirely white, the transformation occurred overnight. Luo Wenxian retrieved his phone, tapping a few times before turning the screen towards Qing Li. Displayed was an image of a wall, with 3 words repeatedly etched into it. Qing Li. I had discovered these words while retrieving a notebook he had left in the psychiatric hospital, carved into the wall with fingernails, stained with dried blood. For that half year, it seems this name was his only companion. But why did not seek me out? Qing Li gazed at the words on the screen, her vision becoming increasingly blurred, her heart aching with a profound sense of loss. Luo Wenxian scoffed softly. Seek you? How ruthless your heart is. How could he dare to seek you without any preparation? Even now, having undergone such transformation, you still choose to forsake him. He has seen the divorce agreement. When Luo Wenxian found Qin Yunshen in a daze, he heard Qin Yunshen repeatedly murmur, I don't want a divorce, I will never leave, I will not sign. Qing Li's hand trembled violently, causing her phone to clatter to the ground. Is it because of the divorce agreement? Did Qin Yunshen's suicide stem from the sight of that very agreement he drafted? Chapter 71. Let me show you his madness. Luo Wenxian handed her a piece of paper. Qing Li glanced at it and instinctively touched her cheek, only to realize she had been shedding tears without noticing. Qing Li, I recognize that my words may seem morally coercive. Qin Yunshen confessed, acutely aware of his severe depression. Fearing that he might one day succumb to suicide, he returned to eliminate all obstacles for her, reclaiming the Qin family fortune, and even leaving a will stating that everything would be hers upon his death. These words were forbidden by Qin Yunshen, particularly the notion of sharing them with Qing Li after his demise. He did not want her to live in guilt. His death was unrelated to anyone else. It was his own choice. So, Qing Li, if he survives this time, could you please not leave him so quickly? Please refrain from rejecting him in a hurtful manner. Take your time, if only to acknowledge that he has treated you well during this period. Even if love has faded, you once cherished him. Does love truly fade? Qing Li never denied her affection for Qin Yunshen, whether in the past or in this moment. She was bold enough to love and to hate. Her emotions always displayed openly. She loved Qin Yunshen, yet she harbored resentment to the point of wishing to forget him entirely. But now, seeing how much he had withered in just a year, how haggard and tormented he appeared, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her animosity. Qin Yunshen possessed an uncanny ability to dissolve Qing Li's hatred through his own suffering. If a little pain was insufficient, he would inflict upon himself the utmost agony. Let me think, she murmured, rising to stand at the staircase, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts, ultimately settling on an overwhelming sense of heartache. This was a man she had deeply loved and cared for over the span of 2 years, and in her absence of merely 1 year. He seemed to be shattering before her eyes. The current state of Qin Yunshen gave her a disconcerting impression that if she did not hold onto him tightly, he might vanish from this world altogether. Once, she had eagerly anticipated his love. Now, faced with its reality, she felt hesitant to claim it. Qing Li recognized her own contradictions and fears. Luo Wenxian cast several glances in her direction, acknowledging that every word he spoke came from Qin Yunshen's perspective. He hoped Qing Li would soften her heart, even if she no longer loved him, to at least comfort him temporarily. What else could he do? He could not simply stand by as his friend languished in despair. After all, despite Qin Yunshen's foolishness, once he designated someone as his friend, he would invest himself wholeheartedly, without reservation. 3 hours later, a faint alarm echoed from the surveillance monitor, indicating movement. It seemed he was struggling to rise. Li Shuheng rushed in, followed by several doctors. Qing Li anxiously approached the hospital room, only to be denied entry. The surveillance feed abruptly cut off. Is everything all right? What is happening? What is he doing? Qing Li, bewildered, could only turn to Luo Wenxian for answers. Luo Wenxian exhibited little reaction, as was customary. Upon realizing he was still alive, he merely fidgeted, removed the tubes, and refused treatment. Minutes later, Li Shuheng emerged, drenched in sweat. The patient had awakened, his emotions rather unstable. It would be permissible to check in on him. It was advisable to allow him to rest without lingering too long. Qing Li stood motionless, her steps burdened as if leaden. She was uncertain how to confront Qin Yunshen. She felt a pang of compassion for him, yet she was unsure if she had truly forgiven him. Luo Wenxian perceived her hesitation and seized her wrist. I understand your concerns, that remark about leaving my home, that incident at the concert, the photograph of another woman linking arms with him. Am I right? Do not label me cruel. I recognize the depth of this wound you carry. Now, allow me to show you how profoundly this has affected Qin Yunshen. What are you doing? Qing Li struggled, but lacked Luo Wenxian's strength and was unexpectedly pulled into the hospital room. On the bed, Qin Yunshen gazed at her in shock, the guilt in his eyes preventing him from meeting her gaze. The color had drained from his face, while his lips remained a vivid red. Thick bandages encircled his wrist, stained with fresh blood. Before he could speak, Luo Wenxian bellowed at him, "Get out of my house." Qin Yunshen's pupils dilated sharply, his hands gripping the monitoring device tightly, his body beginning to tremble visibly. Luo Wenxian strode to his side and once more shouted, "Get out of my house." In the next moment, he grasped Qin Yunshen's arm, the very arm that had once been held by Liang Jinwei. Qin Yunshen forcefully pushed him away, his eyes bloodshot and wide. As he knelt on the bed, mechanically repeating, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those things. I hurt you, and I will never say them again." With a resounding slap, he struck his own face with considerable force, then reiterated his previous words. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those things. I hurt you, and I will never say them again." Another fierce slap followed, as he frantically repeated his apology, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Qing Li rushed forward, gripping his arm, but Qin Yunshen recoiled violently, desperately clawing at his other arm, even biting it until it was bloodied and raw. Qin Yunshen, are you insane? Stop it, cease this madness." Her shouts fell on deaf ears, as he seemed oblivious to her pleas, intent on tearing away the flesh from his arm. "If it regrows, it will be new, and it won't be tainted." His teeth chattered, his words slurred, tears cascading from his bloodshot eyes. "I long for you, Qing Li. I implore you to save me. I am terrified, and I acknowledge my mistakes." Luo Wenxian rushed forward, retrieving a potent sedative from his pocket and injecting it into Qin Yunshen's arm. Qin Yunshen merely gazed silently, and within 3 seconds his body weakened, collapsing onto the bed. Qing Li, still reeling from the earlier chaos, was ushered out of the ward by the doctor and Luo Wenxian. In a hushed tone, Luo Wenxian offered an explanation. The term stress response was unbearable for him. Every time he heard it, madness ensued. "Do you feel vindicated regarding those past events? Are you still angry?" What Luo Wenxian left unsaid was that such occurrences had transpired not once or twice, but far too numerous to count. At this moment, he simply wished for Qing Li to feel a semblance of empathy for Qin Yunshen. He was indeed in the wrong, yet he was also profoundly pitiable. He had been abandoned twice, first at the tender age of 12 or 13, when his aunt cast him aside, leading him to shut himself off from the world. The second time was now, when you no longer wanted him, and he, in turn, no longer desired himself. Chapter 72. Is this not an opportunity? Under the influence of a powerful sedative, Qin Yunshen slept soundly through the night. The ordeal had torn his wounds, rendering him unfit for visitation. By the following day, He had been moved to a VIP ward. Luo Wenxian had arrived early and upon entering, discovered Qin Yunshen sitting on the bed, lost in thought. Awake? How do you feel? The doctor said the situation is stable. You are not in immediate danger. Hearing the commotion, Qin Yunshen slowly turned his head, his gaze toward Luo Wenxian imbued with a hint of confusion. He hesitated to inquire, although he vaguely remembered having seen Qing Li upon opening his eyes. All recollections had slipped away. Alone in a room, on a hospital bed, with only a life signs monitor for company, it was perpetually the same. Why save me, Luo Wenxian? I once said that if such a day were to come, I would be truly liberated, and I would be happy. It was far better than awakening to find oneself utterly alone, with no hope in life and a love extinguished, destined to be a failure, abandoned. Luo Wenxian placed a fruit basket on the table, a spontaneous purchase made downstairs. Though Qin Yunshen could not partake, he could, as he peeled an apple for himself. He encouraged Qin Yunshen, do not be so pessimistic. Perhaps upon seeing you in such a state, Qing Li's heart may soften and she might return. It won't happen. I have gone too far. I am so wretched that she will never forgive me, even in death. Before he could finish, the half-open door was pushed ajar, revealing Qing Li, one hand clutching a thermos, the other holding her phone, standing at the threshold. Qin Yunshen was startled, suddenly acutely aware of his own heartbeat. He pressed his hand to his chest, attempting to calm the turmoil within. Qing Li set down her belongings and approached him. Wife. I did not know what has come over me. I did not mean to embarrass you. The man hung his head in shame, his heart yearning for Qing Li to touch him, even if just for a fleeting moment. He longed to reach out and brush the hem of her clothing, but feared such an act might irritate her. If contact was not possible, merely gazing upon her was a consolation in itself. With a sudden motion, Qing Li drew back her hand and struck Qin Yunshen's face with a resounding slap, leaving a vivid mark upon his left cheek. He was momentarily stunned, then instinctively curled his legs, kneeling on the bed, presenting his right cheek forward. With unwavering resolve, Qing Li delivered another sharp slap with equal force. Qin Yunshen's face burned, yet his heart felt an odd sense of relief. Allowing Qing Li to vent her frustrations made the ordeal somewhat worthwhile. The woman retrieved a fragrant pear from the fruit basket and extended it toward him. Eat this. I am not hungry, wife, Qin Yunshen began, wishing to express his inability to eat, fearing he would vomit and appear unseemly, causing her to disdain him. Qing Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling as she spoke deliberately. Isn't it about not getting a divorce? Isn't it about starting anew? If you consume this and do not expel it within 5 minutes, I shall consent to a fresh beginning with you, Qin Yunshen. I do not wish to live in daily dread of your demise, nor do I desire to tend to a patient who cannot even consume a morsel of food. Qin Yunshen stood momentarily stunned, then abruptly seized the pear from Qing Li's hand, devouring it whole, skin and pit alike. The pear mingled with his tears, and within mere seconds, he swallowed it entirely. Upon finishing, he clutched his throat tightly, since he could not guarantee a physiological expulsion. He resorted to the simplest method to prevent himself from vomiting. Even if it meant death today, he would not allow even a trace to escape. Qin Yunshen's eyes were bloodshot as he constricted his grip to the point of suffocation, helplessly watching the clock on the wall as moments ticked by. Luo Wenxian, who had been peeling an apple, found his hands frozen, not understanding why he too held his breath in solidarity. Qing Li gazed at this man, once so noble and proud to the point of arrogance, now degrading himself, reducing his dignity to dust, and she felt a deep sense of sorrow. It was unclear whether her heart ached for Qin Yunshen or for the love she had once bestowed upon him. Regardless, she could not bear to witness him continue down this path, nor could she watch him perish. That night, she repeatedly asked herself if, should Qin Yunshen truly die this time, she would feel vindicated or at peace. Must he truly sacrifice his life to achieve balance? She could not deny her love for Qin Yunshen, yet she began to question her own cowardice. His treatment of her instilled a fear that paralyzed her from loving him again. Yet love, by its very nature, is instinctual, rather than live in perpetual hesitation. She resolved to take one more gamble. With all she possessed, she would wager against Qin Yunshen. If victorious, she would embrace a life filled with greater happiness. If defeated, she would simply forsake belief in love forever. Wife. 5 minutes had passed. The man's voice was hoarse as he pointed to the clock on the wall, its hands having moved past 12. You promised, did you not? I shall strive to heal, to eat well, to avoid vomiting, regardless of the time we share. I will treat you with kindness. If I err again, I shall punish myself severely. Just once, my dear wife, just once. I will change all that you disapprove of. He knelt on the bed, cautiously extending his hand to grasp the edge of Qing Li's garment, gently shaking it, suppressing his sobs as he implored her. Please, do not leave me. I will not sign the papers. I acknowledge my wrongdoings and have punished myself. If I must give anything, let not be you. Do not abandon me, my love, I am afraid. Qing Li raised her hand and enveloped him in her embrace, softly patting his back. Qin Yunshen had lost so much weight. What was once a muscular back now felt bony beneath her touch. My dear wife, please respond to me. It has been 8 minutes, and I still have not spoken my heart. You promised me. You have always been a person of your word. Do not abandon me now. I implore you, I beg you. Tears, hot as molten lava, cascaded onto Qing Li's shoulder, seeping into her heart, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. She exhaled softly, tenderly caressing the man's back. Indeed, I have always been a person of my word. I promised you that I would never forsake you, that I would not let you sign those papers. We shall not divorce. However, Qin Yunshen, should you dare to repeat the mistakes of the past. Qin Yunshen interrupted her tearfully. I will end my life. I will not err again. I shall refrain from uttering harsh words, and I will no longer use others to provoke you. I have changed. I will soothe you and make compromises. I now comprehend the essence of boundaries and principles. I understand all that, my beloved wife. Chapter 73. A sense of insecurity beside him. Luo Wenxian continued to peel an apple, taking a small piece to chew while casting glances at the thermos on the table. Oh, you brought food? How fortunate. I'm quite famished. I hurried over without eating. Thanks to Qing Li. Qin Yunshen, nursing his injured hand, embraced Qing Li, the uninjured hand discreetly reaching for the thermos, which he discreetly placed on the bed behind him. Curse you, Qin Yunshen. You can't eat this. It's probably made for me. At that moment, Qin Yunshen wished he could silence him. After finally holding him for a while, if he spoke again, Qing Li would surely let go. It's a weekday. Mr. Luo, you should attend to your work. Our project, I'm unable to oversee it right now, so I must trouble you. Thank you for your hard work. Luo Wenxian paused, still holding the half-eaten apple, feeling dismissed. Fine. Fine, you heartless creature, you dog. Once he left, Qing Li elevated the bed slightly, encouraging Qin Yunshen to lie down. I made soup, Qin Yunshen. I know you're feeling unwell, and perhaps you can't eat, or you might throw up. Take it slow, all right? If you can manage, just have a sip. Gazing at the thermos, Qin Yunshen realized it likely contained the soup Qing Li had prepared for him. In the past, when his stomach was weak, Qing Li had honed her soup-making skills, and he thought he would never drink it again. Seated beside him, Qing Li slowly fed him, and Qin Yunshen devoured it as if it were a delicacy, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed uncontrollably. No more crying. It's not good for you. How'd I never notice that Qin Yunshen could cry too? What have I unlocked in you? The man wiped his face, offering her a somewhat unappealing smile. His voice soft yet tinged with a hint of grievance. If you leave me for a while longer, I'll cry even more. But crying is futile. Even if I weep until blind, my wife won't look back. How cruel. He was still afraid. Unlike the previous certainty that Qing Li would leave him, which had left him in despair without a glimmer of hope, he now felt differently. Qing Li had promised to stay with him temporarily. As long as he did not err, she would not mention divorce. Thus, he was afraid of misbehaving, of vomiting again, of spiraling into despair, and most of all, he feared jealousy, especially with the watchful presence of Bai Yuchuan. All these fears coalesced within him, causing turmoil in his stomach, and he struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, exerting every ounce of strength to keep it down. His face flushed intensely, holding his breath, the skin on his neck breaking out in goosebumps from discomfort. Qing Li noticed his distress and quickly fetched a trash bin, gently patting his back. Are you feeling unwell? If you can't hold it in, don't force it. It's all right. The man covered his mouth with his hand, overwhelming fear causing his whole body to tremble. Physiological tears cascaded down his hand, and his dark, bright eyes were filled with panic, shattered in a way that tugged at one's heartstrings. Unable to contain himself, he expelled the half bowl of soup he had just consumed, along with the pear he had eaten earlier. Qin Yunshen's complexion turned ashen, a constant buzzing ringing in his ears. He could hear the rapid thumping of his own heart and see Qing Li before him. Yet her words were lost to him. My dear, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please don't abandon me. I can eat more, I promise. You can hit me if you want. I'll hit myself. He raised his hand, striking his face repeatedly as if numb to the pain. Striking as if his life depended on it. Why am I so worthless? My wife promised that if I finished it, she would keep me. How could I throw it up? I am truly useless. What meaning does my life hold? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Qin Yunshen's sobs were subdued, yet they resonated with a profound sense of despair. Qing Li quickly embraced him, gently massaging his head and adjusting his hearing aid. It's all right. It's all right. It's nothing to worry about. I just said that it's fine if you throw up, perhaps. That pear was too cold. And remember, I said if you don't vomit within 5 minutes, I would forgive you. It's been half an hour now. It's okay. Her voice was soft, as gentle as a spring breeze, gradually calming Qin Yunshen's tumultuous emotions. He gently clutched Qing Li's waist. His body still trembling, but the frantic beating of his heart began to slow. The intense fear began to dissipate in the warmth of her embrace. Dear, I will take my medicine properly. I will seek treatment diligently. Please don't give up on me. Qin Yunshen looked up at her in this year of illness. It was his first time seeking help from someone, his first admission of vulnerability. Qing Li nodded, tenderly kissing his forehead in reassurance. I will not abandon you. It's just an illness. It's not incurable. You have family, and I am your family. Do not be afraid. She was bewildered by the fragility he displayed. How could a mere year apart render Qin Yunshen so delicate? He seemed stripped of his pride, left with only anxiety, fear, helplessness, and confusion, like a lost young beast struggling in the dark, repeatedly falling into despair. How could this be? The eternally indifferent, proud Qin Yunshen was now so careful and timid. Qin Yunshen tightened his grip, disregarding Qing Li's reassurances. He was simply terrified. Don't go, don't leave me. I can change everything you mentioned. I'll change it immediately, just don't leave me. After some time of soothing, Qin Yunshen's emotions began to stabilize. Yet he couldn't shake the guilt as he gazed at the thermos on the table. When Li Xiang entered, he was taken aback to see Qin Yunshen with one hand bandaged and suspended, the other hand still grasping his wife's, making him feel as though he had come in vain. President Qin, can you still sign? There are 2 documents that President Luo said he cannot handle, and you need to sign them. Authorization is ineffective. Qin Yunshen gazed at him in confusion, then turned to Qing Li, adopting a soft, almost petulant tone. Darling, who is he? I'm already hurt, and he still expects me to work. How cruel. Li Xiang was momentarily stunned, his grip on the documents slackening, nearly brought to tears. President Qin, President Luo never mentioned you had amnesia. I am your assistant, the one you trust the most in the entire company. You still owe me 50 days of annual leave. You cannot forget. Qin Yunshen's cold, piercing gaze made Li Xiang's scalp prickle. You finished your annual leave last year, taking advantage of the president's illness to deceive him. Your leave for this year is forfeited. After saying this, Qin Yunshen turned back to Qing Li, stretching out his words. Darling, I feel unwell. Seeing him makes my heart race. Chapter 74. The timid Qin Yunshen very well. I shall instruct Assistant Li to return to his duties. We are currently unwell and unable to sign anything. We shall address it once we recover. Qing Li stated, rising to escort Li Xiang out while offering explanations. Your president has sustained injuries and is somewhat fragile at the moment. If Luo Wenxian is unable to manage matters at the company, perhaps we can temporarily set them aside. Qin Yunshen is a reliable individual. If he is not in a hurry, it is likely not a grave concern. Is it? Li Xiang nudda. the previously forced, playful expression fading away. Madam, it is not an urgent matter. It can be addressed later. You should spend more time with President Qin. He misses you dearly. I often catch him gazing at your photograph, shedding tears in silence. Qin Yunshen always kept a photo of Qing Li in the pocket of his shirt, taking out to look at whenever he found moment. When Li Xiang first arrived by his side, he believed it to be a mere figment of every president's lost love, a ghost of a bygone light. Yet, upon witnessing her return to life, he felt an uncanny sensation of resurrection each time he beheld Qing Li. However, he dared not voice this thought, for the president had warned him that his wife's temper was exceedingly fierce and that she would not hesitate to strike. As for sweet dates, only the president had the privilege to enjoy them. Others merely faced a thrashing. I understand. Please be cautious as you come and go. Qin Yunshen's injuries must remain confidential, and be wary of any prying eyes. Qing Li offered a succinct reminder before hurrying back to the hospital room, where Qin Yunshen sat upright on the bed, his gaze fixed anxiously on the door, his hands instinctively clenched, and his brow furrowed in concern. Upon seeing her, he visibly exhaled in relief. Qing Li approached, gently patting his back in a soothing manner. Did I frighten you? He hesitated, unable to move or respond, for he had been terrified long before. Over a year ago, fear had obliterated his courage, leaving him too timid to risk keeping Qing Li close. I am now the timid Qin Yunshen. My dear wife in the future, please inform me when you go out. Will you return? The thought of it leaves my heart in turmoil. Qing Li readily agreed, having never witnessed such vulnerability in Qin Yunshen, as if even the slightest disturbance could send him into a trembling panic. She could not ignore the ache of her own heart. Very well, I shall inform you of my expected return. Would that ease your mind? The man nodded vigorously, suddenly recalling his concern. My medication. Did the steward bring it for you? I must take it daily. I missed it yesterday and already feel unwell. Upon his inquiry, Qing Li remembered that the steward had given her a box just before she left. Within it lay the day's supply of medication, divided into 5 compartments. Which one should I take? Qin Yunshen pointed to the selections. Take number 1 and 2 in the morning and the rest in the evening. In truth, he hesitated, knowing that the medication often induced nausea, yet he could not afford to forego it. His wife needed him well, and he was determined not to succumb to his ailments. Fortunately, this time after taking the medication, he only experienced a slight stomach ache, without any other peculiar reactions. When the doctor came to conduct his rounds, he briefly assessed the situation. Mr. Qin, your wound appears to be rather deep, said Mr. Luo. Given your aspirations to play the piano, it seems, you will need at least 6 months of rehabilitation training, and even then, the future remains uncertain. I do not play the piano, Qin Yunshen replied earnestly, as if the doctor were unaware of his illustrious reputation as a pianist. I can play the harmonica. Will that have any repercussions? The doctor awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Qin Yunshen had visited the hospital numerous times, becoming quite the regular. It was needless to say that he was already familiar with this doctor. Even if he weren't, he could have easily researched him online. As for the harmonica, it won't affect your recovery. You need not worry, the doctor reassured him. As a professional, he understood that while patients might indulge in fanciful discussions, he must remain grounded in reality. The assistant doctor presented the test results to Li Shuheng, who nodded in acknowledgement. The data was acceptable, though the alanine aminotransferase levels were elevated, necessitating time for recovery. However, Mr. Qin frequently subjected himself to such strains, seemingly indifferent to his own health. Li Shuheng. Qin Yunshen raised his gaze toward him, his deep eyes glinting with a hint of warning. Mr. Luo is not here. You should tread carefully, for there is no one to shield you. Upon hearing this, Li Shuheng instinctively recoiled. He was well aware of Qin Yunshen's struggle with severe depression. Yet the reality was that depression does not inflict physical harm. Qin Yunshen, however, did. Previously, Mr. Luo had been there to intervene, but now, with only a young woman in the room, it seemed unlikely she could offer much resistance. Qin Yunshen, behave yourself. How can you threaten a doctor? Qing Li reached out to tug at his ear, a gesture that left Li Shuheng visibly pale. Qin Yunshen obediently presented his ear, nodding in a conciliatory manner towards her. I did not mean to. My dear wife, it was merely casual conversation. I admit my fault, and I shall refrain from scaring others. I apologize sincerely. After saying this, he slightly bowed to Li Shuheng, offering a heartfelt apology. I am sorry, Dr. Li. I may have startled you earlier, but it was unintentional. Please do not take it to heart. Li Shuheng inhaled sharply, rubbing his forehead. Perhaps he was still groggy from the previous night's late shift. Or perhaps he was simply bewildered. Had he truly heard Qin Yunshen apologize, and with such sincerity? This was perplexing. Was Qin Yunshen truly being reprimanded by a young woman? Was he afraid of her? Noticing Li Shuheng's continued silence, Qing Li chimed in with her own apology. I am sorry, Dr. Li. His emotions were unstable, and he was disrespectful to you. It's quite all right. Li Shuheng extended his hand in a gesture of reassurance. This is already the most courteous I have seen him. I find it quite commendable. Please do not apologize. I can hardly endure such scolding. Just focus on resting. You'll be hospitalized for 3 days. Upon hearing the mention of 3 days, Qing Li felt a pang of concern. She needed to return to her team today as the evaluation notice had arrived. She had to go back to sign documents and participate in trial runs, and by now, it was likely that Sheng Rang was already waiting for her. You have matters to attend to, correct? Qin Yunshen could discern her thoughts. He had become particularly adept at observing Qing Li's subtle expressions. It's all right. Will you come tomorrow? If not, that's fine too. Could you come and pick me up when I am discharged? It won't take much of your time. Qing Li felt a pang of sorrow as she noticed his hesitant and cautious demeanor. I must return to the team. I can't keep Sheng Rang waiting indefinitely. You know, he's been somewhat displeased with me for a while, especially since he is my observer, and we. No need for explanations, my dear. You need not justify your actions. Please, go ahead. Luo Wenxian will visit this afternoon. Truth be told, I am fine. There are caregivers in the ward. I've merely injured my hand, which does not hinder my mobility, Qin Yunshen said with a reassuring smile, concealing the multitude of emotions swirling within him, daring not to utter a single word of protest. Chapter 75. Welcome back, number 1 driver. Fortunately, despite a touch of insomnia, Qing Li had managed to secure a sufficient amount of sleep that night. Upon her arrival at the training ground, everything appeared as usual. However, as soon as Sheng Rang laid eyes on her, he could not help but indulge in a bit of mockery. Oh, let me see. Who is this busy bee gracing us with her presence? What time is it? Qing Li, you've never had any sense of time, have you? Behind her, Fei brandished a wrench and shouted back, what are you fussing about? Can't you just wait a little longer? She's here to train, while you're merely an observer. Isn't it enough to just keep your mouth moving during practice? Sheng Rang fell silent, realizing he could neither out-talk her nor physically confront her. Not to point fingers, he said, but with your attitude, no man will ever want to marry you. You're far too fierce. Qing Li clicked her tongue and stepped closer to Fei, wrapping her arm around her shoulders. I like it. Why should I care if you insufferable men like it or not? Just take a look at yourself. No abs, no taste. What girl would ever fancy someone like you? Sheng Rang, indignant, lifted his shirt. Who doesn't he have abs? That is just not something everyone possesses. At that moment, Qin emerged from inside, slightly taken aback by the scene. This is the training ground, right? Why is everyone shedding clothes? You must know each other through legitimate channels, correct? Without hesitation, Sheng Rang patted his own abdomen. Well, it's true. There is not much of a six-pack here. Brother Chuan, why don't you work out? Your physique is quite the embarrassment for men. Qin kicked him in dissatisfaction. This is just a lack of muscle. What good is having muscles if you lack emotional intelligence? You'll end up like Qin Yunshen, abandoned by your wife. Qing Li, who had been in a much better mood, immediately darkened at the mention of Qin Yunshen. Qin noticed her shift in demeanor early that morning. Luo Wenxian had briefed him on the situation, instructing him to keep it confidential while ensuring Qing Li was well looked after, so that no further troubles would arise. Yet, he could not resist bringing it up again. Qing Li changed her clothes without a word, then patted Sheng Rang on the shoulder as they both turned in unison to board the car. As Sheng Rang flipped through the roadbook, he casually inquired, what do you think about the Moshanshan Cup? If you wish to participate, tomorrow is the last day to register. It's a small competition. Shall we give it a try? Qing Li paused, her grip on the steering wheel momentarily faltering. When she looked at Sheng Rang, her eyes sparkled with confidence and pride. It's a minor event. If I were to participate now, wouldn't that be akin to bullying children? Sheng Rang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. He had been genuinely concerned that Qing Li's performance might be affected by Qin Yunshen, and if she were to falter in this competition, it could extinguish her fighting spirit. But now, it was evident that Qing Li remained the same confident, even audacious prodigy he had always known. With a grin, he replied, equally brimming with self-assurance, "Then let us teach those little ones a lesson." Yes, Qing Li pressed down on the accelerator, and the roar of the engine filled the air, invigorating both of them with excitement. As the vehicle reached its destination, a resounding cheer erupted from the monitors, with nearly everyone caught in a fervor of excitement. Even the usually composed Fei was teary-eyed. As the two disembarked, the nearby individuals paid them no heed, which was quite excessive. Sheng Rang wrapped his arm around Qing Li's shoulders and lamented to the onlookers, "We are right here. Do you not see us amidst your data?" Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned to gaze at the pair for a full 3 seconds before rushing over to lift Qing Li in jubilant celebration. "Let us welcome back our champion driver, Qing Li. You are a genius. Li Zi, you are remarkable. How did you manage to maintain the same level of performance after 3 years away from the wheel? You are simply outstanding. This time, victory is certainly ours." Observing their elation, Qing Li felt a swell of happiness. Yet, as the excitement waned, a sense of calm enveloped her. The data remained unchanged, but 3 years had passed, and everyone else had progressed while she felt stagnant. "Look, their data surpassed mine by a full 1 minute and 15 seconds. Is my driving style too antiquated? If I can only manage such a speed, victory will elude us." Xiao Wu, arms crossed as he scrutinized the monitor, was the last to abandon the frenzy, now focused on analyzing the data. "Indeed, that's the case. But the issue lies in the fact that you are Qing Li. You cannot remain stagnant. The only reason for such data is your lack of recent learning. We still have time. I intend to invite William to teach you." "William? How much money do you have?" "Xiao Wu, are you out of your mind?" Qing Li chuckled at his earnest demeanor, for William was a top-tier coach. An F1 driver no less. What did you possibly offer him? Are you suggesting? Xiao Wu, covering his posterior, refuted her with utmost seriousness. "No. William's orientation is perfectly normal. That's merely internet gossip. Those rumors have made it difficult for him to find a girlfriend. People can be so cruel." Having changed his attire, Sheng Rang approached to join in on the data analysis. Hearing their conversation, he instinctively chimed in, "I could give it a try. My brother knows him, and there's a chance we could actually hire him." Xiao Wu nodded. "Let us give a shot. Anything would be better than our current situation. Li Zi is our only hope, and I do not wish for her to take unnecessary risks by experimenting with new techniques on her own." Qing Li glanced at the time. Dinner was approaching, and she surmised that Qin Yunshen was still receiving nutritional fluids. She could only wait for his discharge to take him to see a psychologist. A sense of unease lingered within her, and she was uncertain about the situation at the hospital. Meanwhile, Luo Wenxian sat before the hospital bed, coldly threatening him. "If you continue like this, I will certainly report you to Qing Li. You need to receive your fluids, do you understand? What is this lifeless demeanor? If you wish to die, just go to the crematorium." Qin Yunshen remained seated on the bed, forbidding anyone from approaching him, his gaze fixed intently on the door. Since Qing Li's departure, he had maintained this stance, motionless and silent, his attention solely directed at the entrance, save for the occasional glance at the time. Qing Li had allotted him a specific time, 6 o'clock. Yet, now it was 10 minutes past 6, and she had yet to return, nor had she called or sent a message. Qin Yunshen found himself unable to suppress his spiraling thoughts, his mind incessantly replaying the unfinished divorce agreement displayed on his computer screen. Grasping his phone tightly, he repeatedly opened it, only to find nothing. Her chat interface remained frozen on a message from several days prior. In a state of helplessness, he extended his phone toward Luo Wenxian, his voice tinged with unease as he softly inquired. "She said she would message me if she couldn't make it. Luo Wenxian. Is my phone broken? Why am I not receiving any messages from my wife? Chapter 76. The inconvenience of a single-armed Qin Yunshen gazed helplessly at the screen. And only when a tear plummeted onto it did he realize he was crying once more. He had often pondered the nature of tears, questioning what profound events could evoke such intense emotions. In his childhood, he had endured bloodshed from being struck for his poor piano playing without shedding a tear. Later, perhaps it was the abandonment he felt when he failed to meet his aunt's expectations that drove him to strive relentlessly for victory in every competition, until he came to the heartbreaking realization that his aunt would never return. Even then, he merely felt a twinge of sorrow without the urge to weep. It was the departure of Qing Li that illuminated the truth. Every human possesses tears, and he was no exception. The overwhelming despair stirred within him a desire to weep uncontrollably, yet it seemed no one remained to empathize with his plight. When the hospital room door swung open and he beheld Qing Li, Qin Yunshen hastily wiped his face and forced a smile to please her. "Qing Li, you come to see me. Have you had a tiring day? May I massage your legs? Aren't you exhausted?" He tossed aside the covers and propped himself up, tidying the bed in hopes she would sit beside him. Qing Li, in her haste, had not brought him any food, but at that moment, he found himself unable to eat. "Lie back down. How can a patient be up? I'm not tired," she chided gently. "All right, I will behave." Qin Yunshen settled back onto the bed, instinctively touching his face. After Qing Li's visit, he had shaved, but now stubble was beginning to appear again. He yearned to groom himself further, yet could not bear to divert his gaze from her. In the midst of his flurry of thoughts, he cast a fleeting glance at Luo Wenxian. Luo Wenxian said nothing, fully aware that he was being urged to leave. There was little left to discuss. He rose to depart, but lingered in the corridor for a moment. Qing Li sat down and observed the untouched cup of water beside her. "You haven't had any water? Do you still feel unwell? Does your wound hurt?" Qin Yunshen shook his head, his profound gaze filled with warmth as he looked at her, and suddenly, he felt no pain at all. "I haven't drunk any water. I've been receiving 4 fluids, so my body is hydrated. The wound doesn't hurt, just feels numb and a bit tight. My dear, I feel so inadequate. Do you regret giving me this chance? How could I have let such a thing happen?" Throughout the day, his mind was consumed with thoughts of what had transpired. He could not recall any details. Yet the image of Luo Wenxian rushing to save him remained vividly etched in his memory. He was reluctant to admit it, too embarrassed to voice it. Had he perished, it would have been one thing, but now that he had survived, it felt as though he was merely staging a suicide. How utterly lacking in resolve must one be to contemplate abandoning life? He chastised himself countless times in his doubt, yet discovered that if given another opportunity, he would make the same choice again. Resolve had abandoned him in the year Qing Li had cast him aside. Qing Li gently ruffled his hair, offering him comfort. "You do not wish for this either. Shall we face it together? I have already arranged a time with Peter for next week, and I will accompany you to gain insight into what has transpired. We must understand the situation in order to accept treatment properly, correct?" Qing Li shared the medications prescribed to Qin Yunshen with Peter. According to Peter, these medications may not be entirely effective. They are merely intended to stabilize Qin Yunshen's emotions to some extent. While they may not cure him, they could prevent any unforeseen incidents, ensuring that he does not resort to suicide. Qin Yunshen nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, my dear wife. My condition is not severe. This is merely an unfortunate episode. I was fine before. I have never been like this. I am willing to accept treatment and will cooperate fully." He felt a twinge of fear, as such psychological struggles could impose great strain on his family. He worried that Qing Li might grow weary of him or even resent him. True to his character, he intended to check out of the hospital today, but Qing Li insisted that he stay the full 3 days, and he dared not argue, obediently enduring the discomfort of hospital life for 3 days. On the 4th day, when Qing Li nodded, he finally had the chance to return home. However, upon stepping through the threshold, an overwhelming sense of tension enveloped him. In the study, the glow of the computer screen remained, displaying the divorce agreement, every word etched in his mind. Qing Li desired nothing from him, not his wealth, not his possessions, nor even his presence. She seemed intent on escaping swiftly. "What's the matter? Why aren't you moving?" Qing Li urged, nudging him gently. Qin Yunshen moved mechanically, turning to enter his dressing room. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror. He was a shadow of his former self, with one arm suspended in a sling. He felt a profound sense of alienation, questioning how someone like him could ever be deserving of someone as remarkable as Qing Li. Was she merely enduring his presence? Perhaps she planned to leave once he recovered. With great effort, Qin Yunshen changed into a set of comfortable loungewear that still felt loose on him. He had dropped 2 sizes over the past year. He could not afford to lose any more weight, for if he were to become even thinner, he might not be able to sustain his muscles, and without a physique, he would surely be cast aside more swiftly. He meticulously arranged his hair and spritzed on a touch of cologne, summoning the courage to face Qing Li. "My dear wife, I'm going to take a shower." It was inconvenient to do so properly while in the hospital. With his arm in a sling, bathing was undoubtedly a challenge, and Qing Li contemplated this. "Allow me to assist you. Just wait in the room while I prepare the water." A flush crept across Qin Yunshen's cheeks, an unspoken gratitude swelling within him. How could he be worthy of such tender care from Qing Li? He should not doubt her devotion. She was willing to wash him. If her love were not genuine, why would she tend to him with such meticulousness? The water in the bathtub was warm. The doctor had advised against excessively hot water, as it could hasten blood circulation and impede the healing of his wounds. Qing Li turned to help him remove his clothing. In truth, Qin Yunshen wished to assert his independence and manage it himself, but at that moment, he could scarcely move. The distance between the two individuals was remarkably close, allowing him to perceive Qing Li's warm breath and detect the familiar, delicate fragrance that enveloped her. It was a sensation so comforting that it induced drowsiness, a temptation that sparked a desire to hold her tightly in his embrace. When he finally regained his composure, he realized, to his dismay, that he had been utterly stripped bare. The man's ears flushed crimson in an instant, and the color spread to the nape of his neck, rendering him stammering and tongue-tied. You. Darling, I feel quite embarrassed. Where is it that I haven't seen?" Qing Li's fingers glided from the crown of his head, tracing a path downward, indicating the expanse behind him. "From here to here, where is it that I haven't encountered?" To be candid, Qin Yun's striking good looks and well-proportioned physique were undeniable. Although he was not as robust as in his prime, he still possessed broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long, straight legs. Qing Li never shied away from admitting her penchant for good looks. Chapter 77. Fearing her disdain, Qin Yunshen never denied that he wished to reveal himself to Qing Li. Yet in this moment he found his body too grotesque, lacking the physique he once possessed, marred by an array of scars. He felt he had no right to show such a version of himself to Qing Li. "I failed to care for what belongs to you, my dear wife. Please grant me some time. I shall restore myself to my former self. Trust me." His deep, luminous eyes held a glimmer of hope for the future, and his desperate attempts to please her softened Qing Li's heart further. Qin Yunshen obediently sat in the bathtub, his injured arm resting on the edge, gazing up at Qing Li. "Wife, why are you silent? Are you disgusted? I am still valuable in other ways, am I not? When you feel down, you can vent to me, in the secret chamber, the one you adore, right? I still possess some worth, don't I?" A sudden fear gripped him. He dreaded that the countless scars on his legs would repulse Qing Li. He curled his legs, striving to conceal the ghastly marks, his mind racing with thoughts of what value he still held, what he could offer. Yet, apart from being compliant, he felt he had little left to retain Qing Li's affection. "I will be obedient, truly obedient." His voice trembled, and a single tear fell onto the water's surface, creating a ripple. Only then did Qing Li approach and gently stroke his head. Accepting someone who had once caused her pain was no easy feat. She acknowledged her love and her heartache, yet she struggled to return to the way things once were. She was uncertain how to convey to Qin Yunshen that this was not about leaving. It was simply that their feelings seemed different now. "I do not find you repugnant. Be good and tell me why you have so many scars on your legs. Who harmed you?" The man shook his head. He could not lie, yet he was reluctant to answer. As Qing Li was about to inquire further, her phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Bai Yuchuan, she hesitated to answer and let the ringing cease. The man in the bathtub appeared noticeably tense, casting furtive glances at Qing Li. Once the ringing stopped, he felt a slight easing of his anxiety. In less than 3 seconds, the phone rang again, and this time, Qing Li answered. Qing Li, I apologize. My injuries are a bit severe. The police said that if they conduct a medical examination, it would qualify as minor injuries. So they require your signature to close the case. Would it be convenient for you to come by? Qing Li was taken aback. You are at the police station now? Yes. With Qingchuan's company about to go public, I didn't want any issues at this critical moment. If this were to become known, the repercussions would be immense. Thus, I came here, only to find out they need your signature. Bai Yuchuan's tone was light, but he seemed somewhat embarrassed by the predicament. Qing Li instantly felt a wave of guilt wash over her. It had been Qingchuan who instigated the incident, and Bai Yuchuan had not retaliated at all. Now, he was being compelled to go to the police station to resolve the matter. Apologies, my brother is the same. Let me go over now with Qingchuan. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yunshen had already emerged from the bathtub. As he dried his hair, he inquired, has something happened? Do you need my assistance? Qin Yunshen had always harbored animosity towards Bai Yuchuan, particularly after the misunderstanding regarding that night. Qing Li was at a loss for how to convey this to him. She felt a twinge of concern about whether he would become furious if he found out. However, upon further reflection, she realized that if he did indeed lose his temper, it would provide her with a legitimate reason to leave. Bai Yuchuan called. He had a confrontation with my brother, and someone reported it. I must go and handle the aftermath, so then return home early. Qin Yunshen replied with a smile, pausing his actions. If you need a lawyer, we have one at our firm. If you can't come back tonight, you should return home early tomorrow. He lowered his gaze, his thick eyelashes casting a beautiful shadow, making him appear profoundly sorrowful. Qing Li had yet to explain the previous incident, and he did not dare to inquire. Even if there were indeed something amiss, what could he do? If he truly found out, Qing Li would have a reason to divorce him. Qin Yunshen, I need to clarify something. Luo Wenxian informed me about that day's events. You followed me. No need for explanations. It is my fault. I should not have followed you. I was out of control at that moment, but I won't do it again. You should go, dear. Don't keep President by waiting. Qin Yunshen said, pushing open the bathroom door with a smile, showing no sign of anger. I will wait for you at home. If you return early, I shall prepare something for you to eat. Don't move. You must take care of your hand. If it truly becomes incapacitated, I won't want it. Qing Li ruffled his hair, and the man bent down compliantly, allowing her to pat his head. He followed Qing Li to the villa's entrance, listening to the roar of the sports car gradually fading away. Qin Yunshen slumped to the ground as if drained of strength. A wave of inexplicable sadness surged within him, and he found it absurd. In the past, when Qing Li adored him, he could demand without restraint. She could not go out, wear skirts, or even glance at other men. Now, he knew full well that the person Qing Li was meeting was an exceptional individual who had long pursued her. He lacked even the slightest courage to ask, what are you two going to do? May I accompany you? He could not muster the bravery to express even a hint of his desire for Qing Li not to meet that person. The robotic housekeeper approached slowly, its cold mechanical voice resonating. Detected abnormal heart rhythm and angina in the owner. Do you require an ambulance? Qin Yunshen felt an overwhelming sense of irritation, and turning to the robot's unsightly face only intensified his annoyance. Can you initiate a self-destruct sequence? The robot's voice remained icy, devoid of any emotion. This program has not been detected. If necessary, please add it through the back end. Qin Yunshen nodded, deeming it essential to equip this robot with a similar program. Within the precinct, Bai Yuchuan sat poised in a chair, the injury on his leg appearing to have healed considerably, while his countenance revealed no trace of past affliction. Qingchuan had declined to approach, leaving Qing Li to come alone. I apologize, my brother is tied up at the moment. He likely does not wish to see me. Qingchuan is simply that way. This situation is not his fault. After finally earning a chance to prove himself, he discovered that it all stemmed from his sister. If I were in his position, I too would feel incensed. Bai Yuchuan nonchalantly elucidated to Duan Qingchuan, then slid the settlement document before Duan Qing Li. Once you affix your signature, this matter will be resolved. Just ensure it does not affect him. After speaking, he casually inquired, by the way, I heard that President Qin is hospitalized. Is he unwell? Chapter 78. Will he be upset? Du Qingl could not divulge the matters concerning Qin to him. Although Bai Chuan likely inquired out of mere curiosity, it was still Qin's private affair, entwined with numerous issues regarding the company. Fortunately, the situation was not dire. Yn had already been discharged from the hospital after sustaining only minor injuries. Bai Chuan nodded, his expression devoid of any particular emotion. That is a relief. I was concerned that something more serious had transpired. Qingl, I ought not to express these sentiments, yet I genuinely worry about you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me, even if it is, because we were once friends. His words seemed to drift into a distant realm, leaving Qingl feeling somewhat uncomfortable to continue the conversation. I am perfectly fine. It is you who should take care, especially since your leg is injured. If there is anything you need, please speak up without hesitation, for it is indeed my brother's fault. Bai Chuan's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Upon hearing that, I find myself a loss for words. How fortuitous that I was just about to ask if you might be free tomorrow evening. You see, XNGCH is hosting a soiree, and as you know, my attendance is required. However, with my leg in this condition, it poses quite the inconvenience. XNGCH, a software company that burgeoned from a social networking platform, still wielded a significant influence over public sentiment across various industries, particularly due to the notorious reputation of its scion, SHOBFN, who had garnered a somewhat unfavorable name for himself. At last year's gala, he extended an invitation to a self-media company, which, upon declining, mysteriously vanished the following day. Now that Bai Chuan had returned, he often found himself compelled to attend such social gatherings, despite their dubious nature. Qingl was uncertain of his intentions and pressed for clarification. Is there anything you need me to do? Or perhaps relay a message to SHOBFN? She had known SHOBFN since childhood, yet their relationship was far from cordial. In elementary school, they had even clashed, with her emboldened by her height, pinning him to the ground in a fit of bravado. Memories of having brought him to tears on several occasions flooded back, and she recalled his penchant for provocation. Contemplating this, Qingl felt a twinge of apprehension. Bai Chuan quickly interjected, No, that is not it. Initially, I had planned to bring a female companion, but with my leg in such a state, I can hardly walk far. I merely wish to make an appearance without hindering anyone's networking opportunities, you understand. In such settings, it was common for attendees to desire lingering a bit longer, and Bai Chuan genuinely did not want to inconvenience anyone. However, upon seeing Qingl, his worries dissipated. Would you consider being my companion? Accompanying me just for a brief appearance, allowing SHOBFN to see you, and then we can leave? Bai Chuan nodded, appreciating her cleverness. Yet he pondered whether Qingl would object to this arrangement. After all, he had previously expressed considerable displeasure at the mere notion of her encountering Bai Chuan, even to the extent of a confrontation that led to a hospital visit. The thought of that incident left Qingl feeling a wave of frustration. Indeed, love can lead one to lose all sense of reason to such an extent. Initially, when Qin Yunshen exerted such control over her, exhibiting a strong desire for dominance, she naively believed this was love. It was due to Qin Yunshen's lack of understanding of how to love correctly that he resorted to such misguided methods. She foolishly thought she could change him. Qing Li. Bai Yuchuan waved his hand before her, cautiously inquiring, if it doesn't work out, I'll have my sister accompany me instead. There's nothing wrong with that. I'll pick you up tomorrow, Duan Qing Li readily agreed. Although she was not frequently immersed in their social circle, she was accustomed to such gatherings from a young age. Accompanying friends to events of this nature felt entirely natural. She reasoned that Qin Yunshen should not be angered by this. Yet, she was uncertain of her own motives. stubbornly wanting to see whether Qin Yunshen would indeed be upset by such matters. Qing Li first escorted by Yuchuan home. He had injured his leg and was unable to drive, surprisingly opting for a taxi rather than using a chauffeur. You are rather stubborn. Why not use a driver? Bai Yuchuan shrugged. You don't know? I don't trust others to drive. It's not that I refuse a driver. I simply don't have one. Qing Li, lacking in emotional intelligence, pressed on. You trust a taxi. Then, isn't that also someone else's driving? That's a matter of probability. Taxis are random, after all. Bai Yuchuan replied with a wry smile as he exited the vehicle. Having been kidnapped once by his family chauffeur in collusion with others when he was a child, he had since lost trust in all drivers. He preferred to drive himself, and if that was impossible, he would take a taxi rather than ride in someone else's car. It was quite late by the time Qing Li returned home after dropping him off. She initially considered stopping by a bar, but upon receiving a notification from her robotic butler regarding abnormal data concerning Qin Yunshen's health, she hurriedly drove home instead. Ever since the incident, she had activated the health monitoring program of the robotic butler. While she was unsure of its efficacy, having something was certainly better than nothing. Upon entering, she noticed the robotic butler pacing anxiously, perhaps mimicking Qin Yunshen's own behavior when agitated. "Where's the sir?" she inquired, and the butler guided her forward, detecting that he was in the study. Qing Li rushed inside, the door to the private chamber ajar, uncertain of her own intentions. She peered through the crack in the door. Inside, the dim light revealed Qin Yunshen kneeling on the floor, curled up in the corner, his shoulders trembling slightly. Without hesitation, she pushed the door open. At the sound of the door creaking, she distinctly heard the clinking of chains being dragged. As she approached, she noticed a chain, 2 fingers thick, shackled to his wrist, the other end secured to the bedpost. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" She gently patted the man's shoulder. Qin Yunshen turned to her, his eyes brimming with tears, and the red marks extending to his earlobes attested to the ordeal he had just endured. She gently embraced him, a twinge of regret surfacing as she realized she should not have ventured out earlier. "You're back. Is it true?" Qin Yunshen's voice held a hint of confusion, laced with disbelief. Qing Li tenderly caressed his back, offering soothing comfort. "Yes. Did you miss me? How did you come in by yourself? Next time you miss me, you must let me know, all right?" Ever since she regained her memory, she had hesitated to contemplate this secret chamber. Though it was a fantasy she had envisioned long ago, Qin Yunshen had always opposed it. Now, she found herself uncertain whether he had genuinely accepted it or was merely acquiescing to her desires. Chapter 79. What does he call you? The man enveloped her waist, gently resting his head against her neck, whispering a plea. "Please don't leave me. I promise to be good. I will do anything that pleases you. Just look at me. I'm so obedient. I will always listen. Please don't abandon me. I don't want to be discarded like refuse. I have worth. I am certain I still possess value." He struggled to suppress the tremor in his voice, stifling his sobs. Aware that he held no advantages, he realized that if he could not stabilize his emotions, he would truly lose Qing Li. Qing Li pulled him up from the ground, her fingers gently brushing against the iron ring on his wrist. "I will not abandon you. Do not be afraid. Why treat yourself this way? Shall we open up?" "If you wish." Qin Yunshen extended his wrist towards her, shaking his head softly. "I don't wish for anything. If you leave, I will lock myself away, waiting for your return to set me free. I will simply wait for you at home, my dear. I want to be your canary, if you will allow it. Please take care of me. I'm truly frightened." His mind spiraled out of control. Whenever Qing Li was not in his presence, he would torment himself with thoughts of her departure, imagining every reason she might choose to leave him forever, until his emotions shattered. He no longer wished to inflict harm upon himself or to frantically search for Qing Li. He could only confine himself. Previously, he had secured her love to keep her close, ensuring she could not bear to leave. Now, he locked himself away in fear, experiencing the sorrow and helplessness that Qing Li had once felt. Qing Li retrieved a key from another corner, tenderly caressing the man's cheek. "You must be out of your mind, Qin Yunshen. You never behaved like this before. What are you truly afraid of?" Her tone was laced with compassion, yet it only intensified his fear, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. I'm not afraid anymore. I apologize. I must be bothersome, right? I'm fine now, my dear, truly. Please do not dislike me. He swallowed his tears, repeatedly admonishing himself that if he cried again, Qing Li would leave and never return. Thus he must not weep, must not be bothersome, and certainly must not plead with her again. Qin Yunshen stood there in a daze, devoid of any emotional shift, until he gradually calmed down and offered Qing Li a faint smile, his demeanor resuming its usual tranquil state. Are you tired? You should rest early. Had it been by Yu Chuan, he would likely have invited Qing Li out for dinner, relishing the rare opportunity for solitude. Consequently, there would be no need for dinner preparation this evening. Qing Li unfastened the iron ring on his wrist, observing the swift restoration of his composure, her heart racing. I haven't eaten. I had the kitchen prepare noodles. I will have some shortly. Would you like to join me? If you don't feel like eating, you can simply keep me company. Qin Yunshen felt a whirlwind of surprise and joy, eagerly agreeing. Yes, together. I will try my best to eat something. He observed Qing Li as she delicately savored her noodles, a smile gracing his face. Yet, he yearned to prepare a meal for her himself. She was not particularly fond of noodles. Rather, she preferred rice, vermicelli, or steak. No matter how he prepared the noodles or what flavor he infused, she could only manage to eat half a bowl, never finishing an entire serving. As expected, she once again left half untouched. Do you find it unappetizing? After all, noodles are. I'm a bit hungry, she confessed. I've only eaten twice recently, and the doctor advised me to refrain from injections, so I've been avoiding them. Qin Yunshen bit his lip, stealthily pulling the remaining half bowl of noodles towards himself, grasping her chopsticks to stuff them into his mouth. Slow down. Qing Li chided gently, patting his back. Had she known, she would have asked the kitchen to prepare more. As long as he could eat, he could survive. Qin Yunshen polished off the remaining noodles, eagerly displaying the empty bowl to her. I should gain a pound by tomorrow. I'll weigh myself in the morning. My dear, I'll be better soon. Qing Li affectionately ruffled his hair, praising him as she once did. You're amazing. I love watching men eat. In the past, Qin Yunshen had dined with grace, his fingers elegantly wielding the knife and fork, each movement a sight to behold. Now, however, he devoured his food ravenously, as if someone might snatch it away. Qing Li found no fault in his manner, though she was somewhat perplexed by the transformation. That evening, Qin Yunshen clutched his small pillow at the doorway, showing no intent to enter the bedroom or to leave. He had mentally admonished himself countless times. He must not knock on the door, for disturbing his wife's slumber might lead to his expulsion. After much contemplation, he resolved to sleep there. The doorway seemed quite agreeable. Qing Li did not deter him from resting at the entrance, a sign that she still harbored feelings for him. Moreover, she had instructed the kitchen to prepare noodles, knowing full well she did not relish them. Surely, leaving behind some was a natural consequence intended for him. Yes, Qing Li does not wish for my demise. When I attempted to take my own life, she even slapped me twice. Doesn't that imply she wants me to live? She left me the noodles. She wants me to take care of myself. The robotic butler, unable to comprehend the depth of his thoughts, initiated its perfunctory program. Indeed, master, you are correct. Wait a moment. Qin Yunshen turned to the machine, finding its address oddly discomforting. Why do you call me master? You should refer to me as sir. Such titles are not to be used lightly. And what do you call my wife? Master. The robotic butler's response trailed off as Qin Yunshen grew irritated. Self-destruct if you must. Are you malfunctioning? Who gave you the right? Mid-sentence, he realized that the only individuals capable of altering the robot's programming were Li Xiang, Luo Wenxian, and Qing Li herself. So she bestowed that title upon a robot? Hearing the commotion, Qing Li rose and opened the door. At the threshold, Qin Yunshen had his hands around the robot's neck, embodying a childlike, mischievous demeanor. Upon seeing her, his eyes brimmed with grievance. What nonsense is this? Qing Li scolded him sternly. The man released his grip, and the robot exaggeratedly gasped for air beside him. Qing Li reprimanded it as well. What is wrong with you? You're a robot. Why are you gasping? The robot immediately fell silent. Qin Yunshen pointed at it, speaking slowly, his eyes filled with sorrow. Do you know what he calls you? On what grounds does he dare to call you master? Then who am I? Do you no longer want me? Before his words could fade, tears cascaded down his fair cheeks, each droplet a poignant testament to the anguish within him. The crimson at the corners of his eyes revealing the depth of his heartache.